Xing Jiutian's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to see through a scene that was extremely far away. In some respects, this team is even more dangerous than the 9th rank forces. If the 9th rank forces will not tear their faces, they will not affect the foundation, but this is an unprecedented revenge team. This team has a clear goal. The masters are like clouds, and they are decisive and ruthless. They will not hesitate to ignore my warning from Qingtian Pavilion. The comers are not good and extremely vicious. Another mature and enchanting rank 6 beautiful woman stood up and said with lingering fears, Pavilion Master, if we encounter this team. Talking about this matter, Xing Jiutian's eyes burst into flames. If we encounter them and fight head-on, our chances of winning may be less than 10%. As soon as Xing Jiutian said this, the entire Qin family suddenly felt chills. My God, these great powers who came from the 9th rank forces, bluntly said that they had less than a 10% chance of winning. What kind of existence did the ancestors of the Qin family provoke? Would you like to torture these Qin family members if they know anything, and who did they offend back then? The enchanting beautiful woman who cultivated at rank 6 suggested. Xing Jiutian glanced at the people present and shook his head. It's useless. It's no use asking. A group of young descendants. How could the old guys from the Qin family tell them about it? When every strong man starts, his hands and feet are not necessarily clean. It's normal to offend some people. Xing Jiutian showed a flash of memory. I remember some rumors that when the Qin family was in full swing, they set up a bureau to destroy the 2 geniuses of the year, who destroyed the twins, intending to recruit them, but later I heard that they were torn apart. Talking about this, even Xing Jiutian shook his head and laughed. However, the 2 destroyer Geminis have been in the holy prison for a long time. If they have great skills, can they still break through the holy prison and escape? Break through the holy prison and escape? I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to write a novel like this. Thinking of this, Xing Jiutian was too lazy to recall the rumors of the Qin family back then. He said sternly, this matter is no longer something we can take over. Below the Holy King, whoever dies, report it to the top leaders. When the holy world is surging, there is a plane of nothingness. The young man with a handsome face, pale and evil, holding a glass-colored list in his hand, looked at the number 1 position on the enchanting list and couldn't help sneering slightly. Have you taken this seat too, Lin Chen? With 5 fingers, with a bang, the evil youth crushed the glass list in the palm of his hand. I didn't expect you to do such an earth-shattering event. I just don't know if you can afford the corresponding price. This person is the number 1 on the list of evildoers in the past, the cloudy boy. Brush. A cloud of black-like, distorted shadows appeared, and the hunchbacked old man with crutches appeared, his brows filled with sullenness. The shadow around that kid, I'm going to swallow him myself. The 14th ultimate shadow. Looking at the appearance, the injury of the year has completely recovered. What happened to Holy King Haotian? Yin Tianzi smiled and patted its shoulder. Don't worry, Lin Chen can't escape. Ultimate Shadow's face softened slightly, and nodded, occupying Tuoshing's body. There are many benefits. I found the location of the Dragon Ball of the blood of the ancient dragon in this old guy's collection, all of which are accurate. Thanks to the actions of the demons, I have brought back all the Dragon Balls. His body should begin to recover in the Holy Burial Mountain range. Speaking of this matter, Yin Tianzi's expression was a little solemn. How about his recovery? If we let him return to his prime, it won't do us much good. The ultimate shadow mouth sneer. The body of a generation of holy kings, even if there is a dragon ball with the blood of the dragon, it will not be so easy to restore to its heyday. At most half of it is restored, and it is still a living dead state. That's good. Lin Chen nodded. By the way, you said last time, why is there so many helpers around that kid? Ultimate Shadow frowned, staring at the cloudy sun. He smiled casually. It is indeed a cloud of masters, and each of them has a lot of background, and some of them, if they have the strength of the heyday. I may not be an opponent, and a heads up. So strong? Ultimate Shadow was shocked. Going strong, I'm afraid he is not qualified to rule that team, ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed loudly, and his eyes flashed brightly. At the beginning, when Lin Chen arrived at Qiyu with the Kaitian realm of the Nine Evil Swords Hall, if he insisted on fighting Lin Chen to the death, he would definitely be able to kill a large number of his servants. Even, he could make more than 2/3 of the servants around Lin Chen fall. But he himself will surely die. Even though he was seriously injured, the powerhouses around Lin Chen, especially the dozen or so legendary figures, were still the cultivation of rank 9 saints. If the opponent recklessly unlocks the cultivation base to suppress the injury, and breaks out the strongest offensive in the shortest time, then he will definitely not have the possibility of winning, and even fall with a high probability. Instead of burning jade and stone, he might as well withdraw and preserve his strength. Now, Lin Chen feels more and more that his decision is right. During this period of time, he finally figured out who the big people around Lin Chen were back then. Ancient God, your eyes are still so old-fashioned, you can find such a young man, and you want to overturn the case again. As arrogant as the Son of Heaven, he couldn't help but marvel at Lin Chen. Excellent people will always appreciate and attract each other, but unfortunately, the two are not the same from beginning to end. Since we can't be partners, we can only destroy each other. Shadow, only you can complete this matter. You have to send this thing to a place. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and his cloudy talisman was suspended in front of the ultimate shadow. Where? The ultimate shadow was curious, and without giving face to the cloudy day, he directly opened the cloudy day talisman. The next moment, it was horrified. Holy prison? Outside the holy world, the distant starry sky, the stars twinkling, and the galaxy is vast and vast. Under the starry sky, countless energy storms are raging, but there is a darkness, hidden under the starry sky, as if it has never changed. A shadow dotted the void, and the dark tide turned into a dark curtain and rolled away. Dozens of figures turned into human figures and hovered in the air, but the strange thing was that their facial features were all dark. These creatures are not people. When the dark curtain was unveiled, there was another world hidden under the galaxy, with countless continental plates suspended, and dark tides surging around, as if the entire space was cut off. In the continental plate, there are countless strange buildings, most of which are in the shape of spires. Every spire is shrouded in a shadow, and it seems to be taking a breather. Dozens of figures poured into one of the continental plates, and the dark atmosphere under the surging galaxy closed again, as if the space had never changed. In a dark hall, hundreds of shadows were suspended. Between them, there is a mysterious space fluctuation, which is their unique way of talking. Translated into adult words, it is probably as follows. Perfect, so perfect. Unexpectedly, since the ancient times, there are still People who have passed the examination of the innate Shadow King. This son will definitely be the next generation Shadow King of my shadow clan. Leading my clan to rise is bound to win. However, he has multiple bloodlines, and the king of the Shadow family should not be a bastard. What's wrong with you? You can't see the potential in him? The fleshly body of the Dragon clan, the magical power of the Demon clan, the talent of the Shadow clan, he has infinite possibilities for our clan. Make up for all the shortcomings of the Shadow clan. My Shadow family should not be succeeded by this foreign guy. No more nonsense, I will tear your big mouth. Damn, where are you looking for a practice? A group of congenital Shadow clans are so noisy here, but on the surface, it seems to be making a gugga sound. Sounds like a dove. Well, dove. Qianyu, the 8th grade sect, Yunyu sect, is the most prosperous sect among the female talents of Qianyu. Yun Yuzong is also a leader among the 8th rank forces, and its founder is even more amazing. The list is comparable to the list of saints. It is said that in the early years, she has become a Xian rank 7 saint. And the overall strength of the sect is placed in the 8th rank forces of the entire holy world, which is also a superclass level. Yunyu mountain range, this mountain is covered with clouds and rain, like a cloud and dragon spitting out mist, transcendental and beautiful, like a fairyland on earth. At the top of the mountain range, on the top floor of a Ziyun pavilion, a beautiful young girl in a blue skirt sits on the cloud platform, holding her jade cheeks and swaying her long snowy legs. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and there was a bit of sadness between her brows. That recalled the past. Sister, the dream we dreamed of back then has come true. When will you be able to witness this moment? The girl in the blue skirt clenched her teeth. Damn holy prison. What bastard? Gods, what history of creation, it's all for hegemonic rule. Master. You have just left the customs, and you are thinking about that. Uncle? At this time, the woman's cold unpleasant voice sounded. The girl in the green skirt put away her sadness and jumped off the gimbal, smiling and giggling. It turns out that Qingyue is back. How is it, my precious disciple, did you win the first place on the enchanting list? The beautiful woman was wearing a snow dress, holding 2 cups of fragrant tea in her jade hands, and her cold and beautiful cheeks showed a bit of helplessness. No, I have encountered some annoying things, and both annoying and mysterious guy. The beautiful woman here is Fei Qingyue, who ranks 5th on the enchanting list. The girl in the green skirt took the fragrant tea, sat down casually, and smiled. You are not too young, it's time to find someone to marry. Fei Qingyue rolled her eyes, and sat next to the master with fragrant tea in her hands, her beautiful lips pursed, as if she was not convinced. Didn't you teach us, master, women can hold up half the sky? The girl in the green skirt giggled and said, it doesn't mean that you are going to be single for the rest of your life. What does it have to do with finding a man for you to hold up half the sky? It's a big deal that your man can't hold up, so help him hold up. Fei Qingyue was not convinced. Then why don't you find a man, master? The girl in the green skirt straightened her chest upright, shook Shualong, and said proudly, that's because no man can be worthy of your master. Fei Qingyue pouted, if you don't want to marry, you don't want to marry. No one is worthy of you, cut. The girl in the green skirt smiled and said, what about you, among the men? You know, aren't they worthy of you? Well, as far as the master knows, there has been a saint who has already offered you an olive branch. Fei Qingyue was stunned, many fragments flashed in her mind, and finally, the Side face of the boy who stayed on the topless, and his godlike appearance of single-handedly singled out the entire list of evildoers, like a god descended from the earth, invincible in the world. Seeing that his apprentice actually stopped, the girl in the green skirt suddenly had a burning heart to eat melons. Her wonderful eyes shone with holy light, and Shui too was full of smiles. Whoops, I didn't speak anymore. Come, let Master Kong, who's the little bastard, is so lucky to be able to soak in my Qingyue disciple. Fei Qingyue rolled her eyes at her, her delicate ears covered with a touch of crimson, and snorted coldly, I didn't say it, I didn't. Don't talk. Nonsense. You are in a hurry. Hurry up and talk, who is it? The girl in the green skirt became more and more curious. Although this girl was extremely talented, she was an orphan since she was a child and was abandoned in an ordinary family. Later, it was calculated by Yun Yuzong's mathematician that a baby with a demonic appearance appeared in the range of Yun Yuzong. Only then did she find and adopt her. Knowing her life experience, Fei Qianyu felt the same way, and would like to make an exception to accept her as her only. After Fei Qianyu worshipped her as her teacher, she even changed her surname. The relationship between the two daughters is also a teacher and a friend, and there is a strong family relationship. In her heart, she hopes that this girl can have a home of her own. It's really time ruthless. Do you even have children, Qianyu? When the ethereal and elegant voice echoed on the cloud platform, the girl in the blue skirt was struck by lightning and froze in place. This voice, this tone. Brush. At this moment, the cloud and mist cleared, and the spiritual smoke dissipated. A ray of light like the morning sun shines into the cloud platform of Yun Yuzong. When it reflects on Fei Qianyu's jade cheeks, the light red dress is curled up, and the beauty of the empty valley is like an orchid. When she smiles, the world is like a new life. Qianyu, long time no see. Sister, is it really you? Fei Qianyu's delicate body trembled, and when she walked past, she cried with joy. Her eyes were full of ecstasy and shock. In the ancient times, there was a great war in the holy world, and hundreds of millions of creatures were involved in the war. She and her sister have been dependent on each other since she was a child. She expected that one day she would be able to establish her own habitat with her sister. Women should be self-improvement, and they can do it without relying on anyone. Survive in these cruel times. Afterwards, she and her sister went through all kinds of calamities, became the great Dao, seized good fortune, surpassed the innate saints in the future, and achieved the scarlet Xuanjue of the 1,000 domains. Back then, when the two sisters were standing at the top of the Qianyu era, my sister suffered the disaster of Holy Prison. In this era, when the Holy Prison was first built, power was concentrated, and all parties in the holy world were ordered to obey it. Any genius without a background in the 9th rank power, if they did not obey the order of the holy prison, they would be punished by heaven. And a group of people from heaven and earth were all suppressed and cast into the holy prison, becoming the might of the holy prison. Back then, if my sister hadn't surrendered herself, in order to protect her young self, even she would have been detained in the holy prison. Since then, many peak saints whose power backgrounds are not strong enough either retired directly, or join the 9th rank forces to protect themselves. Only those stubborn characters have been suppressed, and the pride of many eras has completely ended. After that, most of the unparalleled evildoers, saints, and most of them have great backgrounds. Fei Qianyu wanted to rescue her sister until she died, but in the face of the behemoth's holy prison, being as strong as a saint is by no means his opponent. Never imagined that there will be a day when we can meet again today. It's me, I'm back. And, I'm back completely. When Fei Wuxuang smiled sweetly, the girl in the green skirt rushed over and hugged her with tears in her eyes. Sister, I miss you so much. Woohoo. Fei Qianyu, who has practiced for dozens of epics, is incomparably powerful in anyone's eyes. At this time, she is like a little girl who has suffered a lot of grievances. She sheds tears in her sister's arms as much as she wants, and has no regrets. Gently stroked Fei Qianyu's blue silk, Fei Wuxuang sighed, then looked at Fei Qingyue and smiled. Nizi, how old are you? 3,007 years of cultivation. Fei Qingyue was shocked and replied subconsciously, you. Are you a Peerless uncle? She had heard her master mention that this uncle was detained in the holy prison, one of the strongest who was suppressed back then. Fei Wuxuang didn't answer her immediately, her beautiful eyes flashed with holy light, as if she could see through all the details of Fei Qingyue. For a moment, Fei Qingyue had a tingling feeling that every inch of her flesh and blood was seen through. This is Qingyue, the orphan I took in, and my own. Don't worry about my sister. Tell me quickly, how did you get back? Fei Qianyu said with a tearful smile, and then looked at Fei Wuxuang's whole body with great concern. How are you doing now, elder sister? After being held in the holy prison, did those people torture you or do anything terribly wrong to you? Fei Wuxuang smiled sweetly. He, they think so. Even if they are imprisoned, whoever is below the holy king would dare to touch me. If a Saint King level powerhouse wants to touch me, he has to consider whether or not to lose a few pieces of meat for a while. Fei Qianyu nodded in agreement, she knew her sister's strength best. Even if the cultivation level has not reached the Holy King, there are not many people in the world who dare to touch her body unscrupulously. Back then, the demon empress drove the gods back with a knife, slayed through the holy prison, and liberated a large number of vicious powerhouses. When there was no sister among them, Fei Qianyu was worried and struggling. The reason why I can come out, I have to thank my lord. Fei Wuxuang smiled, Fei Wuxuang's face changed slightly, and he stepped back. Again and again. She said in a trembling voice, Sister, have you surrendered, the demon race? Look at scaring my sister. Fei Wuxuang smiled and said, No, my lord is a human race. She looked into the distance, it just so happened that he was here too. Compared to me introducing it, it's better to see Qianyu with your own eyes. The voice just fell. Boom. At this time, the cloudy sky was full, and the tall and handsome silver-robed figure gradually appeared, stepping into the air, and a teasing smile appeared on the cynical Junyi face. Wu Shuang, the sisters are happy to meet each other, but if you have anything to say, let's go back to the Bingxin Palace first. The enemies of Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun have been resolved, and time is running out. Fei Wuxuang smiled like a flower, my lord, wait a moment. Fei Qianyu was struck by lightning. My sister's protagonist, such a young saint? This kid seems to have nothing but handsome. However, what was even more shocking was Fei Qingyue, whose red lips were open to the maximum. Lin Chen? He is actually the lord of this legendary uncle. Even if he can single out the enchanting list, he is still a long way from a master like a master. This uncle, but he had already become a rank 9 saint back then, the proud son of heaven, who led the age of the 1,000 domains. What the hell is he about? Fei Wuxuang looked back at his sister and said solemnly. Qianyu, I've seen Lord Lin Chen soon. Fei Qianyu was stunned for a moment, and Ying bowed awkwardly, salutes A. Junior, Qian. Qianyu has seen the Lord. It was the first time for her to salute such a young teenager. Lin Chen waved his hand and said with a casual smile, no. Wuxuang, don't make these false, eh? This beauty is a bit familiar. Oh, the pretty girl. At the enchanting list conference. When Lin Chen turned his eyes and saw Fei Qingyue, he suddenly realized. And Fei Qingyue was still frightened and froze in place. When the uncle came back, he also called Lin Chen, his peer, as the master. These two amounts of information were so explosive that all of a sudden, Fei Qingyue felt that her brain was not enough. 9 turned saints, which are not the most powerful people in Jingtianwei, even as strong as a holy king, may not be able to surrender, let alone a leader. Among 9 turned saints like Shibua, can he, Lin Chen, be stronger than the holy king? She suddenly thought of what he said after he singled out the enchanting list. I'm in a hurry, I have something to do. Now it seems that this is by no means bluff. Maybe, he really has the top priority of becoming the #1 evildoer. List. In particular, he gave himself a good fortune, an advanced orange level exercise, and he mastered it in half a month. Cultivating to the realm of Deshang, only one thing is missing to reach the top of the realm of perfection. With such a method, I am afraid that even the Holy King cannot match it. Lin Chen, who are you? Fei Qingyue couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen is serious and serious. Have you finally noticed my secret? Well, one day it will be announced to the world, so let me tell you in advance. Fei Qingyue held her breath. What is this great secret? Lin Chen said solemnly, yes, I am the most handsome man in the holy world. Fei Qingyue. Fei Qianyu. Fei Wuxuang, I'm used to it. Since the Lord is in a hurry, let's chat while walking. Fei Wuxuang smiled. Fei Qianyu turned to Fei Qingyue earnestly. Qingyue, Yunyu sect has been handed over to you for the time being. With your prestige, no one in the sect refuses to accept it. After all, Fei Qianyu left with her sister, leaving Fei Qingyue alone in a mess. Before leaving, Lin Chen also turned around to face Fei Qingyue, and blinked playfully. Fei Qingyue's teeth were itching with anger. This man is so damn irritable, and he's also very appetizing. If you want to eat melons, go to the Xinyan Palace in the Holy King's domain, but don't get too close by then. The young boy's laughter echoed in Fei Qingyue's ears, and as soon as she realized it, she walked away. Fei Qingyue muttered to herself in doubt. Xinyan Palace? Could it be the recent conferred god ceremony? What did he do at the conferred god ceremony? Heavenly Sanctuary, Xinji Pavilion. This is the most prominent 8th rank force in the Tianqing domain, and even the 9th rank force will treat each other with courtesy. Because the most elite and enchanting mathematicians of the Heavenly Sanctuary gathered here, even the power of the Holy King did not dare to underestimate it easily. Today, all the saint-level mathematicians from Xinji Pavilion are going out. Because there are too many powerhouses begging the Xinji Pavilion to make a move, calculate the next trend of the Holy Realm, and count it for their own power. It's a pity that even if the Deputy Pavilion Master, who is as strong as Xinji Pavilion, takes action personally, he can't even calculate what the situation is this time. Xinji Pavilion, the top floor. A secret meeting room. The fragrance of tea is lingering, and the mist rises like a mist. 2 men and 1 woman are sitting cross-legged here. Men are immortal, and women's charm is still there. Heavenly Sanctuary has been very lively recently. The saints are born one after another. I am afraid they are going to make trouble. What a bunch of restless guys. The catastrophe expected by the Shinji Pavilion is probably approaching. Are we going to part? The trend of the world, if it is divided for a long time, it will be united. And it will be divided for a long time. The two old seniors of the immortal style shook their heads and laughed, as if they had already looked down on everything in the world. The beautiful woman in palace attire, who still has the charm, when looking at the starry sky, her eyes flashed with brilliance, revealing hopeful memories. It would be great if he was here. If he was here, he would definitely be able to go a step further and spy on God's secrets. Maybe the catastrophe of my Shinji Pavilion is not without a chance to deal with it. Talking about the other two elders sighed. Yeah, the ancestors once predicted that he is the best and most outstanding mathematician in the history of Shinji Pavilion. I thought it would take 10,000 years to reach the realm, but in less than 1,000 years, he will be promoted like a broken bamboo. The beautiful woman clenched her silver teeth lightly. Damn holy prison. Saying that his existence will make the world unbalanced, it is clearly aimed at people. I only hate that the Shinji Pavilion is only an organization of mathematicians, not a powerful ninth-grade sect. Hearing the words, the old man could only sigh deeply. Between heaven and earth, when one's personal ability reaches the extreme, it will naturally attract the wind and bring ominous disaster. It seems that even he used to boast that he was destined to have this disaster. The beautiful woman in the palace dress pursed her lips, unfortunately. Before he was detained in the holy prison, what he hoped most was to crack that senior's exquisite chess game. Not being able to break the game may be the regret of Taisu's life. The two elders looked at each other and got up immediately after feeling very emotional. Since we mentioned the old man, why don't we go to see his breaking move in the past? After all, the second old man flicked his fingers, the space moved, and the three came to a holy mountain in the Shinji Pavilion. The fairy mist was entangled, like a cloud dragon, swallowing the mist. At the peak of the holy mountain, there is Tianhu Lake and a huge chessboard. The chessboard is dotted with starlight, as if connecting the sky one after another. Every piece of chess has hidden secrets and endless luck, like a living being. The pieces are connected, and each connection will create more possibilities. The entire chessboard, with a total of 9,999 pieces, contains the Dao, which coincides with the Dao of heaven, outlined into an exquisite appearance. When the three of them saw the Linglong chess game again, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It took hundreds of millions of astronomical calculators to lay out such a godlike chess game. When the three walked in and took a look, they were instantly dumbfounded. The game has been reversed. The chess pieces are also exquisite patterns, but they are completely turned over and interlocked, leading to the heavenly secret avenue. Boom! The minds of the three of them went blank in an instant. The Linglong chess game has been broken. What happened? When did it happen? Why did no one notice this change in my Shinji Pavilion? Wait. Look, there are letters on the chessboard. Under the Linglong chessboard, a layer of colorful holy light was faintly flowing. Everyone looked closely, and the holy light outlined the ancient urn. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, I just live in this mountain. To break through today and stand up later, you must have an epiphany. With my exquisite heart, illuminate the mountains and rivers. God wandering in the emptiness, the way of heaven is in itself. demonstrating the vastness and eons of past dynasties, looking at the prosperous history of ancient and modern times. Don't enter the 6 realms. Don't ask the 9 realms. Don't ask the gods, don't ask the falsehood. Follow my master, and there will be no gods. If you ask who broke this game, it's only my Lord of Emptiness. Some holy text, mighty, dashing and fluttering. Hot tears soaked her cheeks, and the beautiful woman in the palace dress lightly covered her red lips with her hands, and the tears of joy revealed shock. It's him. He's not dead. He's still alive, he left the holy prison, and he's back here. The strongest mathematician in the history of Shinji Pavilion, Jiang Taishu. Must he return to the holy world? The strongest mathematician in the history of Shinji Pavilion, Jiang Taishu. Must he return to the holy world? But how did he come back from the holy prison? And many more. Why, a team suddenly appeared in the holy world, Bloodbath the Major 8th rank forces, and its actions were shielded, so powerful that even his Shinji Pavilion could not be calculated? And Jiang Taishu just returned at this time? When the 2 elders of Shinji Pavilion stared at the burning holy text of Xingxia, their pupils shrank. They invariably pinch their fingers and deduce recent opportunities and events. Coincidentally, so coincidentally. Impossible to be so coincidental. The second old man made a little calculation, and his heart suddenly trembled. No matter what kind of conjecture, the holy world is about to change. The sky-star field, within a broken continental plate. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and the sword meaning is clearly extinguished. The long-standing sword energy is like a half-moon, hanging in the sky. In the continental plate, there is a holy mountain. The man in white with sword eyebrows and star eyes is sitting cross-legged, sword energy overflowing all over his body, cutting the void avenue, and there is a faint smell of climbing to the peak. The stern man leaning on the cliff beside him, his face is like a knife, his outline is resolute, but he has a playful smile on his mouth. Fang Ling, how do you feel about killing your old rival? These 2 are Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling. Fang Ling's expression was indifferent, and he said slowly, I don't have any thoughts, I just stopped thinking. When I first became a rank 9 saint, I wanted to find him Hai Bian for a meal. I didn't expect this old fox to run quite fast. If he fought back just now, without Jiang Taishu's help, I might have been injured. Lang Fanyun picked up the pot and took a sip of spirits before laughing. You said, if the 2 of us hadn't been imprisoned back then, you said that in this holy world, whether those 2 people reached the realm of sword intent and sword intent, or we were one step ahead. The sword will communicate with the gods, and the sword will communicate with the gods. In each era of the holy realm, there can only be one sword intent and one sword intent. Back then, the 2 of them were the closest people to this gate. But now, the sword intent and sword intent in the holy realm have their own masters, and they are all holy kings. Therefore, it is no coincidence that Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun were suppressed into the holy prison. The interests involved are complicated and confusing. What they killed were only the brothers of the enemy. The head of the enemy has not really died yet. Fang Ling showed a rare smile, like the ice melting. This answer has never been revealed. There is no if in life. The guy who was the same generation as the 2 of us back then, who was not in prison either, stagnated or has become a holy king. Since I met the Lord, the swordsmanship is the first, which has long been out of my heart. My heart has long been away from the sword god. This sword is Only for the Lord. Lang Fanyun stopped drinking. Yao looked at the distant starry sky. Yeah, if it's the Lord, maybe it can be done. No, it should be said that there is no more suitable candidate besides him. If even he can't end this era of magic and magic, then my generation of sword saints and sword saints will forever be no day to turn around. As soon as these words came out, the sharpness between the two eyebrows became even more prosperous. At the bottom of the mountain, 7 figures gathered. Among them, Jiang Taishu is also among them. The ghosts of the eyes of the sky are worried, and the blue-yellow holy eyes between the eyebrows seem to see some powerful things, and they are shocked. Several seniors, maybe the 2 of them have touched. Qi Fian nodded and sighed. As you have guessed, the sword domain invincible under the Holy King, and the sword and sword double saints who were invincible in the sword domain, all came back. The other 5 looked solemn. And Jiang Taishu's eyes looked to the holy world, the direction of the holy prison, and smiled lightly. The imprisonment of the holy prison has made the 2 of them's moods as transparent as water, and they have taken a step forward. This world will never lack evil spirits and geniuses. What it lacks are those who can still rise up and challenge their destiny after falling to the bottom. Jiang Taishu's eyes are shining with holy light. They are now surpassing the rank 9 saints, the real half-step saint kings. Cultivation, tempering, accumulation, reincarnation, all are taken up, only one battle is needed. It is only a matter of time to advance to the saint king. The time limit has come, everyone, let's go. 4 days later, Bingxin Palace, in a special plane. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, stared at Lin Ping'an, who had turned into a black light cocoon with the core of dark calamity in his arms, and fell into contemplation. This girl has been in a deep sleep for almost a year. In the previous time, after confirming that this thing was not harmful to Lin Ping'an several times, she handed it over to her. The more energy this girl absorbs, the more refined it becomes, and the more she's gone. However, Lin Chen is not worried for the time being, and there is no danger or discomfort in looking at her appearance. Even if this girl really turns into some kind of disaster, with Zi Qianzhou's formation, it will not endanger the surrounding people for a while. At this time, the Zhou Tian death seal in his mind was full of spiritual brilliance, and Lin Chen smiled slightly. Looks like they're almost done. Brush. In the Bingxin Palace, the holy light that flashed in succession came, and all the servants gathered together. Fei Qianyu, who had been chatting with her elder sister a moment ago, was stunned in place the next moment. Although she had heard of it, she was still frightened by this battle. Lin Chen's servants, all return. Everyone's cultivation base is so strong that it makes people tremble, and the one with the lowest cultivation base is not inferior to her at all, and she is also a rank 7 saint. Altogether, there are 61 people in total, including my sister Fei Wuxuang. There are 62 people. 17 people from the 19th floor of the holy prison, 41 people from the 18th floor, and 4 from the 17th floor. It seems that you have already made sufficient preparations. Lin Chen smiled casually and stepped into the main hall of Bingxin Palace. I have seen the Lord. 62 servants, bent over and clasped their fists, expressed gratitude and firmness in their words. Lin Chen sat in the main hall and nodded with satisfaction. The efficiency is very fast. It's a month faster than I expected. In less than 2.5 months, all your things will be completed. Go to the Xinyan Palace and everything is ready. For 2.5 months, Jiang Taishu was responsible for deducing the secrets, locating enemies, looking for strong players from all sides, and providing support in major battles. Xiao Linger and Zi Qianzhou are responsible for moving the space and bringing each servant to their destination. In addition, Xiao Linger and Ji Wuchen used space magic and forbidden techniques to blockade to ensure that when the strong enemy is wiped out, the enemy's back path will be completely cut off. Lin Chen's 6 clones acted separately, followed the servants, and helped them with supernatural talent to ensure that the other party could not run away 100%, and was responsible for picking up heads and attributes. In the past 2.5 months, even if Lin Chen did not participate in the main battle to kill the enemy, his attribute value has accumulated to an unprecedented level. My attribute value just exceeds the standard line of system update. I picked up a massive attribute value updated by the system. More importantly, my top essence has also accumulated to a new height, which is a short distance from the next time to condense acupoints. The limit is not far away. Lin Chen once again felt that it is so cool to have a powerful force as the support of the background. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Chen could pick up heads and mix attribute values in any battle. In any battle with a cultivation level higher than rank 5, Lin Chen couldn't even join the avatar. The reason is very simple: the 5th rank cultivation base is higher, and the level is far higher than before. Rank 5 cultivation is already the level at the top of the Holy Land pyramid. Any battle of rank 5 saints or above, even if the phantom clone is not afraid of death, it will not be able to get assist, but it is very likely to cause the clone to die and lose a large amount of rune energy. Not to mention that the enemies like Fang Ling who want to destroy are all old monsters with rank 9 cultivation. As soon as the two sides fought, it was a shattering scene where the sky and the earth were torn apart and the stars fell. Lin Chen's clone would have fatal risks even if he was close to watching the game. In the battle of rank 5 saints and above, Lin Chen wanted to mix attribute values, so he could only pick up the last remaining ones. My lord, go to Xinyan Palace, there may be one last step left. At this moment, Blood Lord Yun Tianguang smiled evilly. Lin Chen said, "What do you think is missing?" Yun Tianguang smiled. "The Lord is still lacking exercises. Holy King Domain, the territory of a certain 9th rank power. An ethereal and vast palace hidden in the clouds. In front of the palace, in a white jade square, hundreds of people knelt on one knee. They are either in the perfect state of the holy mind, or in the state of opening the sky, or even become a saint. In the various domains of the human race, enjoy the name of power, rule one side, and pass it on through the ages. At this time, these human race powers have knelt down and bowed. I beg seniors to come out. This time the comers are not good, and they intend to destroy the forces in the holy world. Please seniors personally deduce the secrets, and give me peace in all regions. This is a blatant provocation. How can my holy human race calm down? We should find all these thieves, and I hope the seniors will give us a chance to fight. Our appeal is just to ask the seniors to help us calculate once. Are the seniors going to die for us? Could it be that the promised palace treats our saints like this? Where is the righteousness? Where is the truth? These human race powers shouted in anger, in order to create momentum, to force the Wuji old man of Wuji Palace to come out. It's noisy. Roll roll roll. Two childish cold hums choked the human race powers present. Two pink and delicate little girls fluttered from the palace, holding a porcelain doll in their arms, with cute little faces and wrinkled noses, and said in unison, "You are not welcome here, please, climb." The great powers of the human race were stagnant for a while, and immediately burned with anger. They are highly respected and have high status. How could they have been scolded by such two little girls? The little girl in the green skirt squinted. "It seems that you two want to fight." The little girl in the red dress smiled and said, "I bet you all lose first." Boom. Behind the two women, a bright moon rose slowly. The holy power increased sharply, and all the great powers of the race felt a suffocating holy power that stunned them. Except for those in the later stage of the open heaven realm, the rest of them had no blood, and their faces were pale. Qian Shuang, Wan Yen. Don't fool around. The old man's sigh sounded. In the void, like a ghost, it slowly emerged from the transparency to a white-haired old man, stroking the goatee, immortal style, holding a whisk, and hanging on his waist, to reveal his state of mind, with a detached demeanor. If Lin Chen was here, he would definitely recognize him. It was on that day. The white-haired old man who forced back the Demon King and the dragon. Swallowing Demon King as soon as he appeared, and saw the true identity of Lin Ping's suffering disaster. He lives in the Holy King's domain, and is the Wuji old man of the Wuji Palace. Of the 9th rank power. Although he himself is idle, does not ask about world affairs, and rarely takes action, but he is generally recognized as the #1 mathematician in the holy world. This time a large number of 8th rank sects have fallen, as well as the backers, elders, and ancestors behind many hidden 8th rank forces, and they have perished in a short period of time, causing a large number of 8th rank forces to be uneasy. No one knows whether the other party will find them. They would rather fight, but can't find where the enemy is. This is the saddest thing. Therefore, they are determined to invite the old man Wuji to come out. Everyone. The old man Wuji said indifferently, "This crisis is not in the calamity and heavenly mystery that the old man deduced. The old man will not take action. Please come back. Do not. Senior Wuji, if you don't speak up, we will have to wait to die." Yeah, the lips are dead and the teeth are cold, you can't do this. The great powers of the human race are unrelenting, making the old man Wuji frown slightly. When he was about to see off. A 9-color exquisite brilliance rose from the Wuji palace. Yeah. This is. It seems to be a Linglong chess game? The two girls exclaimed in surprise. The old man Wuji said in surprise, "Is the Linglong chess game left in the Shunji pavilion by this old man actually broken? Who is it? Who has this kind of ability? Those 3 or 5 people back then still haven't broken through. In today's world, could it be a new starter? Who is that, who has the ability to break this old man's exquisite chess game?" The old man Wuji couldn't help pinching his fingers, and he calculated more and more, but his expression became more and more surprised. He actually couldn't deduce the person who broke the game. What does this mean? Could it be that the person who broke the game has reached the realm of old age? The promised old man is moving. Recently, in this troubled autumn, there have been incidents of slaughtering the powerhouses of major sects, and someone has broken the old and exquisite chess game. Finally, the old man Wuji threw out a banner depicting a white dragon, splendidly shining, and waved it toward the sky. Brush. The dragon's shadows filled the sky, the flags were suspended in the void, and many great powers were amazed. Then, the old man Wuji swept the dust a few times, and the flag danced with layers of dragon shadows. The eyes of the old man Wuji stared deeply at the scene in the flag. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the old man Wuji looked up to the sky and laughed. My way is not alone. Unexpectedly, he has stepped into the realm of the old man back then. Well, even if he is still a short distance away from the old man, it is not far off. The old man Wuji turned to the crowd and said indifferently, everything you want to know will be gathered at the Xinyan Palace consecration ceremony. After speaking, the old man Wuji put away the flag and walked away with the 2 daughters. He murmured to himself, who is it that can gather the proud people of those eras? It's weird. The ceremony of conferring the gods, the old man has to go to the Xinyan Palace in person. The crowds were amazed that they could stay where they were. Xinyan Palace's conferred god ceremony? Inside the Bingxin Palace. Lin Chen gave Yan Tianguang a thumbs up. It's so handsome that you see the same thing. Yu Xingxing caressed his beard and said with a smile, hee, if the Lord directly asks us to do something, then of course there is nothing missing. Jiang Taishi nodded in agreement, well, it is indeed. If the Lord wants to single out the descendant of the god of martial arts in the Xinyan Palace, by name Wu Pianju, the cultivation technique may be the only shortcoming. That's right, Lin Chen's mentality is very strong. He has shown the Tai Fu Tianju to the servants, and its power is even amazing to the servants. But his martial arts and combat skills are not enough. In the face of the enchanting list, Lin Chen's many orange-level intermediate combat skills, blessing his orange-level talent, is more than enough to beat the enchanting list, beating children violently. But the list of saints is not a list of evildoers. If the enchanting list is a monster, then the saint talent list is a monster among monsters. Even Long Jiushan hesitated. If the Lord and that Wu Pian are in the same realm, then I will not even frown, just hit the hammer and I will be done. Fei Wuxuang nodded, looking worried. But the Lord is now in the condensation realm. The realm of Wu Pianju is the perfection of the Holy Spirit. And I heard that he wants to accumulate until he is perfect, and as long as he wants, he can step into the open heaven realm at any time. Perfect promotion is the realm that only some people on the saint talent list can achieve. Opening a holy cave in the Kaitian realm can increase the holy power by more than 400 zun. But for the list of saints, it far exceeds this number. According to the information collected by the servants, it does not count the Peerless talent that comes with his martial god bloodline. Wu Pianju expands acupoints 10,550 times and condenses acupoints 2,120 times. This achievement is also a proud achievement on the Saint Talent ranking. Expanding acupoints and condensing acupoints is by no means a decisive factor in measuring the combat power of a saint. The talents of the Saint Talent list are varied, and there are not a few Chiman ghosts. Some sages expand their acupoints by 8,000 times, but when they really do it, they are not inferior to those who have expanded their acupoints 10,000 times. And even more fierce. And Wu Pianju stayed in the holy state of mind for 100 years, and has always pursued the opportunity of perfect breakthrough. He even bluntly said that he aspires to compete with the saints who are at the level of the saints. Except for a very small number of people on the list of saints, the division of victory and defeat means the division of life and death. Until the moment before death, no one knows who is stronger or weaker among the saints. This is also the reason why other saints are not ranked except the top 10 on the list of saints. Because Wu Pianju stayed in the holy state of mind for 100 years, it didn't mean that he would be stagnant. Some time ago, Xingyan Palace announced that Wu Pianzhu's own advanced orange level exercise was completed. The orange level advanced exercises, Lin Chen has never practiced so far. And Wu Pianzhu has already created it. That's a huge gap. Just based on his background, it is not surprising that there are a few more advanced orange level exercises, regardless of whether he has other cards in his possession. Lin Chenhua and him duel. Once they fight, the outcome is still unknown. Lin Chen smiled playfully. This time is different from the past. Before, the descendants of the false gods I fought were all soft-footed shrimps. This time they are the descendants of the real gods. Lin Chen rubbed his chin and said with a wicked smile, the stronger the existence, the more difficult it is to reproduce. I heard that this Wu Pianzhu is still the first generation of the direct line of the martial god, the son of the martial god. Hammer it, what attributes will it drop? With our preparations, we can only find 2 high-level orange-level exercises for the Lord at present, or we should destroy those enemies and seize them. Jiang Taishu opened his palm, and a broken ancient book and a scroll of jade appeared in the holy light, sealing the Xeon's mental fluctuations. Orange rank advanced exercises are rare and rare, only the 9th rank forces. And very few 8th rank forces have them. Lin Chen raised his hand to stop Jiang Taishu, and smiled meaningfully. No, I don't need these 2 exercises, for the time being. Everyone was stunned. Does the Lord have a better practice? Lin Chen smirked and said, if you talk about cultivation techniques, isn't it better for you to practice cultivation? That's right, isn't everyone present the best teacher? Especially the servants on the 19th floor, who is not the top authority in various fields, a giant. In terms of swordsmanship, Feng Ling is peerless. When it comes to the Tao of the blade, there is no invincible hand under the Holy King of the Sword region. Just learning the 2 of them has to learn. The servants were full of question marks. Orange level advanced exercises, they do have it. However, having one's own cultivation and letting the Lord cultivate are completely different things. It's like the handsome king of the standalone king and the handsome Lin Chen. They are completely 2 concepts. What does the Lord mean, you want to learn the exercises we practice? Jiang Taishu was surprised. Feng Ling said curiously, but in such a short time, we can't record it. That's right, the servants present have more or less practiced advanced orange level exercises. Even the 4 brothers of the Sifang boundary sea on the 17th floor have mastered an advanced orange rank lore technique. But this is something engraved in the mind, and it cannot be passed on to Lin Chen overnight. Even with the amount of spiritual light from the sacred acupoints in their brains, it would take hundreds or hundreds of years to record the exercises they had cultivated. The complexity of the orange level advanced exercises is not comparable to that of the purple level exercises, nor is it a level that can be inherited at all. Who said I wanted you to record it? Lin Chen got up and said with a smile, anyway, you must learn the movement technique. Let's start with you, Wushuang. Fei Wushuang? Start with me? My lord, what kind of way is this? Lin Chen patted her shoulder and smiled evilly. Come on, sit down, I'll move by myself later. Fei Qianyu? What does he want to do to his sister? All the big guys are still here. Anyway, find a room to turn off the lights. Light 2 candles, and sing a love song to flirt with foreplay? Everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't know. What's the situation, my lord? Fei Wushuang's pretty face flushed. My lord, this is not good. It's okay, I'm very light. Although it's my first time, I'm very skilled. Lin Chen said solemnly, I was nervous the first time, don't worry, I promise. I won't make you feel uncomfortable. After all, Fei Wuxuang actually closed his eyes and let go of his heart. All the servants held their breaths, not seeing what Lin Chen was going through. Fei Qianyu opened her mouth slightly. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's sake of saving her sister, she would have fought hard long ago. Lin Chen also closed his eyes, between his eyebrows, there was a mental frenzy. Like a flash flood. Boom. Mental power suddenly enveloped Fei Wuxuang. Then, Lin Chen saw Fei Wuxuang's spiritual imprint from the dozens of Zhou death imprints in the sea of spiritual consciousness. As soon as his spiritual power exerted force, he immediately got into Fei Wuxuang's seal of life and death, and the external spiritual power poured directly into Fei Wuxuang's eyebrows. Fei Wuxuang closed her eyes and raised her head, she couldn't help but let out a coquettish groan. However, which of the servants here are not well informed? They are not impressed by Fei Wuxuang's reaction, and all the servants' attention is on Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen's spiritual power entered a world full of star pulses. In every star vein, all of Fei Wuxuang's memories can be clearly witnessed, including her cultivation memory. Witnessing all the memories of Fei Wuxuang's cultivation, this is something that only Lin Chen, who has cast the Zhou death seal, can do. As long as his servants let go of their hearts and protection, he can witness their cultivation memories. Under normal circumstances, witnessing the cultivation memory is not very useful, and at most, can only explore some other secrets. However, it was Lin Chen who practiced this Zhou Dai seal system. Can you integrate these cultivation memories for me? Lin Chen asked directly. The system answers the host, there is no problem, but it needs to double the consumption of the original basic exercises. The moment he heard this answer, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. What does this answer from the system mean? Presumably, you have something in mind. Wu Pianju, this time I want to see how far you can hang. That's right, as long as Lin Chen has enough martial arts essence, and his spiritual realm can bear a lot of spiritual memory. In theory, Lin Chen can learn the tricks of all servants with the Zhou Dai mark in conjunction with the system's Gong method learning function. At this moment, all the servants have become all teachers. Either don't learn, if you want to learn the most conspicuous, strongest and most professional. Wuxuang is still a virgin? Lin Chen was a little surprised, and looked at Fei Wuxuang's memory with wickedness. Fei Wuxuang has been practicing for dozens of years, but he didn't expect to be a virgin without any personnel? However, just think about it a little bit. In the practice of saints, there are hundreds or thousands of years in retreat. For the first 10,000 years, for the people at the peak of the holy realm, it is also a big retreat. For some cultivators, there is not much time to actually act and feel the world. Combining his mental power inside and out, he immediately chose Fei Wuxuang as a stunt to learn. This stunt technique is ranked among the advanced orange rank, and it is called Ambolite. Fei Wuxuang, who was known as the Scarlet Xuangjue back then, is one of his masters, which is Ambolite. Begin to integrate Ambolite to cultivate memory, consume 2.3 million top level exercises, and because the host uses special methods to cultivate, the consumption is doubled. Boom. An unprecedented mass of memories poured into Lin Chen's mind, and he immediately released all his clones to form a group. Everyone, don't move. Jiang Taishu narrowed his eyes, and immediately told everyone to back away too. protect Lin Chen and Fei Wuxuang. Damn, the amount of memory of the orange level advanced exercises is terrifying. Lin Chen pinched his cold sweat, and hurriedly mobilized his avatars to fuse the cultivation memories together, and even his main body went into battle and sat cross-legged in the void. The complexity of the orange level advanced exercises is more than dozens of times higher than that of the intermediate orange level exercises. Everyone protects the law, time passes. 4 days later, there was a special plane in Bingxin Palace. 9 burning heavenly palms. Lin Chen slapped the golden light on Long Jiushan's body with one palm, and the flames rolled, destroying the sky and the ground. Boom! The terrifying explosion raged, and the holy power frenzy filled the air and turned into a storm. The defense of Longjiu Mountain is as immobile as a mountain. Come again! Lin Chen had 5 colored clouds swirling all over his body, and then shot out a 9th layer, burning heaven palm. Sigh. Bang. The whole plane is crumbling. This palm is 50% stronger than just now. The defense of Long Jiushan remained motionless. However, all the saints in the entire plane, including Sister Fei Qianyu and Sister Fei Wuxuang, are full of stunned faces. You can't go wrong, it's Fei Wuxuang's famous and unique exercises. Ambilight. It can increase the power of exercises below the advanced orange level by 50%. It's exactly the same as what Fei Wuxuang used, perfect. No, I still don't believe it. Fei Qianyu suddenly felt that her brain was not enough, and shook her head. Ha ha ha, it's your turn next, Yun Tianguang. Lin Chen laughed loudly, and pulled Yun Tianguang, the Blood Prince, to activate the system again. 3 days later. In the Linglong plain of Bingxin Palace, there are Linglong formations blessed around it, and the space is vast and solid. Tear. Thousands of beams of blood-colored light are like cloud shadows, swept across the void in an instant, and if they don't move, they are already moving. Boom. For a time, thousands of bloody cloud shadows turned into thousands of after images in the Linglong plain like a dance of gods and demons, and the speed was extremely fast. This is Yun Tianguang's unique skill, to become famous, the orange level high level Peerless body technique, Yunying Tianguang. This movement technique is unpredictable, making it impossible for people to lock onto their true body. There are different tricks for bursting or continuous high-speed movement. Brush. Movement skills are rare. You must know that even the holy King Haoyan only used the orange level. Intermediate Demon 9 Wings. When the thousands of cloud shadows were summed up into one, Lin Chen's handsome and upright figure reappeared in front of everyone. He jokingly smiled and said, "How about it, except that it doesn't have the blessing of your bloodline, it's not much different from what you used." At this time, Yun Tianguang, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded. All servants, once again, feel that the worldview has collapsed. In 7 days, I continuously practiced 2 orange-level advanced exercises, to perfection. Or without the original practice? What a fairy! The legendary bloodline of the martial god is not so defiant. The servants are amazing. It is no easy task to cultivate an advanced orange-level exercise that is as strong as the descendants of the gods. Being able to get started a little in a year is already a very fast cultivation speed. But what the hell is a direct cultivation to consummation? There is still no original exercise method and no one to give pointers. Fei Wuxuang, my lord, is simply the most extreme. Fei Qianyu, is there such an operation? Gui Jianshou, I'm done. Zi Qianchou, my lord, always drop God. Long Jiushan, what bloody blood of the god of war, ha 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 ha, is a fart in front of my lord. Fong Ling, looking at the bloodline of the martial god makes me happy. I really need to look at the exercises, but I also have to look at our Lord Lin Chen, ha 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 ha. Lang Fanyun, I'm looking forward to Wu Pianju's expression now. Qi Fian, wonderful, too wonderful. If the Lord has learned all our unique skills, my mother, I can't even think about it, the picture is too beautiful. Ha 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 ha. What kind of master are we following? It's so terrifying, I wouldn't dare to write a novel like this. Now everyone is up. Among the servants on the 19th floor, which one is not the arrogance of the times, the peerless arrogance? 17 of them have absolute authority and power in various fields. Movement, defense, body refinement, attack, kendo, swordsmanship, assassination technique, forbidden technique, formation, and more. If Lin Chen could control all of their unique skills, what kind of existence would that be? The picture is simply too beautiful to imagine. He will definitely become the most perverted condensation realm in the history of the Holy Realm. The eyes of the servants are full of unprecedented excitement and excitement. They are having a premonition that their Lord will become the unparalleled holy place in the world since the birth of the holy world. However, Lin Chen has pondered that his cultivation technique has limited soul essence attributes, and the consumption of advanced orange-level cultivation techniques is terrifying. Secondly, the capacity of his spiritual consciousness sea is also limited. There is already a sea of spiritual consciousness of the Zhou Tian Dai mark of many servants, and adding a large amount of cultivation memory will not be able to bear it. Therefore, Lin Chen's limit at this stage is that he can only learn a unique skill of 5 people at most. I can't stand it anymore. Lin Chen must choose their core tricks to learn. Lin Chen turned around abruptly, his eyes flashed brightly. Fong Ling, it's your turn. Ha 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 ha. Fong Ling smiled and the universe shook, the plane swayed, and the momentum was majestic. My lord, my swordsmanship can break through the heavens and the earth, and go through endless hell. This is very difficult. Lord, you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Chen smiled and said, let the horses come over. Time passed, and it was a month later. Holy prison, first floor. A large number of prison guards were apprehensive. Damn, a bunch of rice buckets. The golden-armored man slapped the palm of his hand, crushing 2 prison guards who were in the realm of life and death. For more than 2 years, you can't find any clues? Are you going to eat shit? Or play Tanwan Lanue? The golden-armored man was furious, carrying a prisoner with a holy state of mind, his expression grim and gloomy, and he said ruthlessly, why? I have given you the right to the holy prison, can't you even find out any information? The sacred mind prison master shivered and begged for mercy. Sir, this is really none of our business. We have done our best. You know the vastness of the holy realm. If they want to hide, they might even leave the holy realm. The 36 domains of the holy realm are too vast, and after 2 years of searching like the holy prison, it is impossible to easily find out the top powerhouses of the year. The experience of those powerhouses alone has thrown a large part of the prison guards away, and it is too difficult to hide the cat with them. The golden-armored man was burning with anger, his eyes flickering, leaving the holy world? No, they don't have that ability, they are dragging their wreckage, and they don't even have 1,000 of the strength of the heyday. Where can they go? At this time, another Naxingjing prisoner trembled. That, sir, we haven't fully utilized the prestige of the holy prison. Why don't we make the facts public and collect clues about the characters on the 19th floor from the major sects? Boom. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the golden-armored man slapped him into serious injuries and vomited blood. Open? If we have to rely on openness to find this kid and those people, what face is there in my holy prison? Your mother, like your wife, was raped and kidnapped. Will you make it public? He laughed in anger. You can ask such a stupid question. How did you cultivate to the star realm, drag it down and chop it up? In the holy prison, another naxing realm has fallen. Listen, the adults who followed the great true God to the deepest part of the Shinha galaxy will be back in 10 years at most. During this period, if you can't bring back even a bit of information, all of us present will have to die. The golden-armored man said very seriously, we must not let the outside world know that something happened to our holy prison. To search for the characteristics of that kid and those people on the 19th and 18th floors, we must have the people in my holy prison do it themselves. The prison guards present were silent. Isn't this forced to die? Manpower is obviously not enough. If the information and characteristics of those people on the 19th floor can be disclosed, and clues collected from the major sects, maybe there will be a harvest, but this move will undoubtedly announce that someone in the holy prison has broken and escaped. That's a naked slap in the face. Boom. At this time a supreme holy majesty descended from the void, and a golden avenue was rolled up from the 9 heavens, extending straight down to the height of the holy prison. At this moment, even the complexion of the golden-armored man changed in shock. Why did you come back so quickly? In the golden avenue, hundreds of golden figures appeared. The vision is stalwart, and the momentum is magnificent. The 3 handsome men at the head stood up straight, like a holy sun in the sky, never falling. The heavens and the earth are rotten and the holy sun is immortal. There are actually 3 holy kings. A holy king is a legend in every era. The 3 holy kings appear together, as if all the chi of the heaven and the earth are moving towards them. The heaven and the earth are centered on them, and the sun and the moon revolve around them. Behind the 3 sage kings, rank 9 saints and rank 8 saints form teams, groups, or groups one after another. The golden road spreads out between heaven and earth, all the way to the holy prison. The main powerhouses of the holy prison have all returned. At first glance, there are at least 400 people. The 3 holy kings stand majestic and high, and are at the same level as heaven and earth, but at this time, there is a trace of deep fear and lingering fear in the eyes of the 3 holy kings. What can make the holy king feel palpitations, in the end, is the 3 holy kings looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. Worthy of being a great true God, tearing galaxies between the fingers. Sudden stop in time and space, one move and one move can annihilate all things. The God Emperor ruins, the God's shot, just the outer periphery of the God Emperor ruins, caused the universe to collapse, and the interstellar cracks. Just to watch the battle, we are not qualified to watch the battle at close range. The fate of the God Emperor has nothing to do with us. The gods have fought fiercely, and they have taken care of the holy world flawlessly. This battle may last for 1,000 years or even longer. It is impossible for us to know this information. The 9th rank forces and a list of saints must know more or less. The world is going to change completely. Asuras have entered the God realm of the 4-dimensional universe, and they will never turn back and kill them again. The Zerg has been wiped out. The key is the surviving demons, dragons, beasts, demons, and the shadows lurking in the dark clan. The gods are vacant. Where is the future of the holy world? If a strong enemy strikes, we will be leaderless. When the three holy kings communicated rapidly, the vast gate of the holy prison slowly opened to welcome the return of the powerful. Welcome everyone back. The golden-armored man shouted respectfully and knelt down on one knee. The three holy kings headed by them nodded, and even if they had all kinds of calculations in their hearts, they would not let outsiders see it. One of the holy kings said calmly, "How is the situation in the holy prison?" "It's okay." Everyone who knelt down to greet them immediately trembled and shivered, but no one dared to speak. Seeing the abnormality of everyone, the three holy kings immediately noticed that something was wrong. Go back to the three honored. The golden-armored man bravely reported the recent events truthfully. What? Someone broke into the holy prison? Or the demons disguised by the human race? And kill a clone of the demon emperor's will? Damn, why is it getting more and more outrageous? Are you reading novels here? Can he unlock the 9 shackles? He even took away the rest of the 19th and 18th floors. The next day, in the holy prison, although the man in golden armor was terrified, he was half-hearted. The three holy kings have not dealt with all the prisoners, but have forgiven them. In fact, it is not forgiveness, but the holy prison right now is the time to use people. If these prison guards are killed on a large scale, the status quo will not change. It is better to save their lives and do something practical. Holy prison, the first secret room. The three holy kings sat here to discuss the pursuit of those who escaped from prison. As of now, the holy world will change greatly, and the holy prison will have trouble again. We can only recruit people with the prestige of the holy prison. It is easy to gather strength with our heritage. Let's announce the situation. It's more important to find the 17 people on the 19th floor than face. The three holy kings have reached an agreement. Why do the three holy kings value the 19th floor so much? In theory, there is a huge gap between the rank 9 saints and the saint king. However, the powerhouses on the 18th floor also have rank 9 cultivations, such as Gui Jianzhou and others. But there is a huge gap between them and the people on the 19th floor. The vast majority of those who can become rank 9 saints have either been among the top 500 in the enchanting list, or they are those who have the highest chance and are tempered in all kinds of ways. This level of powerhouse has a very strong background, and ordinary means and other factors can no longer control the gap between this level of powerhouse. What is the real gap? It is God fate. Such as Zi Qianzhou's 12 palace formations, Ji Wuchen's forbidden skills, space magic flowing in Shaolinger's blood, and so on. They are all people with God fate, from the true gods of the ancient times. This is also the core reason why they were able to become the pride of the era. Back then, neither talent nor cultivation was the main reason. The most important point is to have a sacred relationship. They are not only a group of people who are most likely to become holy kings, but also a group of people who are the most threatening after becoming holy kings. The eyes of the three holy kings are particularly deep. The next holy world will be the era of Berserk. No matter which side of the true God wins, the holy world of dragons without a leader will usher in. By the way, gather those old monsters and a group of 8th rank sects for my use. When the three kings were making up their minds, the voice transmission of the prison master came from outside the secret room. "Three honorables, there is an old man outside asking to see him. He calls himself Tuoshing." Hearing this, the three kings immediately stood up with serious expressions. Tuoshing? Could it be the amazing Tuoshing from the ancient times? Isn't he dead? No, Tuoshing's body was taken away by the creatures he cultivated by himself. Innate shadow? The three holy kings stepped out of the holy prison, and in the void, Tuoshing, leaning on crutches, looked at the three holy kings with a smile. "Hello, holy kings. We might be able to talk about a deal." "What deal?" "A transaction about your holy prison being escaped." The eyes of the three holy kings were particularly sharp in an instant. "Southern region, holy burial mountains." Bang! With a loud noise, the ancient bronze coffin was lifted up. The holy King Haoyan stepped on the holy light, like the sun in the sky, and the holy light like the Milky Way rolled in the sky. When he looked down at the holy burial mountains under his feet, he was full of suffocating energy. It's been 100 years, and this seat has finally come out. Lin Chen, Lin Chen. This seat will kill you two little beasts in order to sacrifice the body of the broken holy king. In the darkness, two figures walked out, wearing cloaks, smiling indifferently. "Haoyan, I hope you don't forget your promise with my demon race. Your holy body is always incomplete, and relying on my demons is the right way for you. We have prepared the most suitable demon body for you, and you are welcome at any time." Holy King Haoyan nodded with a grim expression. "Before that, I have to make these two little beasts pay the price. Let's go to meet the Yin Tianzi." In the Bingxin Palace, the little demon empress sat in the main hall of the Bingxin Palace, bored in every possible way. Her lush jade fingers were playing with a 6th-grade holy pill, and her exquisite and enchanting figure was vividly displayed when she stretched her waist a little. "It's so boring, Lin Chen hasn't been doing anything for a month. When will he come to the plot of Xinyan Palace?" Jian Qingqing rolled her eyes at her. "What are you worried about? It's not the bridal chamber." The crimson fairy on the side covered her mouth and chuckled, and the branches trembled. The little demon empress's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Isn't the plot of the Xinyan Palace going to be awesome this time?" Bai Qianqian stuck out her clove tongue. "Sister Crimson, your metaphor is amazing." Ling Yueqi held her forehead. These two women were so simple, how could they have the same virtue as him? No wonder they would be attracted to one. Ning Qingxian smiled without saying a word, as if it was always as light as a lotus, quiet and elegant. Fairy Crimson looked into the distance, and suddenly smiled. "I'm afraid this fight, the holy world will change directly." Boom! In the main hall, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up. A group of figures appeared at the same time, and myriad holy power visions appeared in the void. There were wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and there was a real blue dragon. All the girls were delighted. It was Lin Chen. Is he finally out? Compared with a month ago, Lin Chen's temperament has changed a lot. As evil as righteous, if he wears a white robe with a crown, he will look like a fluttering immortal, handsome. If you wear a golden armored dragon robe, you will rule the world, and you will be like a dragon. If the black robe had a knife, it would be like a wicked sun, with 1,000 years at a glance. This is the change brought about by learning the many exercises of the servants, and the biggest gap between saints and mortals is the temperament that is fed back by holy energy. Well, are we going to set off to do something? The little demon empress was the first to jump up in front of Lin Chen and said excitedly, "Are you all right?" Ning Qingxian and Ling Yueqi said with concern in unison. There was a hint of exhaustion between Lin Chen's brows. Lin Chen smiled and said, "No problem. How long is it before the ceremony of conferring the gods?" Fairy Crimson said with a smile, "There's less than half a month left. If we count the time we have passed, there are still about 7 days of leisure time left. Moreover, the welcoming ceremony of the ceremony has already begun. So far, I am afraid that many forces have begun to visit or arrived at Xinyan Palace. Master, are we going to be famous all over the world?" Bai Qianqian said expectantly, "Then am I going to become the most handsome, auspicious beast in the human race?" Everyone laughed. Lin Chen rubbed the ends of her hair, and said with a smile, "Your consciousness is very high." Then, Lin Chen said again, "The main positions and disciples of the Bingxin Palace will be moved first, according to the positions indicated by Tai Su. Once the battle is over, they will definitely make arrangements for our place, and then let them be empty." The corners of his mouth rose wildly. "Then, let's rest for 3 more days, and set off for Xinyan Palace." At night, Bingxin Palace. Next to the ice and snow jade tree, Lin Chen leaned on the beauty's lap. Pillow, Ling Yueqi stared at him quietly, never disturbing him. Lin Chen turned on the system in a single thought. "System, I want to update the version." Activate the update key. The 8.0 version of the Tiandao genus system will be updated, and the update consumption, 100 million points of advanced Tiandao. Value, 50 million points of top-level exercises, 500,000 points of intermediate strengthening points, and 5 billion points of set essence. All have been deducted. The system starts to update, 0.01%. During the update, the host can use all functions. A day ago, Lin Chen finally gathered the attribute values required for the version update, and left a part of his backup for himself. If it weren't for his avatar, to follow the servants, to take revenge, and Director Ng has been looking for and buying holy artifacts for him, this massive amount of Heavenly Dao value, top-level martial arts essence, and suit essence would have to be saved to the year of the monkey and the horse moon. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, there was a faint surge of holy light. Wu Pian absolutely expands acupoints 10,550 times, and condenses acupoints 2,120 times. He can explode 1,119 trillion dragon powers just when he is in the condensing state. He was blown away. Lin Chen is no stranger to challenges at higher levels, but it is difficult to challenge the list of saints at higher levels. Even if he is not the bloodline of the martial god, just by the multiples of expanding acupoints and condensing acupoints, his cultivation of this holy state of mind can explode 40,000 powers, and one finger can shatter the plane of time and space. If he uses high-level exercises, the power is even more unimaginable. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose faintly. This stop is really exciting. Let's see whose ace is stronger. Lin Chen got up, held Fairy Ling Yin's jade hand, and said with a slight smile, "Sister Yueqi, are you afraid?" The beautiful woman Xuetue has a beautiful smile, and the world is pale, even if the sword is a mountain of fire. I would like to be with you to the end. Please, my lord, take a bath in the fragrant soup. At this time, 2 beautiful women held an ice-hearted bathtub in their hands and emerged from the air. The 2 women are like empty valleys and yolans, like the princesses of neighboring countries, all over the city. They are 2 servants on the 18th floor, the twin sisters of Haiyue. Feishue from Tianyu, Tang Haiyue and Tang Feishue. Go, I'll wait for you in the main hall. Ling Yueqi smiled sweetly. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and stepped into the jade clear pool. Tang Haiyue and Tang Feishue personally undressed him, took a bath, and cleaned his body. The water is the Yuanshan King Xinshui of the Tianyuan galaxy, and a servant on the 18th floor personally dispatched to search for Lin Chen. Yuanshan Qingxin water is like soft ice water, it is cold and cold when it brushes against the skin, and when the energy flows into Lin Chen's body, there is a hint of warmth that penetrates Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness, washing away all of Lin Chen's mental fatigue. In addition, Sister Haiyue Feishue's Sea Heart Mantra completely removed Lin Chen's fatigue from the recent practice of the holy body. After washing, Lin Chen went out of the bath, and the two sisters glanced at each other. Lin Chen said with a playful smile, "Don't wow, my guns are generally not easy to use." Tang Haiyue smiled sweetly, "Sister Yueqi is so lucky." Tang Feishue smiled strangely, "If there is still time, I would also like to hear the story of the Lord and Miss Yueqi." Lin Chen smiled and said, "My story, how can you be wonderful?" Tang Haiyue gave a sullen look, "It doesn't mean that when you are older, the story will be exciting. We sisters, the thousands of years of deeds are not comparable to one of the legendary deeds of the Lord." Lin Chen was a little shy, and coughed lightly, "I'm a thin-skinned person, I can't stand praise, why don't you praise me for a while?" The two girls laughed, and immediately, Tang Haiyue waved her jade hand, and a brand new silver shirt floated from the void. The robe is inlaid with faint silver dragon scales, shining brightly. The waist is worn with extraterrestrial stones, the stars are splendid, the left and right sides are embroidered with silver patterns, and a bunch of jade belts circle like ink silk. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, put on the shirt for Lin Chen gently. Tang Haiyue smiled slightly. "My lord, this star-chasing Tianjin robe was tailor-made for you by Master Jin Wuxia. It is an 8th grade holy artifact. The material was selected by Miss Ning Qingxian, and the style was selected by Miss Ling Yueqi for you. It was embroidered by Miss Shi Qinggu. Can the Lord fit?" "Well, it does fit well." Lin Chen smiled casually. Tang Feishue smiled slyly, "Yes, Miss Shi Qinggu told everyone that the Lord's low-key behavior is the most suitable for this dress." After speaking, Lin Chen's mental perception saw the embroidered the most handsome in all heavens, only me Lin Chen on the back of the robe, and he almost laughed. "This little goblin, call this low-key?" Someone Lin immediately smiled knowingly. "However, it is very good, too good. I like this kind of low-key, too low-key. And only highlights my only advantages." The two girls looked at each other and smiled, "This lord is really interesting." Lin Chen snapped his fingers and smiled sternly. "Let's go, everyone, don't make everyone wait too long. Today, all the disciples of Bingxin Palace have already transferred inside the main hall of Bingxin Palace." Lin Chen was wearing a brand new star-chasing robe, and he was full of energy. When he entered the hall, everyone had been waiting for a long time. "Wow, the master is so handsome." Bai Qianqian held her little face in her hands, and her beautiful eyes were full of little stars. Ning Qingxian and Ling Yueqi looked at each other and smiled. Fairy Crimson and the little demon empress gave a high five in agreement. Fairy Crimson chuckled, "Well, it's really handsome. It's the most handsome one so far." Yi Qinggu skillfully put on the sunglasses that Lin Chen gave her, and smiled enchantingly. "Sure enough, Miss Ben's vision is right, if you want to fight, The 9th rank power, you have to have this pomp. Jian Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was full of envy for the goddess of the Xinyan palace. And the servants, all of them have already worn human skin masks made of dreamy glazed souls, disguised as various appearances. Men and women, young and old, with different physiques. Coupled with the hidden method of destroying the twins, it is perfect. Even the Holy King may not be able to see through the identities of everyone. Lin Chen looked around, but found that there were fewer people, so he wondered. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, where did the 4 of them go? Jiang Taishu stroked his beard and smiled. Ha ha ha, Lord, the 2 of them are one step ahead. It is said that they want to present a grand opening ceremony for you, Lord. Lin Chen smiled and said, what are you doing with such bells and whistles? Immediately, he said in a serious manner. Please step up. Qi Fian smiled boldly, they all know, ha ha ha. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Linger again. Linger, how's your safety? Her aura is getting stronger and stronger, but it's not time to go out. It's just. Xiao Linger said a little worriedly, the previous lord gathered spirits for her and controlled her cultivation, but now she is stronger than when she was in the holy prison. If she runs wild, our ability may not be able to stop her. She won't go wild, I believe her. Even if she really has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, this is her choice. I respect her choice and will not give up on her. After speaking, Xiao Linger bowed. Okay, Linger knows that I will set up a space secret technique. If the non-Holy King comes in person, the peaceful retreat will be absolutely safe. Thinking of this girl's pitiful look of absorbing the core of the dark catastrophe when she was afraid of not being able to help herself, Lin Chen couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Okay, it just so happens that I will also keep a mental clone, and if there is any problem, I can transfer this girl away. When Lin Chen nodded with a smile, he turned to look at everyone. Compared to when he was alone in the past, now he has gathered the most powerful team in the Holy Realm. Under the calm demeanor of all the servants, a fighting spirit was quietly burning. Lin Chen's fighting spirit has long been brewing to the extreme. Looking around the crowd, Lin Chen said loudly, you have all been bullied by the power of the holy prison, abandoned by the times, and suppressed by hegemony. I know that you are betting on me, and you are desperate. We all look forward to it, and the times will give us the answer. Suddenly, Lin Chen shouted in shock. Then we have one thing left. Fight. In this battle, we must show our momentum and our courage. Let the Holy Kingdom know, let the Holy Realm know, who is the most unstoppable person. The servant screamed suddenly. I am waiting for my life, and I will hand it all over to the Lord. Life and death are bearish. If you don't accept it, just do it. Boom. Bang. The anger is like a sword, the holy power is rolling, and the sky is torn apart. The high altitude of the entire Chiyu exploded in an instant, bursting open. At this moment, the sky of Chiyu actually cracked open countless cracks like giant pythons, like the sky, the time and space burst. Countless human race powers and hidden old monsters were alarmed, and looked in the direction of Bingxin Palace, with horrified expressions. Even the 9th rank force overseas Qi Dao, who lived in seclusion in strange areas, was alarmed. The island owner of the overseas strange island abruptly exited the customs, crossed the void of thousands of miles, and his eyes looked through the void. How many peerless powerhouses does this have to be able to directly shake the entire strange realm with his aura? Inside the Bingxin Palace, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, overflowing with arrogance, and with a wave of his hand, he was extremely domineering. Let's take a look at the scenery of the Holy Kingdom. Go, challenge Xinyan Palace. 3 days later. Holy King Domain, Xinyan Palace. Brahma Mountain, the main hall, the banquet is grand, the tides come from all directions, and thousands of gifts are presented. Today is the consecration ceremony of Xinyan Palace. What is the ceremony of conferring gods? This is the grand ceremony of the inheritance of Xinyan Palace through the generations, the moment when the Lord of Xinyan Palace was born. The ceremony of conferring the gods, the canonization, is the next generation of the master of the Xinyan Palace. And today, we have ushered in the ceremony of the most conferred gods in Xinyan Palace, one of which is competition. Second, only a small number of people know about it, battle posts. Perhaps today, Xinyan Palace will welcome the first challenger in history, or it may be a bluff. In the past, the ceremony of conferring the gods of the Xinyan Palace was directly passed on by the palace owner to the next generation of pickers. However, when there is a dispute between the inheritors, they need to go through the Presbyterian Council. If the Presbyterian Council supports the other party with unanimous votes, the rights can be equal to the presiding officer of the contemporary Xinyan Palace. And what the Lord of Xinyan Palace admires is by rune. Wu Pianju is what the Council of Elders respects. When this happens, there are only 2 ways to judge, one is to rely on contribution, and the other is to speak with strength. In terms of contribution, by rune, who holds the eternal holy flame, is the true heir of the palace, the elder, and has shaped or improved a large number of cultivation secrets, and the benefits are endless. And Wu Pianju modified the drawbacks of a large number of exercises in the Xinyan Palace with the talent of the god of martial arts, which made the power of the Xinyan Palace soar a lot in a short period of time, approaching its former heyday. Therefore, the 2 are equal in terms of contribution, and the only thing left is the strength to speak. However, it was obvious who was stronger, by rune and Wu Pianju were not on the same level at all. The talent may not be bad, but the training time is too short to compare. However, by rune insisted on fighting, which allowed the palace master of Xinyan Palace to win the opportunity to challenge Wu Pianju in the elders' meeting and a group of Taishang elders. Therefore, the first ceremony full of suspense was held here. In the Xinyan Square in front of Brahma Mountain, the powerhouses and super evildoers of the top 8 sects from all sides gathered together. This is the real top scene. Those who can enter here and get invitations are all top figures in the holy realm. The enchanting list is lower than the top 2,000 rankings, and they are not even qualified to enter here. The big figures from all sides gathered together, the Qing Tian Pavilion of the 9-rank sect, the Sun Moon 10,000 Beasts sect, and the 10 Directions Qiankuan Hall, respectively, sent representative messengers to attend. The super evildoers who were present today became particularly detained and restrained, and they could only sit in the corner of the main hall. In the past, in the outside world, which of them were not treated like protagonists and existed in the outside world, they can be domineering, but here, which old senior is not the legendary legend of evil that was famous all over the world? Holy King Domain, live in mediocrity. Here is the apex of the holy world. The front row of the main hall. The representative of Qing Tian Pavilion is the sub-pavilion master who has recently left the customs and will be punished for 9 days. The 2 maids served him and filled his glass. He held a cup of millennial wine and laughed playfully. Hee hee, I don't know what a good show will be this time. On that day, the battle post of Xinyan Palace shocked the 9th grade sects of the Holy King Domain and the Heavenly Sanctuary. Only the 9th rank forces and the top 10 8th rank forces know that there may be a good show today. I guess those people won't necessarily come. At this moment, a joking laughter came. Xing Jiutian looked to the other side. It was the deputy hall master of the Qianquan Temple of the 10 Directions, and Dongfang Wuying was full of disdain. Although his stature was thin and short, no one dared to underestimate him. His eyes were like a night owl in the night sky, jokingly smiled at Xing Jiutian. As long as anyone who has experienced that era knows, no one can fully understand the background of Xinyan Palace. The ghost knows that those old guys are still there. If those old ghosts were still there, who would dare to smash the place of Xinyan Palace? Sitting on the side, the young master of the Sun Moon Myriad Beasts sect is beautiful and refined, wearing a white dress with flowing clouds, mauve eyebrows, and thick skin. He sits quietly and is elegant and dignified. There are 2 beautiful blue antlers on the top of his head, as clear as crystal. Absolutely beautiful. She smiled. It's hard to say, the arrow that day was earth-shattering. Looking at the saints of Jiuzhuan, there are very few who can block that arrow. When the representatives of the third-party 9th rank forces were talking inside the Xinyan Palace, in a secret hall, the white clothes are better than the snow, and the figure is straight and holding a scroll of scriptures. It was Wu Pianju. Brush. A holy light traveled through the void, and when it came, the 2 old men in purple knelt on one knee. Son of God, things seem to be a bit difficult. Then Shang Wanju protected all the people in the protector hall. She seems to be accumulating strength. Recently, the VIPs have come, and the people of the Dharma protector have been living in the palace. It is not easy for us to do anything. This time, the old man feels that she is at least on the 5th floor. The second old reported that it was difficult. Another group of forces in Xinyan Palace, but they have been able to survive. In the near future, the strength of the protector hall and the others should not be underestimated. If they want to support the new lord of Xinyan Palace, they will be the biggest obstacle. Even if Wu Pianju had the support of the chief grand elder, it would be extremely difficult to eliminate the forces led by a holy king. The chief grand elder supported Wu Pianju, but it did not mean that he would fight for him. Those who cultivate to the holy king realm will not easily take action unless it is at the last moment, especially the old monsters in the holy king realm, who are in a state of semi-retirement. Hearing this, Wu Pianju put down the scriptures in his hand and said calmly, "It doesn't matter, the trend of the times will not stop because of individual people. Don't act rashly when the distinguished guests arrive recently. If there is anything, I will talk about it when I become the palace master of Xinyan Palace." He gave a handsome and cold smile. It seems that Shang Wanju thinks that he still has a chance to make a comeback. Maybe he thinks about the battle post some time ago. Talking about this matter, the 2 elders looked solemn, and one of them suggested it. God Wu, do you want to talk to a few elders to increase the fortification strength? Wu Pianju frowned suddenly and said indifferently, "Are you teaching me to do things?" Elder Z shuddered, sweating coldly, and immediately knelt down on his knees. "No. I don't dare, this subordinate is just making a small suggestion. Get up." Wu Pianju smiled confidently. There are 3 representatives of the 9th grade sects who are present today. And 9 are representatives of the Saint Talents list. There are more than 100 superclass 8th grade sects, thousands of evildoers, and there is a Dharma protector standing in line with me, and the Xinyan Palace Presbyterian Association will also be in charge. Do you think there might be a mistake? The person who made the battle post won't even have the guts. The two elders looked at each other and continued. Then, if the old woman Shang Wanju hadn't cheated on this woman, by Ruoyan? Wu Pianzhi seemed to have heard a joke, and said indifferently, the background of the competition, do you think Shang Wanju and my father are comparable? Indeed, Bai Ruoyan has an eternal flame that even her father can't control. It is for her to use. If the potential of this girl can give her time, she has a little possibility of catching up with her son, and she has the possibility of becoming a saint in the future. Qualifications on the list. But now, at most, she has a combat power that surpasses the enchanting list. But if she wants to be my enemy, she is still a little short. Wu Pianzhi spread out the Xinyan Palace air token in the palm of his hand. Sneered and sneered, the palm exerted force, and it was crushed with a bang. The current Bai Ruoyan is not qualified to be my opponent. Seeing God's self-confidence, the two elders suddenly felt this wave of judgment. They were on the second floor, and God's son was at least on the fifth floor. The old man in purple jokingly said, yeah, Bai Ruoyan, at best, she can be a concubine of the Son of God. She is barely qualified to compete for the position of Palace Lord of Xinyan, and she is still not ranked. Wu Pianzhi said, I'm not interested in concubine or not. Woman, I'm tired of playing. His expression showed intoxication and madness. In this world, there is nothing more interesting than mastering the entire era. What my father could accomplish in those days, I can do it too. Let's send the order. 2 days later, the holy fire will be lit, and the ceremony will officially begin. After taking over the Xinyan Palace, I will personally announce the next plan. Yes. The two elders were about to retreat when one of them suddenly said, Son of God, there is one more thing, this subordinate wants to confess. Say. It is said that the young man who had an intersection with Bai Ruoyan, Lin Chen of the enchanting list, was born. Wu Pianzhi was very interested. Oh? That kid who expanded his acupoints 30,000 times? Yes, after 2 years of silence, the first thing he did when he came back was to single out the entire enchanting list. Wu Pianzhi's calm eyes finally burst into a radiance. One-on-one enchanting list? Another day passed. The main hall of Xinyan Palace, standing in front of Brahma Mountain, Xinyan Square is like a sky city, more and more guests are pouring in. Such as Xinji Pavilion, Danyu Tianjia, Jianyu Jianjia, etc., all of them are the top figures in the holy world. The 3 elders of the Jian family, Jian Sha and Jian Ming, who were sitting on the side of Xinyan Square, all looked at each other. I don't know what Qingqing called us to come here. Haha, anyway, this Xinyan Palace has also invited many forces in our sword region. It is better to wait and see what happens. His uncle's, in all likelihood, has something to do with Lin Chen. He has an affair with the goddess of Xinyan Palace, and he will definitely not be caught without his hands. Poor my little Qingqing is going to help him again. It's too kind. Go to that cold girl from before. Where? Do you still want Qingqing to change back to the cold girl who pursued swordsmanship before? If it weren't for Lin Chen, she probably wouldn't want to see you now. She got cheap in good old things. The 3 elders bicker every day, and there are 3 Jianzuan here today. Not only that, but representatives from the Yen domain, the battle domain, the Thousand domains, the heavenly sanctuary, and the respective forces came here. All with ruthless characters. At this time. Congratulations from the Yi family of the heavenly sanctuary. I wish the divine flame 1,000 years and eternal immortality. Heavenly sanctuary Zhao family comes to present. Congratulations on Xinyan's new life, immortal in this world. The Yi family and the Zhao family actually came too. Yi Lixue and the family head Zhao walked into the venue with people from each family. Some super evildoers find it unbelievable. According to the specifications on the bright side, the Yi family and the Zhao family do not seem to be eligible for invitations. However, when only the representative of the rank 9 forces saw the arrival of the two, there was a look of reminiscence in his eyes, and he suddenly realized. And the disciples of Xinyan Palace, sitting in 2 rows on the left and right, sitting outside Xinyan Square. They wore the same Xinyan Palace robes, but the atmosphere did not have the slightest harmony. Instead, they were all arrogant and lustful, and there was hidden anger. These 2 sides represent the 2 factions of the Xinyan Palace. One faction is the traditional position of Shangguanju, the palace lord and Dharma protector. The other side is to accept the new faction headed by Wu Pianju. In addition, the 2 sides were filled with deacons and guardians of the Xinyan Palace, all of whom were in the sacred state of mind and the cultivation of the open heaven, almost thousands. Not to mention the elder group with hundreds of seats, the last time it was a rank 1 saint. It fully shows the world heritage of Xinyan Palace. Just selecting a dozen people to form a team is enough to deal a devastating blow to the 8th rank sect. The powerhouses of the Protector Hall are also based on the faction of all the women, always vigilant against each other. Among them, Feng Shuer and Shangguan Chen, who had an intersection with Lin Chen before, were also among them. This day has come too soon. Feng Shuer stuck out her tongue. Did that stinky guy want to take over the Xinyan Palace so soon? Shangguan Chen glared at her. Don't talk too much, this time is not something we can interfere with. Feng Shuer said suddenly. You said, will brother Lin Chen come? He singled out the entire enchanting list some time ago. This question stopped Shangguan Chen, and he hesitated, with his character. There is a high possibility that he will come, but there are too many strong people sitting in town today. Even if he comes, I am afraid it will not help. Alas. Feng Shuer's eyes twinkled with little stars. No, I believe that brother Lin Chen will definitely come. Shangguan Chen sighed. I hope so. In the main hall of Xinyan Palace, in a secret room, Shangguanju, Shen Lingshuang, and Bai Ruoyan had a panoramic view of this heyday. Rao is Shangguanju, who is very determined and experienced, and he can't maintain absolute calm at this moment. After all, if she was desperate on her own, she wouldn't even frown. However, this time, she bet the entire Protector Hall. This time, I missed the best time to help the people of the Protector Hall to evacuate, and they all stayed in the Xinyan Palace to live and die together. Many of the powerhouses in the Protector Hall are super evildoers from the top 1,000 of the evildoers list, and many of them are from aristocratic families, forces, sects, and the fate of multiple forces behind them. If Lin Chen doesn't come, or if he comes, he is not strong enough, and people from Wu Pianju and other factions will definitely not let the Protector Hall go. At that time, either surrender to be a dog, help Zhou to abuse, and let the female disciples of Xinyan Palace completely become the hegemonic force that created him Wu Pianju. Either die to the end, and the jade will burn. When the atmosphere is particularly solemn, The representatives of the Saint Talent list are here. As soon as these words came out, all the voices in the venue suddenly quieted down. The super monsters swallowed their throats subconsciously, the eyes of the hidden old monsters from all sides narrowed, and the 8th rank masters couldn't help but look at the reputation. Even Shang Wanju, in the main hall, could not help but narrow his eyes. The list of saints is the highlight. Boom. The terrifying holy prestige and momentum, like the eternal sun, moon and stars, shone in the entire Xinyan Palace. Outside the main hall of Xinyan Palace, 9 people stepped into Xinyan Square at the same time. This is a moment that everyone will never forget. The proud sons of the era, representing the peaks of the various domains of the Holy Realm, actually stepped into the Palace of Divine Flame Square at the same time. They entered the temple on foot, which means that they have given enough face to the Xinyan Palace. The head of the man was hunched over, walking on tiptoe, shaking his hands. And there were a pair of sinister eyes in his messy and bleeding hair. His whole body was soaked with blood and water, as if he had crawled out of the sea of blood. Saint Talent list, blood tribulation, Fang Shitian. 9 people walked side by side. The one on the left was exquisite and petite. When she stepped lightly on her face, she wore a blue dress like a dancing butterfly, and a faint cherry blossoms fluttered in the sky, reflecting the girl's beautiful blue eyes like jewels, cunning and agile, and her appearance was like a country. The celestial appearance of the fragrance of color is not inferior to any one of the top 10 stunning people on the enchanting list. However, the most conspicuous feature is the huge sword the size of a coffin bored on the back of the girl. That sword had the power of opening the sky, and its edge overflowed a little, which made the people on the enchanting list feel dazzling. The list of saints, the young master of Jujianmen, Fei Huazhu Wenan Gongyu. Behind the girl, a fair-faced, handsome young man walked slowly. He was wearing an unremarkable look, eyes closed, always smiling, and his hands were like ancient Buddhas, detached from the outside world. Wherever the young man in sackcloth travels, the ground swells with golden lotuses, the divine might shines in the world, and there are avenues of divine light flowing around the body. Without any decoration, it can become the center of this world. The list of saints, Wufu Shui Yifan. Behind Shui Yifan, there was a figure in black armor, with a deep physique. The muscles of the black-armored youth are like horned dragons, strong and capable. His strong and naked shoulders are covered with old wounds, and he is wearing a black axe. As soon as the black-armored youth appeared, everyone suddenly felt that there was an unparalleled evil in the prehistoric era. This is the breath he deliberately concealed. Almost instinctively, all the evildoers thought that if he untied the shackles, he could destroy the 9 heavens at once. The list of saints, the barbarian tyrant Juetianyan. The 4th from the left, plain robe and long sleeves, is gentle and elegant. The gentleman holds the scriptures in his hands. He is extremely humble, and his smile shows the warmth of the spring breeze. He looks like a mortal person. Only one pair of eyes has a soul-stirring holy power. Saint Talent list, Eternal Weiyang Dongfang Hong. Beside Dongfang Hong is a cold and chilling young man. His eyebrows are engraved with a sun pattern, and his eyes are shining with golden light. The temperament is like a royal expedition. The monarch is coming. Almost no one dared to look into his eyes, as if he was both the destiny and the messenger of the Tao, and he was extremely domineering. The list of saints, the son of the sun, Yun Padian. The one on the farthest left is even more mysterious. The beauty has long hair. Like a waterfall, the snow is cold and noble, the appearance is stunning, the slender figure is covered with blue armor, and she is carrying a brachiosaurus-like holy spear. Its savage temperament, such as piercing the sky, makes all the world's evildoers feel a terrifying shudder. Even the older generation of powerhouses looked at her. This feeling, like the Shura clan back then, was suffocatingly powerful. The list of saints, Wuji Shura Qianing Xue. And the last two, with each other's face and temperament, are 8-pointed. Exquisite and handsome, they are the most beautiful sons in the world, and Han Iji, who is the most beautiful young man in the Holy Realm, is not much better. The two beautiful sons are dressed in multicolored veils like clouds and smoke, with red phoenix eyes, pale moon eyebrows, and multicolored holy lights lingering around their bodies. What's even more mysterious is that there are 4 beautiful women dancing around them. They are purely condensed by the power of the primordial spirit. Saint Talents List, Kaifeng Gemini, Ji Chenqiu, Ji Wuqing. The representatives of the top 8th rank forces, who have not yet known Wu Pian's ultimate plan, are slightly air-conditioned. 9 Saints List Saints. They are all saints in the world, immortal legends. All the characters who are expected to become holy kings in the future appear. At the same time, this scene is like the age of sages, and sages, in the ancient times, the kings are in this world, the sun and the moon are mortal and the sage king is immortal. Xinyan Palace can actually invite the saints from the 9 saints list. The old man has a hunch that this time the ceremony of conferring the gods may have a big change. The matter is not as simple as the ceremony of conferring the gods. The son of the god of war, Wu Pianju, must have a great plan to disclose. Hey, it seems that the changes in the holy world are about to intensify. Riding the tide of the times, we can also fly on the branches and become phoenixes. The old monsters and the hidden powers all looked at each other. The first time we met, a large number of super monsters felt the absolute gap between themselves and the list of saints. The 9 great saints slowly entered the venue, and the Xinyan Palace had already prepared the highest seats, and they all sat down. The 9 great sages sat on the high platform, their power was like the sky. And they formed their own aura, covering everyone's light. As if they didn't care about anyone present. Some sages tore open a package of snacks, carelessly. Some sleep on their stomachs. Some closed their eyes and fell asleep. Some are eccentric, looking around at the people present with curiosity. Some looked like everyone owed him 2,580,000 to 80,000 yuan, and glanced at everyone with a sullen look on their faces. Some began to eat melon, and some began to play with pippy shrimp. What's more, he held a volume of million postures in that night in both hands, and his ears did not ask about the affairs of the palace. The atmosphere in the venue was suddenly very quiet. As soon as the list of saints appeared, everyone was quiet. As expected of a list of saints, full of personality. He didn't take everyone seriously at all, and all his actions seemed to say, I can come, just to give you face. Now, all the guests have arrived, and there are nearly 10,000 people present. The number is small, but it is particularly spectacular. The top figures of the holy world are gathered together. At this time, the wind and cloudless laughter spread all around. Hee hee, welcome everyone to come to my Xinyan Palace to participate in the ceremony of conferring gods. In the main hall of Xinyan Palace, he slowly walked out of a white robe. Handsome and unparalleled. The pupils of the super evildoers shrank. This is Wu Pianju, the son of the martial god who created his own advanced orange level exercises. To let you all come today, one is to be a witness, and the other is to discuss important matters. As for what, this son of God will announce after the ceremony. When Wu Pianju said, frankly, the old monsters of various forces were moved. And it was true, these few members of the Saint talent list are going to make trouble. At this time, the saint in charge of spreading the name panicked. Also, there is another guest. Everyone was stunned. At this juncture, who else will come? Everyone should look to Wuji Palace, Wuji old man is here. As soon as these words came out, all the saints stood up, and their faces were horrified. Promise, old man? Is it the most mysterious in the holy world, and is recognized as the #1 mathematician? In the identity of the Wuji old man, any 9th rank forces and saints on the list of saints can't be invited. As strong as the top 10 saints, he can't help showing a bit of surprise. In their predictions and invitations, Wuji Palace was not counted, so the other party actually came uninvited? There are many familiar faces today. The old man Wuji walked slowly into Xinyan Square, with 2 little girls jumping beside him. Seeing the Wuji old man, many strong people were flattered and ecstatic. Especially the 10 elders of the Xinyan Palace side, their faces are very happy. Good guy, I didn't expect Wu Pianju to actually invite him here. The first mathematician of the Holy Realm is here, and this pomp and face will add a powerful bargaining chip to the next big plan presented to the world. Wu Pianju walked over in person, gave a gentle and friendly salute to the younger generation, and bowed slightly. Respectfully, why don't you notify in advance? A character who is as strong as the son of the god of war, and who has to be treated politely. The old man Wuji gave him a meaningful look, and smiled lightly. Young son of the god of war, you are very proud of yourself. Do you feel that your life has reached a climax, and you are about to embark on the peak and wave of this era, right? You feel that you are about to surpass your father. Don't you? As soon as these words came out, Wu Pianju, who has always maintained a deep sense of the city, and the extraordinary and refined Wu Pianju, couldn't help but shrink his pupils. The old man Wuji patted him on the shoulder, and said with a voice transmission that only 2 people heard, you are not half of your father's youth now, and your father was much more than you back then. Wu Pianju narrowed his eyes and said, are you teaching me to do things? The old man Wuji was calm and said indifferently, I don't want you to die. Immediately, the old man Wuji smiled and said, this time, the old man is not here for you. The old man is old and everything is dull. He is purely here to join in the fun. Let me arrange a remote corner for this old man. This old man came here to drink tea and watch a play. I heard that the oranges in Xinyan Palace are good, so I will also give this old man a whole one. The group of saints is in an uproar. Wuji old man, why didn't you come? Or not for the son of the god of war? So who is he here for? Did he say come to the show? What play are you watching? When these words fell into the ears of the representatives of the major 9th grade sects and the powerhouses of the 10 strongest 8th grade sects, the first layer words on the surface made them taste the 2nd and 5th layers. The taste of, guys, go to the show? Could it be that this old ghost came for that battle? Post. The great powers who invited the old man Wuji to lead the customs that day also felt a strange sign here. Looking at the back of Wuji's old man's departure, Wu Pianju's eyes rarely flashed a trace of fear. His thoughts, ambitions, and plans seemed to be understood by this old ghost. The #1 mathematician in the Holy Realm is indeed well-deserved. This kind of person, either pulled into the camp or kept, is a huge threat. At this time. Grandpa, why are you here? On the high platform of the main hall, an unexpected exclamation came from the position of the Saint Talents list. The beautiful woman is wearing azure blue armor, carrying a gun on her back. And her awe-inspiring and heroic demeanor reveals a glamorous and beautiful temperament. It is Wuji Shura Qianing Xue. Grandpa, it's my sister. Is my sister here too? Why didn't you tell us? The two little girls named Qianshuang Wanyan giggled. The old man Wuji stared deeply at Qianing Xue and said suddenly, You joined them? Qianing Xue nodded, the corners of her lips raised. Grandpa, you said that it is my destiny to ride the tide of the times, isn't it? From this moment on, it is time for me to ride the wind and waves. The old man Wuji nodded and smiled, okay, but now that you have grown up, you are no longer a high-spirited girl who expanded your acupoints more than 10,000 times in the past. This old man respects your choice. Qianing Xue was startled. In the past, the great-grandfather would always give her hints. This time he made such an important choice, and he didn't give any hints? If Commander Lin forced him here, maybe his face would be very exciting. He once had a relationship with Qianing Xue, and it was still in the Kyushu continent, the Sky Tower. However, that is another story. Fei Qingyue sitting in Xinyan Square, her eyes are getting more and more wonderful. Lin Chen said that if she wanted to know the reasons for all this, she could come to Xinyan Palace. Now even the Wuji old man is here. What is he trying to do? The appearance of the promised old man made a small episode appear in the scene. In the main hall, a red divine flame brilliance slowly lit up, paved into a flame avenue, and slowly walked out of two beautiful and exquisite figures. One of the women is like a fairy, the red divine flame brilliance is set off by the beauty of the beauty's hair, and the pearls are embellished. The skirt is like clouds and snow fluttering, like a fairy, and its soft and boneless waist is tied with a red neon, the snow white reflects the red, and it is unparalleled in beauty. The brilliance of Xinyan surrounds the stunning fairy, the fairy folded her hands in front of her waist, quiet, elegant, and peerless. People don't need too many decorations. As long as she stands here, she is the center of heaven and earth, which can make everything pale, and everyone will subconsciously sigh, how can there be such a person in the world? If there is an angel in the world, maybe she is the most beautiful one. The other one, with a slender and soft body, a pretty face and a beautiful face, with curved eyebrows and a temperament between her eyebrows, is like a beautiful woman with a cold and noble temperament, but her face and figure are truly a girl. I like this goddess of Xinyan Palace. Zhu Tianyan, sitting on the high platform, rubbed his chin and laughed playfully. Nanganjiu next to him rolled his eyes, what if you like it, you have to be seen by others, 3 big and 5 thick. Zhu Tianyan shrugged, then it depends on where it is big and where it is thick. Nanganjiu looked disgusted, hey. Can this also make color? Shui Yifan, who had been smiling all the time beside him, said suddenly. Compared to the goddess of Xinyan Palace, I care more about the person next to her. Could it be the most mysterious person in Xinyan Palace, the palace master of Xinyan Palace? The eyes of the elegant young man, Dongfeng Hong, suddenly shone brightly. He glanced at the red-clothed girl a few times, and said concisely, this person should be the contemporary Xinyan Palace master, half-step holy. Keen cultivation base, rare in the world. At this time, the red-clothed girl at the head stepped out of the main hall. Her voice soft and sweet, and announced, everyone, this palace is the master of Xinyan Palace. The ceremony of Conferring gods was actually a festive day for my Xinyan palace. However, today is the first time the Xinyan palace has a disputed ceremony of conferring gods. It is the scene that this palace doesn't want to see the most, and it really makes everyone see a joke. After she finished speaking, she turned her eyes and glanced at the high platform seat of the presbytery with majesty and coldness. The elders would turn a deaf ear to her eyes and pretend to be dumbfounded, knowing that these old guys have turned their backs, but at this juncture, when he didn't even plan to respond, the pretty face of Palace Master Xinyan couldn't help showing a touch of anger. She said again. This time, the ceremony of conferring the gods has objections to the ownership of the heirs of the Xinyan palace, and the only way to distinguish them is the way that the Xinyan palace has always been. By Ruoyan, a disciple of my palace, will be the master of foreigners. The rules of the battle follow the 9 chapters and 9 rules established by the Law Enforcement Hall. The winner will become the palace master of the next generation of Xinyan Palace. By Ruoyan, a disciple of my palace, will be the master of foreigners. The rules of the battle follow the 9 chapters and 9 rules established by the Law Enforcement Hall. The winner will become the palace master of the next generation of Xinyan Palace. The Lord of Xinyan Palace spoke of foreigners in a particularly harsh way. It can be seen that Palace Master Xinyan does not like Wu Pianju, and emphasizes his identity all the time. When it comes to the decision of major events, the Palace Master Xinyan does have the power and decision that is very light. But Xinyan Palace, as a 9th rank force, will not concentrate power on someone stronger than the Palace Master, especially the top priority of choosing a successor. The Elder Council has the same rights as the Palace Master. Bai Ruoyan didn't say a word, got up on the wind, and entered the arena decisively. Such courage and temperament made the hidden old monsters and powers present secretly give a thumbs up. The person who challenged the list of saints is still the son of the god of war. This woman has no hesitation and is full of courage. After Wu Pianju put his hands together, he was as calm as clear water, and even smiled a little. If you let me, an outsider, become the palace lord, wouldn't I slap you in the face? Stop making things difficult for the palace master. Bai Ruoyan blocked Wu Pianju not far away. Meimu did not show any timidity. If you speak madly, you may not be able to win. Wu Pianju smiled without saying a word, and took a slight step, but the space suddenly split open without anyone moving. Sigh. The space cracked with a cracking sound like a brocade. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose between the two. I'm a blue boy, so soon? Several super monsters exclaimed. They didn't even see how Wu Pianju moved just now. This is the strength of the Saint Talent ranking. If it was them, if they entered, they would be killed instantly. The strange thing is that the surrounding space has not been affected, not even a bit of wind and waves. Only a faint holy flame was burning all around, all over the ground. This is the holy flame space formation of Xinyan Palace, which can expand the adjacent space and stabilize the space. The wolf smoke billows, and when the two figures are revealed, there is no injury on both sides, and it seems that they are evenly divided. Wu Pianju patted the dust on his shoulders. It's not bad to be able to pick me up. An eternal and immortal holy majesty rose up in Bai Ruoyan's body, and even the holy fire hall of Xinyan Palace began to throb. Bai Ruoyan's pupils turned into a faint orange red, as if there was a holy flame swaying. Ruoyan. Palace Master Xinyan sighed. Bai Ruoyan was going to use the eternal sacred fire as soon as he came up. This is a gamble with all your might. The current rune has finally suppressed the eternal flame and can only barely control a little of the power of the eternal flame. Open for one more. Second is more dangerous. She knew that Wu Pian was by no means an ordinary opponent, and she was going all out when she came up for the front-line win. The protector hall and the traditional female disciples all tightened their hearts. Bai Ruoyan doesn't have to do this, she is for everyone in Xinyan Palace, to protect the last bottom line of Xinyan Palace. Once Wu Pianju takes over the Xinyan Palace, the true female disciples of the Xinyan Palace will only be reduced to the cauldron for their cultivation. He intentionally changed the spiritual method of Xinyan Palace from a level suitable for women's cultivation to one that is suitable for men's cultivation, and it is necessary to absorb the cultivation of women's true inheritance in order to break through a higher realm. This modification has two fatal drawbacks. One is that after the top several mental methods are cultivated by men, they will be weakened to a certain extent. The second is that the women of Xinyan Palace will never be able to come forward. The Jurchens who have passed the examination of the strict selection of qualifications in the Xinyan Palace will become the cauldrons for other males to cultivate. Moreover, it is not a male true biography, or even several. One woman for many men to practice. The price in exchange for this is that there are more male outer hall disciples who have the top mentality to cultivate the Xinyan Palace, and can expand the power of the Xinyan Palace at the fastest speed. Wu Pianju was a little surprised, and put away his contempt for Bai Ruoyan. You are barely considered an opponent. You are so decisive, even many opponents I have seen are not as good as you. Bai Ruoyan said coldly, I remember every person from Xinyan Palace you killed. Wu Pianju said, reform requires sacrifice. Or, can you do better than me? Alone to revitalize the Xinyan Palace? Bai Ruoyan said coldly, no, it shouldn't be like this. Xinyan Palace is not without a choice. Inside the main hall, Shenling Shuang clenched her jade fist when she saw Bai Ruoyan, who was going to do her best. No wonder the master keeps asking me to practice, practice, and practice. Again, because of the current situation. I hate myself so much that I don't even have the ability to help Sister Ruoyan. The girl's blue eyes burned with a different kind of holy fire, her temperament changed quietly, and her hair began to turn snow white. Shang Guanju slapped this girl on the shoulder and pulled her consciousness back, almost to the point that her martial god bloodline was about to run away again. Shang Guanju sighed deeply, Kid Lin Chen, if you don't come again, the Xinyan Palace will change drastically. Almost as soon as the voice fell. Boom. There was a loud bang, the stars shifted, and the crust changed. The wolf. Smoke billows and whistles, and the wind blows. Boom. The sacred flame space in front of the main hall suddenly exploded, and the battle between Wu Pianju and Bai Ruoyan was interrupted. And the Brahma Valley in front of the main hall was directly lifted up. No one noticed or sensed who did it. The hidden breath is strong and seamless. The moment the vast Brahma Valley was overturned into the air, it covered the sky and the sun. Clang. 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 Laugh. The sword roared like the roar of a dragon, and the sword lights flickering vertically and horizontally cut Brahma Valley into several pieces. Boom. The sword chi came from above the 9 heavens, or like a long rainbow, or like a half-moon. The sword chi completely cut Brahma Valley into a first-order step. The blade gas is like a cloud and dragon, as if it has some kind of magic Power, it ignores the surrounding space barrier, penetrates the barrier at once, and smashes the holy flame that just ignited the top of the Xinyan Palace. At this moment, the saints were shocked. The sacred flame, the symbol of Xinyan Palace, has been raised. Who ate bear heart and leopard gall? Dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers? All the members of the Presbyterian Church changed their expressions. The attack launched this time is more brilliant than before, the breath is hidden perfectly, and even the formation of Xinyan Palace is nothing. Such a close-range sudden attack, even as strong as the Holy King, it is difficult to protect the symbol of the Holy Flame for the first time. The blue protector standing in the main hall narrowed his eyes. This time I won't believe you, and I won't be able to find any of you. Thieves! He stepped into the air with a flash, instead of rushing directly to the sword. Energy in the sky, he swept out of the Xinyan Palace, to find the behind the scenes. At this moment, Brahma Mountain was suspended in midair, and was cut into a row of neatly cut steps. The steps go from bottom to top, making all the strong people look up. Subconsciously, I saw that the afterglow of the holy flame swept down one after another, ignited to the top of the first-order high platform. The holy flame burned so brightly on the Brahma steps, illuminating the entire Xinyan Palace. The old man Wuji peeled off an orange, looked at this scene, tsk in amazement, stroked his beard and smiled. Brahma is the stage, and the holy fire is the stage. What a big pomp! A grumpy elder of the Presbyterian Church was furious on the spot. Damn, so arrogant, get out! The Supreme Elder slapped his palm toward the sky, and the rolling 9-layered holy flame burned into a giant palm that covered the sky, and ran straight towards the steps. Sigh. The invisible blade light spirals out of thin air, cutting the Supreme Elder's ninth burning heaven palm into nothingness. This scene surprised the powerhouses of Xinyan Palace. This elder is not an ordinary elder of Xinyan Palace, but a top 10 Supreme Elder of the Presbyterian Council, and his cultivation base is a rank 8. Peak Saint. The opponent broke his palm without even revealing his real body? Don't act rashly. There seems to be someone above. Suddenly, a Supreme Elder said solemnly. Boom! A gust of wind swept up, and the Holy Majesty came to the 4 seas. The fireworks that start with the sacred flames of the Palace of Flames are a little too dazzling. When the sneering sneer reverberated on the steps where the holy flame was burning, a team approached. At this moment, the expressions of all the disciples, guardians, deacons, elders, and expressions of the Xinyan Palace were particularly wonderful. And Wu Pianju's demeanor changed several times from calm to serious, to unexpected and shocking. Conferred God grand ceremony, challenged Xinyan. My lord Wancher, go to the war in person. Reflecting the cold drink of the bright universe, it spread throughout the entire Holy King's domain. At this moment, all the distinguished guests of Xinyan Palace stood up in horror, and their pupils trembled. Challenge Xinyan Palace. 9-rank giant engine, opening up the world. The 9-rank sect is the authority of the Holy Realm. In the Holy World, there are still people who dare to challenge the 9-rank sect. This is the Holy Kingdom. Challenging the 9-rank sect means giving all the 9-rank sect a disgrace. This is definitely not a level that is simply a challenge to finish the game. This is to issue a warning to all the 9-rank sects in the Holy King's domain and even the Holy Realm. Warn the 9-rank sect of the whole Holy World? Oh my God, this is something they can't even think about. Who is it? Have such amazing courage. Boom. A Holy Majesty is like a sea, rolling up a gust of wind, and reigning in the Holy Kingdom. Everyone's hearts were shocked, and even the saints who had a very high vision couldn't help showing surprise. On the huge and vast steps, a team is like stepping out of an epic myth, and it is Peerless. Not like a holy king, but comparable to a holy king. They are dressed in uniform dark robes, men and women, young and old, and their temperament is particularly outstanding. Some are handsome and elegant, the light of the holy cave whistles with endless sonic booms, gestures, and the storm of world annihilation is surging. Some of them are heroic, their bodies contain the sun, moon, and stars, their heads are covered with 5-color clouds, and thousands of rivers and mountains, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are piled up, like a heavenly emperor, descending into the world, chasing him personally. Some of them are dazzling, clothed in 9 rounds of scorching sun, and rounds of young flames cover the surrounding sky like a sea of fire, and swallow up the 4 seas. Some are taciturn, and there seems to be an electric light in the eyebrows. And the lightning around them is like a silver snake, and the thunder is overwhelming. Some are like shadows, like hiding in the void for thousands of years. At a glance, there is an endless spiritual storm whistling faintly, covering the stars and covering the moon. Some are absolutely domineering, swallowing the world with anger, dividing the yin and yang, holy lights around their bodies, and there is a hidden life and death aura to suppress the 8 wastes and 4 seas. Some are immortal, and occasionally have absolute confidence in the grasp of Jiju between their eyebrows. Some are beautiful and alluring, full of brilliance, soft and slender, like the graceful dance songs in the clouds. It seems that every rhythm has a hidden mystery. Some immortals are elegant, with a temperament like the arrival of exiles, and the silver holy brilliance spreads across the sky, turning into clouds and mists, and the peerless youth reveals a magnificent killing intent. Some blood and energy are like dragons, and their bodies are disillusioned with ancient strange beasts such as unicorns and real dragons. Some spirited, seemingly ordinary old people, but their eyes are full of blood, and their bones are buried with endless evil spirits. Some have a cold temperament, fold their arms around their chests, step like a dragon, attract the supreme sword energy, and the dragon sings loudly. The sword intent spans 100,000 miles, breaking through the ages. Some are indifferent, with their hands behind their backs, sword lotuses are born step by step, the sword light falls into the sky, and the world changes. Vigorous energy soars to the sky and shakes the mountains and rivers, and the sword intent swept across the 3,000 worlds. At this moment, not to mention the Xinyan Palace, the entire Holy King domain, all the 9th rank forces, all exploded. All the top saints can clearly perceive the extreme oppression of this team. The representatives of the 9-grade sects were suddenly startled. This team is so powerful that even the Holy King can't resist it. A full 62 people. Just the lowest cultivation base is also 4 rank 7 peak cultivation bases, and it has the taste of being promoted to the 8th rank saint at any time. Rank 8 peak saints, 16 people. 9 turn saints, there are 20 people. There are actually 18 saints at the peak of rank 9. But, the 4 behind the most terrifying team. Everyone is a half-step Holy King. 4.5 step Holy Kings. However, with such a strong lineup, as the representatives of the 9th rank, they are well informed, and they have experienced the history of the holy world, but they can't recognize the origin of anyone? It seems that this team appears out of thin air, and does not exist in the history of the Holy Realm at all. So mysterious. It's so weird that you can't imagine where they came from. My God. What kind of team is this? It's too strong. Don't tell me. Do you remember those 8-rank sects that were destroyed? Some time ago. The old man didn't even recognize a single person. What the hell are these? People? Zhu Chang looked horrified, and the 8th-rank masters looked at each other. In shock. They are all old fritters, and in an instant they think that the 8th rank forces of the previous period were destroyed. Most likely it has something to do with this team. It really came. In the elder meeting of Xinyan Palace, 10 supreme elders got up. The demeanor is particularly dignified. The challenger of that day's Star Wars post really came. Still such a terrifying team. The above people, anyone who joins the Xinyan Palace is a level of power. There are many more, the cultivation base is not inferior to the current 10 supreme elders. Witnessing this moment, Bai Ruoyan's heart throbbed, and there seemed to be a small lightning bolt in her heart was numb and warm, and the eternal sacred flame in her body suddenly fell silent. Wu Pianju narrowed his eyes and sneered, is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Yo, there's a good show to watch. The representatives of the 3 major and 9th grades looked at each other. And looked at the Xinyan Palace with a playful look. When the Presbyterian Church was preparing to transmit a voice to talk to the other party, what everyone did not expect was above the Brahma terrace, the 4-rank 7-peak saints headed by them, with a bang, knelt down on one knee. Boom. Brush. 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 The wind danced wildly, and the holy light poured out at this moment. There are a total of 31 steps, with a strong man standing side by side on the left and right sides of each step. This mysterious team, men and women, young and old, salute one by one. They either got down on one knee, or bent over, or bowed their heads and bowed in salute. Welcome, my lord. This scene is like a historic moment frozen in the eyes of everyone. No one is not surprised, no one is not shocked. All the 8th rank almighty, the disciples, deacons, and elders of Xinyan Palace, their scalps numb instantly. A chill rises from the soles of their feet and goes straight to the sky. You must know that each of the above powerhouses is equal to or surpasses the elders of Xinyan Palace, and they are chasing the peerless powerhouses of Xinyan Palace master level. However, these world-shattering powerhouses, who can also become big figures in the 9th grade sect, all bowed their heads and knelt down on one knee. 8th rank saint, kneel to greet. 9th saint, kneel on one knee. Half-step holy king, bow down to meet him. Everyone's breathing seems to have stopped abruptly at this moment. Their eyes did not dare to leave the top of the Brahma steps for a moment. Everyone held their breath, trembled, shocked, and even the cerebral cortex was hot. What kind of character is this qualified to let these strong people greet them with such solemn etiquette? Even a saint on the list of saints may not have this qualification. There is no such ability to convince them. Shang Guanju and Shenling Shuang in the main hall had even more wonderful expressions. Excited and cheered. The girl shouted the name of the master, and the Dharma protector even called it a special card. When everyone was watching, I saw a shadow finally ushered in on the Brahma steps. A shadow appeared from above the Brahma high platform, tearing apart the clouds. Roar. A dragon roar shakes the world. Outside the Xinyan Palace, Protector Lan, who fluttered empty, was about to turn back to the palace. His pupils shrank. As one of the 2 venerable Dharma protectors, Lan Dharma has a wide range of knowledge. However, at this moment, he was shocked by the scene in the sky of Xinyan palace, and he muttered to himself. My God, after the legendary battle, does this kind of thing actually exist in this world? In front of the main hall of Xinyan Palace, a dragon roar broke everyone's fantasy and shook the heartstrings of the strong men of all sides. The first to catch everyone's eyes is neither an old senior nor a peerless powerhouse, but a red golden dragon claw. The vast and hidden red gold dragon claws tore apart the clouds in the sky. And then, an ancient dragon shining with golden light was born. Long Wei rolls and destroys the quartet, all-powerful and powerful. The clouds in the high sky of the entire Xinyan Palace were all swept away by Long Wei, and the Shenlong came into the world. It is hundreds of thousands of feet long, like a long river, with a dragon body wrapped around red clouds, its limbs lying cross-legged, with 5 claws. A unicorn head, a carp tail, a long beard, and horns like a deer, and the red glow rises. On the dragon body, every golden dragon scale is glowing with red gold radiance, and it has evolved the signs of the dragon family. Zhu Tianyan, the tyrant from the wasteland, stood up abruptly and looked at the ancient dragon shining with golden light, his eyes bursting with light. And he roared excitedly and shocked. Shenlong. This is a dragon family that really has the blood of a dragon. The entire Xinyan Palace, and even all the guests, were shocked by this scene. And the corners of their mouths trembled. The permeating dragon might vibrate the space, and between heaven and earth, dragon shadows roam around, and there is a faint song of the dragon dynasty. Singing and singing. It seems that what is presented in front of everyone is not a dragon, but a splendid civilization and history belonging to the dragon. At this moment, who can keep calm? I'm afraid no one is there. All the guests of Xinyan Palace immediately exploded. My ancestor. This is the real ancient dragon. This old man is actually able to see the real descendant of the dragon in his lifetime. This is the first time I have seen the descendants of the dragon in so many years. Could it be that the dragon race challenged my human race? What kind of immortal heritage is this? This fucking is still a descendant of Gulong. My God. The horns of the dragon are like red jade, and the body of the dragon is surrounded by red clouds. The scales of the dragon are golden, and the claws of the dragon cut through the sky. This is the real Taishi ancient dragon. I set it up. Almost all the powerhouses went crazy, and even forgot to participate in the conferred god ceremony. The super evildoer was so frightened that he froze in place. Historically, the descendants of the divine dragon only existed in distant legends and very few dragon planes. There were infinite human races in the holy world, and there were only a handful of people who had seen the descendants of the divine dragon. This is an existence that is truly comparable to the descendants of the devil, emperor, and the descendants of gods. It can be seen from it that the dragon that once soared under the stars in the universe is so stalwart. It is simply a miracle of the spirit of all things. No, look. There is a sedan chair on top of the dragon. There is someone on the sedan chair. At the moment when the Almighty exclaimed, all the 8 rank Almighty, the entire Xinyan Palace urged the holy power, or the spiritual perception to look. When I saw that there was actually a palace-like pride on the dragon, it was like being struck by lightning in an instant. What the hell is this goddess? Can you subdue a descendant of a dragon to carry a sedan chair? That is the peerless genius of the dragon race, that is equivalent to the level of the saints on the list of saints. In terms of potential, status, and combat power of the same level, the descendants of the dragon are by no means inferior to the son of the devil, emperor, the descendants of the gods, and other supreme beings. In the dragon clan, he is a supreme figure, and he will actually carry the sedan chair for the human clan? That's a scene I can't even think about. It's coming alive today. Everyone's worldview has been turned upside down. Wu Pian stared at the proud man above, and squeezed a few unbelievable words between his teeth. Shenlong, carrying a sedan chair? Even the expressions of the Xingkai Bang are very exciting. The descendants of the dragons of the same level as them will carry a sedan chair for a human race? What kind of person is he qualified to sit in? The Holy King does not have this qualification either. Under everyone's attention, the stalwart Taishi ancient dragon hovered down from the sky, and the vast dragon might overwhelm the palace guard formation of Xingyan Palace, and cracks appeared in the atmosphere. When the dragon body flew down, all the powerhouses finally clearly saw the figure on the dragon sedan chair. On the golden dragon and phoenix chair sits a peerless and refined youth, next to a group of stunning beauties. The elegant young man, the silver robe is like snow, the waist is a jade belt, and the stars are embellished, shining brightly. His pair of swords and eyebrows are flying to reflect the star pupils, handsome and evil, with a domineering temperament passing between his eyebrows, and his eyes are looking directly at the bottom of Xingyan Palace. This scene makes all the evildoers on the list of evildoers unforgettable forever. Around the young man, there are even more gods and clouds, and it can be said that there are groups of beautiful and stunning people. The gentle and lovely auspicious beast girl leaned over gently, swaying a pair of delicate arms like white jade, beating his legs for him. The beautiful crimson woman with moth eyebrows leaned behind the boy, and her jade hand gently pinched his shoulders. Her movements were extremely gentle. Fairy Tsing-yi is elegant and dignified, and her delicate face should not be stained by the dusty Qinglian fairy in the world. She raised her jade finger and gently sent a wandering fruit to the mouth of the young man. The young master of the sword family, who is all over the country, has an exquisite figure, blushing snow, extremely shy, beautiful as a fairy, just like a sleeping beauty, drunk on the boy's right knee. The little demon empress, who is one of the top 10 most beautiful people on the enchanting list, has half-exposed snowy shoulders, slightly lying on the left knee of the teenager. Her beautiful lips outline a sly smile, her collarbone outlines, her snow neck is like a swan, and she is unparalleled in beauty. With a smile and a frown, it can be said to be charming and unparalleled, upside down the enchanting of all beings. The last Lingyan fairy is even more sultry, leaning on the young man's arms. 3,000 blue silk like snow and silver silk, with a slender figure, but showing flawless lines. Her beautiful lips are crimson, her veil is like smoke dyed autumn frost, as if hanging from the horizon a cold moon, far away and out of reach. She was like a lazy kitten, leaning against the young man's arms. He put his arms around the fairy's weak and boneless waist with one hand, slanted his cheeks with one hand, and always had a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth. 6 stunning beauties like angels, against the background of the young kings, who were like games in the world, cynical, and proud of the world. The moment when the shining golden dragon approached the Brahma steps, the silver-robed boy slowly got up, leaving the beauties alone in the chair. Many strong men opened their mouths slightly, the corners of their mouths were trembling, and their appearances were particularly dull. He walked slowly down the dragon sedan chair and down the Brahma terrace. Every time the boy walked down the stairs, 2 peerless powerhouses bowed their heads to greet him, or knelt down to greet him. Time seems to be frozen in this scene. The magnificent view of the shrine, Brahma on the stage, and ancient dragons carrying sedan chairs. Outside the realm of the Holy King, there are hundreds of schools of 9 grades. The divine flame swayed, and suddenly lost its surging. The young man here, galloping for thousands of miles, wants to compete with the Holy King. An unprecedented fighting spirit turned into a surging trend, centered on the youth, accompanied by 62 strong men, broke out, rose into the sky, and swept the entire Xinyan Palace. The whole Xinyan Palace is up and down, and everyone's pressure has increased sharply. It seems that every time he takes a step, he will push the Xinyan Palace back one step. Countless powerhouses are fascinated by it. The fighting spirit of this group of people is terrifying. It seems that he wants to be immortal with Xinyan Palace, and he is so overbearing. Under everyone's attention, the silver-robed youth walked from Brahma Terrace to Zhuchang step by step. Lin Chen, step into the Xinyan Palace. When stepping into Xinyan Palace, facing the powerhouses in all directions, Lin Chen put on a playful smile, and the first sentence he said was, "Is this the Xinyan Palace? Sorry, the site is a little too small, and this handsome forced to think that." He entered his back garden. At this moment, the corners of all the elders of Xinyan Palace twitched wildly. Treat the 9-rank sect of the Holy Kingdom as a back garden? So fucking arrogant. The little demon empress on the dragon sedan chair, her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Chen's back, her eyes twinkling. You have finally come to this point, the moment to bring your goddess back. Immediately, her demeanor returned to her previous playfulness and cunning. And she smiled at the girls charmingly. Hee, how about the 6 phoenixes and dragons I designed, isn't it cool and handsome? Fairy Crimson smiled and said, it's quite fun. Bai Chanqian smiled happily, Master is getting more and more handsome. Jian Qingqing spat softly, what design, what else I want to lie on his lap. What a broken idea. The little demon empress had a funny expression on her face, didn't you feel quite happy just now? Ling Yueqi smiled indifferently and said, okay, don't make trouble. Let's go. Down, don't hold him back. Divine Flame Square. Lin Chen, the moment he set foot on Xinyan Palace. The Yi family, the Zhao family, the 100 factions, and the 10,000 sect powerhouses were all stunned. Shenlong lifts the sedan chair. What kind of background is this to come up with such a lineup? Especially all the monsters and wizards, the moment they saw Lin Chen, they were struck by lightning. Is it him? The temperament has changed too much, especially when the crowds kneel to greet them. The dragon lifts the sedan chair, and many stunning beauties support. The aura is too terrifying. So that the moment Lin Chen appeared, they didn't even recognize it for the first time. When Lin Chen stepped into Xinyan Square, all the servants got up, followed closely behind, and walked slowly around Lin Chen, standing beside Lin Chen like the stars holding the moon. This scene shocked all the powerhouses, to the point of trembling. Lin Chen is actually the leader of this group of people? What the hell is he about? It is also very difficult for the 9-rank sect to come up with this lineup. Just relying on this group of people, if you want to move him, Lin Chen, the Holy King has to think twice. Lin Chen ignored Wu Pianju and the others in front of him. He walked to Bai Ruoyan's side, held the beautiful woman's hand, and said softly, I'm not late, Sister Ruoyan. Facing Lin Chen's eyes, Fairy Fang's heart trembled slightly, and she smiled sweetly. Well. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen hugged her in his arms, this time. Bai Ruoyan's face burned like a xia, but he didn't have any resistance. Did someone bully you? Have. Then I'll blow him up. The conversation between the two can be heard clearly in the audience. Destroy the son of the god of war? Man, how dare you say it? Wu Pianju's demeanor was terrifyingly calm. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a certain super evildoer was terrified. Lin Chen is the leader of this group of strong people? The person who challenged Xinyan Palace is Lin Chen? The evildoers and the great people of the human race in the heavenly sanctuary all looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Very thoughtful. Thinking back to the words that Lin Chen's clone left when he singled out the enchanting list a few months ago. I'm in a hurry, I have something urgent to do. At that time everyone thought he was crazy. How could you have anything more important than the #1 nomination for monsters? An almighty of the heavenly sanctuary trembled in shock and said shivering. Good guy. So what he said at the time was actually a challenge to Xinyan Palace? Compared to challenging the 9th rank sect, the first place on the enchanting list is just a piece of shit. The two sides are not of the same order of magnitude at all, do they really? Take the first place? Heartbroken, Lin Chen. Fei Qingyue lightly covered her red lips with her hands. It turns out that what he said was important. What he and his uncle wanted to discuss turned out to be to challenge the Xinyan Palace. Fei Qingyue next to Fei Qingyue shook her head in amazement. Even if he had expected it, when he saw Lin Chen set foot on the Xinyan Palace with his own eyes, the shock was not a star and a half. This child is Ruoyan's. Xinyan Palace Master's eyes flickered, and his heart throbbed. Unexpectedly, he really came. She had been paying attention to this child for a long time, but she did not expect that he would grow so fast. Seeing the forces around him, Palace Master Xinyan rekindled hope. If you want to force Xinyan Palace to withdraw the reform, perhaps now is the last chance. Wu Pianju is arrogant than the sky, and he wants to create history himself. So this time, he did not bring anyone from the martial god family to the ceremony of conferring gods in Xinyan Palace. So, now is the best chance. With Lin Chen here, the traditional factions of their Xinyan Palace can work together. The eyes of the 10 supreme elders of the Presbyterian Church met. Lin Chen? Is that the genius who expanded his acupoints 30,000 times? I heard that he has something to do with the goddess by Ruoyan. It's actually him. Some time ago, I singled out Lin Chen on the enchanting list. The old man thought that he was not alone at all. I didn't expect him to have this ability and heritage now. The top 10 supreme elders are highly respected and powerful, and they never paid attention to Lin Chen at all. Which of them is not a figure in the peak field of saints, and will pay attention to a small expansion hole? At most, I was a little surprised at his acupoint expansion multiple. However, the potential and combat power of becoming a top powerhouse is far from being determined by acupoint expansion multiples. At this time, a close representative of Xinyan Palace couldn't help but scolded coldly. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Lin Chen glanced at the man, and sneered, nonsense, of course, challenge the Xinyan Palace, and bring my woman back. A group of Xinyan Palace cronies said in unison, you already have so many beauties, do you still lack? Someone Lin shrugged, didn't you see that Ben Shui was missing one in his arms just now? Everyone, rely. You are Lin Chen. Wu Pianju moved the void like a ghost and came to Lin Chen. Almost at the same time, Lin Chen blocked by Ruoyan from behind. This detail immediately made many experts narrow their eyes. This kid kept up with Wu Pianju's reaction. When seeing Wu Pianju for the first time, Lin Chen also saw the background of the saints on the list of saints. His martial god bloodline is almost clear at a glance. It can be said that The whole body is the light of the attribute light ball. She and Shenling Shuang are completely two-dimensional. Of course, Shenling Shuang's bloodline is not inferior to his, but it has not yet reached a period of rapid growth. With Lin Chen's methods, he could only see through Wu Pianzhu's little background. However, he couldn't see through the other party, and the other party couldn't see through him, Lin Chen. Lin Chen said indifferently. That's right, it's the handsome guy. Compared to my name, I prefer people to call me another low-key title, such as the number 1 handsome in the holy world. The corners of the monster's mouths twitched, and the gods are so low-key. Wu Pianzhu looked sharp and said coldly. You dare to challenge the Xinyan Palace in the Holy King's domain, which is a loss of face for the 9th rank forces. I can understand that you are ready to face the Xinyan Palace and even more 9th rank forces, right? Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, your understanding is also of the 9th grade. Boom. Anger rushed into the sky, and Wu Pianzhu's head rose to cover the sky with holy flames, burning violently, filling the surrounding sky. Dare to ruin the big thing of the son of the gods, it seems that you have a long life. All the evildoers retreated one after another, and the elders of Xinyan Palace held up the barrier. Brush. At this time, the afterimage was like a knife, and the blue protector appeared beside Wu Pianzhu. Son of God, calm down for now. Lan Hufa stood in front of Wu Pianzhu, overlooking Lin Chen. The pressure of the Holy King filled the air, shaking the space to burst. Young man, do you seem to think that you are very strong? With 4 and a half-step, Holy Kings, you dare to beat my Xinyan Palace? Boom. The 2 men in black robes flashed to both sides of Lin Chen, and the holy power of the half-step Holy King was suddenly released. Sigh. Boom. 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 2 shares of Xingwei, and the Blue Guardian Law Chamber. As long as Protector Lan moved a finger, they would immediately attack and raise Xinyan Square to the ground. Lin Chen is light and cloudless, standing at a distance of 10 feet from the Protector of the Blue. This kind of bearing once again opened the eyes of all the powerhouses of the older generation. In other words, they may not be able to stand between the Holy King and the 2 half-step Holy Kings. With such a calm situation, this son has no influence? Holy King. This is the first time I have seen a living Holy King. It doesn't look so scary now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. If you really fight, it's not that you can't be sure to kill it. When 2 half-step Holy Kings, 1 Holy King's coercion, collided with each other, setting off a raging storm. A group of super monsters suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests, and there was a feeling of tearing of desire. This is the realm of the Holy King and the powerhouse who is infinitely close to the Holy King. If it weren't for the cover of the elders, Xingwei, who collided at close range, would be enough to crush these so-called enchanting geniuses. The holy majesty of the 2 half-step Holy Kings erupted, although not as good as the real Holy Kings, but not far behind. Sword intent and sword intent? Protector Blue's face was solemn. These 2 half-step Saint Kings are no trivial matter. Sword intent and sword intent are extremely pure, and they can enter the taste of sword intent and sword intent at any time, and even the cultivation base is the same. It is not an exaggeration to call it the half-step Holy King of the strongest series. Once anyone steps into the Holy King realm, it is enough to compete with him. Right now, if the 2 join forces, it will not be a problem to block him, and it is almost impossible to decide the outcome in a short period of time. Juggernaut and Sword Saint, the toughest type. Protector Lin is by no means afraid of fighting. The problem is that it is important not to affect Xinyan Palace and Wu Shenzi. Offending that martial god, Xinyan Palace will also have an accident. Enough. The elder Huame of the Presbyterian Church spoke up. He looked at Lin Chen's team and said solemnly, Lin Chen, Xinyan Palace is not something you can challenge if you want. Since you are here, you must pay the price. The Dharma Protector Hall, this group of people is a serious threat to the safety of Xinyan Palace, let me take it down. Everyone was shocked. It seems that Xinyan Palace is determined to start a fight. The face of the 9-rank sect cannot be humiliated. However, the guardian was indifferent, and the scene was very quiet for a while. The deputy head of the Protector Hall, a mature and tall beautiful woman, swept a few old men and women in the sky, and said very calmly, Sorry, our Law Protector Hall only obeys the orders of the Palace Master and the Shangguan Protector. Shangguan Ju and Lan Jingyu were the two guardians of Xinyan Palace, respectively. One is in charge of the Dharma Protector Hall, and the other is in charge. One is in charge of the Heavenly Palace, in charge. This is also the reason why Wu Pian can quickly control most of the core personnel of Xinyan Palace. As long as he can get Lan Jingyu to become his camp, the powerhouse in charge of the Heavenly Palace inside Xinyan Palace will be used by him. Damn things. Elder Huame cursed angrily, and the other elder immediately got up and shouted coldly, I really think that my Xinyan Palace is a mess. The elders of the formation hall open the formation to meet the enemy. I don't believe it, my god's flame. Palace's grand formation can't deal with these gangsters. The elders of the formation hall of the open heaven realm have stepped into the air and flew into the air, each taking their place. However, there is no response after half a sound. Silence. Very eerie silence. Lan Jingyu's protector was held by two half-step Saint Kings, and the two sides were immovable. There is no news from the array hall. At this time, a handsome middle-aged man stood up, walked to Lin Chen's side, and smiled smartly. The northern formation of Xinyan Palace is the Big Dipper 7 stars. Burning Heaven Formation. The southern formation, the Flaming Knife Breaking. The Dragon Formation. The Western Formation. As his name was called, the elders of the Presbyterian Council became more and more ugly, and when they received the sound transmission from the array hall, their expressions became even more horrified. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Don't waste your energy, everyone, your formations have already been demolished before we came here, and at this level, it's not enough for a handsome guy in our team to warm up. The dashing middle-aged man nodded slightly, My lord, keep a low profile, it took me a little while to break through the formation, such as a quarter of an hour or something. Lin Chen nodded meaningfully. Well, I was actually testing your modesty just now. You must be honest. Humble, and low-key like me. It seems that you haven't forgotten what I taught. You can teach me. The handsome man bowed his body, Thank you, Lord, for teaching me. Seeing this singing and harmony, many guests couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Damn, are you still human? These guys. He actually broke all the guard formations of Xinyan Palace ahead of time. The most terrifying thing is that it is still unknowingly. This is the site of the rank 9 giant, why are you a backyard? The 10 elders, whose faces were blue, shouted coldly. Heaven Palace, take down these madmen. However, there is no sound. the atmosphere was particularly quiet and awkward. The violent elder Qiyun couldn't help but spit out the fragrance. "Push you in the street. Where are the people?" This time it was Lan Jingyu's turn to be surprised. At this time, a second-rank elder rushed into the arena in a hurry and reported in a cold sweat. Reporting to the elders, God. A dozen captains and team leaders of the Heavenly Palace are all missing, and their spiritual cards are all broken. The spirit cards are all broken. Does it mean that everything has fallen? There are quite a few super saints with rank 7 and rank 8 cultivation in the Heavenly Palace. Stop shouting, your Heavenly Palace is cold now. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, looked at Wu Pianju, and said with a stern smile. How did you secretly kill the loyal ministers of Xinyan Palace? I will use a faster and more accurate method than you to carry all your people away. All the heavenly palaces have been trained to be the black hands of his Wu Pianju assassination. During the period when Lin Chen let the destruction twins Tianjin Dinia monitor, he knew the Xinyan Palace like the back of the back. Before the action, Ji Wuchen and Tianjin Dinia, Xiao Linger, and Fei Wushuang acted together, and with the cooperation of Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, they had secretly killed a large number of the top powerhouses in the Heavenly Palace. In the current Heavenly Palace, the bear commander Lan Jingyu is left. In terms of assassination, in front of the twins of destruction who are forever in the heavenly sacred domain, his Wu Pianju Heavenly Palace is the younger brother of all the members. Not to mention, destroying the twins, there is also a white jade fairy who controls space magic, a Fei Wushuang who can use various auxiliary exercises, and Jiang Taishu who covers up the secret. Simply the perfect configuration. Really want to assassinate, in the case of many to one, the saint who goes down from the 9-rank saint is simply chopping melons and vegetables. This time, it was Wu Pianju's turn to be moved. The manpower he had finally cultivated was actually cleared up in such a short period of time, about 2 days before and after. The guards' formations were all thrown into the street, and the guards didn't listen to the command. The complexion of the Xinyan Palace Presbyterian Society became more and more ugly, as if it had eaten xiang. All of them held back their suffering. Even the palace master Xinyan couldn't help but secretly gave a thumbs up. Simply perfect. He is by no means brave and reckless to set foot on the Xinyan Palace, but he is well prepared. If it wasn't for the Protector Hall and those loyal disciples still here, I'm afraid this young man would have fought long ago. Just relying on his prejudgment and lineup, he is not afraid of the current Xinyan Palace. All the guests took a deep breath of cold air. Damn it, I took all the backhands of Xinyan Palace. What the hell is a god-level team? The 3 representatives of the 9-rank sect looked at each other in shock. Especially Xing Jiutian, his eyes are even more shocking. This feeling of wiping out the opponent without knowing it. It has an inner taste. The taste is too heavy. It's them. This kind of behavior, and a series of actions such as skillful, professional, smooth and other actions that killed off all kinds of 8th-rank forces some time ago, are too damn like. Good boy, this step is deep enough. Fei Qianyu couldn't help but applaud in a low voice. Lin Chen's abolition of the Heavenly Palace in this step will cause a chain reaction. The super evildoers looked at Lin Chen's cynical handsome face and the words, "The most handsome in the heavens" on his robe, and their hearts set off unparalleled storms. His uncle, how many hands did he predict the Xinyan Palace? This Lin Chen is obviously super strong, but he is too cautious. The middle-aged man beside Lin Chen smiled casually at the elders of the Presbyterian Church. You think you are on the 5th floor, and we are on the 3rd floor. In fact, our Lord is on the 1001st floor. We have predicted all your backhands. The elders of the Presbyterian congregation are pale. Isn't that the only power they can use? Is these elders catching present? The only choice is to summon the Supreme Elders. However, the Supreme Elders of Xinyan Palace did not leave the customs easily. Many of them were powerhouses at the peak level of saints before the Holy Realm was officially established. After many wars of various ethnic groups in the ancient times, the Holy Body was devastated, and the Supreme Elders had left a lot of old wounds. Damn, the most hateful thing is that this kid sneaked up on my Heavenly Palace, and the Protector Hall couldn't use it, and the Palace Master and Shangguanju slut were on their side again. Several elders glanced at everyone resentfully. It seems that the only way to summon the elders is too high. Boom. At this time, behind the main hall of Xinyan Palace, a full 20 rays of holy light rose up, like the sun in the sky, and the mountain and sea prison could not compare with 1% of it. Lin Chen's wind was light and cloudless, and in the direction of the main hall, there were 20 white-haired old women and old men. These old men are skinny, their faces are thin and yellow, but there is an unusually powerful viciousness and ferocity between their brows. They are all ruthless characters of the Nine-Turn Saint. All the powerhouses were shocked. Coming. Dear elders of Xinyan Palace, those old monsters who existed before the creation of the Holy Realm. 29 Turn Saints. The heritage of Xinyan Palace is fully revealed. As soon as the Supreme Elders appeared, they made eye contact with the 10 Supreme Elders of the Presbytery, and almost understood the reason for the problem. Jiuxuan Saint's aura reaction was extremely fast. Lin Chen had already expected this scene. Ha ha ha, good time. This is the first time that an old monster of the 9-rank sect has been used as an opponent. I wanted to try it out for a long time to see the old monster who fought against the Azura tribe. It's getting better and better. Come on, I'll take them to climb the mountain. Lord, let's go. The servants behind Lin Chen laughed. The 9-turn bosses from the 18th floor of the holy prison were dispatched one after another, and they happened to be 20 people. When they stepped on the soles of their feet, they disappeared like thunder with a bang. Sigh. Tear. Almost at the same time, the 20 Supreme Elders of Xinyan Palace disappeared in a flash. Boom. 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 Vibrations and roars were faintly heard from the space crystal walls in all directions. There are 8 great experts who exclaimed. It's a big shift in space. The saints can move the space and concentrate their holy power attacks in a smaller area, with greater power and less aftermath. Rank 6 saint or above, if you don't fight with all your strength, you can fight against the void spaceplane that is moved to the space gap. It will not cause any casualties to the side. Of course, if you want to fight for life and death, it is not necessarily. But, no matter what, Xinyan Palace has completely stated its position to go to war with Lin Chen. Immediately beside Lin Chen, there were 10 rank 8 servants, 4 of which were at the peak of rank 7, all of them moved and flew through the void in an instant, all of them flashing in front of the powerhouses in Xinyan Palace. It only takes a moment to suppress all their ordinary elders and deacons. In the Xinyan Palace, all the people, disciples, elders, and deacons of the Wu Pianju faction were captured and suppressed. To move a finger is to die. In Xinyan Plaza, chaos began to fall. Lan Jingyu's pupil shrank. The worst is yet to come. This group of people, each with their own unique skills, united, it would be even more powerful. Although there are many strong disciples in the outer hall of Xingyan Palace, in front of the 7th and 8th rank saints, they are as weak as babies. And all the female disciples and Dharma protectors, including the Dharma Protector Hall, were ecstatic. Xingyan Palace, there is salvation. In fact, if we really want to fight, the existing power of Xingyan Palace will never be afraid of Lin Chen and others. The Xingyan Palace belongs to a declining rank within the category of rank 9. Influence. In terms of the number of powerhouses, it may be slightly inferior to other rank 9 giants. However, in terms of the top powerhouses, the Divine Flame Palace has been able to stand up to this day, and the Dharma protectors of the two great sage kings have contributed greatly. One is Shang Wanju, who was born in the Shenkebang. One is an old-fashioned powerhouse who has been famous for a long time at the beginning of the Holy World. After being contracted by the previous palace master, he was given a good fortune and ascended to the realm of the Holy King. May the guardian of the Flame Palace endure for thousands of years. The background of the 9th rank power, the Dharma Protector Venerable of the two Holy Kings alone is enough to look down on countless powerhouses. The Heavenly Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, which are in charge of the two venerables, can block most of Lin Chen's strong men. However, the Law Enforcement Hall did not move, the Heavenly Palace was assassinated, and only one Dharma Protector came forward. Their Presbyterian church was suddenly forced to a dead end. In this hand, even 3 9th rank representatives have a solemn expression. Good boy, this time, it will force the Xingyan Palace to the point where it can only use the trump card. This team is stronger than just the number and cultivation of the strong. What's more important is their proficiency in various fields, and the synergistic effect brought by the combination. In all fairness, if any of our forces face this team, the ending will not end well. Xing Jiutian fell into contemplation, but he couldn't understand in the end. What is the origin of these people? The elders were furious. They had sent a message to the chief grand elder, but for some reason they did not show up. Perhaps, the old ancestors and his elders are watching the situation. Are you going to start the fight? Haha, if Wu Pianju brought the people from his Wu family, wouldn't he save so much trouble, and we should wipe his ass for him. I don't care, I can fight if I want. The 9 great saints finally got up. Fighting spirit rises. Hee, don't be so hot, little friend Lin Chen. At this time a white-haired old man spoke up, it was the Wuji old man. You have a deeper meaning in this trip. It's not as simple as challenging the Xingyan Palace. Everyone looked at him. Lin Chen recognized the old senior and slightly cupped his hands. Oh? Younger Lin Chen, I have seen senior. Last time, I remembered the kindness of the demons in my heart. I don't know what senior has taught me. The old man Wuji stroked his beard and smiled, little friend Lin Chen, since you and Wu Pianju are both the proud sons of heaven in the new era, why don't you leave the decision-making power to the two of you? After finishing speaking, the old man Wuji also smiled meaningfully, you don't want to fight to the end with Xingyan Palace, you still want your little girlfriend to take over it, don't you? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the powerful people met, and the old man Wuji understood Lin Chen's intentions. Lin Chen looked at. Exactly, Wu Pianju's line of sight is exactly right. The two looked at each other, and Lin Chen smiled casually. Alright, I have wiped out you Wu Pian, and you don't need to compare the ceremony of your Xingyan Palace's conferring gods. The throne of the palace. Owner belongs to me, Sister Ruoyan. Wu Pian looked up at the sky and laughed, as if he heard a big joke. Ha 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 ha, I'm really curious about where your confidence comes from. Lin Chen laughed cynically. Because of me, I'm handsome. Everyone. The two face off against each other. Strong curiosity arose from all the guests. One is the son of the martial god, who is a genius, and the other is a young man who was born out of the sky and singled out the evildoers list. Who can be better? It's really exciting that the two of them fought in the end. The clone singled out the entire enchanting list, and Lin Chen may not have the strength to fight against Wu Pianju. You didn't put the eternal drop in your eyes, and figured out the current. Holy world, who could create an orange-level advanced exercise before becoming a holy king? This battle will determine the future direction of Xinyan Palace. The Heavenly Palace of Xinyan Palace will be uprooted, and they will definitely need the strength of one party to rise. That's right, Lin Chen's move is very deep. The retreat of Xinyan Palace is blocked. He made the first move and killed the Heavenly Palace directly, which is equivalent to cutting off half of the right arm of Xinyan Palace. If you want to make up for this vacant power, it is inevitable for Xinyan Palace to win over Wu Pianju or Lin Chen. Choose. Which of the guests present is not a big boss? Their eyes are extremely vicious. The power of the second-ranking saint and above, he has insight into many elements of Lin Chen's trip. If the entire Xinyan Palace is united, it will not be a problem to contend against Lin Chen's team. But, now is the period of split between the two factions. The appearance and suppression of Lin Chen will be the real turning point of Xinyan Palace. And the 10 strongest 8th-rank forces who have signed a contract with Wu Pianju, they see deeper and farther. This battle will directly determine the trend of nearly half the sky in the unsacred realm. Everyone, today the Son of God has personally resolved a little episode, and we will postpone the results of the ceremony of conferring the gods. Wu Pianju waved his sleeves and announced to the audience. The distinguished guests present immediately responded and retreated into the main hall of Xinyan Palace. My lord? The servants voiced Lin Chen, and he raised his hand. It's okay, it's going according to the original plan. Gui Jianzhou and the others don't need voice transmission, let them continue to work with the elders of Xinyan Palace. We need a battle of the same level to awaken everyone's fighting consciousness. Lin Chen said with a mysterious smile, in terms of durability, we are not afraid of anyone. We can withstand the war of attrition, but the senior officials of Xinyan Palace may not be able to withstand it. The next moment, Lin Chen said publicly, I'm going to hammer him. If there is any rash action in Xinyan Palace, you will immediately do it and hammer them all to death. Lin Chen said these words without hesitation, which made many strong people feel chills. Then, the disguised Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun took a step back, and Lan Jingyu put away his aura. And Wu Pianju returned to his former calm appearance. The expressions of the saints and monsters from all walks of life are extremely wonderful. Lin Chen said, if you can defeat me, you can continue to be your palace. Master Xinyan, and my people will leave immediately. Wu Pianju said indifferently, don't talk nonsense, no matter what conditions you put forward, the winner will only be me. The two of them were chatting and laughing, revealing absolute and powerful self-confidence. This is the confidence brought by the strength and heritage of both sides. Faced with these two heaven-defying people, who would dare to say so? Absolutely? The strongest dark horse Lin Chen, facing the most amazing and brilliant son of the god of war, Wu Pianju. this battle, everyone was unexpected. Wow. Shenling Shuang in the main hall jumped up, waving a small pink fist. Master is so handsome. Hit him, beat him. Shang Guanju's eyes flickered and her lips were slightly lifted. The young man who needed her to be secretly protected back then, and who needed her to suppress all forces to ensure his safety, has now grown into a real giant. With the group of people around him, the entire holy world, no one can move him now. Stronger than the Holy King, you have to weigh it. As expected of the Demon Empress, oh no, the kid who was slept by the Demon Empress. Shang Guanju was amazed, and immediately revealed deep doubts. However, how can this kid get so many peerless powerhouses, 4.5 step Holy Kings? When the state of mind has reached perfection, it is possible to take that crucial step at any time, and there are still a few rank 9s. The peak is not far from the half-step Holy King. It's all ruthless. Outside the Palace of Divine Flame, standing proudly on the high platform of Xinyan Palaces, Wu Zun, Shui Yifan stood up, and in his eyes, a gleam passed by, staring at Wu Pianju. Wu Pianju, you should know that this time we have the purpose and importance of the action. If you lose, no one can take this responsibility for you. Wu Pian didn't look back and waved at him. I swear here in the name of the god of war, a wild boy of unknown origin has no chance of defeating me. The corners of his mouth outlined an arc of absolute confidence. Under the open world, there is no one who can defeat me. The 9 great sages chose to wait and see what happened, but only Wu Jishura. Qianing Xue stared at Lin Chen's handsome face and fell into contemplation. This kid, I always feel like she's seen it somewhere. At this time, Wu Pianju flew into the air and levitated. Lan Jingyu backed away. Lin Chen's servants temporarily withdrew to the side. Outside the Xinyan Palace, in an attic, the servants gathered, and Ling Yueqi and other women also stood here to watch the battle. The cold and beautiful Yi Lixue walked slowly. When the little demon empress and her mother looked at each other again, their expressions changed several times, which was quite complicated. After a while, Yi Lixue sighed softly, Qing Wu, after all, you were right. The little demon empress shook her head, no, mother, you are wrong. Lin Chen and I are not in the relationship you imagined. He is my best friend. I won't do the same thing as mother, you did to your father. Same wrong thing. Yi Qingwu's beautiful eyes flowed with brilliance, staring at Lin Chen's direction, and said seriously, his stage should not be limited to the holy world, nor should he live in our narrow struggles. Yi Qingwu smiled sweetly, Peerless. We just need to watch him quietly. Yi Lixue was startled, looking at her daughter's pure smile, she couldn't calm down for a long time. The other side. In the entire Xinyan Square, and even the vacant Brahma Valley, not around the Holy Flame Mountain, there are only Lin Chen and Wu Pianju left. The inexhaustible spatial vibrations around them could not affect the two of them. Lan Jingyu personally sat in charge and supported the Xinyan Palace, to maximize the sacred flame space. The space and area near Xinyan Square has expanded hundreds of thousands of times. In the void, Wu Pianju's whole body shone with light from the holy acupoints, frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly burst into 2 strands of lightning, dancing like a silver snake. Lin Chen's wind was light and cloudless, his dantian was lucky, the holy cave was shining brightly, he opened his mouth and breathed, the wind roared, the space distorted and collapsed, and the electric light exploded. Bang bang bang. The entire Xinyan Palace exploded with electric light explosions in the sky. And the thunder lights scurried, turning into thunderstorms. The corners of the mouths of the monsters trembled. Damn, are these two guys human? This hasn't really started yet. One uses his eyes, and the other sighs as if he wants to lift the sky down. Wu Pianju sneered, it's a bit of a foundation, but that's it. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, children only stare with their eyes when they fight. Let's get some real materials, son of the god of war. Wu Pianju, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Pianju flicked his sleeves, activating his holy power in a flash, and almost no one noticed the trajectory of his shot below rank 3 saints. Boom! With a rolling roar, a certain super evildoer standing in the main hall wiped his sweat and said in shock, why is it so hot? When all the monsters and wizards looked up at the sky, their pupils shrank. I saw that the entire Xinyan palace was burned into a piece of the sky. A large number of giant palms covering the sky, 5-fingered holy flames burning the sky, were photographed one after another. Hiss! All the evildoers took a sigh of heat. The unique skill of Xinyan Palace, the 9th level burning heaven palm that has been cultivated to perfection. One move of the 9-layer burning heaven palm may not be a big deal. But, this damn thing is 200 strokes, the 9-fold burning heaven palm. The corners of the sweat-wiping evildoer's mouth trembled, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. 200 strokes, the 9 burning heaven palm? This is the ultimate martial god. There are all evildoers on the scene, and my heart is desperate. In half a breath, use 200 orange-level intermediate skills. This is the saint of the world. In the face of this monster, how do you fight to win? In other words, there is no chance of winning at all. Martial gods absolute, unparalleled in the world. The giant palm that covered the sky, burning with the 9-layered fire seal, attacked in a mighty manner. Each giant flame palm is tens of thousands of feet in size, carrying the high temperature of burning mountains and boiling seas, burning the space to distort. It's not that the bigger the offensive, the stronger the power. The gigantic 9-layer burning heaven palm condenses the lethality more concentrated. Enough to easily crush a heaven-opening realm consummation. You must know that Wu Pian is by no means beyond the perfection of a holy state of mind. This move alone is enough to kill a large number of open heaven realm late stage and even consummate. A full 200 strokes of the 9 burning heaven palm, the force is like a palm breaking the 10,000 mountains, annihilating thousands of miles of galaxy, and falling to Lin Chen's position like a rain of fire. This move, placed in the eyes of the evildoer list, is simply a god, and it is only a common operation in the saint talent list. The 9 great saints are all staring at Lin Chen. How will he deal with it? 200 tricks? Who are you looking down on? Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, overflowing with rage. The palms of his hands ignited red flames, and when he turned his mind, a huge amount of holy energy burned violently. He pushed his hands horizontally, and slapped the sky angrily. The host activates instant light splitting, consuming advanced talent points. Boom! Lin Chen's palm pushed the endless red flames into a giant palm that shook the sky, swept up to the sky, like a gust of wind and rain, and exploded in an instant. I will force you to add 50, and give you 205. Lin Chen's laughter made the scalps of countless super demons go numb. It made all the elders, deacons, and disciples of Xinyan Palace stunned. What Lin Chen used was actually the 9-layer burning heaven palm. Or cultivate to the same level as Wu Pianju, with 0 flaws and seamless perfection. And, no more, no less, exactly 250 strokes. 50 times more than Wu Pianju. Really just 205 imply that my son of the god of war is not good? Boom. 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 The whole world exploded like a bomb. The two heat waves that covered the sky smashed together, twisting the space. And recovering rapidly, the sound waves were like thunder and roars. Even if the space is separated, many saints below the open heaven are still deafening, and their eardrums are torn. This power is too terrifying. If it weren't for the Holy King, who fell in the Xinyan Palace, millions of miles around would be razed to the ground. Wu Pianju's total expansion of acupoints is 10,550 times, and the total condensation points are 2,120 times. Each condensation point is compared with the multiple of the expansion points. In addition, the 10 holy acupoints in the life and death realm have a total increase of 5 times, twice the star realm, and double the holy state of mind. The power of the total holy power alone is enough to reach an astronomical figure of 40,284 powers. Each palm of the 9th burning heaven palm exceeded 40,000 powers, and when this wave came down, it was like pushing 1,000 planes horizontally, like the power of opening the sky. And Lin Chen's total acupoint expansion is 157,565 times, and at this stage, the total concentration of acupoints is 53,500 times. The limit of holy power is 27,970 zun power, and in terms of holy power alone, it is almost 3 grades worse than Wu Pian. The heat wave swept through Zhou Tian, and the light of the knife around Lin Chen circulated, like a butterfly dancing, the light of the knife chopped up the aftermath of the heat wave, and he motivated the golden thread and jade close again, and the fire wave could not invade him half a point. The sword protects its master, and he has a consonance in his heart. It is Lin Chen's 8th grade holy sword, consonance. Everyone can see that although Lin Chen is strong, Wu Pianju is slightly better in this wave of duels. But Lin Chen's combat power still terrifies the world. Laugh. Tear. Wu Pianju pointed at the white on, tore through the heat wave, and looked indifferent. It's interesting. He turned into a ray of light, traversing the void like fire glass. Lin Chen backhandedly pointed at the finger of Wind Demon Death, shattered the white light in the void, and unfolded the 9 wings of the heavenly demon, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. Boom. Even though Lin Chen was moving at an extreme speed, the space behind him suddenly cracked open. The fist wind was like a knife, and Wu Pianju slammed the top of his head with a punch. Lin Chen turned around like a wandering dragon, his holy power burst out, raised his hand and hit him with an elbow. Bang! The airwaves exploded, and Wu Pian's desperate pursuit took advantage of the victory, and the flying sword of the rhinoceros turned into a white glow, forcing him to dodge sideways. Lin Chen took advantage of the situation to step back and rise into the air. Taking advantage of the gap created by the Lingxi, he smashed Wu Pianju's head with a whip leg in the air. Wu Pianju's palm trembled, like a black hole. He absorbed and eliminated all Lin Chen's holy power, shook Lin Chen with his backhand, and stabbed Lin Chen's holy heart with a claw. Lin Chen's shoulders shook suddenly, his energy pierced through the rainbow. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, the fist wind was like a vortex, and he violently beat away 1 circle and 1 claw, and a cloud of mushrooms shot into the sky in front of him. Tear. The rhinoceros flying knife slashed crosswise again, and the blade flashed like snowflakes. Wu Pianju immediately stepped on the fire glass 1,000 phantom steps, and a fiery cloud like holy light was generated under his feet. Chen behind. When he avoided the flying knife, he punched Lin Chen with his head. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen did not hide, but instead advanced. Wu Pianju's punch hadn't come out yet, his magical wings transformed from holy power unfolded. The soles of his feet slammed, and he pushed his back suddenly, hitting Wu Pianju behind him. Between the electric light and flint, Lin Chen's hands were like eagle claws. Locking Wu Pianju's wrist, his shoulders exerted force, and he fell in an instant. The wind was 4 volumes, the space was broken. Lin Chen actually fell Wu Pianju's back. Unexpectedly, Wu Pianju suddenly grabbed the void with his 5 fingers, fixed his figure in midair, rotated his figure, and slammed Lin Chen's arm with both hands, and he also threw Lin Chen out. Fall back. Lin Chen spun in the air, and when he dissolved the force, he punched in the air. Wu Pianju sneered, facing the fist. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen took 10 steps back. Wu Pian took 3 steps back. The two smashed the void, their eyes sharp. The wind was like a knife, roaring and roaring, and the two people's robes were rolled up, and there was no mess at all. Laugh. Immediately afterwards, Wu Pianju punched and received hundreds of palms. The momentum was like a continuous shooting wave, and the boundless wind blade and palm smashed the universe. This is a new orange level intermediate skill, and it is also an orange level intermediate skill with hundreds of tricks. Clang. Lin Chen's second flying knife, Ben Lei, was born. With both knives in his hand, Lin Chen slammed it in awe, and his instant light and shadow talent launched the lotus dance. The sword light gradually glittered, and the terrifying lotus sword light suddenly shattered Wu Pianju's palm technique. Enhanced +15, the sharp edge of the 8th rank flying knife is fully revealed. Sigh. Wu Pianju is greeted by another palm. This palm is like a 5-colored cloud, but it burns with a divine might that burns and devours qi and blood. Lin Chen held frozen sky and slashed furiously with his sword. Holding the sword in both hands, the sword billions of stars smashed the galaxy and cut off the bloodthirsty 5-color cloud palm print. The heavens exploded, causing the eyes of the 3 sword masters of the sword region to skyrocket. Seeing the 2 people flashing all over the sky, the super evildoers were stunned. Hiss. What gods are these 2 people? I can't even sense where they are, it's terrifying. Thousands of tricks and solutions in an instant. This is the battle between the man on the enchanting list and the son of the god of war. It's like a monster. The super demons are trembling at the top of their hearts, and even the first and second sages have a sense of numbness in their scalps. With their cultivation base and vision, they could only barely see the battle trajectory and the marks of their shots. The fight between the two was not at all sloppy. It can be said that the old antiques with more than 3 rank are all bright in their eyes. Especially in the melee combat just now, not to mention the pinnacle of various combat skills, even the dodge, defense, counterattack, demolition, and breaking moves in the melee combat have been predicted and prepared in the next instant. The fight between the 2 people seems to be a prearranged performance. The 9 great saints were more or less focused on the battle. The 9 great saints, and all the saints and saints above rank 7, can all see that. Wu Pianju, not serious yet. From beginning to end, he used Xinyan Palace's exercises and combat skills, the martial arts' unique skills, and his self-created exercises, haven't even come out yet. A holy artifact has not been used. On the other hand, Lin Chen has already used 3 8th rank holy artifacts. You can't go wrong. With nearly 28,000 powers, it's very possible that Lin Chen's cultivation has also reached the holy state of mind. But, it's not right. Why doesn't his offensive have the spirit of life and death? Lin Chen's holy power is so different from Wu Pian's. How did he block Wu Pian's remaining strength in the face of hard confrontation? Defensive combat skills alone are not enough. It's his holy artifact, my good fellow, and his shirt is from the hands of a true forging giant. This is the 8th grade defensive holy artifact I have seen, and it is the strongest defensive holy artifact I have ever seen. Second only to the 9th grade defensive holy artifact. Several old antiques in Jianyu were all shocked and puzzled. What kind of realm is this? Lin Chen, Protector Lan, who maintains the battle space, can't help but narrow his eyes. I didn't expect this son to be so powerful. Just in terms of combat power, it is comparable to a rank 2 saint or even stronger. His reaction speed is already equal to a 3rd rank saint. Most of the saints on the list of saints have already stepped into the open heaven realm, but Wu Pianju is still in the 8th layer saint state of mind. With this kind of combat power, Wu Pianju may be able to show his true strength. After this battle, Wu Pianju may be able to borrow his hand to advance to the Kaitian realm perfectly. Although Lin Chen is strong, he is only a stepping stone in the end. At the high altitude of Xinyan Palace, Lin Chen and Wu Pianju turned into countless afterimages and streamers, fighting back and forth. The 10 supreme elders of the Presbyterian Church are even more horrified. The tricks of these two people are predicting each other throughout the whole process. Lin Chen prejudged Wu Pianju prejudged Lin Chen's prejudgment, Lin Chen prejudged Wu Pianju's prejudgment and prejudgment, Wu Pianju prejudged Lin Chen's double prejudgment. As a result, every move of the two did not lock the other party, and every move was perfect, but broken every time. It's like a dance that has been rehearsed countless times in advance. These two have sublimated battle into an artistic existence. Lin Chen is more than twice as strong as when he was in the demon world. Just the speed of his mental instant is much faster than that at the time. In addition, which of the servants who practiced with Lin Chen during this period was not the legendary figure of the year? When they trained Lin Chen, the combat experience they gave back was far beyond that of ordinary opponents. Bang! The two punched each other, and when they retreated again, the aftermath of the attack was blocked again and again by the starlight circulating in the star-chasing Tianqian robe. The host has obtained 20,000 intermediate enhancement points, 290,000 top level exercises, 1.2 billion high-level talent points, and 50 million top level fire energy points. Lin Chen laughed loudly, and laughed so freely. Ha ha ha, cool. Really cool. All the monsters and the greats are ashamed. Damn, this Lin Chen is really a pervert. They broke into a cold sweat watching the battle. How can this be so cool? This guy can nominate the saint list. For Lin Chen, this Wu Pianju has so many attributes. Hit all the way down. This Wu Pianju is simply a treasure trove of walking attribute values. The more you fight, the more. The warm-up is done, right? Come on, I will force you to walk alone for a 6. Lin Chen smiled casually, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Pa. The host has triggered Super Chaos 36 times on the hostile target, and the chaos lasts 59 seconds. OM. Wu Pianju's mind suddenly became a mess, countless strange thoughts popped up randomly, his limbs twitched, and the whole body's blood flow was chaotic, as if his whole body did not obey. Oh, it's interesting. Wu Pianju had seen so many big scenes, and in such a random state, it was not difficult for him to be the son of the god of war. Laugh. Tear. Almost at the same time, a gray-white talisman fell from the sky and suddenly exploded. Consumed 30 million top-level rune energy to activate slow rune. As soon as this slow rune came out, even the blue protector changed slightly. In the sacred fire space he personally sat in, the flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding void became particularly slow and solidified. It was almost impossible to move an inch below the third rank of a saint. It is very difficult to even run the holy power, and it is almost in a state of being slaughtered by others. When the super chaos and the slow rune were combined, even the 9 great saints were slightly surprised by this hand. Boom! Lin Chen flashed thousands of miles, and slashed away with his sword at close range. The cold starlight sword radiance contains far more sharpness than the 8th great holy sword. One sword divides the 150 swords hundreds of millions of stars, and it cuts the Wu Pian absolutely. Countless starlight slashes seemed to cover Wu Pianju. The corners of his mouth rose, slightly chanting a spell. Return to my divine art, martial heart is free. Sigh. Almost in an instant, Wu Pianju's body was like an electric current flowing. All the super chaotic state was cleared, the limbs did not tremble, and the man's majesty was reinvigorated. It's the martial heart mantra that eliminates all negative states. The Xingyan Palace elders and others have solemn eyes. Between the electric light and flint, Wu Pianju's hands were covered with a pair of golden gloves, entwined with gold threads, and there was a hidden power. 8th rank holy artifact, Shenwu variety gloves. Nayue. Wu Pianju raised his hand slightly, and the palm of his right palm, which was covered with golden threads, spun slightly, and a magical suction force was like a vortex, swallowing the stars and absorbing the moon, and absorbed all the nearby space that had become sluggish, returning to its original state. Broken star. The palm covered the streamer, and Wu Pian slapped it with one palm, smashing all the Peerless sword lights that were enough to smash millions of continents. In the left hand, the moon breaks the slow rune, and in the right hand, the broken star crushes hundreds of millions of stars. Wu Pianju raised his hand and shook it, and all the broken light of the sword light was concentrated in one piece. Hold the day. With a sudden grasp of the palm, it all shattered. Boom. All of Lin Chen's offensives were defeated. Oh? Has it finally come true? I've hammered a lot of fake descendants of the gods before, but the real descendants of gods, I'm going to try it today too. See how it feels. Lin Chen is not only not surprised, but his face is full of excitement. Wu Pianju sneered, Lin Chen, you are qualified to be my opponent. As soon as the words fell, Wu Pianju stepped on his feet, and the feet floated with splendor, and he stepped sideways and flashed. The expressions of all the saints below the 4th level of cultivation changed greatly. The speed just now, even they did not respond. At this moment, the 9 members of the Saint Talents list showed an air of interest. Wu Pianju, finally serious. It's too fast. This is the unique skill of the god of war, the advanced orange level movement technique, martial god step. This is still known as the unique skill of the first movement in the advanced orange level. Created by the god of war, it is unparalleled in the world. Even with the peerless movement of the advanced orange level, it may not be comparable to the martial god step. The elders were ecstatic. Once martial god's son is serious, Lin Chen will definitely lose. If it is said that the cultivation difficulty of the orange level intermediate exercises is 100, then the cultivation difficulty of the orange level advanced exercises is 10,000. Once the orange level advanced exercises are used in battle, the trend will be completely different. Not to mention, the martial god step, which has the reputation of the first movement technique, is performed by the son of the martial god, and the speed is almost as fast as continuously crossing the void plane. Bang! Boom! Almost at the same moment Wu Pianju disappeared, Lin Chen's figure hit him on the spot. Everyone didn't even see when Wu Pianju passed. The 10 elders showed a knowing smile, this scene, of course. However, sigh. With a cracking sound, Lin Chen's figure actually burst into countless shattered beams like clouds and blood. That Wu Zun Shui Yifan suddenly opened his eyes, and his calm demeanor showed a shock for the first time. What he used is also an advanced orange level movement technique. It really deserves to be the list of saints. He has a way to break the constraints of space. Slow runes and super chaos don't work for him. They can only slightly disrupt his rhythm. If that's the case, then use the offensive to suppress him. Lin Chen took advantage of the victory to pursue and attacked, and all the way, he violently crushed Wu Pian into a team, and the two of them changed into a stream of light in the sky. At the moment when Lin Chen's figure exploded, the blood and cloud shadows in the sky, the old antiques from all over the Xinyan Palace, and even everyone in the Dharma Protector Hall, had very wonderful expressions. At this moment, Yun Tianguang, who was standing outside Xinyan Palace, couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Are you going to the next level, my lord? Call out! Call out! Call out! Countless roaring winds roared and whistled, and the bloody afterimages in the sky presented a storm-like scene. Every cloud shadow and bloody light was actually the afterimage of Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his sword and pulled it quickly, slashing the roulette-like sword light. Thousands of sword lights cut diagonally. Wu Pianju crushed the sword light with his 5 fingers. Conversely, a fist slammed into Lin Chen's chest, shattered. Boom! 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 The terrifying aftermath of the explosion exploded wildly, ravaging the entire Xinyan Palace high in the sky. When bursts of brilliant light and shadows and cloudy light and bloody shadows collided at super high speed, the elders almost dropped their jaws. Keep up! Lin Chen actually followed Wu Shenxi's martial god step. What kind of movement technique is this? Can it be compared to the martial god step of the orange rank's first advanced movement technique? The shadow of the cloud is light, and the afterimage is like blood. The light of the sky follows the shadow, and the shadow turns into the blood. This is the long-lost Peerless body technique, cloud shadow sky light. You can recognize Lin Chen's movement, and the corners of his mouth tremble. Hey! It turned out to be the famed secret of the legendary Blood Lord Yun Tianguang? What kind of bullshit luck did Lin Chen have to get the inheritance of the Blood Monarch? He has cultivated so well. It's amazing. Yuning Tianguang can fight to such an extent when facing the martial god step? When the Presbyterian Council and the 9 rank representatives were shocked, Wu Pianju's cultivation technique changed again. The breath of death that gallops like a river, destroys the 9 heavens. Dives down to the 9 serenities, a sword that is as green as jade, as clear as a mirror, is held in the hand by Wu Pianju. 8th rank sword tool, Joyo sword. With a sword in hand, Wu Pianju is like a death sword saint from hell. The breath of death is surging throughout his body. He holds the sword and slashes horizontally, and a pitch-black death sword lotus blooms in the sky. Death burial. Wu Pianju's figure flashes like a wandering dragon. Every time he pulls his sword, he will appear in a different direction. In an instant, the sword energy spread all over the sky, and the divine flame opened the sword lotus in the sky. The black lotus seems to be extremely slow, but in fact, the edge that spills out covers half of the sacred flame space in 1,000th of the breath. It's another orange level advanced combat skill. And it has been used more than 10 times in a very short period of time. Many strong pupils tremble in fear. Even the expressions of the 9 holy sons are very wonderful. The son of the god of war, can he actually know swordsmanship? In the past, no one could make God of Wu really show his cards. Even the saints who are on the list of saints know very little, and they don't really use their own trump card when they learn from each other. Almost no one knows that he is proficient in kendo. How can Lin Chen stop this sword? It's too fast. Wu Pianju cooperated with the martial god step and launched an attack in almost all directions of Lin Chen at the same time. He can only take this sword hard. The victory or defeat may be decided soon. When all the old antiques watched intently, sigh. There was a crack in the sky, and when Lin Chen swung his sword, the sky was suddenly split into 2 halves. Come on, son of the god of war, the front is just right, don't retreat. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen's wild laughter makes one's heart tremble. Holding the frozen heaven sword, he swiftly slashed thousands of swords, and the tip of the sword burst into a blazing snow-white sword light. The snow-white sword light is like a half-moon falling into the world. Each sword is divided into 5, one sword smashes the pitch-black sword lotus, the sky explodes, 1 black and 1 white, and the endless sword light is scattered. It doesn't matter if you have physical skills, do you also have sword skills? Nanny? The black and white aurora exploded, reflecting the jaw-dropping and shocking surprise of countless people. Lin Chen actually knows the advanced orange level swordsmanship? What's the matter with him? Orange level advanced exercises. Has he become his Chinese cabbage? Even the high-level orange level exercises in the Xinyan Palace collection only have 6 types on the bright side. Each of them is a handed-down grade, which has gone through the inheritance of countless generations of powerhouses. The 3 sword sovereigns of the sword region and the dozen or so 8th rank representatives invited are even more splendid. Lin Chen not only practiced this advanced orange level swordsmanship, but also practiced it to the perfection level. Master 2 advanced orange level exercises at the same time and cultivate 2. The perfection realm? What kind of humanoid monster is this? Only the 3 sword sovereigns seemed to see something. They looked at each other, and when they communicated through sound transmission, they were shocked like never before. Hey, that kid's swordsmanship, shouldn't it be? You can't go wrong, it's extreme K Kai Tian. It was Fong Ling's famous and unique skill when he defeated the arrogance of the swordsmen from all over the world. But it's not right. Isn't Fong Ling dead? Protector Lan once used his holy power to increase the protection of the holy fire space, and his demeanor became more and more solemn. It is true that Lin Chen and Wu Pianju have a big difference in their cultivation. This is a big gap that does exist. But every time, Lin Chen's sword skills were 1 point faster than Wu Pianju's one more level, and he used the momentum to level the gap between the two sides. This makes the fight almost 5-5. The trump cards of both sides are tied again, and there is no element to decide the outcome. This son can fight with Wu Pianju to this point, and he is still a saint in the world. Lin Chen held the frozen heaven sword and slashed horizontally, while Wu Pianju held the 9 serenity sword and slashed vertically. As soon as he stepped on the movement, Lin Chen avoided the slash. Wu Pianju pursued it relentlessly, and slashed down with one sword after another, and the death sword lotus bloomed frequently, wanting to behead Lin Chen's head. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen held the sword in his backhand and slashed vertically in the sky. The tip of the sword moved Jiuxiao, tearing the sky into a beam of white light. The white beam of light transformed into a giant sword of white light that fell like an aurora, slicing through the sky in the sky. The power of the giant sword penetrates the heavens, and it is divided into 5 parts. When it falls, it crushes the pitch-black sword lotus picked out by Wu Pianju's sword. The moment before the sword lotus shattered, Wu Pianju's expression changed slightly. This guy deliberately showed his flaws to lead me closer, so insidious. What kind of play is this? He stepped back again and again with martial god steps to withdraw, and with a loud bang, the giant sword slashed into loneliness. But Lin Chen took the opportunity to step on his body and turned into a cloud of blood in the sky. Thousands of afterimages chased after them and fought away. The posture of Wu Pianju, who had just retreated, was not adjusted to the best. Lin Chen's sword speed was faster than one sword, 3,000 swords in an instant, which could be said to be approaching the extreme. But the next moment, even more exciting is trigger orange level intermediate passive talent, destruction blast. Boom. 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 Almost every time Lin Chen stabbed dozens of swords, or cut out hundreds of swords, a series of explosions would occur all over Wu Pianju. The explosion of holy energy penetrated through his first layer of defense, directly blowing his handsome face to the ground. His hair stood upright, and he turned into an exploding head. Wu Pianju exploded. What's the situation? Is there such a technique? The elders all looked at each other in astonishment. What kind of exercise is this? After the war, Wu Pianju's face showed shock for the first time. Lin Chen kept the sword in his hand and said with a joking smile, "How about it, do you still like the explosive head, specially made for you by the Dark Horse Club?" Boom. 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 Wu Pianju's whole body overflowed with the blood of the emerald green dragon, which turned into a shield, and was washed away by the explosion of holy power. This is Wu Pianju's self-created orange-level advanced defense technique. Tai Shi Linglong art. By refining the ancient spirit dragon's blood energy to protect the body, it can resist the offensive of the first-rank saint without being damaged. Even the second-rank saint's offensive can resist the next part. Lin Chen broke his defense. No, martial god's son hasn't really been hurt yet. The expressions of the elders of Xinyan Palace changed slightly. Lin Chen's extreme Kaitian swordsmanship is divided into 9 moves: skill, speed, force, and 3 styles. Each move can deal with different situations. Lin Chen practiced to perfection and switched freely. In terms of lethality, perhaps Wu Pianju's lotus burial of death is even better. But in terms of the degree of flexibility, Lin Chen's extreme Kaitian is even better. Hidden in the team, Feng Ling, who had disguised his appearance, showed a Teacher-like smile when he watched Lin Chen use his extreme queer sky to push Wu Pianju to a dead end step by step. The Lord is really a god who descends to earth, and it can't be described as 1/10,000th of it. In order to comprehend this sword technique, I cultivated it in the valley of Duanqing for nearly 100 years before I entered it into the realm of great achievement. After I defeated the swordsmen of all parties, I had an epiphany to achieve perfection. It had an epiphany. At this time, Lin Chen, after inducing Wu Pianju to reveal his flaws, quickly attacked in one breath, hitting Wu Pianju many times in a row, and finally took out his second trump card, destroying the explosive talent. The destruction blast talent has a 10% chance to penetrate 50% of the host's attack power through the enemy's layer of defense and cause an explosion. This talent must be triggered by hitting the opponent with probability. Although the previous Lin Chen and Wu Pianju were on a par with Wu Pianju, they rarely actually hit him, and even if they hit him, they couldn't break the defense. My defense is being gradually disintegrated by his mysterious tricks. Not good. Wu Pianju's heart was not good, and he couldn't fight for a long time. When he stabbed his sword in the air and pierced Lin Chen's sword light, Wu Shen stepped forward, consuming a lot of holy energy to motivate him, and retreated 100,000 miles away in an instant. Wu Pianju's clothes glowed with purple light, and the soft armor of Xinghui was revealed, and it was actually an 8th grade holy weapon. This kind of wealth is simply numb to the scalp. Even the top 100 enchanting enchantresses on the enchanting list can count the number of people who hold 8th grade holy artifacts with 5 fingers. At this time, Wu Pianju had an explosive head on his head and his robes were torn apart, very embarrassed and funny. On the other hand, Lin Chen is imposing and high-spirited. In this wave of confrontation, Lin Chen has the advantage. However, Wu Pianju was not really injured. Damn, the background of the son of the god of war is perverted. There are several unparalleled evildoers who couldn't help but burst out. Wu Pianju's defense made the scalp tingle. Outside there is Taisher Linglong's blood and energy to protect the body, and there is an 8th grade defensive armor inside. In addition, Wu Pianju's mental method, true martial movement, heavenly art has been cultivated, and he has become a true martial body. The body of true martial arts can make his holy body invulnerable to all poisons. The devilish energy is not disturbed, and the water, fire, thunder, and lightning cannot penetrate a little. In other words, Wu Pian absolutely has 3 layers of super defense. Just to break the defense and want to hurt him, you have to break these 3 layers of defense. Lin Chen had at most broken his Taisher Long Qi before. Orange level advanced exercises, 8th rank sacred artifact, these countless monsters dream of, and countless 8th rank sects regard it as a masterpiece of Zhenzong. The background of the saint talent list is so strong that it is frightening. If I can't break his defense, my extinction crack will have no effect. His 3-layer defense is harder to break than the other. Well, it's a bit hard. Lin Chen continued to refine a large amount of golden Saint Yuan coins to fill up the consumption, suspending in the air, and incorporating all the attribute light balls dropped by Wu Pianju into his body. The host has obtained 450 billion points of top-level essence, 3 million points of martial arts essence, 8 million points of Heavenly Dao, 100,000 points of intermediate strengthening points, 36 billion points of top-level spiritual power. Lin Chen's accumulation has become more and more powerful. In addition to the attribute values that he had obtained for the servants' revenge some time ago, His accumulation has approached the limit, reaching a terrifying level. Wu Pianzhi slowly closed his eyes and laughed in anger. Very good, a wild boy of unknown origin. If you can force me to this point, you are enough to be famous in history. He didn't use his sword, he grasped it in the palm of his hand, and a zhang long blood on was created out of thin air, sketched into a half-moon shape, and finally turned into a blood bow, faintly entwined with a dragon energy. Lifelike. It was actually another 8th rank holy artifact, the hidden dragon breaking Heaven Bow. When Wu Pianzhi opened his eyes again, boom! An unrivaled divine might burst out from within Wu Pianzhi's body, like a reincarnated god of war, an invincible legend. Wu Pianzhi's pair of sword eyebrows burned into flames, and his divine eyes flashed orange light, blazing brightly, and a cross-shaped orange pattern appeared. Everyone's eyes narrowed. At this moment, if any saint below the rank 5 sage looked directly into Wu Pianzhi's eyes, his hair would stand up in an instant, and he would be horrified. It was as if all the secrets of the whole body were known to him. Martial god eyes. Blood tribulation. Fang Shitian licked his lips excitedly, his fighting spirit boiling. Good guy, this is the first time I see this kid open the eyes of martial god. The interest of the 9 great sages gradually deepened, and Lin Chen actually forced his martial god eyes to open. What is the god of war? Beyond the realm of saints, those who multiply martial arts to new heights and realms can understand the merits and demerits of martial arts in the world to the extreme. This is the unique skill of the son of the god of war. Once the eyes of the god of martial arts are opened, all the flaws and dead ends in the battle will be discerned. Even if it is a flawless cultivation technique, the martial god's eye will see through its weakness. Wu Pianzhi's eyes turned, and when he suddenly looked at Lin Chen turned his mind. The oppression of the martial god's eye could not give him any pressure at all, making Commander Lin calm and calm. Wu Pianzhi raised his hand, pulled the bowstring, and the dragon energy wrapped around the bow body swam quickly, condensed into arrows, turned into a flying dragon-like arrow, aimed at Lin Chen. Even the evildoers of Xinyan Palace and the 8th rank masters couldn't help but take a few steps back subconsciously. If this arrow is fired, the sky will be overturned and the plane will explode. However, boom! A blast of stars shakes the sky. When Lin Chen put away the frozen heaven sword, a beam of starlight appeared in his palm, like a polar star above Jiuxiao falling into the world. When he held it in his hand, it transformed into a star bow and appeared in the world. 8th rank holy bow Jiuxiao star fury. Lin Chen held the bow in one hand and pulled the thunder-like bowstring in the other, slamming it at Wu Pianzhi. Come on, the surname is Wu, the middle door is a sniper. Lin Chen laughed wildly. Shoot later and see who lasts longer. It directly scared the entire Xinyan Palace into a daze. Even the VIPs who participated in the ceremony were shocked. It's a goddamn hell. Could this Lin Chen even know the advanced orange level archery? Ha 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 ha. In the servant team, a certain black-robed man burst into heroic laughter. One of the main factors in Lin Chen's ability to challenge Wu Pianzhi is the talent of extremely divine possession. The effect of the supergod possession talent increases his mind and exercises by 300%. On the basis of the 3 times the amount of virtual holy acupoints. In Tai Fu Tianju, the effect of the exercises is tripled. However, it is by no means easy to fight over the top ranks, and there is a huge gap between Lin Chen and Wu Pianzhi's cultivation. It's like 2 body-refining holy places that have cultivated their bodies to 20,000 strengths, and challenge a body-refining holy realm with 40,000 strengths. The former two will be violently crushed by the latter. Therefore, whether it is a holy power cultivation base or the realm of pure power, the more you go up, the more terrifying it is. Lin Chen seems to be on the bright side with Wu Pianju, but the difference in holy power is only 13,000, but in reality, it is 2 to 3 grades behind. It is not enough to rely on an advanced orange level exercise that triples the effect. If there is no enhanced plus 15, 8th rank holy artifact, the confrontation between Lin Chen and Wu Pianju may not be equal. This is still under the premise of instant light splitting. At this time, Lin Chen held Jiu Xiaoxing Fury in his hand. The wind was blowing with thunder and lightning, the stars were shining, and a storm-like red flame spun into an arrow, which was aimed at Wu Pianju by Lin Chen. Yun Tianguang's body technique. Qi Fian's arrow skills. Fang Ling's swordsmanship. The current Lin Chen is simply impeccable. The sharp aura that swept away 9 days and 10 places, and shattered the sun, moon and Xinghe plains, caused Wu Pianju's mouth to twitch. Can't go wrong. This sense of oppression is the edge that only orange level advanced archery skills have. Wu Pianju secretly said in his heart, "Damn, is it possible that the advanced orange level exercises you learned are comparable to that of this goddess?" The arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Wu Pianju pulled the bow and pulled the arrow to the extreme. Death to this god-child. Breaking the heavens and God's moon. Wu Pianju coldly drank the arrow, the blood moon above his head descended. And the dragon energy wrapped around the bow turned into a dragon arrow that shattered the sky and the earth. Shooting so fast? Lin Chen joked and laughed. A man has to shoot a lot to be called a man. Don't stop sniping, let's see who can shoot better. While chatting and laughing, Lin Chen loosened his fingertips, and Jiuxiaxing's angry bowstring shot out a holy rocket arrow, carrying a whirlwind of furious flames that suddenly erupted. Feng Tianjian. Instant light splits shadows. The holy rocket arrows shot out, turning into a beam of arrows across the sky. The arrow beam swirled a storm of holy flames, rolling in and swept the sky. Around the sky. Finally, at 5 o'clock, they merged into 5 storms and hit Wu Pianju Long, Qi Changhong. Boom. The arrow exploded, and the storm raged in the sky. The scorching high-temperature burning space screeched and twisted continuously. When a series of explosions exploded around, the two hands were like afterimages, pulling their bows and shooting, and they couldn't stop at all. Boom. 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 Lin Chen and Wu Pianju, one incarnated in the sky and clouds, and the other with a splendid footstep of the martial god, were madly pulling their bows and shooting in different directions at great speed, and they exploded with one arrow after another. Countless storms were generated again and again, and the two of them didn't stop at all, their passion shooting all the way. What's even more frightening is that only a very few people can see it clearly. The two people's confrontational shots actually hit each other's arrows head-on with precision and accuracy every time. The two arrows exploded, and the space exploded. Everyone was amazed. This battle intensified. The confrontation between the two did not stop, and they attacked each other with frontal hard shots. Every arrow shot was thrilling, and Lin Chen slammed head-on with the flickering shadow every time. The movement is dazzling, and the clouds and shadows fill the sky. The arrows are vertical and horizontal, and the dazzling shadows are free. It's so fast, I can't see clearly at all. All I can see is the explosion, the explosion. Isn't it saying that Lin Chen has a unique avatar that is comparable to the main body? Why haven't I seen him use it? Hey, there are more or less drawbacks to things like the clone cultivation technique. He doesn't dare to use it or can't use it now. Damn, it's really exciting. How will the outcome of this match go? I bet 50 cents, it must be Martial God's son. I'm stood a Lin Chen. The entire Xinyan Palace, the disciples, deacons, and guardians of the two factions tightened their heartstrings, and kept their attention on the sacred flame space. Lin Chen and Wu Pianju have been shooting for 2 days and 2 nights. It hasn't stopped yet. It's been almost 3 days. When do these two want to ejaculate? Damn, this Lin Chen is so wild. Neither side hits the other with an arrow, the arrows hit each other, and the moves counteract each other. What kind of evasion and reaction ability is this? Forget it, the goddess of war, the descendants of the gods, the spiritual light is terrifying, but how did Lin Chen maintain such a high intensity reaction speed for a long time? Even the Council of Presbyterians was stunned. Brush. At this time, the space opened, and 2 teams of people appeared in the sky. They are the rank 9 saints from both Xinyan Palace and Lin Chen's team. Lin Chen and Wu Pian never finished their fight, but they fought 7,788. How is the victory? Hey, Xinyan Palace wants to get back to the scene. Judging from this appearance, it should be the team that failed to take down Lin Chen. The 3 9-rank representatives all looked at each other. At this time, both teams were injured, but Lin Chen's team was injured, but it was not a big problem, and the replenishment and consumption of Xingdan immediately followed. But the elders of the Xinyan Palace are not so lucky. They are indeed in battle, and they have achieved a very slight upper hand as a whole. After all, they are the big men who fought against the Azuras back then. These supreme elders are all ruthless. If it was in its heyday, even 18 people from Lin Chen's team who were at the pinnacle of the rank 9 would come out. The servants on the 19th floor of Lin Chen's side, except for Shangguan, Wu Di, Fong Ling, Lang Fanyun, and Qi Fian, who are half-step saint kings. Yu Xingxing and Jiang Taishu are the top rank 8 practitioners. The remaining 11 servants of the 19th floor are all at the peak of rank 9, while the other 7 peak of the 19th floor are from the 18th floor. In terms of combat power, the 19th floor is even better, second only to the 4 major half-step holy kings. On Lin Chen's side, the trump cards and the number of strong players are still easy to handle. However, Xinyan Palace was embarrassed. Under the premise that the commander of the Dharma Protector does not move and there is a lack of a Dharma Protector, they are facing a huge disadvantage. The holy body of the Supreme Elders of Xinyan Palace, already riddled with holes. Some of the permanent injuries left by the powerful people of other races from a long time ago have been deeply wounded and can never be recovered. After this battle, their price is even heavier. It's all right. Several servants looked at each other, and Fei Wuxuang even flicked his fingers, and a drop of pure water appeared, filled with the energy of regeneration, and merged into the head of the middle-aged saint. His injuries healed a lot immediately. The man grinned and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency Wuxuang. It doesn't matter, compared to the previous injury, this kind of injury is at most a scratch. It really deserves to be one of the top powers of Xinyan Palace back then. These old monsters are really powerful. However, it is them who are causing the biggest problem now. The 20 of us still have the strength to fight again in a short period of time, and even continue to recover. But if they fight again, their strength will definitely not be as good as before, and they will even worry about their lives. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. What they are not afraid of the most is a protracted war. Wow. It's amazing, Lin Chen can shoot so well. The little demon empress clapped her jade hands excitedly, with a look of excitement on her face. The master's skills are no less than when I was young. Qi Fian was amazed that he could use his archery skills to such an extent. Looking at the 36 areas of the Holy Realm, there are almost few people who can reach this state except the Saint Talents list. On the other side, the Xinyan Palace camp. A Taisheng elder stepped into the high platform of the presbytery. He had gray hair, but his eyes were dry and thin, and he said hoarsely, "The other party is not weak, and after another fight, the old man and others will be unable to bear it. This victory or defeat, we can't let Wu Shenxi bear all the burdens." The Presbyterian Church and others said in succession. "Don't worry, the elders, the old man has already sent someone to the Wu family to communicate. Oh, if you want to challenge my Xinyan Palace, the martial god family will not sit idly by. If this son dares to destroy the Heavenly Palace, he will definitely pay the price, blood debt and blood. The pace of Xinyan Palace's reform must not stop. In order to become the pinnacle of the 9th rank forces in the holy world, and to reproduce the glory of my divine flame, the transformation of the martial godchild must be completed. For this reason, what about abandoning some female disciples and becoming a cauldron?" The 10 supreme elders of the Presbyterian Church looked at each other with a hint of hysteria. They have no way out. If the Xinyan Palace wants to revive, it must borrow the background of Wu Pianju and the big plan of the Saint Talent list. It's a pity that they never looked at Bai Ruoyan from the beginning to the end. Revival is definitely not a way to go. Sigh. Boom boom boom. After Wu Pianju and Lin Chen quickly shot hundreds of arrows with their bows drawn, they retreated at the same time. The host has obtained 390,000 top-level martial arts essence, 7.4 billion. Top-level spiritual power, 290,000 heavenly Taoist points, and 110,000 intermediate strengthening points. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This battle is really getting more and more enjoyable. The attribute values dropped by Wu Pianju are simply endless. Descendants of God, well-deserved reputation. During the period of fighting against Wu Pianju alone, Lin Chen obtained more attribute values than killing a demon venerable. It's not a loss in this battle. Tianjin's assassination technique is extremely powerful even if it is used for a frontal attack, and all his motives are virtualized. Lin Chen swallowed a few long qinghua casually, and his eyes became more and more fiery. Wu Pianju on the opposite side frowned. Unexpectedly, even the martial god. "I couldn't deal with this, Lin Chen. My martial god's eyes can see all weaknesses, from the holy body to the cultivation base to the flaws in the practice, but after this kid and I shot each other, the breath suddenly became mysterious and erratic, and I couldn't even predict his motives. His body must have extremely high assassination skills. Only the top killers can avoid my Wu Shenxi insight. Unexpectedly, his trump cards are so rich." His eyes swept across Lin Chen's servant team a few times. Lin Chen's super chaotic talent, slow rune, and Wu Pianju all have restraint tricks. Under the circumstance that they cannot break the defense, Lin Chen's extinction fission and destruction explosion talents cannot be fully exerted. If Lin Chen didn't have the unique skills of Shi Hui's servants, he would definitely fight hard in this battle. But now, he possesses all kinds of unique skills, and Lin Chen's combat power can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Under the condition of the same cultivation base, his combat power has been raised by several grades, and Wu Pianju has been driven to a dead end step by step. His trump card may still be there, but it can't be compared with Lin Chen's existing trump card. Saint Talents List Fei Hua Jiu Nangonyu swayed her jade legs, cunning and agile, her beautiful eyes turned, her jade hands resting on her cheeks. And she looked at the two with great interest. It seems that today we can see the bloodline of Wu Pianju's martial god. The gentle and elegant Dongfeng Hong put down the scriptures in his hand and nodded in agreement. It is rumored that the blood of the martial god can multiply the power of the exercises, far exceeding the power of the original rank. I really want to see what it can achieve. The handsome and refined young master, Ji Qianqiu, smiled playfully. I don't think Wu Pian will definitely lose to this wild boy. Even if his team is strong and his acupoints expand against the sky, it does not mean that he can reach our field. Ji Wuqing's handsome face showed a bit of indifference, and said indifferently, this son of Lin Chen, but that's it. Those who really threaten our plan are those in his team. Just when everyone was expecting Wu Pianju to use the real killer move to kill Lin Chen. Click. 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 When the sound of cracking a few shells cracked, Wu Pianju's whole body flashed with 86 pointed stars. But at this time, the 81st six-pointed star is slowly emerging. Formed, cracked. Wanzhong Shenxia appeared out of thin air, like the Tianhe hanging the sky. The vast divine power descended on the entire Xinyan palace. Wu Pianju stepped on the gods, and the Qiyu was high, and the spirit was high. Wu Pianju's holy cave that had been fighting for a long time was filled with new holy energy, and spewed out with a more terrifying momentum. Lin Chen suddenly felt a sudden increase in pressure, and his eyes lit up. Could it be that he is? The attribute light ball on Wu Pianju began to accumulate again at a terrifying speed. At this moment, the heartstrings of all the elders of the Presbyterian Church were shocked. The entire Xinyan palace, the Dharma protectors and the disciples, were excited and shocked at the same time. Even Lin Chen's servants were quite surprised. The 9 great sages looked at each other, and their expressions were particularly wonderful. Wu Pianju, he is finally going to take this step. Lin Chen, I have to say, you have traveled thousands of miles to become a stepping stone for this son of God. Very good, very good. I hope you won't despair because this God is too powerful later, it will be very boring, ha 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 ha. Wu Pian is very calm, and there is a sense of confidence in mastering the overall situation in his tone of chatting and laughing. Lin Chen's battle with him has actually become an opportunity for him to hone himself for a perfect promotion. He has always lacked an opponent who can really fight, and the people around him either respect his identity and dare not go all out, or they can't shoot because of their status. And the list of saints, regardless of life and death, it is difficult to distinguish winners and losers. Ordinary discussions are not very helpful for breaking through the realm. However, Lin Chen's arrival made him shriveled over and over again, but at the same time, his realm and opportunity reached the pinnacle of breakthrough. Opportunity. Now, it is the moment when he steps into the 9th level of saints and opens the heavens. In the main hall, Shang Guanju and Shenling Shuang stepped into the hall. Shang Guanju's beautiful cheeks were full of solemnity. Oops, this kid just fought Wu Pianju on an equal footing. If Wu Pianju steps into the open heaven realm, the gap will definitely widen quickly, and then this little guy Lin Chen will have no chance of winning. Ordinary enchanting aptitude becomes the 9th level of saints. Opening A. Holy cave will increase the holy power of about hundreds of thousands, but the stronger the potential, the more terrifying. Wu Pianju is the direct descendant of the god of martial arts. The strength is even comparable to the strength of tens of thousands. However, just when everyone held their breaths, Lin Chen shouted excitedly and anxiously from outside Xinyan Palace. Hurry up! Break through quickly, I can't wait. Lin Chen urged anxiously, can't you do it? Hurry up and break through to the Kaitian realm. I'm so anxious. Many guests? Council of Elders? Wu Pianju? You are in a hurry. It's someone who breaks through the realm, you don't rush to win, and you're still waiting for someone to break through quickly? Is this kid ill? Those who didn't know thought it was him. Lin Chen broke through the realm. What kind of weirdo is this? Shangguanju, I didn't expect this wave of urgency. What kind of way is this, my lord? I don't understand, what floor is your lord on? I just didn't see that the lord can still cheer for Wu Pianju. My lord is so coquettish. Cheer for your opponent? Well, there is a taste of the mortal world back. Then, the expressions of the servants were wonderful. This is probably their lord, and he will never see what he wants to do next. Just when everyone was surprised. Boom! Bang! A shocking sound shook the sky, and the brand new holy power was like recreating mountains and rivers. Lin Chen's body was full of stars, and he began to flash 44-6 pointed stars. He was located in the Dantian position, and began to glow with 45-6 pointed stars. Lin Chen showed a bit of surprise, and smiled casually. Haha, it's better to come by coincidence. Boom. 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 At this moment, the situation changed suddenly. The Xinyan Palace is 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and the spiritual energy is swirling, and it is gathered here frantically. Wu Pianju and Lin Chen form two completely different fields. The clouds are steaming, and the clouds are blue, and the orange light is surging like clouds and waves, turning into 9,999 auspicious chi, which spread all over the sky and are intertwined like a net. Countless golden boys and girls appeared above the auspicious clouds and gods, playing pure chants, and a statue of the martial sage knelt down on one knee and surrounded Wu Pianju like the stars entrusted the moon. On the other side of Lin Chen, the holy power is like stars and sand, dazzling and dazzling, changing into 9-color stars, gorgeous and magnificent, and finally began to turn into a vortex of holy light of 9 lights and colors. With Lin Chen as the center, circling the whole god fire palace is high in the sky. Hiss! Many strong men took a breath of cold air. This Lin Chen actually ushered in a breakthrough opportunity. Wu Pianju and Lin Chen, these two were promoted in battle at the same time. Staring at the number of hexagonal stars flashing all over Lin Chen's body, Wu Pianju, who was still dazed just now, suddenly twitched at the corners of his mouth. The eyes of the 10 supreme elders of the Xinyan Presbytery almost fell to the ground. Their faces were full of disbelief, staring at the light of Lin Chen's holy cave. Even the elders of the Xinyan Palace, who had fought against the top powerhouses of various ethnic groups and had such a wide-ranging vision, almost fell down when they saw this scene, and their old waist flashed. The VIPs were so frightened that their mouths were crooked. That's right, it's not shock at all, it's naked fright. Crazy, the world must be crazy. What a joke, look at the number of his holy caves, he doesn't even have 51, and he hasn't reached the realm of life and death. Condensation realm. He actually only has the cultivation base of condensation realm? What a fucking joke. Damn, I'm dreaming? Lin Chen, who is cultivated at the 5th level of the holy realm, and the son of the martial god, who is a perfect saint in the 8th level of the holy realm, fought for a few days and nights? Fighting at a higher rank, what is his mother's list of saints? What a special 3rd rank. Hey, it's too much. Isn't he the cultivation base of the holy state of mind? How can he shrink back to the condensed state? This is impossible. Inside and outside the entire Xinyan palace, the pot was directly blasted. Lin Chen learned Tianjin's assassination technique, and hiding his cultivation is only the basic operation of top killers. So much so that the world was turned upside down just now, and no one noticed Lin Chen's cultivation. When it is revealed now, whether it is a hidden old monster or a rising power, or the powerhouses of other rank 9 forces in the Holy King's domain who were secretly watching the battle, as well as the entire Xinyan palace, all the powerhouses' worldviews collapsed directly, and they were very frightened. Throughout the ages, there has never been such a heaven-defying leapfrog battle. Even the Saint Talents list was not able to match 1% of it when it became a condensation realm. Everyone subconsciously thought that Lin Chen had already stepped into a holy state of mind. Can a condensation realm be on the Saint Talent ranking for so many days? Isn't this bullshit? How many times does it take to expand and condense acupoints to reach this level? Moreover, just relying on condensing and expanding acupoints is not enough. It's like a baby who hasn't been weaned, can't even walk, and suddenly has sex with an elephant, and they fight evenly? How can this Nima be accepted? The magnitude of this jump is simply unacceptable. Hey, their expressions are wonderful. Look how happy that person is laughing, wow, he's foaming at the mouth. Look, the old man is frightened, ha 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 ha, no, I'm laughing so much that my head is going to fall off. You laugh a fart, thinking that when we knew the battle strength of the Lord Huaningjing, the expression was not much better than others. Hurry up, and draw their appearance, ha ha ha. I want to write the experience of the Lord into a book, which is definitely the best-selling novel in the holy world. The ugly people are still watching for free, and the handsome people have already bought them. I ordered 10,000 copies, thank you. The servants laughed happily, and the little demon empress clapped her hands. Madame Yi Lishue was dumbfounded. She was always noble and elegant, as if all her knowledge and experience would be useless as long as she met this young man. Hua congealing realm challenges the list of saints in the holy fire space. You actually only have the condensation realm. As arrogant as Wu Pianju could not help but appear shocked for the first time. Lin Chen smiled wickedly. Yes, didn't I say that before? My only disadvantage is that there are too many advantages. The people in my Dark Horse Clubhouse can only play basic skills, handsome is only standard, and low-key is only our smallest advantages, and specialties. Are you surprised or surprised? The corners of Wu Pianju's mouth twitched, and his face turned blue with anger, as if he had been greatly humiliated. I don't know the surprise, but there must be a shock. The son of the gods killed you, you bastard. Come on. Ha ha ha, don't let the fight stop. Boom. Boom. The two of them drew their bows and shot at each other again. The arrows hit each other, and the sky trembled, and the attribute light balls scattered all over the sky. This scene once again frightened many strong people. Damn, are these two guys still human? Break through the realm while maintaining such a terrifying offensive. Wu Pianju, forget it, after all, he has stayed in the holy state of mind for many years. If he is not pursuing the perfect promotion, he can break through the realm at any time, and he is very familiar with the open heaven realm. But Lin Chen is a congealing point, fighting in the process of condensing. Acupoints is like knocking the ceiling off with a backhand during the bridal chamber. Either crazy or stupid. If you are a little careless and fail to hit the higher acupoint multiple with all your strength, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Powerhouses from all walks of life focus their attention on the battle, but the list of evildoers is the only one. All the super evildoers present on the evildoer list, men and women, all looked up at the sky at this time, and when they stared at the vortex of 9-color holy light that continued to expand and spread across the entire sky of the Xinyan Palace, the expressions of the super monsters became more and more terrified and jaw-dropping. The enchanting list, all the members look like they have seen a ghost. Feng Longji couldn't help but take a few steps back, the corners of his mouth trembling slightly. What's the situation? What the hell is this situation? It's actually him. Can't be wrong, absolutely can't be wrong. Others did not recognize it immediately, but the super evildoers who are always active on the battlefield outside the territory are no strangers to this acupoint phenomenon. This scene is exactly the same as the vision that happened in the world shaking battle 2 years ago. The 9 great saints also sensed something was wrong. Dong Fanghong narrowed his eyes. Do you still remember the legend from 2 years ago? The great Sun Emperor Yun Padian raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Dong Fanghong, what do you mean, the incident in the Sky Star Field? The acupoint incident that is also called one of the 10 miracles in the history of the human race? That's right, even the great sages of the mathematician couldn't spy on this secret, and threatened that the human race that surpassed our sage list was born in the wild demon clan. As soon as these words came out, the 9 great sages looked at each other. That's right, such an earth-shattering breakthrough vision is exactly the same as the earth-shattering secret news that happened in the wild demon world 2 years ago. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, this legend shook the entire high level of the holy realm back then. And the super evildoers on the evildoer list looked at each other in horror. Yes. Why didn't we think of it? We are preconceived. We all thought that Lin Chen's son would not be able to set foot in the celestial star field until he reached the star realm. In fact, from the day he singled out the enchanting list, we should have expected. It was Lin Chen who sneaked into the wild demon world 2 years ago. It's also Lin Chen who was condensing in the wild demon world. That is to say, that day, it was Lin Chen who singled out Prince Mo Huang and fought against the group of demon lords. Dare to go to the demon realm to break through the acupoints. In terms of madness, our enchanting list, no, maybe the entire saint list is less than 1/10,000th of his Lin Chen. Who the hell can do this kind of crazy behavior, except for him, Lin Chen? It's crazy, he lives like a protagonist in a book. All the super evildoers on the evildoer list were completely shocked and dumbfounded. The truth is revealed. Back then, the mysterious person who singled out the major demons in the demon realm was Lin Chen. You know, this legend once overshadowed the prestige of the list of saints and shocked the world at the absurd level, and once made the world think it was a conspiracy of the demons. If it weren't for the fact that the great evildoers saw it with their own eyes, and the hundreds of human powerhouses who prevented the demon race from seeing it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Fei Qingyue lightly covered her red lips with her hands. Lin Chen is the mysterious person who broke through the congealing point in the wild demon world? Going to the condensing point in the demon world, ordinary people don't dare to think about it. He still did it, and he still did it. It worked. How crazy is that? Boom. 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 The arrows shot in all directions, the arrows and arrows intertwined and exploded, and the storm swept the sacred flame space. However, the vision of the two of them breaking through the border became stronger and stronger. The first is Wu Pianju, his 81st holy acupoint. The holy force is like a river flowing into the sea, constantly increasing, rising, incorporating, and the radiant holy force surpasses any previous holy acupoint. The holy power breaks through 1,000 powers, 2,000 powers, 3,000, 5,000, unstoppable. Open Heaven Realm opens a holy cave to obtain more than 400 holy powers, but it is not capped. And there is a misunderstanding here. For example, if an open heaven realm is complete, and 90 holy acupoints are opened, does he have 4,000 holy powers in the open heaven realm? No, it's not. A holy cave with 400 gods is the minimum. Generally speaking, those who advance to the open heaven realm and only reach the minimum level have basically reached their end of their life potential. If there is no chance to change his life against the sky, it is basically impossible to hit the 82nd holy acupoint in the open sky. Therefore, there is no such a person who blooms 10 holy acupoints in the open heaven and obtains 4,000 holy powers. Saints who can advance to the later stage of the open heaven realm, or even the perfection realm, their potential and ability, open a holy cave and get more than 400 powers. And once turned into a saint, every time a holy acupoint in the brain is opened, the total holy power will be increased by 10%. In this field, improving the aura to deal with actual combat is more important than holy power. At this time, Wu Pianju, the 81 holy acupoint, broke through the power of 8,000 gods, and it was unstoppable. There's no point in stopping at all. Hey! So big, so many. As expected of a goddess of martial arts, a holy cave is about to surpass the full power of our 10 holy caves in the Kaitian realm. Descendants of the gods, his reputation is well-deserved. With his perfect promotion, his potential will reach a whole new level. Looking at Lin Chen, I will be happy. If we really want to talk about strength, we have to look at our martial god son. The Son of God is #1 in the world. The deacon of Xinyan Palace and some of the disciples cheered. The protector hall's expression became even more ugly. Along with the speed of his breakthrough, when Wu Pianju's arrow skill shot through the void, his momentum decreased, and his arrows became more and more powerful. And Lin Chen is also not inferior to him. Previously, when the servants took revenge, his avatar followed and gained a massive accumulation of top essences. In addition to the battle with Wu Pianju, the attribute light ball dropped by the son of the god of war caused Lin Chen's attribute value to skyrocket. In the end, he reached the critical value that he could control, and ushered in the opportunity to condense acupoints for the 5th time. It can be said that this time, the acupoints not only contain the attribute values dropped by this battle, but also include many previous accumulations, which will definitely be more terrifying than the previous multiples of the acupoints. At this moment, when seeing the vision of Lin Chen's acupoint, the Wuji Old man who had been peeling oranges lightly was stunned. He has as much knowledge as his old man, and he can't help but feel a bit of shock. This? He pinched his fingers and quickly deduced, such a vision of condensing acupoints was exactly the same as the breath that was born in the sky 2 years ago in the sky. Ha 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 ha. It's him. It turned out that this kid was the one who was condensing the cave in the demon world. Good guy, he really hit it deep. Enough, even the old man was deceived. The loud laughter of the old man Wuji caused 1,000 waves. Countless powerhouses looked around in amazement, as if struck by lightning. The person who condensed the cave in the wild demon realm 2 years ago was actually Lin Chen? Yup. Why didn't they expect that, apart from the mysterious man's multiple of the sky-defying congealing point, who could have such a sky-defying combat power in the congealing realm? It's actually Lin Chen. Damn, this child is really hidden deep enough. How many tricks does he have? I can't see through, the old man can't see through this kid at all. The distinguished guests of Xinyan Palace shivered, this son's actions are too terrifying. Devil's Congealing Cave. Singled out the enchanting list. Challenge the 9-rank sect. The Third Order one-on-one singled out saints. Could this be any more outrageous? Each of these events is an earth-shattering and historically subversive feat. It all happened to one person? It's like smashing the sky and taking a knife to engrave 666 on the sky, extremely arrogant and domineering. If that's the case, Wu Pian absolutely wants to take him, it's not that simple. If so, there is still hope for Xinyan Palace, and young Master Lin Chen is still strong. Everyone in the Protector Hall was ecstatic. Even Shang Wanju, the Dharma Protector, could not calm down at this time. The glamorous cheeks are full of ecstasy, and the clapping is amazing. Good boy, I said why he disappeared in the past 2 years, and his feelings have gone to the devil world. Dare to condense acupoints in the demon world, this is much crazier than the old lady. Bang! At this time, another arrow exploded, and Lin Chen's arrow was smashed frontally for the first time. Wu Pianju's holy power cultivation surpassed him temporarily when he broke through the realm. However, Lin Chen still has his back. With a swipe of his palm, he killed 3 sharp edges in the sky. Clang! 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 3 snowflake-like sword lights flashed out. It was Lin Chen's 3/8 rank flying knives. Then Lei, Burning God, Lingxi. The 3 Peerless flying knives were divided into 5, and the light of the sword flashed randomly. When it smashed Wu Pianju's arrow light, at a flash like speed, 2 flashes enveloped him. No matter how good the flying knife is, no matter how strong the practice is, the cultivation base can't show any decent strength. Break it for me. Wu Pianju stepped on his footsteps, twisting like a wandering dragon, put away the heaven-shattering bow, and swung the variety gloves to beat him repeatedly. The holy force is overwhelming, the fist is like a dragon, like a raptor who is crouching and sprang out, at close range, 1,000 strikes, empty-handed. Flying knives, fists, and fists break the knife light. The tornado-like fist shadow ripped apart the void, and shot down the sharp blade from the air. Sigh. Tear. Unexpectedly, the afterglow of the sword light cut Wu Pianju's first layer of defense. Taisher Longqi was broken, and triggered the destruction explosion on the defense of his second layer of purple light sacred armor. A series of sword brilliances exploded, causing Wu Pian's qi and blood to churn, pinched a cold sweat, and almost broke the defense. For him, martial god's son, scars and injuries represent shame. Since he was born, apart from being slapped by his father, no one has been able to hurt him. Wu Pianju. Boom. 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 The moment the sword light burst, the entire sky shook. It wasn't just Lin Chen's flying knife attack that exploded, but also the vision of the acupoint in the sky. This time, it was Lin Chen's turn to start condensing acupoints. The 9-color holy light vortex erupted in a series of explosions, and the condensed holy energy became more and more condensed, and it exploded 1,000 times in almost a few breaths. 1,500, 2,000, one after another. In the entire history of the Holy Realm, no one has been able to equalize the momentum of the Ning point and the power of the Saint talent ranking to advance to the open heaven realm. Lin Chen may be the first, or maybe the last. My God, how many times does he need to condense acupoints? It's more than 2,000 times directly. It hasn't stopped yet, it's still rising. I'm fucking convinced, the person whose feelings were condensed in the demon world was really Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen's power of breaking through the acupoints is no less than the power of Wu Pianju's promotion to the Kaitian realm. The 9-color holy light vortex that covered the stars and covered the moon directly rushed out of the shackles of the holy fire space, and even the blue guardian couldn't restrain it. The vortex of Jiuguang holy light stretches all the way from Xinyan Palace to the outside, thousands of miles, hundreds of millions of miles, covering all directions, expanding more and more, triggering a series of explosions. The power of the entire Holy Kingdom was shocked. Every explosion means that the master of this vision has doubled the acupoint. It's almost 2,500. Is it true that a single acupoint condensing has surpassed the total condensing acupoint multiple of the saint? What is the origin of this person? It's the direction of Xinyan Palace, eh? Someone challenged Xinyan Palace? What's going on? The acupoint has been condensed 3,000 times, and it hasn't stopped. Quickly activate the great formation of protecting the sect. Damn. This congealing point is about to spread to us. The young people are getting more and more fierce now. This old man has only been in seclusion for 2 epochs. Has this holy world changed? 3,000 times of condensing acupoints in a single time. What a joke. In the Holy Kingdom, those old monsters who were deeply hidden in retreat have been alerted to leave. Those super first-class 8th rank forces, with extremely strong backgrounds and almost semi-retired, even have to open the Guardian Array to avoid the power of Lin Chening's acupoint. You must know that the Lin Chening cave at the beginning was perceived by the entire field outside the domain, covering half of the galaxy on the border of the demon world, let alone in the holy world. In the Xinyan Palace, the big guys from all sides urged the defense to resist Lin Chen's vision of condensing acupoints and Wu Pianju's vision of breaking the realm. Wu Pianju's breakthrough vision is terrifying, but now it is Lin Chen's acupoint aura that is even better, suppressing Wu Pianju's power in all aspects. What is even more terrifying is that these two people are still fighting and have not stopped. If the breakthrough of the life and death realm or the Naxing realm is not bad, it is unheard of to condense acupoints while fighting. His sister is really a lunatic. Isn't this Lin Chen afraid that he will condense his acupoints while fighting and blow up the holy acupoints? Ghosts act like crazy. You guys are amazing. Lin Chen's actions may seem outrageous, but in fact, Lin Chen's backhand has long been well prepared. focusing on the matter of breaking the boundary and condensing the acupoint. There is no need for him to worry. His 6 phantom avatars have long been in the air transport capsule, and the avatars are one body and mind. Because before the situation was different this time, Lin Chen had accumulated too much and broke 4 acupoints in a row. This time, Lin Chen condensed the acupoints in a single shot, so he didn't need his body to fight in person at all. Wu Pianzhi's 81 holy acupuncture point seems to have broken through to an increase of 12,000 powers. Still climbing. And Lin Chen continued to condense the acupoints, breaking 4,000 times. The momentum is like a rainbow. Boom. 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 2 unprecedented holy forces turned into huge waves and collided with each other, destroying everything. Looking at it from a distance, it seems that the 2 real dragons and celestial phenomena meet together and kill each other. The vision of breaking the boundary and the aftermath of the battle have been completely confused and dizzying. However, the continuously expanding 9-color holy light vortex and a series of condensed acupoint explosions are always warning everyone that they are witnessing an epic rise. It doesn't stop, it's more than 4,500 times for a single time to condense acupoints. What kind of monster is this? These 2 people, who can win? No, it's not a matter of winning now. After this battle, Lin Chen will definitely become a huge threat to the list of saints. If it is according to the grand plan of the goddess, Lin Chen must be the first enemy to be eliminated by the saints. Your 8th rank almighty demeanor is particularly solemn. After this battle, where will they stand? Standing in the Xinyan Palace will only provoke Lin Chen, but if you don't stand in the Xinyan Palace, you will provoke the big figures in the saint talent list. If you remain neutral, you will miss the opening of the new era of the holy realm and the opportunity for the rise of sects. The result of this battle will also influence the direction of all of them. The 9-color holy light vortex finally stopped expanding, and when the thousands of auspicious chi dissipated, everyone's horrified faces and unbelievable eyes were reflected. Brush. Boom. Boom. When the whole day passed, Lin Chen and Wu Pianzhi stopped fighting. At this time, the 2 of them were radiant with divine brilliance. The holy majesty was majestic. The 81st holy cave of Wu Pianzhi, the holy force, opened the sky, like the sun, moon, and stars hanging in the sky. As for Lin Chen, his sharp edge is introverted, his holy power is like an abyss, like a sea. If he doesn't move, it's gone. Shang Guanju's eyes narrowed, and he was amazed when he saw Wu Pianzhi's holy cave. It turned out to be a perfect promotion for him. Just stepping into the first holy cave in the open heaven realm has added 20,000 holy powers. The first holy cave in the Kaitian realm, increasing the power of 20,000. Now Wu Pianzhi's total holy power can explode with a lethal power of more than 60,000 gods. Far beyond the realm when the holy state of mind is perfect. Wu Pianzhi is indeed very defiant, but all the powerhouses, and even the saints, when they fixed their eyes on Lin Chen, stood up one after another, their faces horrified or solemn. Fang Shitian, the arrogant-faced saint talent list, blood tribulation. Dripped blood all over his body, his mouth trembling in shock, and he muttered to himself, "Is there such a thing?" Inside the flame space, Lin Chen skillfully put on his homemade sunglasses, and smiled coquettishly. It's time to show real technology. When the 9-color holy light vortex slowly dissipated, Lin Chen's breath was strong, and he could stand alone and stand tall, undefeated in the world. Ha ha ha. In the ranks of Lin Chen's servants, there was a burst of arrogant laughter. Start now, all stand up. My lord is number one in the world. You may not know what it is to challenge the Saint Talents list by only using the condensation realm to leapfrog. We generally only use 2 words to describe this lord, a monster. I often say a sentence. Back then, when I, Long Jioshan, was able to rely on the realm of body refinement to enter the list of saints with the realm of opening heaven, it is not a problem for my lord to use the realm of condensing to hammer his son of the martial god. Ambush him with one hand, don't rush to blow this wave first, he is dead. Our lord breaks through the realm, his mind increases, and the backhand is a super double, and he makes a fortune. He also breaks through? But don't be afraid. His strength can't win our lord. If we can make the lord break through to the realm of life and death, this battle will be a lure, but unfortunately the foundation is too strong. Walk a 6 alone. Fong Ling, you almost got it. It's really water. The servants couldn't help shouting excitedly, no matter how deep the experience, no matter how dark abalone, no matter how old you fritters, it would be difficult to calm down at this time. This scene is so shocking. Now, Lin Chen has 45 holy Ks in full bloom, and is in the middle stage of condensation realm. The 5th single condensed acupoint directly reached the horrific 6,500 times. Impossible, this kid's practice has a big secret. Even if the acupoints are expanded 31,000 times, and the acupoints condensed 17,200 times, it is impossible to have this kind of combat power. There is a great secret on his body, which causes his holy acupuncture cultivation base to explode into a completely different level of power. It's terrible. What kind of cultivation method can have this kind of background? Even on the list of saints, I have never heard of this kind of cultivation technique. In the long history of the holy world, there is no such heaven defying gain at all. The 9 great saints are extremely solemn. Before, they were still dismissive of Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen can break up with Wu Pian, it is impossible to reach their level. After all, the previous Wu Pianju had not yet stepped into the open heaven realm. But now it's different. Witnessing this kid's condensed acupuncture point and the outburst of combat power with his own eyes, if this Lin Chen becomes a life and death realm and a star realm in the future, he will definitely be the number 1 threat to their big plan. Maybe, in the future, he will be able to approach or even equal the legend 10 foot of the Saint Talent list. I didn't expect you to have this trump card, this goddess looked down on you. Wu Pianju's eyes were cold and ruthless, and his killing intent skyrocketed. The perfect promotion did not bring him any joy, but instead made him have an unprecedented killing intent towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen shrugged and joked. You monsters and saints, you are naturally arrogant, and you always feel that no one can surpass you. It seems that this handsome guy is still too low-key. It's time to let you know who is the best. Lin Chen condensed acupoints for the 5th time, which corresponds to the basis for the 5th expansion of acupoints. The 5th time he expanded the acupoints by 2,000 times, the 34th holy acupoint had a holy power comparable to a trillion dragon power. On this basis, an increase of 6,500 times is 65 trillion dragon power. Converted to 6,500 Zunli. There is also a virtual holy acupoint in time and space, and the possession of the extreme god comes with a 300% exercise effect, which is quadrupled. That is 32,500 Zuanli. Really, backhand super double, make a fortune in silence. In addition to Lin Chen's previous 27970 power, Lin Chen's light is the cultivation of holy power, which can explode the ultimate lethality of 60,470 power. That's right, the current Lin Chen, regardless of other means, is already on the same level as Wu Pianju in terms of holy power. Wu Pianju's limit of holy power is 60,000 gods, and is Lin Chen's limit of holy power is also 60,000 gods. With the same level of combat power, Lin Chen really lost. The only one who hasn't won may be only Lin Xingchen. Since the day they met, Lin Chen has neither lost nor won against Lin Xingchen. The next moment, the faces of the 9 great saints were particularly wonderful. The great Sun Emperor Yun Padian, with 2 strands of holy fire blooming in his eyes, said earnestly, "Is it finally coming, martial god bloodline?" Dongfang Hong rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "Although I have seen the bloodline of martial saint, but martial god is a completely different field." Zhu Tianyan frowned. "This is the first time I have felt such a strong sense of oppression on Wu Pianju." Ji Wuqing nodded in agreement. "There is no doubt that this will be the moment when Wu Pianju's strongest combat power will erupt, and the outcome will be decided." Ji Qianqiu smiled handsomely and refined. "What realm of martial arts can the martial arts achieve? I have been looking forward to seeing a competition." At this moment, Wu Pianju's whole body was burning with orange flames. Scarlet veins faintly appeared under his skin, and his whole person seemed to be on fire, completely transformed into the sun in the center of this world. His brows were imposing, and when he stepped into the air, he swept out of the space with a single glance. Bang! 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 Anyone who made eye contact with him, many super demons were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Can't even stand. Rank 3 or below the saint, the mind seems to burst open. A supreme figure appeared in their minds. Martial god coercion. This is the real power, so that everyone has the illusion that the god of war is coming. Standing in the main hall, Shen Lingshuang's pretty face changed slightly. Her face was slightly pale, and her exquisite figure was shaky. Shang Guanju supported her and said worriedly, "Nizi, what's the matter with you?" Shen Lingshuang bit her teeth. "He has opened the bloodline of the martial god. His bloodline is still stronger than mine, and I was suppressed by him." Shang Guanju was surprised. "The blood of the martial god?" Wu Pianju, "This kid is finally going to work hard. I don't know how Lin Chen will resist." The elders and others looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Wu Pianju was forced to such a point that even a perfect promotion couldn't suppress Lin Chen. Clang! With a dragon roar, Wu Pian did not use the bow, the 9 secluded swords in his left hand, the breath of death Huangquan surging, and in his right hand he held a gloomy, cold, bone-piercing Brachiosaurus sword. Evil sharp. Another rank 8 holy artifact, the evil Een dragon. The sword gas transforms into a dragon with an evil edge. With a sword in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, Wu Pianju's aura rose sharply, unstoppable. As he stepped forward, a surging divine might swept across the entire sacred flame space. Seeing this scene, many evildoers on the evildoer list were completely dumbfounded. The son of the god of war, is he really the all-around type? Double proficiency in kendo and swordsmanship? However, the next scene is even more exciting. Clang! There was another crisp sound of drawing a knife. Lin Chen held the knife in his left hand, and the blade burned out as dark red as blood. He holds a sword. In his left hand, the edge of the sword is as clear as a mirror, the tip of the sword is as bright as jade, and the cold weather seals Kyushu. With the Juyan sword in his left hand and the frozen heaven sword in his right hand, Lin Chen held a sword, overflowing with arrogance and arrogance. Wu Pianju's pupil shrank. Lin Chen smiled sternly. Swords are both excellent, but you are not the only one who knows Wu Pian. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Grass. Are you here too? What monsters are these two people? Really, I want to see how much you can keep up with me. Wu Pianju laughed in anger, and with one sword, slashed across the sky. Lotus burial hellwheel. Sigh. Tear. The dark and faint death sword lotus swept out violently, and right above the tens of thousands of feet of sword lotus, a snowflake-like sword light circle was spinning at a high speed, slashing Lin Chen. The Dharma protector Venerable Lan Jingyu of Xinyan Palace suddenly narrowed his eyes, and with a flick of his sleeves, he strengthened the sacred flame. Space again. This move is more than 10 times more powerful. On the one hand, Wu Pianju broke through the cultivation base, and the overall combat power soared by 3 grades. On the other hand, when the bloodline of the martial god is opened, the power of a practice technique will be exerted to surpass the strength of the original rank. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. After breaking through the realm, there are really more attribute light balls, and the power beyond the original rank of the practice method is not only unique to you. Boom. A sound exploded, and Lin Chen suddenly swung his sword out. Extremely Kaitian divine power breaks the sky. Waves of rain and clouds, one line of sky pointed to by the tip of the sword, the blazing Aurora giant sword split through the sky and fell. The blade slashed sharply, the blade gas turned into clouds, and the waves of dark gas changed and rolled, spurting out countless dark threads, such as thin lines all over the sky. Where the thin line passes, the space is gently cut into countless pieces. When it slashed out, it was divided into 5, and the light was divided into shadows, showing great power at this moment. At this moment, everyone in the servant team was ecstatic. Fong Ling's sword. The sword that turns the clouds. Both, a perfect blend. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the moment when the strongest in the sword domain and the strongest in the sword domain was surpassed. This time, it was the turn of several VIPs in the knife field to be restless. They are no strangers to this sword technique. Hiss. This Lin Chen can actually have advanced orange-level swordsmanship and swordsmanship, a monster, really a monster. Not only that, his swordsmanship has also been cultivated to the state of perfection, which is seamless and has no flaws. The power of his exercises is also far beyond the normal high-level orange rank. Good guy. Could it be that he, Lin Chen, also comes with the bloodline of the martial god? Before Lang Fanyun and Fong Ling were excited about Lin Chen's growth. The cold eyes of Lang Fanyun, hidden in the team, instantly became solemn, staring at Wu Pianju. Hey. No way, is the martial god's bloodline going against the sky to such an extent? Sigh. Boom. 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 The Aurora giant sword and the death sword lotus collided, and when the dark, thin line knife marks cut the circular knife wheel vertically and horizontally, the entire space suddenly exploded. However, Zuntian-Hedi's energy explosion failed to make too much noise. The entire space was smashed into a vacuum, and the sound was almost only faint. With Lin Chen's current cultivation base, it is no exaggeration to use flickering light and shadow. All of a sudden, use 10 moves to triple the damage of the orange level advanced peculiar skill. However, bang! When there was a sound of explosion, Lin Chen's figure was actually knocked back dozens of steps from the chaotic energy storm, and when he stepped back, he smashed the void step by step. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. The one who was repelled was actually Shui Lin? Huh? It doesn't seem right. With a cultivation level comparable to 60,000 sages, he uses the enhanced 8th rank holy artifact to perform an advanced orange level unique skill, plus one-handed supernatural possession and instant light-splitting shadow formation. His martial arts bloodline can suppress me so much. Trump card? Lin Chen felt something was wrong. This guy has a backhand. I saw that the 9 great sages stood up abruptly, and their eyes glowed. Today, it really opened their eyes. To be able to see Wu Pianzhi's ultimate killer move. Wu Pianzhi's trump card has just been revealed. Lin Chen, if you were given time, maybe you would really grow to the point of threatening the Son of God, but today you will surely die. Wu Pianzhi let out a loud laugh, and when he stepped on the martial god step and flashed behind Lin Chen, he pulled his sword and swung the knife again. Boom! This time, the pitch-black death sword lotus picked out by the Jiryo sword tip suddenly expanded rapidly, and the disc-like blade wheeled at the blade. Slashed out unexpectedly merged into the sword lotus. When the sword lotus bloomed again, the edge was full of jade-like sword mango. The power has skyrocketed again. Be careful, my lord. This guy is already against the sky, and he can use a combination of exercises alone. At this time, a spiritual voice transmission directly passed through the Zhou Tiandai seal and passed it to Lin Chen. It was Fong Ling's voice. Boom! At the moment when the knife wheel merged into the death sword lotus, all the great masters stood up in awe, the 3 sword masters of the sword domain and the 5 sword saints of the sword domain took a sigh of relief. Combination of exercises? This old man has been in the holy world for so many years, and I have only seen 2 exercises in combination, and they are all at the low level of the orange level. Using the power of one person to perform a combination of exercises? What kind of monster is this? This is the talent of the martial god bloodline. It's too enchanting. Lin Chen will be defeated. When he saw the situation clearly, Lin Chen violently urged Yuning Tianguang to retreat violently. His body transformed into afterimages in the sky, dancing in the sky with a sword, and the extremely high-speed god-opening heaven sword frantically displayed. The swordsmanship was like a wave, and the offensive was unabated. While retreating, boom, boom, boom. Wu Pianzhi's offensive pushed back Lin Chen again and again. With one sword and one sword, the 2 of them fought to the ground, from the sky to the earth, and everywhere they passed was a vacuum, smashing and annihilating everything. But this time, it was Wu Pian who suppressed Lin Chen to the death. Lin Chen was in a state of passive parry all the way. His super chaotic talent was restrained by his martial heart spell secret technique, and the slow rune was broken by a special technique. Half of the 3 orange level talents could not be used. Logically, Lin Chen has all the talents of the orange rank, and he is at the same rank as Wu Pian. Even if he can't win it for a while, he can't be suppressed. This is a combination of advanced orange level exercises. Legend: if different types of exercises can be used in combination, when the advantages and disadvantages complement each other, it is possible that the power will exceed the original many times or even 10 times. The higher the level of practice, the more difficult it is to create a combination technique. It is too difficult to perfectly control a practice and derive a new fusion. But once it appears, it is one of the miracles of the human races. Cultivation method. Only the same family who have the same heart and are related to the same vein can have a certain probability to use the combination of exercises. But the old man has never heard of it. There is a person in the world who can use a combination of exercises? The old monsters and the powerful people from all sides were shocked, and the 10 supreme elders of the Presbyterian Church looked at each other in astonishment. Their Xingyan palace once gave birth to the true inheritance of the combination of exercises, and the real cultivation level of the two was not in the middle stage of the holy mind. But, once the two true inheritances used a combination of exercises, their combat power directly overwhelmed the initial stage of the Kaitian realm. The increase in strength brought about by the combination of exercises can be said to be immediate. Not to mention, it is still an advanced orange level exercise, and it is still performed by the son of the Valkyrie who activates the bloodline of the Valkyrie. Even if Lin Chen is barely at the same level of combat power as him, with the extreme God-possessed and the instant light-splitting shadow formation greatly improving the power of the practice, he can't beat him in front of him. With the sharpness of the sword and the sharpness of the knife, it is really whimsical and miracles. The Saint Talent list is really a monster. Before Wu Pianju stayed in the holy state of mind for 100 years, and although the cultivation base has not broken through, it seems that it has never stopped growing for a moment. It's flawless. This is the true combination of swords and swords. Invincible in the world. Given enough time and enough time for Wu Pianju, he will lead our practice civilization to a new height. Those well-informed, hidden old monsters were all amazed, and when they looked at Wu Pianju's eyes, they couldn't believe it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed. Such a scene that subverted common sense. The same is true for the 9 great saints. Eye-opening, this is Wu Pianju's strongest trump card. Only he Wu Pianju can do it alone by using the combination of exercises. Alone. This is a peerless talent that belongs only to the martial god. The understanding and insight of the exercises are unparalleled. Lin Chen Zhao was pushed back, although Wu Pianju's attribute light ball dropped a lot, but at this time he took it into account. Lin Chen's eyes became more and more fiery, and he was even surprised in his heart. The combination of exercises is really ferocious. This system is really not up to expectations, and I don't know how to give me one. Heaven's Path Picking System, version 7.0, I'm just my word, and version 8.0, I'm going to hit hard. Lin Chen can exert the power beyond the original power of the exercises, and can cultivate to perfection very quickly, but he can't combine the exercises. I have to say, the bloodline of the martial god is really strong. The list of saints deserves to be a figure who made history on the top of the holy world, and there is no one who eats dry rice. Lin Chen spat out blood and smiled sternly. Clang! 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 Swords, lights, swords, and shadows, Lin Chen and Wu Pian swung a burst of afterimages, and the swords collided and twisted and shot out countless sparks. The cold light of Lin Chen's sword was scattered, and the flames of the sword were billowing. The deadly yellow spring aura and dark edge above Wu Pianju's sword, faintly absorbed the stars, strangling around Lin Chen again, and being blocked by Lin Chen in turn. Clang! Wu Pianzhi held the sword and slashed the top of Lin Chen's head violently. Lin Chen held a sword and a horizontal knife, and the two holy weapons were placed on top of his head like scissors, blocking Wu Pianzhi's violent slash. Lin Chen, you are indeed very strong. If you didn't meet the Son of God, maybe you would become a new saint, but you challenged me, that is, courting death, naked courting death. Wu Pian sneered, his hands gradually increased the movement of holy power, and pressed down the blade step by step, sneering sternly. Have you seen the greatness of Valkyrie? This time, you will be convinced. Sigh. Boom. The aftertaste of the edge was cut again and again. Lin Chen's golden thread jade clothes defense was broken, the aftertaste of the edge passed, bloodshot on Lin Chen's face, and a trace of blood was drawn to the side of his face. But his face did not change, the cloud was light and the wind was light. Boom. Then, Wu Pianzhi quickly drew the sword and slashed horizontally. Lin Chen just tried his best to take the move, but he was caught off guard, and was approached again. He raised his sword to block, but he directly flew the frozen heaven sword. Between the lightning and flint, Wu Pianzhi stepped closer to the god of martial arts again, and suddenly stabbed Lin Chen with a sword, like lightning, with extremely fast speed. He had no way to retreat. This is the end, Lin Chen. You can't even break the defense of this son of the gods. You have not reached the holy state of mind, and your healing ability is even more unbearable. When you are injured, it is the beginning of your death. It is indeed over, martial god's son. The corners of Lin Dashuai's forced mouth rose wildly. He waved his arms sharply, slashed across the sky, and with a clang, when he forcibly took Wu Pianzhi's sword, the corners of his mouth bleed. However, Wu Pianzhi's offensive continued, and he slashed to Lin Chen's right shoulder again. Lord! The faces of the servants changed slightly. Only Jiang Taishu suddenly stopped Feng Ling and the others who were running wild. Don't act rashly, the master's strength has not yet bottomed out. The servants' heartstrings are tense. Between the lights and flints, Lin Chen jokingly smiled. It's a pity, Wu Pianzhi, you got caught. At this moment, Lin Chen recklessly rolled out a palm and slapped Wu Pianzhi's chest. Bang. Tear. This palm hit Wu Pianzhi, but he still didn't break his last layer of defense. On the contrary, it was Lin Chen who was slashed from the front, and the star chasing Tianqian robe was slashed with a slash, which failed to block all the damage. Lin Chen's right shoulder was bloody, and he was slashed on the spot. In Wu Pianzhi's heart, something suddenly rose up. Lin Chen laughed. This handsome goal, from the beginning to the end, did not intend to win. You. Lin Chen grabbed his collar abruptly and burst into laughter. I'm going to be your bastard. Wu Pianzhi was surprised, he wants to blow himself up. When Missing moved, Wu Pianzhi made another knife to cut off Lin Chen's arm. The host activates the supernatural talent, consumes 69.9 billion high-level talent points, successfully locks the target, and ingests it. OM. A beam of green space light descended from the sky and appeared out of thin air. When they passed by, Lin Chen and Wu Pianzhi both disappeared at the same time. Silence. Eerie silence. Inside and outside the entire Xinyan palace, all the powerhouses stared blankly, stunned, and dumbfounded. People. In the sacred fire space, the two disappeared cleanly. Lan Jingyu suddenly felt a void in his palm, killing intent soared between his brows, his eyes could see all the nearby spatial planes, and he even imprisoned the 10,000-mile radius of Xinyan Palace. However, there is no trace. Did you do something good? Lan Jingyu was terribly calm, and immediately looked at Lin Chen's servants. You, don't rely on it. You have a dignified holy king to protect the space in person. Can we take people away without disturbing you? You're in a hurry. Xinyan Palace doesn't have this kind of bearing, right? No. Cut, you don't look down on our Lord's methods. Our Lord wants to kill him, Wu Pianju, doesn't he dare to do it alone? Want to wrong us? I'll fuck your mother. Don't you agree to fight us? None of Lin Chen's servants were cowardly, and Lan Jingyu didn't dare to act rashly. Indeed, a certain powerhouse in Lin Chen's team possesses the space technique, which can be said to be unknowable. However, this sacred flame space was developed by him, Lan Jingyu himself. Without disturbing his holy king, it is impossible to suddenly move and take away such a powerful warrior as Wu Pianju. It is two different things to hide a holy king by moving the space by yourself, and to rob someone on a spatial plane controlled by a holy king. But the question is, where did Wu Pianju go? What happened? Where did Lin Chen take people? Space Saint artifact? No, there is no such a strong Space Saint artifact. Could it be the divine water of time and space? However, if you want to use this kind of trump card, you will definitely alarm the Dharma protectors. Awareness. The 10 supreme elders of the Presbyterian Church panic. Damn, God's son can lose, but he can't die. Nima, if he dies, Xinyan Palace will not have to give the Wushan family an explanation. Listening to Lin Chen's tone just now, this guy is serious. A lunatic who dares to go to the congealing point of the demon world and dare to challenge the 9th grade sect. I am afraid there is nothing he dares to do in this world. Shui Yifan immediately looked at Dongfang Hong. Dongfang Hong shook his head. I can't find their location, it's very strange. I have never seen this kind of space secret technique. The elders of Xinyan Palace suddenly became a mess during the turmoil outside. In a vast space-time plane. Where is this place? Wu Pianju slashed furiously with a sword, and the sword light opened the sky, tearing endless waves of air, but even the space crystal wall could not be broken. He was in shock, and even found that all the trump cards left to him by his family of martial gods were useless. This is the first time since he was born that there is a trace of fear. This ghost place has put him in an unprecedented situation. Welcome to my place, son of the god of war. At this time, Lin Chen's voice echoed throughout the plain. He was in a very distant position, slowly emerging, watching from a distance. Like a black dot appeared, but Wu Pianju clearly saw his position. Lin Chen, what the hell are you doing? Wu Pianju narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Lin Chen seemed to be the only one beside him, he also forcibly calmed down. That's right, as long as Lin Chen is still alone, he may not be able to win. His Wu Pianju. Lin Chen wiped the blood on his shoulders and laughed jokingly. What the hell? I made it very clear just now. I want to kill you. Pa. When a finger snapped, the 6 phantom lights descended on the plane. At this moment, Wu Pianju's pupils shrank. There are actually 7 Lin Chens in this ghost place. Lin Chen smiled playfully, and the light in his eyes became more and more blazing. I'm curious now, what attribute value will the son of the god of war drop? And if you kill you, what kind of treasure will burst out? Wu Pian couldn't help but step back, showing a bit of fear. His martial arts eyes could clearly see that the 6 newly appeared Lin Chen were the same as the main body, no difference. If this is the case, under the premise of 1 on 7, Lin Chen's perverted Combat power will definitely pay a heavy price. Attribute value? What's the treasure? Wu Pianzhi gritted his teeth and became annoyed, mad. Lin Chen, you are a total lunatic. Aren't you afraid of my family of Wushan's revenge after the incident? Lin Chen snapped his fingers. This commander is indeed a lunatic, but as far as I know, the human gods in the holy world have already fled the holy world. And your father is no longer in the holy world, right? Lin Chen's words made Wu Pianzhi's expression suddenly change. Could it be that he also knew that thing? True God, no one in the holy world can't help me, Lin Chen. Dare to fight the idea of Xinyan Palace, but also want to make my woman a stepping stone for you to build up your power, Wu Pianzhi, you will die. Saint Kai, I'll kill you. 2. When Lin Chen revealed his killing intent, he gave an order to take back all the holy artifacts, and the equipment instantly returned to the 6 phantom clones. Beat. Boom. With an order, all the phantom clones stepped away from the movement and acted immediately. Humph. Lin Chen, don't think that you are the only one who has the trump card of avatars, and so does the Son of God. Wu Pianzhi gritted his teeth and roared, opened his mouth, and spat out 3 blood beads. When it exploded with a bang, it changed into 3 Wu Pianzhi. These 3 avatars are the god blood avatars carefully refined by him. They can only be used once, and lasts for 12 hours. The refining cost is extremely high. They are basically used for life and death. Sigh. The clone slashed out the extremely high-speed 1,000 swords face, followed by the wave-turning swordsmanship. The sword was like a tide. And the 3 flying knives were divided into 5, strangling and attacking from all 4 directions. Lin Chen has consumed a lot of rune energy, and these 6 clones have been assimilated to his latest realm. And the realm of Wu Pianzhi's 3 clones was refined a long time ago, and the realm is still at the perfect state of the holy mind. If he really fights with Lin Chen's clone, he has to be at a disadvantage. A full 660,000 strong Lin Chen, with full firepower, immediately began to encircle and suppress Wu Pianzhi. The high-spirited Wu Pianzhi, who used the gong method combination technique, just now was instantly at a disadvantage. Lin Chen's clones are by no means just 6 ordinary powerhouses. This fight was like a perfect combo battle. Archery, swordsmanship, assassination, etc. cooperate with each other to block all Wu Pianzhi's unique skills. Wu Pianzhi's 3 godblood clones can only block Lin Chen's 2 phantom clones. And the remaining phantom clones beat Wu Pianzhi all the way. 2 clones may not be afraid of Wu Pian, but if he is surrounded by 3 clones, he will be at a disadvantage, barely parrying, and if there are more than 4, he will basically be hammered all the way. Bring him here, it's basically stable. This guy's defense still has the last center of gravity defense, and it's only a matter of time before his 8th grade defense holy weapon is broken. There was a burst of brilliant light on Lin Chen's shoulders, and the injury recovered miraculously quickly, and the recovery speed was no less than that of the holy state of mind. Although the combat power of the clone and the main body is almost the same, but Lin Chen did not underestimate Wu Pianzhi, and fought with his body in person outside Xinyan Palace. His primary goal was to pull Wu Pianzhi into the supernatural talent. If you fight with a clone, you can also fight against Wu Pian, but it is difficult to pull him into the superdimensional plane. If the phantom runes were used from the beginning, when Wu Pianzhi realized that he could not win against him, Lin Chen would have no chance to pull him in here. Therefore, he must use his body to lure the enemy into depth, find opportunities to approach him from the battle, and ensure that the moment his mind relaxes, the superspace talent can pull him in with the greatest probability. Only by entering here, all his escape trump cards can be invalidated. Otherwise, there will be Lin Chen, the Holy King, sitting outside, as well as the 9 great saints and the supreme elders of Xingyan Palace. It is not difficult for the other party to rescue Wu Pianju. What Lin Chen wants is not victory, but kill the opponent. If you don't make a move, it's already gone. Once you make a move, you must cut the grass and roots as much as possible. The killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes was even more intense. This Wu Pianju has already decided to control the Xingyan Palace, and there is a family of martial gods behind it. Even if he wins, it won't help, he will make a comeback sooner or later. Lin Chen sneered. If that's the case, then use someone's usual specialty of Ta Lin and uproot them. Now is the time to kill the descendants of the gods, and swarm them all with avatars. The recent battle has given me a lot of talent points and rune energy. With Fang Ling and Qi Fian in charge, Xingyan Palace will not act rashly outside. Just open the superspace plane like this, and slowly consume him to the end. Lin Chen stepped aside directly, not intending to join the battle easily. At this time, there were many surprises. Lin Chen was still observing Wu Pianju's flaws and the falling attribute light ball. A light screen suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. The update is complete, and the 8.0 version update of the Tiandao genus pickup system has been fully completed. Congratulations to the host. This system opens the Godhead system, the attribute transfer system, the complete set system. The upper limit of the enhancement function is increased. The highest level can be plus 17, the single level enhancement plus 16 increases the income by 120%, and the plus 17 increases the income by 170%. All top level, high level, and intermediate level attributes of the host have been automatically upgraded. The ratio is 100 million to 1 point. Please pay attention to the host. All top-level attributes are uniformly upgraded to holy level attributes. Fuck. The system update is complete. Lin Chen was ecstatic. This time, the Tiandao pickup system is truly a makeover. Lin Chen retreated to the edge of the superspace plane, so far that Wu Pianju couldn't even find himself, and let his clone turn the world upside down with him. Lin Chen concentrates on researching the new system, and all functions are unfolded. Tiandao Pickup System version 8.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Mid-Stage 5-Layer Holy Land, Holy Level. Essence, 26.55 million points. Ultimate Strength, 9800 Venerable Strength, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 300%. Saint Level Qi and Blood, 12.79 million points. Saint Level Spiritual Power, 290,000 points. Spiritualization Yuanshan half. Step Yuanshan Realm. Saint Level Exercise Essence, 19 points. Holy Level Rune Energy, 190 points. Top Heaven Value, 197 points. Top Talent Points, 9,866 points. Set Essence, 2.2 billion points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 4.11 million points. Top Elemental Energy, Fire 1.5 billion, Earth 1.3 billion, Wood 1.9 billion. Gold 1.5 billion, Water 1.5 billion, Thunder 1.7 billion, Wind 1.7 billion. Light 1.6 billion, Dark System 1.9 billion points. Outfit Column, Golden God of War Outfit, not complete. Talent Bar, Bloodline Status Bar, Exercise Status Bar. Life Awakening Column, Nirvana Column, Characteristic Rune Column. The new open functions are as follows. Godhead Function, it can match the power of the true God. The Godhead is divided into Godhead, Energy Godhead, Device Godhead, etc. Note, Godhead is a power that can be controlled exclusively by the host and has usage restrictions. Complete Suit Function, the host currently has a suit, the ultimate power. Suit, the Golden God of War suit, incomplete, still lacking, Golden Ultimate. Helmet, Golden Ultimate Armor. If the set is collected completely, it can automatically create a God of War weapon that is perfectly equipped with the host. Set Output Preview, Dream Reincarnation Set, Supreme Illusion Set, Illusion. Control God, One Art Breaks Reincarnation. Ultimate Function Suit, King of Speed, Beyond Time. Extreme Speed, the plane is vertical and horizontal. Open the collection condition, 1 Slaughter God. Or Demon Emperor. God of War Suit, defeat the sky and stand on the ground, undefeated for eternity. Absolute Defense, the gods are not broken. Both hard and soft, the strongest defense. Open the collection condition, the host needs to refine the divine body. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly. The new system is simply too strong. The new functions opened by the new version of the ship, as long as they can be fully obtained, each function can directly obtain the power to compete with the true God level. However, the opening conditions are also very difficult. Similar to the complete set function, the conditions for opening the collection are despairing. Even to kill a true God, a devil emperor? Lin Chen couldn't help but tremble. Damn, the function of this complete set is still a little far away, or the threshold of the Godhead system is a little lower. You can use it when you drop it. Attribute Transfer Function, you need to consume Tian Dao value to use this function. You can transfer attribute value to a specific target. Lin Chen was stunned. Damn it, this attribute transfer is a bit interesting. Lin Chen analyzed the new system as fiercely as a tiger, then looked at the 205 at hand, and gave an order, helplessly. System, upgrade the Phantom Rune and Slow Rune for me first. Consumes 100 million top-level rune energy, the upgrade is slow, and the Phantom Rune is successful. Level 8 Phantom Rune, the number of Phantom clones cast by the host, 7. Level 8 Slow Rune, less consumption, wider and stronger stagnation space. Note, it is invalid for the Holy King. The Holy King's 100 holy points are connected together and cannot be sealed with the Slow Rune. All of Lin Chen's runes are either invalid for orange level exercises, or they are useless at this stage. Only these 2 runes are really useful. Lin Chen exited the system, and when he looked into the distance, it was almost a day and a night, and Wu Pian was still not out of breath, but the attribute light ball fell all over the superspace plane. His body was covered with a light mist of water, constantly nourishing his lost holy power. Obviously, during this battle, he took a lot of medicine. Pills. His mind is a self-contained true martial defense, and the last defense will also be broken. Once the defense is broken, it will be the day of his death. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed, and he snapped his fingers. Go, Pikachu. Bring back the stats. The host consumes 2 holy rune energy to activate the Phantom Rune. OM. Another divine light descended on the superspace plane, and the 7th Lin Chen clone appeared. As soon as the 7th Phantom clone appeared, the backhand was greeted with a 9-fold burning heaven palm, and Wu Pianju's pupils trembled with fear. Why the fuck is there What's the situation? This is. Wu Pianju, who didn't care about his manners, couldn't care too much. His handprints moved, and a red holy fire rose slowly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the holy fire. Boom! The holy power of his holy cave ignited like a holy fire. This is the seed of the divine flame of the Xinyan Palace, and only the most outstanding true inheritance can be obtained. The seed of divine flame can temporarily use the seed of divine flame to burn the holy cave to obtain a greater amount of holy power, but the sequelae are also very serious. But now Wu Pianju can't care too much. This time, he really has a kind of despair. Although, until now he has not really been injured. But he is in this strange plane, and all the space holy artifact and the trump card to escape, and even the summoning of the holy king of the Wu family, can't do it. It seems that this space plane is a new creation that isolates the entire holy world. Wu Pianju has never encountered such a situation. His space-time jade slip, but the level that even the space blocked by the holy king can be sent out, is specially made by the martial god family, and it is invalid today. It's like a free little bird suddenly turned into a canary in a cage. Panicking, his mood is broken, and his fighting spirit is about to collapse. No way, if I fight again, my divine blood clone will be gone. Wu Pianju swallowed the seed of divine flame, and his combat power soared a lot. When he barely blocked Lin Chen's 5 clones, he was flustered. Lin Chen, let's talk. I admit defeat, and I, Wu Pian, would definitely call you the strongest. I won't interfere with the affairs of Xinyan Palace, and I can still ask my aristocratic family to compensate you and apologize. Let's sit down and talk. Lin Chen laughed jokingly, and sent a voice transmission back to him. Fart. Am I, Lin Chen, the strongest? I don't have any points in my heart, do I need you to agree? Talk? Talk shit. Lin Chen sneered, I still want to talk about compensation, it's the best compensation for me to make you go to the street. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the phantom avatar activated the extreme Kaitian swordsmanship, the sword of divine speed, was displayed, and thousands of swords in an instant. The wave of sword light like a broken moon slammed, smashing Wu Pianju's 2 godblood clones, and the attribute light balls fell all over the sky. Bang! At the same time, the other 5 phantom clones, at the cost of the serious injuries of the 2 clones, finally broke the true martial body, condensed by Wu Pianju's last true martial movement, heavenly art, mental method. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The tortoise shell, formed by this mentality is really hard. This guy's mentality might be more perverted than the orange level advanced. Wu Pianju bleeds from the corner of his mouth, his pupils shrink. Damn, this lunatic really intends to kill me. Hundreds of strokes were crushed by the 9-layer burning heaven palm, and the sword lights that slashed down like a star river turned upside down like billions of stars, and an arrow that burned the sky pierced through the void. Boom. 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 A large number of offensives rushed towards Wu Pianju. He used both swords and slashes, wielding the sword like a dragon, and in a split second, he blocked all of Lin Chen's attacks alone. However, in the void where the breath disappeared, a stream of light flashed across, making Wu Pianju unable to guard against it, and the sword light tore apart his defense. Even though he took this wave of offensive, Lin Chen's flying knife was cut open by a sneak attack in front of his chest. The host triggers the extinction crack talent and the destruction explosion talent. Boom. With an explosion, Wu Pianzhu's chest was blown open, his flesh was torn apart, he vomited blood again, and he was horrified. Impossible, I took 2 7th grade Yin Holy Dragon pills, which have the extremely strong healing power of the Yin creation dragon, plus my holy power, so I can't recover from this injury? Wu Pianzhu's fear increased again. He felt bad. How could Lin Chen restrain the super recovery ability of Sacred Mind? How many trump cards does this ha have hidden? Wu Pianzhu burst into a hysterical roar. Lin Chen. You forced me, you forced me. Your grandmother, Ben Shensi, fought with you. Lin Chen said, yes, 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 I forced you, but no one forced it out. If there is any trump card, just use it. I will not refuse anyone who is forced by me. Wu Pianzhu was so angry that he fought to the point of madness, and when he grasped it in the palm of his hand, another jade bottle appeared, filled with emerald green dragon blood. Bang! He squeezed the jade bottle, and the dragon's blood melted into his chest. The injury still did not recover, but his holy cave suddenly expanded by several points. The 81 six-pointed stars that flickered all over the body began to shine, and it was faintly about to force the momentum to the 82 holy acupoints. Lin Chen was surprised. Good guy, there are so many backers on the Saint talent list. He even borrowed the blood of the Taiku Dragon King. He can forcefully open the next holy cave. From Lin Chen's point of view, that bottle of dragon blood is at least the blood of a holy king. Good guy, the value is not small. Breaking through the border with dragon blood is really bold and crazy. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in admiration. Good guy, how many are the trump cards of the Saint talent list? Let me find out. Boom. 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 Wu Pianzhu's outburst of divine power was even more powerful. He once again used his defensive skills to cover his entire body. He stepped on the martial God step and swept towards Lin Chen's phantom clone, attacking and savagely all the way. This time, Wu Pianzhu's 82nd holy acupoint has added 8,000 holy powers. This time, he stimulated his potential on the spot and borrowed dragon blood to break through the realm. He did not achieve the perfect promotion, and failed to surpass the first time, but his strength actually skyrocketed by a notch. This kind of behavior is to sacrifice potential in exchange for combat power. Wu Pianzhu is really driven to a dead end this time. Lin Chen, climb for the Son of God. With such a powerful clone, I don't believe how many times you can use it, and I will see that the Son of God will kill you all. Wu Pianzhu had gone completely mad, losing her former demeanor and temperament. He clenched his sword in anger and slashed horizontally. The dark sword lotus of death and the huge moon blade appeared, perfectly integrated again. The combination of exercises reappeared, and all the unique skills of the phantom clone were crushed on the spot, crushed and detonated. Boom. Boom. Sigh. Strongly withstood the energy of the aftermath of the explosion. Wu Pianzhu stepped on the whoosh and stepped to tear the energy frenzy, slashed a phantom clone with one sword, and smashed the clone defense with one sword. Lin Chen's phantom clone was killed and seriously injured on the spot. Body. Law retreat. Wu Pianzhu was terrifyingly fast, and immediately changed his sword, drew his holy bow, and shot through the seriously injured second clone. Boom. The light of the sword bloomed, and the 3 peerless flying knives enveloped Wu Pianzhu. Lin Chen, see how powerful this god is, ha ha ha. The remaining clones will be crushed to death by this god. When Wu Pianzhi laughed frantically, he made a seal with one hand, pinched a very obscure and ancient seal. His 5 fingers were bent, and the qi and blood of his palm dried up slightly. The ghosts of hell, with my blood. The gods who donate ghosts, all belong to my body. The ghosts of hell, now. Boom. Wu Pianzhi slapped the void with a palm, and the blood mark formed, and 4 ghosts with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared all over his body. They wear veils on their 3 heads, and their 6 arms hold a hammer, an axe, or a halberd. They wear a black robe with only the upper body. The black robe seems to be made of lava from hell. These ghosts seem to be incomplete. Boom. The moment these 4 ghosts appeared, all 5 of Lin Chen's remaining clones were bounced away. Lin Chen was in shock. Ghosts and gods? This guy actually summoned 4 ghosts and gods who do not enter the 6 realms and do not return to reincarnation. Lin Chen has read the cultivation memories of many servants, and his experience is no worse than some old monsters. He is almost certain that this thing is definitely not something that can be created by an advanced orange-level function. The 4-headed ghosts and gods all appear in an incomplete state, and it is very likely that they are the top-level residual exercises of the orange rank. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. No wonder the list of saints has always been in the top 10, and other saints have never been ranked. 4 saints of the same level. The only way to decide the outcome is life and death. If you don't fight to the end, no one will know that they are hiding some kind of killer. Pfft. At the same time, the 4 ghosts and gods brought out their short blades and slammed into Wu Pianzhi's flesh and blood. Ah! Wu Pianzhi burst into a heart-piercing roar, and his orthodox divine might as the son of the god of war was gradually fading away. Instead, a more violent force emerged from his body. Then, the 4 ghosts and gods slowly disappeared, leaving behind an increasingly violent and ferocious Wu Pianzhi. Most of his divine blood was absorbed by ghosts and gods. Lin Chen was shocked. Ha ha. Wu Pianzhi became full of white hair, and was icy cold. When he raised his head and stared at Lin Chen in the distance, his eyes were as if he were looking at a dead person. I was able to force out the only orange-level top-level residual exercise, Hell Heaven Ghost Dao, that I obtained. Lin Chen, you are really not bad. Tear. Boom. When Wu Pianzhi grinned, he traveled 1,000,000 miles in one step, and took Lin Chen's body directly. Angrily slapped away. Sigh. The airflow was torn apart, and Wu Pianzhi slapped the air with a palm. Wu Pianzhi was startled. His current holy power cultivation base is chasing 90,000 gods. It can be described as the strongest state in history, but still can't catch a Lin Chen? Clap clap. Wonderful, wonderful. Lin Chen applauded, his voice lingering in the supertemporal plane. You guys on the list of saints really opened my eyes. Wu Pianzhi, don't you think my clone is so easy to die? Pa. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Chen's 7 avatars appeared again. This time, the 7 avatars are intact, and they are still in their prime. OM. At this time, the 7 avatars circulated colorful streamers all over their bodies, dazzling and dazzling. At the same time that the minor injuries of the clones recovered, the offensive launched also suddenly skyrocketed. Wu Pianzhi's pupils shrank. He actually has reservations. Wu Pianzhi stepped on the martial god's step like a madman, and rushed into the direction of Lin Chen's avatar. with one sword and one sword, he broke through countless estimates, and he was about to fight to the death. Boom. 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 8 shadows form a group. This time, the power of Lin Chen's clone once again shocked Wu Pianju. Compared to before, the offensive of the 7 clones has doubled. Ambolite, it's really a good thing. Lin Chen was amazed. Fei Wuxuang's Ambolite has its own holy light healing ability, which can increase the power of the advanced orange level and lower exercises by 50%. It is a very strong auxiliary exercise. His strengthening points are not enough to strengthen all the exercises. Lin Chen only strengthens Ambolite to +15, the effect is more than quadrupled. This exercise has temporarily become Lin Chen's new ace. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Even if your Wu Pian's strength skyrockets, the injury will continue to exist and cannot be recovered. In a protracted battle, I, Lin Chen, have never been afraid of anyone. Outside the Xinyan Palace, Wu Pianju disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights. On both sides of Xinyan Palace, the atmosphere is tense, the smell of gunpowder is full, there is a kind of arrow drawn, and there are signs of war. At any time. The little demon empress muttered, "Where did Lin Chen go? It's not interesting to see him fighting." Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly, "He has his own predictions, we don't need to speculate, just wait quietly." Boom. At this time, the sky exploded and roared. Countless blood clouds appeared out of thin air, and the entire Xinyan Palace was covered with dark clouds covering millions of miles. A gust of gloomy wind whistled, like a miserable cry between heaven and earth. And the sky was enveloped in a dark haze. At this moment, not only the Holy King realm, but also the entire Holy Realm. 36 realms, all the human race powers above the open heaven realm, more or less, sensed the coming of this haze. This is a sign that the luck of the human race is weakening again. The hearts of countless strong men shook. They never dreamed that they would come again. Outside the main hall of Xinyan Palace, the faces of the 9 great saints, the elders of Xinyan Palace, and the representatives of the 9th rank, changed greatly. After 1,000 millennia, such a terrifying vision has appeared in the holy world again. Blood rains, heaven and earth cry. The fate of the air is exhausted, and the omen of calamity appears. This is a sign that the list of saints has perished. The list of saints, belonging to the name of Wu Pianju, who was titled Martial God, completely dimmed until it disappeared. This scene shook the world. In the superspace plane, the explosions continued, and finally there was silence. Trigger destruction explosion talent. After several days of war of attrition, Wu Pian's 20 times of destruction, crack and 18 destruction and explosion talents finally fell into the war of attrition among Lin Chen's many clones. The people on the list of saints are indeed terrifying enough. This is when the trump card of escape cannot be used to fight to the death, and I will die after killing 6 of my clones. Lin Chen frowned. Fighting in the outside world normally, it is almost impossible to kill Shenkebang. Stronger than the Holy King, I am afraid there is a certain probability of failure. To be cautious, Lin Chen did not approach Wu Pianju's corpse easily, and continued to blast his corpse and the sacred artifact he carried with his 7 clones. 8th rank saint artifacts cannot be forcibly recognized as masters, and can only be transferred to others if the masters of the previous generation take the initiative to hand over them. Wu Pianju is dead, Lin Chen can only crush them all. Boom. Boom. With a series of explosions, Wu Pianzhu's body and the holy weapon were blown up together. The host gets 4.8 billion points of suit essence, 3.5 billion points of suit essence, 100,000 points of holy level essence, 290 points of holy level spiritual power. When the massive attribute light balls appear, all the clones are accepted. Wu Pianzhu's net worth is not small, and he made a lot of money just by destroying the essence of the suit obtained from the 8th rank holy artifact. At the position where Wu Pianzhu's body was blown up, a dazzling beam of attribute light suddenly appeared. Lin Chen's eyes became particularly fiery. The real descendant of the gods, what attribute treasures will drop? Lin Chen couldn't wait to rush over. A pure white treasure chest of divine might and vastness was suspended in the void. This attribute treasure chest, Lin Chen felt the divine power, as if there was a supreme divine beast lurking, and his heart palpitated. When you touch the attribute treasure box with your fingertips, it will automatically open, and the pure white spar in the form of a hexagon slowly rises. Lin Chen clearly witnessed that there was an elephant head sealed inside the pure white crystal. The elephant head is lifelike, the snow-white tusks are like crescent moons. And the trunk is strong and powerful, like a god coming into the world. Give Lin Chen the illusion of holding it and grasping a world. The light screen pops up immediately. Open the treasure chest of Godhead. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Godhead Fragment, Power of Idols. Godhead Idol Fragment. The host can use the power of the idol sealed in the Godhead Fragment to summon the chi and blood to summon the part of the idol to attack. Note, this Godhead does not distinguish between enemy and self, and its attack power is extremely strong. Please use it with caution by the host. The higher the host's body refining realm, the faster the recovery time. After killing a descendant of a Godhead fragment was actually dropped. It's interesting. I don't know which is stronger than the ultimate Godhead fragment. Lin Chen was amazed, and took away all the attribute light balls, took away the air transport capsule held by Wu Pianzhu, and evacuated from the superspace plane. Outside the Palace of Divine Flame, the faces of the powerhouses from all walks of life were completely horrified. When such a vision appeared at this juncture in the Holy King's domain, it was obvious that it was Lin Chen. He killed Wu Pianzhu, the son of the god of war. How dare this lunatic do it? The holy world is about to change. A world-shattering war is inevitable. Boom. The ends of Lan Jingyu's hair fluttered, and a pair of pupils radiated divine light, which suddenly rose up in the air. His eyes stared at Lin Chen's servant team, the sky split open like a giant python, spreading all the way to the space millions of miles away, as if the whole world was about to be torn apart. Oops, the Dharma protector of Xinyan Palace is furious. Hurry up. The ceremony of conferring the gods of Xinyan Palace is over, and the Holy King is angry. We can't bear it. Lin Chen is really a pervert. This guy planned to kill Wu Pianzhu from the beginning. Damn, the people who killed us saints can do it, so don't provoke this kind of person, or how many lives will not be enough. Call out. Call out. Call out. Countless guests have fled into the void with their own people and evacuated. If the open heaven realm is below consummation, there is no qualification to stay in Xinyan Palace any longer. If the Holy King fights, the aftermath of the control alone can shatter them. Shang Guanju's beautiful eyes narrowed. This little guy really dares to do it. Although a character of Wu Pianzhu's level will not be completely dead, there may still be a chance of life, but the blood of the martial god is completely cut off. Shenling Shuang pulled her sleeve. Master beat him up, if we fight next time. We want to help Master. Shang Guanju said helplessly, the more senior the person is, the less able they are to kill each other. I still can't take action. Shenling Shuang pouted, that's too unfair, why can Wu Pianju kill other elders? Shang Guanju shook his head, he was an assassination, and since there were elders who favored him and the evidence was destroyed, we couldn't expose him. If I did something, the elders would definitely attack first, but… Shenling Shuang wondered, but? Shang Guanju looked into the distance. As long as this kid Lin Chen is here, there will be no peace. Nizi, with your master, are you afraid that you won't have a fight? Shenling Shuang was stunned and suddenly realized. Shang Guanju suddenly burst into a beautiful smile. I haven't let go of my hands and feet for many years. The people of Xinyan Palace can't move for the time being, but that doesn't mean that I can't hammer people from other forces. Brush. A green light flickered, and Lin Chen reappeared in the sky above Xinyan Palace, between the two camps. Why, Xinyan Palace wants to turn its face, doesn't it? Lin Chen talked and laughed, making Lan Jingyu surprised by this young man. Again. Without the help of any half-step Holy King, he was able to resist his own Holy King's coercion, and how could he be so indifferent? Lin Chen, don't think about leaving Xinyan Palace safely today. Are you really not afraid of death? You dare to kill people from the martial God family? It seems that you didn't take the 9 of us seriously. The Council of Elders and the 9 great saints of Xinyan Palace came out of nowhere. Wu Pian is absolutely the 9 great saints, as well as the other saints who joined the organization. The role is more critical. If he dies here, they must bring back and explain. The supreme elders of Xinyan Palace shook their heads helplessly, only to be dispatched again. Brush. 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 Lin Chen's servants were in place in one step, standing beside Lin Chen, the stars holding the moon. Xinyan Palace Protector Hall wanted to act. Shang Guanju appeared and stopped them. Shang Guanju said, watch the changes and leave it to this little guy to deal with it. His team is very strong. On the 17th floor, the 4 brothers of the Sifang Jiahai protected by Ruoyan and others, as well as Yi Li Xue and other people who did not have the ability to watch the battle, and quickly retreated. The many VIPs who had just retreated into the distance couldn't help but feel heartbroken in the face of the power that ripped apart thousands of planes. When this battle begins, I am afraid that the eastern part of the Holy Kingdom will also be destroyed by a 5th. This is still under the premise that the space crystal wall of the Holy King's domain is relatively stable. Boom. At this time, Huang Tianwei was driven down from the top of the 9 heavens, looking down on the world, immortal. The brilliant golden light shines in the direction of Xinyan Palace. The elders of Xinyan Palace are waiting for everyone to be happy. This coercion is the arrival of the powerful Saint King. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, it must be someone from the Wu family, this time you are dead. Elder Huamei laughed loudly. However, Lan Jingyu suddenly said solemnly, no, the person who came here is not from the Wu family. As soon as this statement came out, the strong on both sides of the audience were on alert. Whoever comes, is it an enemy or a friend? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, as if he had expected something. The old man Wu Ji narrowed his eyes and was amazed. Actually, are they even dispatched? OM. Call out. Call out. Call out. The purple air comes from the east, and the divine brilliance shines in the world. 10,000 feet of golden light descended from the eastern sky, paving a golden road, and an invincible coercion that suppressed the heavens descended on the Xinyan Palace. On the golden road, there are hundreds of figures walking towards them. The strongest, Holy King cultivation base. The cultivation base is the lowest, and there is also a 6th rank cultivation base. The head is a handsome young man, dressed in white, handsome. After he put his hands together, he stepped on the golden avenue and walked towards him, with divine brilliance and high spirits. The holy light of the great Tao is surging all over the body, and Xingwei dominates all living beings. Between the eyebrows of the young man, there are vicissitudes that do not match his appearance. His eyes absorb stars, and his pupils are as deep as seeing through the red dust. Those hidden old monsters and old antiques who stayed near Xinyan Palace and tried to join the big plan of the Saint Talent list when they saw that team. At this moment, their pupils trembled. This team is probably the team they don't want to see the most in their lives. It was the people of the holy prison. The one at the head is the big sign sitting in the holy prison, the famous Holy World, the White Feather, Holy King Ing Chuanqiu, who is well known in ancient and modern times at home and abroad. Ing Chuanqiu's seniority was even much higher than Lan Jingyu's. Before the two guardians of the Xinyan Palace had become kings, he was already the supreme Holy King, the overlord of the same era as the Holy King. Haodian back then. Your Excellency Ing Chuanqiu, what do you mean by coming to my Xinyan Palace? Lan Jingyu restrained his killing intent and asked indifferently. A holy king, in the current situation, has the weight to control the situation. The palace master of Xinyan Palace was also suspended in the air, frowning. Could it be that the holy prison wants to judge my Xinyan Palace? Ing Chuanqiu raised his hand and said indifferently. It's not your turn to speak from Xinyan Palace, we are not here to find you. His eyes were thunderous, and after staying on the 9 great saints for a while, he turned instantly and locked on Lin Chen. Ing Chuanqiu said with a sneer, Lin Chen, right? I really want to know who gave you the courage to commit my holy prison. Boom. Ing Chuanqiu tried to suppress Lin Chen with holy power, but someone Lin was light-hearted and even laughed a little coquettishly. As soon as these words came out, the old antiques were stagnant, and the hidden old man was stunned. Even the 9 great saints were stunned. What's the situation? Lin Chen also had a festival with the holy prison? It's not right. The holy prison is directly under the control of the gods. Can this kid still provoke the holy prison? Lin Chen shrugged and smiled with ease. My courage comes from my handsomeness. If it is a sin to be handsome, then I, Lin Chen, have long since been forgiven. You came to me from the holy prison. That is to say, you finally found out that I am a saint. Is he the most handsome man in the world? What a sinful man. Someone Lin shook his head very melancholy and sighed, hey, is it really a sin to be handsome? Asking how sad you can be, it's like Lin Chen was too handsome in the past. That's all. If you build another holy prison, the 20th floor of the holy prison will be my exclusive residence, plus 18,000 beautiful women, 1 acre of land, 1 thatched hut, and 100 million yuan, it's not that I can't consider going with you. Ing Chuanqiu frowned, you. Hey. Lin Chen raised his hand directly and interrupted him, Senior, don't be polite. I am a person, collectively referred to in the industry as a big black gun in Longley, one of the top cards of the Dark Horse Club, specializing in the famous super long wait for chickens, 2 minutes of rest, and another 2 months of work, the physical fitness is very good. I don't think there are too many beauties, so don't be polite. Everyone in Xinyan Palace. How did this kid survive so far, without being beaten to death? Also build a 20-story building for you to live in? Why do you think that going to the holy prison is a tourist? A certain servant stood beside him and said with a smile, "My lord, how can you say that he is also the holy king of the holy prison? Why don't you give me some face?" Lin Chen patted his head. "Oh, right, face is still to be given." Someone Lin kindly responded to Chuanqiu with a sunny smile like an honest child and said with a smile, "Shit you." The corners of many old antiques twitched wildly. This Lin Chen is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. It was the first time they saw someone in the holy prison being slapped with yin and yang and scolded. Boom. Ying Chuanqiu was not angry, but the powerhouses of the holy prison were angry. First, Ying Chuanqiu is light and cloudless, he is used to seeing the bad customs of the market, and Lin Chen's set is not enough to anger him. He said very calmly, "I originally thought that your kid is still a figure, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to return to my holy prison, but, looking at your shit attitude, I think you don't intend to leave a way for yourself. In that case, this seat will fulfill you." The holy prison law enforcement team listened to the order. The criminal Lin Chen sneaked into the holy prison, released the most vicious holy prison criminals, penetrated the holy prison, destroyed multiple layers of the holy prison, and killed a large number of prison guards. Execute with your life. Take down Lin Chen and all other criminals in the holy prison, no matter how dead or alive. Should the order of Chuanqiu stir up 1,000 waves? Many old antiques and hidden old monsters fell into a state of daze. The 9 great sages did not respond for a while. Infiltrate the holy prison? Free the criminals? Break through the holy prison? Kill the prison guard? Wait. Are you writing a novel here? That motherfucker is the holy prison ruled by the gods. The real giant of the holy world. In the early days of the creation of the holy realm, whoever wanted to die in the holy prison could not live. Except for the demon empress of the past, there is no one who can enter and exit freely, and even the holy king dare not provoke a giant. Absolute authority. Suddenly one day, the holy king sitting in the holy prison suddenly told the world that someone sneaked into the holy prison. The most annoying thing is, this person does not even have the cultivation level of life and death. Zhu Tianyan, hey. There must be a degree of outrageousness. Shui Yifan, this kid sneaked into the holy prison? Yun Padian, I don't believe it. Fang Xietian, I don't believe it either. Nan Gongyu, I'm not dreaming, am I? Qianing Xue looked at her great-grandfather, the old man Wuji. Could it be that the great-grandfather came for this? Impossible. I can't think of a day when the dignified white feather holy king will recognize the wrong person. If Lin Chen can sneak into the holy prison, I will eat this palace guard. Formation on the spot. Even the old antiques and the representatives of the 3 major 9th grade sects shook their heads and laughed. No one can accept this reality. A condensation realm penetrates the holy prison? Who can accept it? Who believes it? Lie to the child, you are here. It's not possible at all. Boom. In the high sky of Xinyan Palace, the situation changed suddenly. The people of the holy prison immediately set up a battle. The golden road stretches for 100,000 miles and millions of miles. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a burst of laughter broke out in Lin Chen's team. The day has come. Come on everyone, it's time to let them know who is the father. The ugly people are still flinching, and the handsome people have already attacked. Ha ha ha, fuck your mother. I have long wanted to use this state to fight with. The real sword of the holy prison. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm going to showdown. I, Long Jioshan, are the man closest to the holy king of body refinement. You ask me which side of Xinyan Palace and holy prison do? Sorry, only children make choices, me. All do. Fighting a special holy prison, fighting a special holy kingdom. Everyone's black robes and cloaks were lifted, and the glazed masks were revealed. Many holy powers shook the sky and rose into the sky. Hundreds of millions of gods and thunders appeared out of thin air, and the multicolored fairy clouds turned around the sky. Dragon Chi is galloping for thousands of miles, and the sword Chi and the sword are chaotic. The servant's posture is directly full. When they saw the true faces of Lin Chen's team, all the powerhouses were struck by lightning. The 9 great saints are dumbfounded. The elders of Xinyan Palace are gradually dumbfounded. The Dharma protector Lan Jingyu was shocked. The Dharma protector, Shang Wanju, shook his head in amazement. The big swordsman of the 2 domains, shouting arrogant. Palace Master Xinyan, thumbs up. Xing Jiutian of Qing Tian Pavilion in Tianshenzhou looked at the epic team and the dreamlike combination, the corners of his mouth trembled and his whole body trembled. Hey, what the hell is this team, my day? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. This big gift, you Xinyan Palace and holy prison, can follow it well. When the hidden old monsters and old antiques of all sides saw the servants beside Lin Chen, the corners of their mouths trembled with fright. That's right, not shock and shock, but real shock. Throughout the entire holy world, there is no other team that is more defiant than this. Metamorphosis is not only the strength, but the ability. The strongest mathematician in the history of Xinji Pavilion, Jiang Taishu. The only holder of space magic in the holy realm, the white jade fairy in the spiritual realm, Xiao Linger. The only one in the blood domain who can see through the 8 scrolls of Brahma and control all the strongest secret techniques in the world, the 100 burial old man Ji Wuchen. The strongest killer combination in the history of the sanctuary, destroy the twins, destroy the earth. The man in the holy world who is closest to the body-refining holy kings. Realm, the battle realm Taiku Longzuan, Longjiu Mountain. The 8th rank peak saint-level pharmacist in the pill domain, fortune telling pill saint, you die. Half-step Saint King's flame domain, burning arrow Saint Chi Fian. The founder of the Taoist palace formation in the holy realm, the 12 Taoist palaces in the ice region, Ziqianchou. Huang Yu controls the man who punished thousands of thunders from the sky. He is born with a tyrannical body, and a warrior who is half-step holy king. Shangguan is invincible. In the past, the lord of the 8th rank holy kingdom of Xuanyu, the body method was unique in the holy world, the blood prince Yun Tianguang. One of the scarlet Xuangjue of the 1,000 domains, who masters the divine art of resurrection, the scarlet sage Fei Wu Shuang. The last true biography of the ancient 9-grade sect, Xiangxiamen, Jiang Weiner, who possesses the 5 great fairy tales. The first to be born from the primordial spirit and sky fire, and to be born in the most dangerous god and demon galaxy in the Shinhe galaxy, the son of wonder, Situ Changxing. There is also the peerless saint Qin Jiuxiao, who was on the list of saints at the youngest age. And the sword and sword double domain, the invincible hand under the holy king, was called by the Times as the half-step Holy King Lang Yunyun, the half-step Holy King Fang Ling, which was the closest to the sword intent and the sword intent. Many hidden old monsters retreated in shock subconsciously. These are the proud sons of the holy world back then. If it weren't for us old people who were fortunate enough to experience the same era as them, I'm afraid that few young people who are freshmen know each other. Under the sky, how could someone combine them together? This team is going against the sky. This Lin Chen, shouldn't he really turn the holy prison upside down and rescued them? Back then, when these people roamed the holy world, they were just younger brothers. Better than now, they are still a younger brother in front of these people. When they thought that these people actually called Lin Chen the Lord, the hearts of the old antiques were even more intense. Throughout the ages, who is qualified to be their lord? Xing Jiutian was in a cold sweat, his palms sweating. He finally knew why some time ago, when he traced the murderer of the Qin family, he couldn't find any clues. This motherfucker can only trace it to a ghost. Even the Holy King has to pull his hips. Damn, I really once jumped on the edge of death repeatedly. If I traced these people back then, it would be hard for me not to die. Xing Jiutian had lingering fears. This team is a fantastic combination. In addition to the group of giants on the 19th floor, the team also had the fearsome Blood Shura, Tianyan, Gue Jianshou, Jin Wuxia, and others. Those who were once imprisoned on the 18th floor were all ruthless characters. The powerhouses of the Holy Prison and Lin Chen's team formed two momentums. And they fought against each other, shaking the entire Holy Kingdom. Staring at Lin Chen, who was holding his chest with his arms and a playful face, Shang Guanju's red lips parted slightly. Okay, Lin Chen, you actually went to the Holy Prison and made a big fuss, and released all these monsters that were no less than the old lady. At this time, all the hidden old monsters in the Holy Kingdom were shaken out. Ying Chuanqiu appeared calm on the surface, but in fact his heart had already set off a turbulent wave. He had expected that some people on the 19th floor might step into the half-step Holy King realm. But he did not expect that there are actually 4. The other 11, even if they are not even half a step into the Holy King, still have a taste of wanting to be broken. It is possible to open the 100th Holy Acupoint at any time and advance to the half-step Holy King. As expected of the proud sons of the era, they can make such rapid progress in the Holy Prison. If they were allowed to cultivate normally, wouldn't they all surpass this seat? Ying Chuanqiu's killing intent skyrocketed. At first, he was calm, thinking that his vanguard team was more than enough to deal with them. Now it seems that it is still unknown who will kill the deer. This group of people, especially the group of guys on the 19th floor, will all be destroyed. They are the people who are most likely to be promoted to the Holy King first. In today's holy world, apart from the holy talent list, every time there is another Holy King, the situation in the holy world has to be chaotic. Long Jiushan stepped on the foot, the void shattered, and he laughed proudly. Give me the 3 rank 9 guys on the left, and this uncle will hammer him to death. Ji Wuchen chuckled lightly, the blood in his palm was disillusioned, and he smiled sternly. The 3 things on the right are not human or ghosts, old man, come and stop them. Shangguan Wudi stretched his waist and burst into the void with a crackling infinite thunder light, and said with a long smile, Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun, you should concentrate on dealing with the Holy King of Xinyan Palace. Qi Fian and Shangguan Wudi glanced at each other, with a consonance in their hearts, took a step in the air and directly blocked in front of the white Feather Holy King. Ying Chuanqiu sneered, the two half-step saint kings also want to block this. King? Shangguan Wudi sneered, what are you pretending to be? If it wasn't for your slanderous accusation, I would be better than you in laying down and cultivating. Qi Fian raised his hand and shot an arrow at Ying Chuanqiu, no nonsense at all. The light of the arrow stirred the wind and the clouds, and the light of the clouds turned into a whirlwind. Boom! The arrow light was crushed by Ying Chuanqiu's hand, his body technique unfolded, and layers of phantoms flashed into the void like a demon. Descending, Shangguan Wudi pulled out hundreds of thousands of thunder lights of heaven's punishment, and suddenly enveloped Ying Chuanqiu. Half of Lin Chen's team was dispatched to fight the Holy Prison team. The entire Xinyan Palace was directly plunged into an unprecedented melee. Let the disciples evacuate. With an order from the Council of Elders, the major deacons covered the evacuation of the reformist disciples of Xinyan Palace. With such a large-scale melee, with the participation of the Holy King, once the fighting power spreads, the disciples can't bear it at all. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, ghosts see sorrow. My subordinates are here. Gui Jianqiu knelt down on one knee with a respectful demeanor. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to destroy all the disciples of the Wu Pianju faction without leaving a single one alive. Lin Chen said indifferently, the guy who wants to use the disciples of Xinyan Palace as a cauldron, cut the grass and remove the roots. Take orders. The ghosts and sorrows turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing like a ghost. Elders, take this opportunity to take down Lin Chen's son. Lan Jingyu snorted coldly, the supreme elders and the council of elders of Xinyan Palace had no choice but to act. Fang Ling smiled sternly. Haha, I haven't let go of a fight for many years. Lang Fanyun suddenly smiled and said, we'll play after our friendly match. Let's play this Holy King knockout first. After speaking, Fang Ling laughed loudly, waved his hand, and the sword Qi. Vertical and horizontal, the tornado-like sword light storm blocked Lan Jingyu. The waves turned into clouds and turned into a blade of light, which suddenly slashed towards Lan Jingyu. With one sword, the two of them faced the protector Lan Jingyu. The other half of Lin Chen's servant team immediately stood up for the most part and faced the Xinyan Palace head-on. Inside and outside the entire Xinyan Palace, the sky was suddenly overturned. The sacred flame, the symbol of Xinyan Palace, was completely destroyed, and the palace was sinking. Even if there was space to move, it would not be able to keep the main hall of Xinyan Palace. The old monsters retreated again and again, their faces horrified. It actually works, it's still 1-on-2. They looked at the silver-robed youth, who stepped into the sky and suspended in the sky. Perhaps this is the real force to pull the sky. Lin Chen's team directly worked on the two giant forces of Xinyan Palace and Holy Prison alone. Saints. Zhu Tianyan squinted his eyes, stared at Longjiu Mountain, which was moving through the void, and muttered to himself, Longjiu Mountain? Ji Wuqing said, these people are not dead yet. Ji Qianqiu nodded, each of them has records in the family. If it wasn't for the disaster of the Holy Prison that year, maybe half of them would have been called Holy Kings. Shui Yifan opened his eyes for the first time, and his expression was solemn. Each of them once had the qualifications that are not inferior to the saint talents list. Even if they are not on the saint talents list, they are comparable to the saint talents list. Yun Potion's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he clenched his fists. Dong Fenghong shook his head in amazement. The battles near Xinyan Palace. Every battle circle is a big man who is famous for ages. When the 9 great sages looked at Lin Chen, their eyes were particularly complicated, with jealousy, envy, murderous intentions, or unwillingness. Their sage list, the unruly nature of their hearts, except for the 10 strongest people, they have never really convinced anyone. But it was the first time I saw Lin Chen differently. Do something inappropriate. Kill the son of the god of war in the middle stage of the congealing realm. Wearing the demon realm's acupoints, to break through the realm, the 5 times of condensing acupoints exceeded 17,000 times. Even the holy prison was robbed by him. Even these peerless figures who were all-powerful in the past and not inferior to the list of saints, are willing to worship him as the protagonist. Work for him. In all fairness, if you let them go, they will never do better than Lin Chen. Not even half of it. Fei Qingyue was taken by Fei Qianyu to a very distant mountain. Lang Yan, one of the top 10 most beautiful women in the enchanting list, stared at Lin Chen side-face dazedly, fascinated and heartbroken. This Lin Chen, it seems that there is not a moment of normal in him. What you do every moment, and every moment is not something that ordinary strong people can imagine. What the Saint Talent list can do, he has also done it. What the Sage list could not do, or even imagined, he has done it. Fei Qingyue murmured to herself, how terrifying the world are you, Lin Chen. At this time, Fei Qianyu hugged Fei Qingyue, then you have to return to the sect by yourself. The elders of the sect will arrive here later. I will join your uncle to join the war. You have to yourself, protect yourself. Fei Qingyue suffocated, she subconsciously grabbed Fei Qianyu, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and she said in a trembling voice, Master, don't leave me. Fei Qianyu was startled, then nodded solemnly. I will definitely come back alive. Brush. Fei Qianyu started to act and immediately joined the melee. At this time, inside and outside the Xinyan Palace, the void that was smashed into a vacuum zone continued to ripple, and the battle of the top powerhouses had the effect of space shifting, and the overflowing aftermath could still spread thousands of miles of space. Strangled into nothingness. Originally, Xinyan Palace was enough to withstand these aftermath. However, there was Zi Qianqiu in Lin Chen's team. Before coming here, he directly dismantled many temple guard formations. The Xinyan Palace did not have much defensive means at all, and the top powerhouses were all involved. Inside and outside the Xinyan Palace, it was completely destroyed. And Lin Chen's team 1-on-2 actually had the upper hand. Let the surrounding fight become dizzy and dark, the sky is torn apart, and the attribute light balls fly in the sky. Lin Chen still hovered in the air. Except for a few spiritual clones who did not have much combat power to plunder the spiritual attribute light ball for him, Lin Chen stood still. Lin Chen's eyes, quietly looking in a certain direction. That is the direction of the 9 great saints. The 9 great saints also cast their gazes over. The eyes of the two sides meet, and the war spreads. Boom! The scarlet golden glow shrouded Lin Chen, and a mighty scarlet gold dragon, carrying Yuni's elegant fairy in white, suddenly appeared. It was Lin Chen's Taishi ancient dragon. Lin Chen stepped up on the dragon, accompanied by beautiful women, and the dragon beside him, facing the 9 great saints. Bai Ruoyan took the boy's hand, her jade blushed slightly, and she smiled sweetly. This time, I won't let go of your hand. Lin Chen smiled and said, Sister Ruoyan, this Xinyan Palace is a gift from me. After this battle, I will let you take over it. Bai Ruoyan shook his head. I just want you to be in peace. Other things are less important than a hair of yours. Lin Chen said with a wicked smile, Sister Ruoyan, I'm a thin-skinned person. And can't listen to love words. Next time we find a place where no one is. There, you and I and my brother can make it clear, okay? Bai Ruoyan covered her mouth, and said, poor mouth. The two held each other tightly. Call out. Call out. Call out. 9 broken winds came, and 9 holy lights came. 9 great saints surrounded Lin Chen. Shui Yifan closed his eyes and said indifferently, like a Buddha holding a flower. Lin Chen, Wu Pianju is also a member of our camp. He died in your hands. We need an explanation, we will capture it, and leave with us, we cannot move. You're woman, if not, maybe you are short of arms and legs. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, the guys on the Saint talent list all look condescending. Lin Chen waved his hand vigorously, and said with a smile. There is a small amount of nonsense, if you are not afraid of death, go ahead. Boom. The atmosphere was instantly tense, and it was about to explode. Seeing this, more than a dozen servants of Yuji withdrew from the battle. Jiang Taishu and Yu Xingxing raised their hands to stop all the servants. Jiang Taishu took the lead and said with a smile, if you beat you, the Lord ordered that the number of people in the holy prison can be killed. Yu Xingxing caressed his beard and laughed, don't you think that our Lord can't even handle 9 saints? Seeing this, many old antiques said they didn't understand it. What number of ways? Lin Chen was surrounded by 9 great saints, these guys still haven't saved people? The elders of Xinyan Palace are ecstatic. Great, the saints are finally going to make a move. This Lin Chen is going to suffer, hold on to his servants, don't let them help. A single Wu Pianju injured Lin Chen, and the 9 great saints attacked. This is an unprecedented lineup. Lin Chen's life is always in danger. Outside the main hall, at the location of the protector hall, Shenling Shuang said anxiously, Sister, go and save the master. Shang Guanju didn't say a word. Mei Mel looked at Lin Chen's confident face and became more solemn. Could it be that? Boom. The situation changed sharply, and the 9 great saints shot at the same time. As soon as they met, the saints unleashed their ultimate moves, swords, lights, swords, and shadows, holy power, transforming into dragons, crushing the spiritual energy of 9 heavens and 10 places, and blocking all escape routes for Lin Chen. It's all the unique skills of the advanced orange level, and no one underestimates Lin Chen. Boom. 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 I saw that when all the offensives exploded, the faces of the hidden old monsters changed. These offensives were all taken up frontally. The wolf smoke billows, and the ancient dragon soars in the sky. At this moment, the heroes are shocked. I saw that directly above the head of the dragon, there were 7 identical Lin Chen standing. Their aura is tyrannical, exactly the same as the body. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and smiled sternly. Since you want to fight, don't stop. Hammering 1 saint is a hammer, and hammering 9 is a hammer. I'll hit as many saints as you want. Boom. The sky filled with blood and clouds spread out, and all of Lin Chen's clones were dispatched. Roar. The ancient dragon flew to the sky, suddenly smashed Tianyan away, and slammed away with a dragon claw. Lin Chen held the demon slayer spear in one hand and faced Shui Yifan head-on. Boom. 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 Atmospheric rupture, space fault. The situation changed greatly, and the 9 great saints changed into a stream of light, and instantly fell into a big melee. At this moment, all the hidden old monsters took a sigh of relief, and the Hearts of the disciples of Xinyan Palace and the powerhouses in the Dharma. Protector Hall trembled. Is this fucking human? Just relying on the fifth level of the Saint Realm, and the cultivation of the Condensation Realm, can you single out the 9 open heaven realm saints? This is the man who broke through the holy prison and led the children of the times. Holy King domain, in a special plane. 1,000 Zhang cloud gate hangs high, and the family of martial gods, the four characters are drawn vigorously and powerfully. Around the plain, towering mountains, standing among the clouds. In the mountains, there are pavilions like forests and huge halls towering high. At the foot of the mountain, like a giant dragon, there are a lot of strong holy lights surging, still as water, moving can open the sky. At the position of the main hall, a beam of red light rose into the sky. Boom! Boom! The red light exploded, turning into a sky full of broken light. Countless powerhouses looked up, their eyes horrified and unbelievable. This is Martial God Sun's exquisite blood jade, and it is actually broken? Countless servants of the Martial God family came out of the gate, looking at each other in astonishment, as if to say, this is impossible. Counting the space jade slips of the 2 adults, and the trump card left to Pianju, by the Lord, even the Holy King can't threaten Pianju's life. Could it be that the twin kings besieged the Son of God? Where is the holy place, dare to destroy my martial arts son? Sinful, this person is absolutely sinful. It must be punished. If not, what is the name of my god of war? Countless hidden old monsters are angry and scared. The more powerful the existence, the more difficult it is to produce offspring. The Son of God fell, and the whole body was moved with a single hair. If the Lord of the martial gods was here, the entire martial god family would suffer. Just because Lord Martial God chose his concubine as the god seed, tens of thousands of beautiful women with unparalleled talents died. Many of them are still the top 10 stunning potential beauties on the enchanting list of the past dynasties. It was only that seed of Yang Yuan who struggled in the concubine's body for thousands of years before quietly conceived of the god seed. Later generations have nurtured dozens of epics with countless secret methods and resources, and the son of the god of war was born just now. Therefore, Martial God Sun is the continuation of the lifeline of the current Martial God family. Without him, the Martial God is furious, and no one can bear it. The Martial God family, a dark red secret room. Boom! More than a dozen hidden old monsters broke into the door. In the dark red and secret room, on a jade bed of cold jade and mysterious ice, sat a handsome young man in a trance. He looked at his hands with horror in his eyes. This person is Wu Pianju, who was beheaded by Lin Chen. However, the current Wu Pianju is completely different from the previous one. His cultivation base is very weak, only the cultivation base of life and death, and secondly, he has lost the magic power. His bloodline no longer has the factor of the bloodline of God. Just an ordinary life and death situation. Wu Pianju said in horror and trembling, "Elders, am I dead?" The red-robed old man who broke into the secret room was uncertain, and then heaved a deep sigh. Yes, God's son, it is the worst situation. This external incarnation that the Lord refined for you in the past has preserved a ray of your original spirit, the Son of God, which can assimilate part of the memory of the main body, and is the backhand of all the trump cards. Once the main body falls, your external incarnation will be lost. Will revive, recall the original bloodline. The blood of the gods is extremely domineering, and even a holy king in the world cannot surrender. Incarnation is the last trump card left by the Valkyrie for his descendants. If the main body really dies, the blood of the main body will escape through the void, and most of the divine blood will gather back to the incarnation. The only loss is to lose the memory of the practice and the foundation of cultivation. But, now is the worst situation. The incarnation outside the body was activated, but the blood of the gods did not come back. This means that Wu Pianju fell into a space-time plane where even the blood of the gods could not escape, beyond the control of the god. This is a very scary thing. This means that the Wu family is completely extraordinary. The birth of the next son of God, I don't know when it will be. Aha! Wu Pianju put his head in his hands and let out a piercing scream. The red-robed old man resisted the countless emotions in his heart and said solemnly, "Son of God, please tell us who is the enemy of my family of martial gods." Lin Chen. Wu Pianju roared, his eyes were cracked, bloodshot from his eyes. "He is in Xinyan Palace, he killed me, I am unwilling to be a son of God. No, how can I stop here? I have not surpassed my father, I am still, didn't lead the holy world." The eyes of many Wu family old monsters suddenly froze. Lin Chen, they have never heard of this name. The family of God does not recognize the nameless. They only need to know that the enemy of the Wu family is in the Xinyan Palace. Let's go. More than a dozen old monsters exited the secret room, and immediately a few personal maids came in panic to appease the rampant Wu Pianju. Wu Pianju was so heart-wrenchingly mad that he saw the corners of his eyes when many Wu family servants left, and he was even more sobbing. In the past, the servants who had a lot of admiration for themselves and had obvious respect and humility, when they left, they looked at them with pity, disdain, or even schadenfreude. Losing the blood of the martial god, even if he survived, Wu Pianju would be equivalent to dead. What Wu Shen valued was Wu Pianju's future, and the relationship in his bloodline was extremely light. The potential of divine blood is the source of his lofty status. Living by losing the blood of God, he will definitely be life is better than death. After the riot, Wu Pianju lost his soul and muttered to himself, "How can you just stop here? It's not true. Lin Chen, I want to kill you, I want you to live rather than die." The martial god family, the main hall. Boom. Dozens of holy lights descended, emergency exit. All the old servants of the martial god family gathered together, all with solemn expressions. The seriousness of the matter, the old man doesn't want to say more. The red-robed old man's eyes narrowed, the reputation of the martial god family cannot be trampled on by anyone. We need to give the Lord an explanation. Everyone else has hit us, and waiting for a moment will bring more shame. Let's go, call all those who can move, the martial god family, never back down. The enemy, in the Xinyan Palace. Boom. 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 An almost invincible power erupted from the plane of the martial god family, shaking all forces in the Holy Kingdom. This once legendary family, inherited by the martial god himself, and the giant power that dominates one side, is about to be born. No one can guess what kind of killer move is hidden in the martial god family. In the holy world of the human race, the means of God are unimaginable. Xinyan Palace, millions of voids in a radius, chaos in the battle circle. The war spear stabbed in awe, like a dragon roaring. Shui Yifan's 10 fingers formed a circle, and he suddenly pushed out horizontally, taking Lin Chen's gun from the front. Sigh. Shui Yifan's defense was torn apart, and his eyes changed slightly. This Marksmanship is so sharp, he never used it when he was fighting Wu Pianju. And he still has reservations? Hey, handsome boy on the list of saints, where are you looking? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and the demon-slaying spear swept away, stabbed and slashed thousands of times at a speed, and the spear's shadows bloomed like a peacock. In other saintly battle circles, Lin Chen's clone was also indistinguishable from the saints. In addition to Xunlong delaying Dongfanghong, other clones even have a tendency to gain the upper hand. Seeing this scene, the corners of the antique's mouths twitched slightly. This young man, with a dozen of 9 saints, can still gain the upper hand? Damn it, it's no wonder that Wu Pian will be killed by him to the point of death. This kind of combat power is unparalleled in the world. If this goes on, isn't Lin Chen's son's team going to kill the alliance between Holy Prison and Xinyan Palace? An old antique suspended outside the Xinyan Palace lost his voice in horror. No, it's not that simple. The other old antiques looked solemn. The old man has known the combat power of the Holy Prison, and this is not their strongest combat power. Once the strongest combat power of the Holy Prison is gathered, Lin Chen and others want to leave, and there is a delay in the Xinyan Palace. Down, a lot of powerhouses must fall. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a large number of holy lights went from south to north, more than 100, and descended near the Xinyan Palace. The faces of the old monsters changed slightly. Here comes the support of the Holy Prison. Lin Chen, who was galloping on the battlefield, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Come on, I'm too right, brother, too right. Shui Yifan saw his frantic smile, his heart pounded and his eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, this Lin Chen, isn't his brain broken? You are surrounded and smiling so happily? Is this man ignorant of God? Are you afraid that you don't know how many strong people there are in the Holy Prison? Do you really want to overwhelm the Xinyan Palace and the Holy Prison? He looks handsome, is he really so brave? Ha ha ha. Happy, so happy. You just owed me a lackey from the Holy Prison, remember to pay me back. Fuck off your uncle, I'm too embarrassed to say it for grabbing a head. The team of Lin Chen's servants burst into laughter, Long Jiushan and the others were violent and indulgent in fighting. The Xinyan Palace was high in the sky, and all around, blood rained in the sky, and the wind was howling. One after another tyrannical aura perished between the heavens and the earth. And from time to time, a self-destructing storm erupted from time to time. The servants on the 19th floor, almost every time they fight, saints above rank 7 are injured or even fall. Absolute advantage. Lin Chen's team, in a 1-on-2 situation, still had the advantage, and even killed more than a dozen prison guards, and more than 10 Xinyan Palace deacons. Lin Chen's servants who participated in the war had the lowest cultivation base and were at the peak of rank 8, and they had already suppressed the prison guards in their realm. On the side of Xinyan Palace and the Holy Prison, except for Lan Jingyu and Ying Chuanqiu, who blocked the 4 half-step holy kings, the other top battle strengths were like Dragon 9 Mountains, Zi Qianqiu, and others, no one could stop them. Even those who are lower than rank 9 saints are not qualified to stop them, and they can't make 5 moves in their hands. This caused the top combat power of the Holy Prison to be tilted in order to hold the people on the 19th floor, and the other servants killed the quartet. Damn, it's crazy. These are all rank 3 saints who have reached completion or higher. Killing a rank 5 saint is like killing a chicken. This is too scary. The old man has never seen such a large-scale fall of so many strong people. These guys are life-threatening. No, why did these powerhouses fight back, but didn't cause any damage to Lin Chen's team? When many old antiques were shocked and lost their voices, there were a few old monsters from Qingyu whose pupils trembled. I see, it's him. It's that man. The eyes of several old monsters burst into flames, and even the people in the holy prison came back to their senses. In the various battle circles, a handsome and elegant old man, like an exiled immortal, holding a map of the river and mountains, holding the Xiaoyao flag. A pair of smart eyes flashing with holy light, insight into the audience. Showing a light smile. The strongest mathematician in Xinji Pavilion, Jiang Taishu. In a sea of thunder in the void, arrows lit vertically and horizontally, and 3 figures flashed alternately. The collisions triggered the holy force to stir the laws of heaven and earth, and blasted the infinite air waves to smash the space. It is Qi Fian and Shengwan Wudi. And Ying Chuanqiu, who was delayed by them, was almost furious when he saw the war circle outside and the prison guards are falling at an alarming speed. Damn it, it really is Jiang Taishu. We must stop him. What he never expected was that there would be 4.5-step holy kings in this team. And the entire team has recovered. This is something Ying Chuanqiu did not expect. How long did it take them to escape? This returns to its heyday and even beyond it. Even if their team is still alive, in such a short time, where can they find so many sufficient resources and pharmacists to refine medicine for them? Ying Chuanqiu couldn't calm down anymore. He thought that everything was under control, but he thought that the combat power of these guys could recover at most 50%, but he didn't expect to surpass the peak moment. There is also Jiang Taishu, the man who amazed the Holy Realm, who was once a strong contender for being known as the first mathematician in the Holy Realm. On the bright side, his cultivation base is only the peak of rank 8, but the threat is the most dangerous level. He is the only man who can understand the trend of the whole battle and master the whole situation of the battle. The dynamic trends of all the powerhouses were clearly understood by him. That's the scary part of being a mathematician. Even whoever wants to self-destruct, and whoever wants to use desperate killing moves, will be predicted by him as a prophet, announced in advance. And one step ahead, so that Lin Chen's team will always have the advantage in battle. Unless the rank and number can suppress Lin Chen's team, it is impossible to threaten them. There are unspoken rules in the world of mathematicians. If a mathematician does not fight, he will be besieged by a group. The old man Wuji walked slowly from the void, the spirit of immortality, the light of the avenue circulated around him, and many hidden old monsters immediately retreated, or cupped their hands and clasped their fists. The 2 little girls beside the old man Wuji pulled his sleeves. Grandpa, what should I do with my sister? This big brother is so powerful, can my sister beat him? The old man Wuji smiled and said, it's not your turn to worry. This is the path she chose by herself. If she creates a prosperous world, she will bear the burden. After speaking, the old man Wuji stared at Lin Chen deeply. This young man is the only one he can't see through, and he can't deduce any possibility. Perhaps it is also the most critical turning point in this battle. This team is really scary. Xing Jiutian, one of the 9 rank representatives, stepped aside with lingering fears. One of the representatives of the 9 products, the deputy hall master of the Tenfang Chankuan Temple, Dongfang Wuying, deeply agreed. A single operator's combat power is indeed not strong, but if the operator is arranged at the back of the group battle, it will be even more powerful, and the dragon will enter the sea. The young sect master of the Sun Moon 10,000 Beast sect looked at the Wuji old man beside him with a profound meaning. Not to mention this mathematician, he was once a candidate for the number one mathematician in the Holy Realm. Boom. Hum. 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 The dazzling golden light swept the sky, a golden avenue was rolled out, and a group of saints came again, the tide of 100 saints came, and the situation of heaven and earth suddenly changed. The help of the holy prison has arrived. Master by you, the second team of the holy prison Skywalker arrived, 5 saints from the 9th rank, 7 saints from the 8th rank, 15 saints from the 7th rank, and 58 saints below the 6th rank. The sound transmission of saints headed by the Golden Avenue. Ing Chuanqiu shouted angrily, cooperate with Xinyan Palace, take them all down, and attack Jiang Taishu and Lin Chen, regardless of life or death. The elders were immediately ecstatic, good day, everyone from the holy prison. The support of the holy prison has begun to come. The old man will definitely peel off Lin Chen's son's skin later. Oppose my Xinyan Palace, die. Just when the Presbyterians thought they were going to make a comeback, Lin Chen, who was fighting with Shui Yifan, glanced at him and laughed. Isn't it, there are only so many people in the holy prison? Can you have more people and let the storm come more violently? Shit, crazy. The eyelids of many old antiques are jumping wildly, this kid is absolutely crazy. I've seen people who think they have less money, women who think they're handsome, but I've never seen people who think they have fewer enemies. Are you in a hurry to die, you put it here? Facing this wave of support from the holy prison, Jiang Taishu did not change. His face took charge of the situation, and smiled indifferently. Everything is in the calculation. They are eager to form a formation, trying to attack the Lord and the old man quickly, but it is very easy to reveal huge flaws and attack intentions, and they don't even need to predict, the brothers in the southwest stab them in the eyes. The servants laughed loudly, and more than half of the servants on the 18th floor abandoned their opponents who were seriously injured or disabled, and turned to the second team that raided the holy prison. When Shui Yifan rolled his palm towards Lin Chen, he gritted his teeth and said, Lin Chen, is this also in your budget? Lin Chen spun and blocked with one shot, but when he stabbed in awe, he laughed jokingly. From now on, the Dark Horse Club will officially take over the battle. When half of the servants on the 18th floor turned to the second team to support the holy prison, those who faced the wounded prison guards and the deacons of the Xinyan Palace were breathing a sigh of relief. Before they had time to be happy, a bloodline split strangely between the eyebrows and the neck. The more than 20 prison guards and the deacon of Xinyan Palace faced each other in astonishment. Before they died, their eyes were full of disbelief. Laugh. 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 Their holy body, a puff of white smoke rose, the corpse was separated, and it turned into nothingness in an instant. At this moment, countless strong men are horrified. Anyone who sees this scene will feel a chill running from the soles of their feet to the sky, and their backs will feel cold. None of these powerhouses is lower than rank 4. In an instant, it vanished into ashes. 28 strong men were wiped out in one fell swoop. These 28 people are the existences standing at the top of the pyramid of the holy realm. Murder is invisible, even the spirit and a trace of flesh will be completely destroyed, a genuine superclass killer. It's them. Heavenly Sanctuary's strongest killer in all dynasties, destroy the twins. Heaven and earth destroy. In such a big melee, a killer with this level is hidden in secret. It is simply a harvester. An extreme fear spread in the hearts of the powerhouses of Xinyan Palace. No one knows who they will target next. Unlike other battles, Tianjin Dinya will not take the initiative to join the battle on the bright side, and the killer will not reveal himself until it is forced to. If they don't make a move, they are already done. Once they make a move, the catastrophe will come. This is the real top killer. Xing Jiutian was in a cold sweat, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. He was stronger than his level, and he didn't even see when the heaven and earth destruction shot. Fortunately, I didn't encounter this team in the first place. Damn, 10 lives are not enough for the opponent to kill. Dongfeng Wuying suddenly said, do we need to consider withdrawing from the alliance proposed by the Saint Talent list, and fight like this? The young sect master of Myriad Beasts shook his head. If you want to quit, then behind the big plan, there are forces supported by more than 100 saints, and don't look at Lin Chen and others, now have the upper hand. The holy prison has not yet bottomed out, but everyone in Lin Chen's team has made an appearance, and the details are fully revealed. No matter how strong they can't resist the suppression of the number of strong people. You should know what a behemoth the holy prison is. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered, and she muttered to herself, besides, the great plan of the saints is an unprecedented prosperity. The two ninth-rank representatives looked at each other, recalled the conversation between Wu Pianju and them, and chose to continue watching. After the arrival of the holy prison's aid, the interception of Lin Chen and Jiang Taishu failed, but the pressure was relieved for a while, and Lin Chen's team still had the upper hand in attacking. Boom! Call out! Call out! Call out! Hundreds of millions of golden clouds descended from above Jiuxiao, Xingwei, swept in all directions, and the third golden avenue was spread. The powerhouses of the holy prison are ecstatic. Here we go, the third team. On the golden avenue, hundreds of strong men came. Lin Chen and Jiang Taishu looked at each other. They both had a good heart and smiled at each other. Calling someone, right? I really thought you could call someone. One shot swept away Shui Yifan. Lin Chen held the bow in one hand, and shot the bow toward the golden road above the sky. Lin Chen's vigorous laughter spread all over the world. One cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops will meet. The arrows that lingered with the light of Xingxia swept away violently, and went straight to the golden avenue. Sigh. Boom. When the arrow light exploded, a group of figures appeared on the opposite side of the third team of the holy prison. A lot of holy light floats, and the momentum of this team is not inferior to any team in the holy prison. Brother Gijianchu, here we come. The 8th rank Huangfu family, rank 3 saints and above, all 18 people, join the war. 8th rank Wanyan Hall joins the battle. Blood Domain Jiuxia joins the war. Your Excellency Ji Wuchen, we are here to repay your kindness. All the elders of Shantian Pavilion in Sangyu have taken their places. Sambing number 1 is ready. They think we're on the 2nd floor, actually, we're on the 5th floor. Woohoo, take off. I'm up, a shot and a second, what else is there to say? You can actually have a fight with the holy prison in your lifetime, damn it. Fuck him. We used to face the holy prison, we only made promises, and now, we hit hard. Kill 1 to protect the capital, kill 2 to make a profit. Pure men should do the 8th rank power? False men. True men should do holy prison. Fuck it. The Lord Lin Chen is the most handsome. The single king is the most handsome. We've got a traitor. Hit him. Wait, do the holy prison first, then hammer him. Hundreds of figures came from the east, and the group of saints emerged, and the old antiques who were watching the situation suddenly felt their scalps tingle. Those who came were all first-class powerhouses, and none of them had a cultivation level lower than rank 3. Some even brought their own 8th rank forces directly out of the nest. Lan Jingyu's complexion changed slightly. These 8th rank forces are among the top 8th rank forces in the holy world. So many forces came out to declare war on their divine flame palace and holy prison. Of the bosses who can be imprisoned to the 18th and 19th floors of the holy prison, which one was not a legend? In the past, everyone was seriously injured and could not leak the news, but could only hide it. After recovery, they could show their identities. There are some kind of iron-related forces around them, or they are kind to everyone, or they have the kind of recreation, as long as the servants wave their arms, it is simply 100 responses. This was Lin Chen's second move. These 8th rank forces were all connected with his servants and volunteered to participate in the war. Moreover, they have already arranged the follow-up retreat route for their own forces. That's right, those who dare to come here today have no hard characters who plan to leave alive. Lin Chen jokingly said, isn't it just calling people, who is afraid of who? The demeanor of the 9 great saints became more and more shocking. A full 270 powerhouses swept in a mighty manner, competing with the 3rd team of prison guards in the holy prison. The people who arrived with Jiang Taishu's voice transmission. Everyone, I can't provide you with more combat assistance, please be very careful. The Lord has an order, everyone today must go back alive. This is the talisman given to you by the Master, please take it with you, and be sure to take it with you. Jiang Taishu flicked his fingers, and countless spiritual streamers crossed the void, and everyone followed the strong one with one hand. A scarlet spiritual talisman appeared in the palm of his hand. This talisman is engraved with Lin Chen's spiritual imprint, and everyone doesn't know how to use it, but it can be seen that the master of their benefactor values their lives. Then, let's take it easy. The dog thieves of the holy prison, who killed the family back then, will now let you repay the debt with blood. 270 strong men suddenly acted, traveling through the void. Team 3, face these thieves. The leading prison guard on the 3rd Golden Avenue gave a cold drink and slammed the newly arrived powerhouses head-on. When the two sides launched an offensive, the inside and outside of Xinyan Palace completely overturned the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the sky north of Xinyan Palace collapsed completely, and time and space collapsed. Boom! 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 8 blood-chi mad dragons burst into the air. The blood dragons disrupted the situation, destroyed everything, and attacked Lin Chen's body and avatar. All the strong hearts trembled, and the terrifying Xingwei dominates all living beings and descends between heaven and earth. The old antiques frowned. Another holy king is coming? He still aimed directly at Lin Chen. The vast, twisting blood dragon like a rolling river, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth with blood and energy, has the terrifying coercion that suppresses the 1,000 layers plane, any rank 8 or even rank 9 saints. Feel the oppression of suffocation. The blood dragon twisted to all of Lin Chen's clones and bodies, and would rather kill the wrong one than let it go. The faces of the 9 great saints changed slightly, and 8 of them moved the space with a consonance, and immediately fled away. The powerhouses of all parties tightened their heartstrings. How would Lin Chen take the blow from the Holy King? However, Lin Chen seemed to have expected it long ago. He looked up to the sky and laughed, overflowing with madness. Shangguan Protector, someone is messing with me, Lin Chen. You can't do it. Do. The cold Yuni's voice just fell, and a touch of divine flames descended from the sky and roamed the universe. A beam of divine flames broke through the 8 blood dragons, tearing apart the sky. The blood dragon burst into the sky and the blood swelled. Behind Lin Chen, there is a red dress suspended in the air. The clothes are bright, the appearance is beautiful, the beauty is unparalleled, and the temperament is awe-inspiring. One of the venerable guardians of Xinyan Palace, Shangguanju. At this moment, the faces of the holy prison, the Xinyan Palace Presbyterian Church, the Deacon Hall, and the Supreme Elders all changed drastically. What are you doing, Shangguan Protector? Are you going to betray Xinyan Palace? The elders suddenly scolded. Go away, a bunch of bastards. Shangguanju turned around, her beautiful eyes swept away, her killing intent was fierce, and the elders of the Presbyterian Church couldn't help but avoid her gaze. Shangguanju sneered, if it weren't for the fact that you are the elders of the Presbyterian Church, my mother would have cleaned you up long ago. Not dealing with you personally is the greatest respect I give to Xinyan Palace. It's not up to you to tell me who I want to fight. I said Shangguanju, whoever wants to mess with this kid, come and mess with me, Shangguanju. Now whoever doesn't agree, stand up. Shangguanju effing stared, and shouted coldly, the pressure of the Holy King directly enveloped the audience. When the Dharma Protector speaks, it is tough. Lin Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Sister, you are so fierce. Shangguanju smiled casually and said, 100 million points, you can't compare to you, the handsome boy who broke through the holy prison. Lin Chen said shyly, oh, keep a low profile, I can't help but praise. How about 2 more praises? Previously, Shangguanju did not take action, in order to always beware of this kind of secret sneak attack, a sneak attack by a holy king. Only a holy king can stop it. Is the Dharma Protector of Xinyan Palace really strong? You are qualified to be the opponent of this seat. At this moment, the indifferent voice echoed in the world, and the pale young man stepped out slowly. He grew lotus step by step, yin and yang swept around his body, entwined his holy body like a dance of 2 dragons, an orange circle spinning behind him, and looked around the audience as if looking at a dead person. Behind him, there are 20 figures, all of them are rank 8 and 9 rank experts. As soon as this person appeared, the morale of the strong men in the holy prison skyrocketed. Lord Rakshasa is here too. The 4th team is here too. Excellent, the 2 kings join forces, the world is invincible. Don't be careless, venerable Dharma Protector of Xinyan Palace is also gone. What's the situation in Xinyan Palace? Is it an enemy or a friend? Why is one Dharma Protector fighting Fang Linglong's turn, and the other Dharma Protector dare to block the Rakshasa Holy King? The 2nd Holy King who arrived is like the 2nd Holy King of the Holy Prison, the Holy King of Rakshasa, true Zen. White Feather Saint King Ing Chuancho voice transmission through the air. Shenzhen, have all the conditions of the holy prison been settled? The Holy King Rakshasa shook his head and said seriously, it will take a little more time. The holy prison is of great importance, and no one can sit in charge. You are in trouble when you hear the summons, and this king has brought someone here. Rakshasa Saint King Zhenchan looked at Shangguanju, and said indifferently, Dharma Protector of Xinyan Palace, you are sure to fight this king. If you step back now, this king can still forgive the old relationship. If you are obsessed with it, you will only bring disaster to the Xinyan palace. Shang Guanju frowned. It's a slap in the face. If I say I want to hammer you, I'm hammering you. Why is there so much nonsense? If you don't, I'll fuck you. True Zen. At this time, the palace master of Xinyan Palace waved his jade hand. The Dharma Protector Hall obeys the order and faces the prison guards of the holy prison. If we lose this battle, there will be no possibility of inheritance of the 10,000 years of history of my Xinyan Palace. Call out. Call out. Call out. Sacred flames descended into the world, beams of light bloomed between the heavens and the earth, and 72 guardians stepped into the air and suspended, facing the third and fourth teams of the holy prison. Xinyan Palace Protector Hall officially declares war on the holy prison. When Lan Jingyu blocked Fang Ling's sword skills, he coldly shouted, "Palace Master, you are forcing Xinyan Palace to have no way out." The Lord of Xinyan Palace scolded coldly, "Guardian Lan, it is you and the elders who will make Xinyan Palace have nowhere to go. Not us." Boom. When Lan Jingyu and Xinyan Palace Master were arguing, Shang Guanju had already made a big fight, facing the Rakshasa Holy King head-on. Shang Guanju met face to face, jade hands clasped together, all the holy acupoints opened, endless rage flames surged, and the delicate body turned into a huge Xinyan giant spirit. The divine flame giant smashed away with a punch, and it was the ultimate move to meet. Shinchan frowned, his handprints took shape, and 100 holy acupoints spewed out the deadly Rakshasa aura, transformed into a Rakshasa icon with 4 arms, holding 4 blood blades, and suddenly slashed away with the blood blades. When the two holy kings confronted each other, all the chi in the heaven and earth were twisted away, and the strong men retreated again and again, and retreated to the other side. The powerhouses of the Protector Hall also joined the melee, and all rushed to the powerhouses from the third and fourth teams of the holy prison. Palace Master by Ruoyan floated to the back of Xinyan Palace like a flying fairy. The main hall has been completely destroyed at this time, and the two sides have already fought so hard that the loss cannot be recovered. The Lord of Xinyan Palace rolled his eyes and said softly, "Ruoyan, protect Lingshuang, this palace is going to fight with the Protector Hall. Your talent and creativity are extremely high, and Ben Gong always believes that you are the future hope of Xinyan Palace. In this battle, if Ben Gong has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, you are the Palace Master of Xinyan Palace." The slender hand of the Lord of Xinyan Palace raised a little between his eyebrows, and an orange fire swaying with red flames floated like a mandala and hovered in front of Bairuoyan. This is the seat of divine fire of Xinyan Palace. It can not only temper the holy acupoints, greatly enhance the holy power, but also open many secret realms of Xinyan Palace. Only the owner of Xinyan Palace has the right. The seed of Xinhua left the body, and the pretty face of Xinyan Palace's pretty face was slightly pale. This scene made countless Jurchens who were watching from a distance flickered in tears. Feeling the determination of the palace master, Bairuoyan didn't say much. The beautiful Shui, too, was full of determination, took the seed of divine fire with both hands, and nodded solemnly. "Ruoyan, you must live up to the heavy trust. May the palace master return safely." The Lord of Xinyan Palace smiled sweetly, "I am very relieved that Xinyan Palace will be handed over to you." The palace lord turned into a holy flame and swept into the battle circle, to support the Dharma Protector Hall. The originally chaotic battle circle became the upper hand due to the joining of the palace lord, who was a half-step holy king. On the other side, when the two holy kings fought, Lin Chen stepped aside. A beautiful figure swept in front of Lin Chen. She held a battle spear in her jade hand, and the fierce aura of killing lingered throughout her body, making her heroic. It is the promise of Jura Qian Yingxue of the Saint Talent list. When she looked at Lin Chen, she said, "Lin Chen, don't make senseless resistance, you can't fight us. Maybe you have a team that gives you the illusion that you can fight against us. But this time, there are hundreds of saints united. Even if you can retreat. This time, next time, do you want the people around you to suffer disasters?" Lin Chen looked at this somewhat familiar girl, and smiled casually. "I said, this beauty, do you think I'm the type to be obedient and let you tie me back? Although I often do what an honest child loves to do things, but that doesn't mean I'm doing something wrong." Qian Yingxue shook her head. "You really don't look like the type that can easily capture you, but I think you are a smart person. We still have to talk, don't we?" Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, "We don't have to talk about it. I'm playing very well. If you want to take me down, just let me go." Qian Yingxue frowned. "Do you know what you are challenging, or do you think that if you kill a Wu Pianju, you will be able to compete with us?" "Pa." Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and the holy spear pointed at the beauty. "What if the whole world is an enemy? The holy world does not need new powers. If you want to create a so-called prosperous world, what I, Lin Chen, will challenge is this era. Why do you talk so much nonsense with him? This kid is a desperado, just beat him to death. Hold him down. I don't believe how long his clone will be strong. The last thing I'm not afraid of is a protracted war. Hey, young Master Lin Chen, it's not a wise move to defy the general trend." The other 8 saints surrounded Lin Chen again. Lin Chen shrugged. "A holy king has come to the holy prison, and you think you can do it again?" Clang. The 7 avatars are suspended in the air, the holy dragon swims in the air. And Lin Chen and the 9 holy talents confront each other head-on, tit for tat. After the first round of battles before, this battle will definitely be more intense. If there are conditions, Lin Chen will definitely not be soft on these saints. No matter if they are male or female, they can kill them if they can. However, it is extremely difficult to kill a saint. In the superspace plane, Lin Chen has seen with his own eyes how difficult it is to kill a saint. His trump card will not be used easily, and he will not be easily used on the Saint Talent list. Since these guys don't retreat, then hammer them until they serve. Qian Yingxue's pupils were faintly flickering with red light. Her fierceness was blooming, she was savagely slaying, and her war guns were piercing into the sky. "Since you are stubborn, I can only do my best. This world is very big, and you can't cover the sky with only one hand by killing a martial god." Boom. The spear fired like a flash of lightning. Qian Yingxue pulled the holy spear with his arm, and picked Lin Chen in 3 directions. Clang. 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 The 2 gunshots were like waves, and they were continuous, and the sharp aura of killing and cutting was splendid. The spear technique that Lin Chen learned was the invincible orange level advanced technique of Shangguan, Dark Thunder Wanjun. His marksmanship is like a thunderbolt from the sky, and when he moves it, the universe is torn apart, with an aura like divine punishment. You come and go with gun shadows, smashing, cutting, exhibiting, picking, and various gun styles bloom in the hands of the 2, and the fighting intensifies. Another shot collided, the 2 were evenly divided, and when they retreated, Again and again. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something, his eyes lit up and his mouth opened. Slightly. He looked at the beautiful eyes, and suddenly said in surprise, "Hey. Aren't you the guy from the Azure Hall of the Sky Tower?" Qianing Xue was stunned as soon as the 3 words of Songqiong Pagoda came out. In order to enter the Sky Pagoda, she took a powerful holy pill to suppress her cultivation and went to the mortal world to find the lost information of the Shura inheritance. During this period, she seemed to have met someone who had the same inheritance of Shura as herself. When she looked at Lin Chen for a few more times, a vague figure appeared in Qianing Xue's mind. Her pretty face was stunned, and she lost her voice. "It's actually you? You, aren't you that little human warrior?" The two stopped for a while and looked at each other's eyes, which was very exciting. "Dude, can this happen again?" When Lin Chen roamed the Kyushu continent back then, when he entered the Azura Hall at the Songqiong Tower, he could beat all the descendants of false gods. Lin Qingyuan's venerable realm is complete, and he has the strength to challenge the Emperor of War by leaps and bounds. It can be said that he is truly invincible at the same level. At that time, a woman he met was able to fight against him with the same cultivation level and still have the upper hand, which surprised him very much. This woman was Qianing Xue. Qianing Xue was equally shocked. Although it was 1 year in the holy world and 1 month in the mortal world. After she returned to the holy world, apart from being a little surprised, she never remembered the young man who could pick up on her. But, this change is too outrageous. I have only returned to the Holy Realm for more than 20 years. If you count it, the mortal realm will only be about 2 years in the near future. Qianing Xue's red lips parted slightly. What a living monster. The little guy who was not even the Emperor of War at the beginning can now challenge the Xinyan Palace. Challenge the Holy Prison. The two did not recognize each other for the first time, and it was also because the two sides had changed so much. The most important thing is the transformation of temperament. Mortals are sanctified, and holy power can transform into mortals and become completely different. At the beginning, a strong seal sealed the cultivation base, and the other was a breakthrough in sanctification, and no one recognized it at the first time. Lin Chen laughed at himself and shook his head. This is too coincidental. Right? Can this hole be filled? Then, Lin Chen smiled casually. Since we've fought before, let's officially decide the outcome now. Qianing Xue calmed down and snorted coldly, "Come here, whoever is afraid. Your marksmanship is not as good as mine." Someone Lin joked and said, "I have 2 types of marksmanship, the second one is that you are not as good as me." Brush. Boom. In response to Lin Chen, there was another killing spear. Lin Chen opened the spear and gave a cold drink. Tai Shishengguang. A dragon roar roared in the sky, and the scarlet glow lingered around Lin Chen and all the clones, and the battle situation was instantly broken. In the distance, Ji Wuqing's palm was surrounded by 5 colored clouds, and when he crushed Lin Chen's avatar with one palm, his avatar was unscathed, and he couldn't help but change his face. Sigh. The clone drew the knife, and the sound exploded, and the flying knife turned into a thunder-like sword light, crushing Ji Wuqing's defense in an instant, and blasting him back 100 miles away. Ji Wuqing's handsome and extraordinary face was a little ugly, and he immediately transmitted the voice to the saints. Be careful, this guy uses some dragon magical powers, which is extremely defensive. Lin Chen smiled sternly. From now on, I'm going to hammer you all. System, start strengthening all orange level advanced exercises. Begin to strengthen Extreme K Kai Tian, Dark Thunder Wan Jun. Ambilight, Cloud Shadow Skylight. Strengthen all exercises. The previous Lin Chen had insufficient strengthening points, and only strengthened Ambilight, but after killing Wu Pianju, the attribute value skyrocketed, plus the system update, the strengthening limit was lifted. Now is the time to take the practice to the next level. In almost a very short period of time, all of Lin Chen's exercises have broken through. Enhancement plus 15. Brush. The phantom clone stepped on the cloud shadow skylight body technique, and the speed skyrocketed. The sword flashed like light, and the sword was swung like a tide, and an arrow shot through the 9 heavens, and 10 places one after another. Extremely quickation divine speed sword. The giant wave swallows the sky. Burning sky arrow. The light of the sword twisted like a spiral storm, and the aurora-like shadow of the sword enveloped the saints. The face of the 9 great saints finally changed. Previously, they and Lin Chen's clones were evenly divided, but now his cultivation technique has broken through many times the power. Who can withstand this? 2 Void Transformation Dragon Art. Zhu Tianyan roared to the sky, the dragon energy burst out, turned into a true dragon. The dragon blood burned the sky, and slammed the aurora sword into the sky. True Abyss Joyong. Dongfenghong's 10 fingers are entwined with the breath of a sea like a sea. A 9-colored sun wheel is placed above his head, and his 10 fingers are pushed horizontally. The great Sun Emperor Yun Padian bit his tongue, and dozens of high-grade heterocrystals of the solar system burned violently, and the sacred pattern between the eyebrows raised 10,000 layers of the sacred flame of the sun, like ripples in full bloom. The great sun shakes the sky palm. With a swift swing of his palm, the golden light is dazzling, and the golden glow of the tens of thousands of feet condenses into a powerful golden palm print that alone shakes the sky. Shui Yifan on the other side threw a horizontal fist, turning 1,000 fists with one punch. Diantian Mingquan. Each of its styles has hidden thousands of changes, ever-changing and seamless. Nangong Yuxian slashed horizontally with the sword in hand, the extraordinary fairy light shone down, the sky was covered with faint petals, and a moonlight slashed Lin Chen away. Flower of the fairy moon. Qianing Shiwei held the spear with both hands, and threw it with the spear. Azure World Destruction Spear. Quiet the sea of blood. Qi blood leads to 9 days. Boom. 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 The 9 great sages are showing their magical powers, and their trump cards are emerging one after another. This soaring endless offensive makes the scalps of the old antiques go numb. The melee of the saint level is simply terrifying. These young people are as strong as a monster among monsters. However, within a few dozen breaths, the energy explosion that enveloped Zhou Tian tore apart the sky. 9 figures vomited blood and retreated at the same time and flew out backwards. Seeing this scene, the representatives who are as strong as the 3 ninth grades can't help but take a deep breath. The one who was repelled turned out to be the 9 great saints. The maddened laughter spread from the direction of the saints flying backwards to all directions. Isn't there anyone in the saint talent list who can fight better? The corners of everyone's mouth twitched wildly. So arrogant. However, no one disagrees. This kid singled out the legends of the 9 great saints, and even achieved the advantage of comprehensive suppression. Master, this is too strong. Shenling Shuang waved her little pink fist, her face flushed with excitement. Master, kill them all. Sigh. Tear. Lin Chen and his clones came on the dragon, wrapped in the divine light of Taishi, holding a sword and holding a knife, or holding a gun and a bow. Everyone was like a god descending from the earth, and they even had to chase the 9 great saints to fight. Even the mighty blood robbery Fang Shitian couldn't help but show deep horror. Unfolding a pair of blood wings again, and his body technique retreated violently. Lin Chen's offensive skyrocketed, and he used the Taishi divine light once again. The defense was absolutely indestructible, and he directly beat a violent wave. Seeing that the saints from all walks of life were completely suppressed, the hidden old antiques were shocked and confused. How many hands is Lin Chen hiding? This is the wrong way. What's the situation? Could it be that this Lin Chen also has the blood of the martial god? The power of this exercise has skyrocketed 5 or 6 times compared to the previous one. No, it's far from simple. This Lin Chen's main body and the avatar that looks like the real one, and even the descendant of the divine dragon, each of the exercises will become 5, and the power of each exercise will suddenly skyrocket multiple grades. Everyone looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. It's too scary. And let no one be beaten, what a slap in the face. The power of the orange level advanced exercises that have been cultivated to perfection is terrifying. Lin Chen strengthened it to +15 in one breath. Including the talent and the enhanced ambilight, the power has increased by more than 9 times from the original base. Moreover, this increased 9-fold power can be directly boosted by the instant light-splitting shadow, 1 move and then 5 moves. The saints can't stop it. Boom. 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 At this time, after the saints were broken, it was shocking that a holy force poured into their bodies and exploded one after another, causing injuries. What's even weirder is that the injury is getting worse and he can't recover on his own? Shui Yifan's pupils shrank, and he muttered to himself, could it be that Wu Pianja died like this? Lin Chen, come to Japan, Fang Chong, I remember you. Fang Shitian was blown up and vomited blood continuously, with a roar and a bang, the holy body exploded on the spot, turned into endless blood droplets into the space, and disappeared strangely. This is his blood light escape technique, forbidden technique, which is an orange level high level special cultivation technique. Under the Holy King, there are very few means to stop this move. What a good Lin Chen, this time I will be soft. Next time, when I prepare the holy blood of Joyang, you will be the one who will die. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Tianyan gritted his teeth, turning into a white dragon and escaping into the void. Yun Padian glared at Lin Chen resentfully, and he turned into a sun and passed away in an instant. Shui Yifan sighed deeply, forget it, there is an unexpected situation this time, go back and hand it over to those guys, no matter whether he can win this battle, Lin Chen can't stop us. Then, Shui Yifan called out an ancient Buddha with one palm, broke the void with one hand, and fled directly. Nangongyu wiped the blood on the corner of her lips, her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Chen with a complicated look. She opened a space umbrella with her slender hands, and disappeared into a beam of 9 color streamers. Qianing she was fighting Spirit Rose, her holy armor was broken, and the red blood smeared down her snow-white arm. Finally, she gritted her teeth, glanced at the old man Wuji, and fled away. Ji Chenqiu, Ji Wuqing, Dongfang Hong, etc. also fled in embarrassment. This scene made the hidden old monsters dumbfounded. The 9 great saints were beaten to the point of slipping away. 1 on 9 is enough nonsense, and it's a special win. It's not slow to run. Lin Chen smiled casually. With a wave of his hand, the holy dragon traveled through the void, soared into the sky, and took away all the attribute light balls. The host has obtained 500 million fire energy points, 900 million wind energy points, 400 million lightning energy points, 440,000 holy chi and blood halls, 670,000 holy essences, and 110,000 intermediate strengthening points. There are a lot of attribute light balls dropped by the injured 9 saints. And Lin Chen will not waste any of them. Many top powerhouses cast stunned and horrified eyes, and the morale of the servants is even more boosted. The Lord is really a monster that can't be reasoned with reason. These 9 guys ran away and ran away. It's still too much trouble to hunt them down. There are not many ways to save lives in the saint talent list. Unless you can pull them into the superdimensional plane, it is not realistic to kill them. Lin Chen looked around. The extremely chaotic battle circle was full of attribute light balls flickering, and the scene was very chaotic. There are already many forces and top powerhouses caught in this big melee. Even the rare Holy King appeared. The system prompts the host that the strengthening points are exhausted. All exercises are strengthened to +15, and the specified exercise Ambilight has been successfully strengthened to +17. Taishi Ancient Dragon Bloodline Enhancement +8 success, total increase, 80%. The increase in bloodline means that Lin Chen's Holy Dragon has also advanced by leaps and bounds. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Taishu in the distance. What he worries most now is not the servants, but the power of following the servants. Jiang Taishu was still unable to decipher the details of the battles of all the powerhouses. If he calculates the general situation of the overall battle, he has no problem at all, but to be precise to the individual, even if it can be done, it is extremely difficult to notify at the first time. Besides, Lin Chen's action order to him was leave 3 hands. The reason why the servants were able to keep up with Jiang Taishu's calculations and predictions was because Lin Chen completely activated the Zhou Tian Death Seal, keeping their spiritual origins together. The details predicted by the battle can be quickly conveyed to the opponent's mind with a single thought to cooperate with the action. Therefore, as long as Lin Chen's servants still have Jiang Taishu guarding the formation, they will basically have no worries about their lives. However, the 8th rank forces who came to support them were at the point of life-threatening. Once the holy prison is dying to fight back, the ending will be quite tragic. Huh. At this time, Jiang Taishu suddenly appeared beside Lin Chen. My lord, the participation of Xinyan Palace's Dharma Protector Hall has given us an overall advantage now, and Tianjing and Deshening have killed a lot of powerhouses. Jiang Taishu's expression was a little dignified, however, and unexpected. Powerhouse is here. Lin Chen was surprised. Oh? Which itchy guy? I'll hammer him. Jiang Taishu said bluntly, it's the family of martial gods. They are coming here, and there's still a quarter of an hour left. Oh? Lin Chen raised his brows and said with a joking smile, Wu Pianju's people came so fast, those who didn't know they thought they wanted to rush into the bridal chamber. Jiang Taishu said seriously after informing the number of strong warriors in the martial god family. Although the martial god family has only sent one holy king for the time being, there are quite a few saints above rank 5. The most important thing is that the battle here is already very chaotic. If you let the Wushan family join in to fight, many of the 8th rank sects who came to support will be involved in the melee. Pa. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and the thoughts transmitted to everyone. Tianjin, Earthmia, Jiangwaner, Situ Chongqing, Longjiushan, Linger, Yun. Tianguang, you all withdraw from the battle and come with me. The 7 people on the 19th floor received Lin Chen's voice transmission at the same time and flashed to his side in a flash. Lin Chen looked at the 7 people, waved his hand, absolutely domineering. Let's go outside the territory of Xinyan Palace. What a family of martial gods. When Bai Ruoyan led the last disciples of Xinyan Palace to evacuate, he stared at Lin Chen's back and said through a voice transmission, "Brother Lin Chen, be careful." Lin Chen turned around, grinned, and gave a thumbs up. No problem. North of Xinyan Palace, there is no Xinhe River. The red raging waves turned into a rolling river, rushing down vertically, from the 9 heavens, running from the southwest to the northeast, as if to isolate one side of the Holy King's domain. Here, it is the central cross-section point of the Holy King's domain. Wushan River was a true god in the ancient times when he fought the Azura king, and divided the Holy King's realm with one move. So far, no strong person can approach the Wushan River within 10,000 miles. And there is this Wushan River, which forms a natural fortress. Those who are not at the peak of rank 9 are extremely difficult to pass through the area near the Wushan River and must take a detour. Boom! Outside the Wushan River, an aura of repression rose into the sky. 9,999 auspicious chi dances like a dragon, intertwined vertically and horizontally, spinning 9 pagodas, a team, born from outside the Wushan River. There are as many as 180 saints, under the protection of 9 pagodas, stepped over the high sky of Wushan River. The red-robed old man at the head was fierce, with a pair of eagle-like eyes, full of shocking murderous aura. On the top of the old man's head, a 6-armed ghost and god phantom was raised, and the power was so powerful that it seemed that every step of the way would cover the stars and cover the moon and destroy the mountains and rivers, and the plains would fall. It's them. Martial god family, came so quickly. Are these guys crazy and arrived so quickly? Nonsense, the one who died was the son of the god of war, not some evildoer. One of the 3 old monsters of the martial god family, Wu Weiyang, is he. Who came this time? Wushan River is not far from many powerhouses. Many top powerhouses can sense the arrival of the martial god family for the first time. Especially the elder meeting of Xinyan Palace, this time it can be said that it is like son sees father, and tears are everywhere. Ying Chuanqiu was surprised, even these guys are here. It's okay, the more enemies this Lin Chen thief has, the better. Sigh. A dark thunder annihilated the 1,000 layers plane and swept across it. Ying Chuanqiu rolled his fingers horizontally and pinched it directly. His palm was charred black, and his expression immediately became gloomy. Shangguan Wudi laughed loudly and said, "Now is not the time for your holy prison to be distracted, look in front of you." Qi Fian shot 10,000 arrows again, burning the sky, where the arrows passed. Ruihua rushed to the sky, burning everything, not giving Ying Chuanqiu any time. Ying Chuanqiu's heart throbbed. Didn't these 2 guys see the situation clearly? In a family of martial gods, the influence of this holy king alone is very light, not to mention that more than half of the elites of the family of martial gods are out. It's not just Ying Chuanqiu's doubts. Even the holy king of Rakshasa, Shinchan, when he looked around, none of the children of the era who escaped from the holy prison, the most powerful ones, were even shaken. Even, their offensive continued to intensify, and the 2nd and 3rd teams of the holy prison could barely hold back. All of Lin Chen's people have a domineering arrogance that is invincible and looks down on the world. No one was affected or shaken in the slightest by the appearance of the martial god family. Shenzhen, old ghost, are you very puzzled? Why did they not waver, but their momentum has risen steadily so far? Suddenly, Shangguanju Shuatue, who was fighting against him, smiled. Shinchan looked at Shangguanju. Indeed, with the aura of this king, no matter how you think about it, after the participation of the martial god family, how you look at this battle, you are all in a situation of mortal death, and all your current advantages will be destroyed in an instant. Shangguanju laughed. Ha ha ha, indeed, I think the same as you. However, you forget the same thing. That is their lord. The ends of her hair danced, and the faint light of divine flame adorned the beauty's cheeks, soft and beautiful. Shangguanju's smile was very beautiful. There was a kind of beauty that was as beautiful as the sky was seen through the clouds. She smiled sweetly. I dare to assert that he will be the only variable in this holy world. The era of power in your holy prison is now the end of the day. True Zen heart throbbing. The other side. Boom. Clang. An ancient mirror of divine light opened the sky, and when it turned over, the candle of divine light illuminated thousands of miles, and the wave of swords from Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun was blocked by the mirror. Lan Jingyu sneered coldly. Even though you still have the upper hand as a whole, once the martial god family arrives, you will definitely lose. You don't even have a decent holy weapon. It's only a matter of time when you lose to this protector. Why are you so persistent? Tear. Boom. 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 A sky-opening giant sword broke through the sky, descended from the sky, and smashed Lan Jingyu's ancient mirror of divine light on the front, and a crack appeared. Rainblade, flying flowers 1,000 miles. The waves turned the clouds and pulled the sword to slash, and the sword slashed 1,000 times in an instant. The sword bloomed like a flying flower, killing the raindrops that pierced through the void. When the flying slash came, it completely crushed Lan Jingyu's ancient mirror of divine light until it burst, turning it into fullness. The broken ons of the sky are falling down one after another. Boom. Fang Ling and Lang Yunyun attacked again. Lan Jingyu's pupil shrank. He seemed to see an incredible scene. These two guys have completely entered the realm of perfection. There is no confusion, the holy caves are connected. This is a precursor to breaking the realm. If the previous palace masters had not taken me to that ghost place when I was dying, let me advance to the realm of perfection, and reluctantly used the seed of divine fire to break through the realm, I am afraid that I would have no hope of breaking through the holy king in this life. Lan Jingyu's eyes penetrated the 99 holy acupoints on the two of them like sharp swords. His heart was shocked, and his face was slightly pale. At this moment, between Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun's eyebrows, a hexagonal star was faintly broken, which was the position of the 100th holy acupoint. The 100th holy cave, both of them have broken 2/3, and they are about to take shape. This is Fang Ling, who was the proud son of the sword domain and the world shattering sword domain back then. After being tempered by the holy prison, can their potential be stimulated to such a level? Lan Jingyu gritted his teeth, the offensive resumed, and once again suppressed the offensive of the two. However, the huge pressure has instead made Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun go deeper into the mysterious perfect state. The pupils in their eyes, it seems that only Lan Jingyu is left, and Everything around them cannot enter their eyes. Outside the broken Brahma Valley, the old man Wuji smiled indifferently. It seems that this little guy still has a whole card. This trip is really right. It's just, why the old man never calculated his fate. Could it be that he is not from the Holy Realm? Outside the Wushan River, when the Wushan family and others just endured the energy wave of the Wushan River. A dragon roar shook Kyushu, and the dragon danced and roared across the wasteland. The clouds and mists rushed away, and the ancient dragon, shining with golden light, flew from the 9 heavens. It is hundreds of thousands of feet long, and its dragon body is surrounded by scarlet clouds. Its limbs lie on a cross, and it has 5 claws, a unicorn head, a carp tail, a long beard, and horns like a deer. Wu Weiyang, headed by the martial god family, could not help but narrow his eyes, surprised. A pure Taishi ancient dragon? This kind of sky-defying dragon still exists in this world? When the powerhouses of the martial god family took a closer look, there were actually 8 people standing on top of the vast Taishi ancient dragon. The boy standing in front of him shrugged and smiled. There are too few people from the martial god family this time. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Damn, why doesn't this kid play cards according to the routine every time, eh? Holy King, there are more than 180 saints with 4th turn or above. This is too little? Is it your brain pumping or our brain pumping? Wu Weiyang's eyes froze, staring at the silver-robed boy on Taishi Gulong's back, and said coldly, "Are you Lin Chen?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and said with a joking smile, "If you can change it, you will be the most handsome in the holy world, and the most coquettish in the waves. If you wait for a chicken for a long time, you will be the first." Wu Weiyang laughed angrily. "Very good, this old man has never seen anyone who dared to provoke my family of martial gods. You are the first and will be the last." Boom. Boom. Wu Weiyang stepped out in one step, flashed for thousands of miles, shuttled through the void, and rolled all the way. But after a few breaths, Wu Weiyang moved across the plain. The martial god family also began to follow suit. The 3 streamers slashed like swords, blocking Wu Weiyang's direction. Tear. Boom. Wu Weiyang wondered, huh? I saw that Taishi Gulong was right in front of him, and his offensive was blocked by 5 people. Wu Weiyang's eyes changed slightly. Jiang Wan'er of Xiangxiamen? The son of Yuanchen Tianhua, Situ Chongsheng. Long Jiushan of Battlefield, and Yun Tianguang. You guys actually entered the holy prison and haven't died yet? He glanced at it and found the team of the holy prison. With the experience and inspiration of the Holy King, he vaguely understood the situation. Long Jiushan laughed. Old guy like you is alive and well, how can we die? Wu Weiyang was surprised. My lord? It's just Lin Chen's son? Jiang Wan'er said coldly, Big brother Long, don't talk nonsense with this old thing, don't let him get close to the Lord. Situ Chongqing smiled warmly and elegantly. Miss Wan'er, don't be in a hurry, with Fairy Bayou guarding the formation, he has no chance. After speaking, Situ Chongqing waved his sleeve robe, and a pitch-black barrier appeared around him, completely transformed by the power of Yuanshan. The Yuanshan Great World transformed by Yuanshan descended to heaven and earth, covering Wu Weiyang, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was a world created by Yuanshan. Thousands of mountains and rivers. Thousands of miles of snow. The fire of Yuanshan burned the 4 fields. Burning endless. The world divides the world, and the universe absorbs interest. The 10 directions are boundless, and the 9 kulpas reflect the universe. 10. Directions and 9 kulpas, all enter time and space. Fairy Bayu Xiao Linger swayed gently with her slender hands and danced her 10 fingers, light and graceful. Thousands of spatial rays of light began to turn into beams of light and shuttled into the great world of primordial soul. OM. When the space is throbbing, the primordial soul world becomes an inherent space plane. Xiao Linger smiled indifferently. This space has been blocked as much as possible. Please fight to your heart's content, without worrying about hurting the Lord. Wu Weiyang suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, just relying on your 7 rank 9 peaks. You also want to stop this king and look down on my family of martial gods. Long Jiushan was gearing up, ready to move, and said with a big grin, if you try it, you'll know. I haven't beaten the Holy King with my fists, so I'll use you to make a knife today. At this moment, all the powerhouses are amazed. The Holy King of the martial god family was stopped as soon as he appeared on the stage. However, the threat is still not lifted. The powerhouses of the martial god family are like clouds, and there are 12 rank 9 saints alone. Lin Chen himself, what did he do to stop him? At this time, Lin Chen stood on the top of the holy dragon, one person and one dragon, facing all the powerhouses of the martial god family alone. What kind of way is this? There won't be any conspiracy, right? You don't care what tricks he has, so many of us can't win a young man? Kill him. Later makes change, first strike is stronger. The 180 saints of the martial god family immediately urged. Their movements shuttled through the void and swept towards Lin Chen at an extremely fast speed. Almost everyone didn't understand, what was Lin Chen doing? The old man Wuji pinched his fingers and calculated, as if he had the title of the first mathematician of the Holy Realm. He also couldn't see what abacus Lin Chen was working on. The next moment, the corner of Lin's mouth rose wildly, and he skillfully put on his homemade sunglasses. The red golden dragon energy surrounds Lin Chen, turning into a halo like a halo surrounding him. Taishi divine light is activated immediately. Lin Chen pours all the dragon veins into this moment. Form the strongest defense. Let's go. Lin Chen jumped down directly below the faucet. Boom. The wind and clouds swayed, the holy dragon let out a long whistle, and the dragon's tail rolled over and smashed. In front of everyone's eyes, the holy dragon flicked the dragon's tail, and the pure force exploded on the spot, and the tail violently slammed on Lin Chen. Boom. Lin Chen was blasted away by the flick of the holy dragon, and the whole person shot at the powerhouses of the entire martial god family like a cannonball. At this moment, all the hidden old monsters and old antiques were stunned. What the hell is going on here? One person rushed towards the entire martial god family? It's not enough for you to single out the 9 great saints, you still want to duel most of the elites of the martial god family? With the combat power he showed in the battle with the saints, even if all the clones are together, it may not be an opponent of a rank 8 saint. It is even more imitating that there are still 12 saints of the Wu family's 9 ranks. This behavior is like a sheep entering a group of lions, which is equivalent to courting death. How dare he kill him alone? Look for death, kill this kid. Don't care what conspiracies he has, under the Holy King, it is impossible for anyone to single out all of us and suppress him directly. The powerhouses of the martial god family reacted so fast, their momentum skyrocketed in an instant, and their power was shocking. One after another, the most powerful skills were played, and they ran towards Lin Chen's direction. Boom. 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 The terrifying offensive ran over or hit Lin Chen again and again, and his Taishi divine light endured massive attacks, and his desire collapsed. Even if the Shenlong bloodline is strengthened, it is necessary to resist the offensive of 180 supreme saints, even the Taishi Xinguang, which is known as an absolute defense, cannot bear it. Although many offensives shook Lin Chen's absolute defense, when it was fragmented, it also allowed him to successfully break through countless attacks. Lin Chen rushed to the center of all the powerful warriors of the martial god family. Heaven has a way, you don't go, hell has no door, you break in. Don't care what conspiracies he has, just hit him and hit him hard. Ha ha ha, it's really courting death, you want to one-on-one us? What are you doing in the spring and autumn dreams? Break him directly. All the martial arts powerhouses, either grinning or disdain, aimed at Lin Chen one after another. Lin Chen grinned, his eyes under the dark sunglasses looked especially crazy. The game is over, and now is the moment when the real trump card explodes. Godslayer. In the space just above Lin Chen's head, a golden talisman suddenly exploded. With divine power unparalleled in the world. The host activates the orange-level talent, God Killer, who has already sensed hostility to the host. There are a total of 972 people, including the 4 Holy Kings, the 18 people who have completed the 9th rank, and the 47 people who have cultivated the 9th rank. When the golden talisman was fused into the body, Lin Chen's body burst out with red light like a dragon, and it exploded in an instant. Makes every strong person present, heart palpitations unceasingly. Sigh. Boom. 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 The earth trembled. The sky is roaring. Lin Chen's 45 holy caves, with hexagonal stars, suddenly expanded, and a vortex of holy light covering the 9 heavens and 10 places swept across the entire eastern part of the Holy Kingdom. Not good. Damn, he actually wants to condense acupuncture points? Wrong way. Quickly withdraw. The martial arts powerhouse sensed an aura that was almost divine, and suddenly felt bad. In a very short period of time, Lin Chen's holy acupoints broke through 46 and 47. Lin Chen's breath grew wildly, and 46 holy acupoints burst open, bursting 6,500 times in a row. 47 holy acupoints were temporarily flushed out, bursting 6,500 times in a row. Then, 48, 49, 50, and 6,500 times. It's not over yet. Lin Chen's cultivation is like a broken bamboo, and it is still growing. Wildly, soaring. The once strongest trump card, the God-Killer talent, is here again. In almost half a breath, Lin Chen's cultivation broke through to 50 holy acupoints on the spot. Boom. 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 With Lin Chen as the center, an infinite explosion of holy power was released. And it was inexorable, and it blew the world upside down. When the 9-color holy light exploded, the entire sky showed signs of fault. And the sky was completely tilted. The holy light vortex covered all the martial arts powerhouses, and a series of explosions erupted tens of thousands of times. A large number of martial arts powerhouses, even if they opened the sacred acupoints in the brain domain, reacted extremely quickly, but they did not even have the opportunity to retreat, and they were all affected by the terrifying airwave explosion. Boom. 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 Some of the martial arts experts were caught off guard. When they were blown away by the airwaves, they fell into the Wushan River, and were annihilated. into nothingness by the destructive aura in the Wushan River, and they died. Without even scum. Hiss. My God. Lin Chen blew himself up. The scalps of countless powerhouses were numb, and some of the 8th rank powerhouses who came to the rescue were forced to interrupt the battle and retreat rapidly. Lin Chen's condensed acupoints have been earth-shattering, and the power can be described as sinking into 1,000 planes. The 5 condensed acupoints exploded in a very short period of time, which is no less than a wave of saints collectively exploding. The entire eastern part of the Holy Kingdom was completely blown up by Lin Chen's temporary hole. The wolf smoke billows, the sky and the earth are dark, and countless vacuum zones are freed by hurricane-like destructive energy, pouring out. The corners of the mouths of the old antiques trembled. Lin Chen's wave directly blew up a quarter of the powerhouses of the martial God family. To be precise, they should have been blown up to the area of the Wushan River, and more than 40 rank 4 saints fell on the spot. It's too perverted, this is simply not something a human can do. However, Xing Jiutian and Sun Moon Sect Young Sect Master stared at the center of the explosion storm. It seems that there is something terrifying that is about to be born. Even the well-informed old Wuji almost pulled out his beard, and for the first time looked stunned. Is there such an operation? I saw that when the wolf smoke rolled away, a strong primordial spirit shone into the sky, like an endless galaxy incorporated into the body. It's not right, look at Lin Chen's breath. My God, is there such an outrageous thing in this world? 52 holy acupoints. This kid actually broke through from the condensing realm to the life and death realm in one breath? Are you fucking kidding me? Crazy, must be crazy. Why is what happened recently so outrageous? It's not that simple. This guy's spiritual realm, body refining holy power, has all changed. The hidden old monsters from all sides were shocked and lost their voices. Lin Chen's spiritual realm temporarily broke through the realm of Yuanshan. And he was born into the sky, turning into an endless shadow of Yuanshan. The prestige of Yuanshan came to heaven and earth, and a single thought could make hundreds of millions of souls die. His holy body circulates the eternal and immortal holy light, a ray of holy light shines through the ages, tearing the sky between the fingers, and the pure power breaks through the power of 100,000. The most terrifying thing is Lin Chen's shining 52 holy acupoints. Every holy cave contains all kinds of things, such as the universe, the mountains and seas are not comparable to one, and the light of hundreds of millions of galaxies is not as bright as the holy light. A ray of holy light can break life and death. A little starlight, cut the world. A life and death situation is complete. I don't know how many people I crushed to death back then. Blazing, this old man will get justice for the dead elder first. I don't believe that your life and death situation can be turned upside down. A few rank 5 martial arts saints laughed in anger, their handprints changed suddenly, and they punched decisively. Not good. Don't make a mess. When several rank 9 saints of the Wu family exclaimed, it was too late. Lin Chen smiled slightly, raised his hand and pointed it out, and moved it with the holy finger of wind demon death. Tear. An aurora flashed across the sky like a flash, and it was divided into 5. Pfft. The aurora passed by and tore the scarlet vein profound wheel, then disappeared in a flash. The eyes of the 5 martial arts saints suddenly became dull, and a blood line ran across their throats. All their defenses, like paper paste, were pierced into nothingness. The throat made a few sounds, the head was tilted, and the head was Separated, the corpse was on the spot, and he couldn't rest his eyes. Is there such a thing? One move? Is this the fucking power that a life and death realm can have? Countless hidden old monsters have numb scalps and face full of horror, and their worldview cognition can be said to have collapsed again. With one finger, 5 rank 5 saints were obliterated. Rank 5 cultivation base, under the circumstance of fighting with all your strength, the minimum lethality of the holy cave erupts with more than 60,000 Zune forces. Those who can achieve rank 5 cultivation have higher potential. The holy caves opened when opening the heaven must be more powerful than the ordinary rank 1 or 2 saints, and the increase in holy power during promotion is even more terrifying. Kaidianjing is already a powerful man with a face in the holy world. If a rank 5 saint is born, he will be a tyrant and a giant who can establish a sect. However, such a big man was wiped out by a life and death situation? Even the old man Wuji looked at Lin Chen with an expression like he had seen a ghost. This face is too exaggerated, this little guy's previous combat power, all the avatars and the descendants of the dragon, and other combat powers are added together, and at most the saint who has completed the 7th rank has broken through several grades. What kind of reincarnation is this? From the perspective of the old man Wuji, he was also frightened. It was not shock, but a real fright. Throughout the ages, there has never been such a perverted improvement rate. Is this, I become the combat power of life and death, how graceful, how joyful. Lin Chen's face was intoxicated, this feeling of leaping through multiple realms in a short period of time is really unstoppable. At this time, the system light screen pops up. Godslayer talent status is officially opened, 46 holy acupoints will be cultivated later, and the host's highest condensing acupoint multiple will prevail. From cultivation, pure strength, spiritual realm, etc. Comprehensively enhance the host's power by 98,010 times. Note, the system prompts the host that the spiritual method Tai Fu Tian Ju can create the same cultivation level of the host's sacred acupoint source and the primordial spirit realm in Tai time and space. Godslayer talent doesn't fall into this category. During the duration of the Godslayer state, the skyrocketing cultivation base cannot be applied to the increase and blessing of the Tai Fu Tian Ju mental method. The sacred acupoint temporarily opened by the Godslayer talent, that is, the holy power obtained after 46 holy acupoints, is temporarily not applicable to Lin Chen's current mental method. The 45 holy acupoints have the effect of the mind, and the 46 holy acupoints do not have the effect after the start. If this is calculated, the subsequent 5 temporary condensing acupoints are 6,500 times, corresponding to the next 5 acupoint expansions, plus the life and death realm. 10 holy caves in full bloom. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was a trace of bare feet, not afraid of the ruthlessness of wearing shoes. Relying on the temporary 5 times of condensing acupoints that erupted from Godslayer talent, corresponding to his last 5 times of expanding acupoints. The last 5 temporary acupoints were 8775 Zuanli, 11375 Zuanli, 14625 Zuanli, 18200 Zuanli and 32,500 Zuanli. These 5 sacred acupoints have not been enhanced by the mind, even so, Lin Chen is still strong and abnormal. Just if the condensation realm is complete, the ultimate lethality of the holy power will have 145,945 respects. With the blessing and the 2 holy acupoints of life and death, Lin Chen's Current ultimate holy power can reach 290,000 or more. At this moment, Lin Chen smiled very innocently. Someone from Lin, have always been fair. I only like to fight one-on-one. Come on, I'll fight your family of martial gods. Let's go together. Everyone. One-on-one battle with the family of martial gods? Listen, is this human? I am afraid that other than the great holy kings present, who would dare to say this? Lin Chen carried the slaughtering gun on his shoulder, smiled sternly, stepped on the cloud shadow sky, and turned into the endless blood shadow cloud light. Yes, this lunatic is here, everyone is on alert. Fight against Lin Chen with all our strength, no one can underestimate the enemy. This son is the number one enemy of my martial god family, and he must not retreat. If the Lord blames him, no one will be able to eat and pack it away. Lin Chen's movement speed can be said to be thunderous, and the blood shadows and skylight spread all the way. Where the blood shadow skylight passed, it was like a storm of blood-colored cloud light, blowing all the way, even faster than the voice transmission of the strong men. Their voice transmission voice just fell. Tear. A red spear tip penetrated the chest of the fifth-rank saint, and the holy blood flowed and spurted out. Lin Chen's figure gradually turned into a cloud of light from behind the man. Pfft. Lin Chen drew his gun and stepped back, and his movement skills flashed again. The action is smooth, and the defense is broken with one shot. Without any hesitation at all. The penetrated rank 5 saint clutched his chest and vomited blood, gritted his teeth. The old saint's heart is not broken, this child can't kill me. When he was about to mobilize the holy energy to restore the wounded body. Boom! With an explosion, the sacred heart of the rank 5 saint exploded, and fell down in front of everyone's eyes, dying. Countless warrior saints are horrified. What a bizarre method, killing people without a trace, even the strong vitality of the sacred heart cannot be restored. Lin Chen, I'm up, it's a shot and a second, what can I say? Triggered the extinction fissure talent and destruction explosion talent, and the target has been successfully killed. Note, the host is in the state of activating the Godslayer talent, killing. The enemy will only drop a small amount of attribute light balls, and will not drop growth attribute light balls. Sigh. The cold air plummeted, and the surrounding Bafang space was suddenly frozen for hundreds of thousands of miles. A rank 9 saint wanted to seal Lin Chen's movement with ice-based exercises. Call out. Call out. Call out. Unexpectedly, the afterimages in the void became more and more dazzling, and in less than a moment, there was a scream, and another rank 4 saint who was seriously injured fell. Boom! A holy flame knife slashed like a dragon, and flew into the air again. Thousands of holy lights condensed into a dense holy net, which suddenly covered down, blocking only a mass of afterimages, and the rays of light disappeared without a trace. Damn, this kid's movement is too weird. The powerhouses of the martial god family were furious, and dozens of top powerhouses shot again and again, but no one could lock Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen's spiritual awakening increased the instant spiritual casting speed by a large number, which was comparable to that of a rank 5 saint. And using the Godslayer talent, the spiritual realm temporarily breaks through to the primordial realm. Spiritualizing the primordial spirit, the realm has a qualitative leap, even if Lin Chen is facing the aura reaction of the 9-turn saint, he can do it with ease. The holy king of the Wu family, who was fighting against the sons of the 7 great eras, Wu Weiyang, was completely frightened when he saw the scene of Lin Chen's outbreak. What is the origin of this kid? It turns out that there is only life and death? No, before his cultivation level climbed, he was still in the congealing realm. Could it be that he killed son of martial artist with just the condensing state? For a time, Wu Weiyang's mood suddenly became chaotic. Long Jiushan laughed boldly, ha ha ha. As expected of my lord, strong, too. Strong. Yun Tianguang praised, the speed of the master's movement is almost catching up with me now. Jiang Wan'er smiled sweetly, our lord is always so strong that there's no reason to say it, old monster Wu Weiyang, your Wu family can't win our lord. Wu Weiyang's old face suddenly sank. Who can withstand this? One person blocked most of the elite of the entire Wu family. Outside the Wushan River, the storm-like offensive crushed a large number of afterimages of Lin Chen. The Wu family was completely stunned. Everyone is fighting together, it is impossible to touch Lin Chen. It can be dispersed in lineup battles, and it is easy to be defeated by Lin Chen one by one. Clang! The sword roared like a dragon, and Lin Chen held the juyin and smiled sternly. This knife is a gift for your Wu family. God's tears. Lin Chen's arm was swirling with 5-colored clouds, he suddenly swung the knife, and the tip of the knife shot a blazing knife light that was spinning at a very fast speed. Ambilight, instant light and shadow. Lin Chen gathered his strength to cut out the strongest tear of God in history. This knife amazed all the powerhouses. This is a flawless, seamless knife. The light of the knife revolves like a full moon, directly shaking the sky of the Holy Kingdom. The sword light is divided into 5, and it is cut towards all the strong men of the martial arts. Before waiting for the martial arts powerhouse to react, the sword light trembled. Sigh. Boom. With a sound of explosion, the knife light exploded, and millions of pieces of knife gas, like broken jade, were like a violent wind and rain, and they were suddenly twisted towards all the martial arts powerhouses. The pupils of the strong men shrank. Each of these blade chi fragments is different, whether it is formed by the spiritual energy of the primordial spirit, or the strong holy force, or the chi energy of pure power. There are too many, dazzling. This simply can't react to take the best defense method. Boom. 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 The inexhaustible shards of saber chi hit all the martial arts saints, and the 8th rank and above sages can barely block the blow of the saber chi shards, but the 7th rank, 6th rank, and 5th rank sages will suffer. Oops, the people of the Wu family are going to suffer. What Lin Chen is terrifying now is not only his cultivation, but also his secret technique that cannot be prevented and cannot be healed, and his attack. To break the explosion, even the old man has to start crippled when he hits it. Life is gone. The combination of these two is simply Tu Xing's reaping weapon. Lin Chen's god-tier swordsmanship is a real group attack magic skill. Not to mention that after the blessing of momentary light splitting shadow, and the strengthening of talents and exercises such as enhanced function, they have displayed far more than ordinary orange-level intermediate group attack skills. The defense of the saints of the Wu family, even the sacred weapon, was pierced, the holy blood was mad, and it was smashed into pieces by the shards of the sword, constantly triggering the super chaos and extinction crack talents. After the shards of knife gas rolled over, many strong people looked at it with disbelief. This knife directly caused more than a dozen rank 5 saints to fall on the spot. All the rank 6 saints were seriously injured, 18 rank 7 saints were slightly injured, and 5 rank 8 saints were all pierced. through holes in the defense holy artifact. Only a small number of rank 8 saints and rank 9 old monsters have truly retreated. The mid-range strength of the team almost collapsed in half. People of the Wu family, I am very fair, saying that a duel is a duel, come on, don't stop. Lin Chen burst out laughing. He didn't use the sword, he put on the frozen heaven sword, and with a flash of light in the sky, he rushed into the lineup of the warriors and other powerhouses. Those affected by God's tears have destruction fissure and destruction blast in their bodies. They are seriously injured and their combat power is greatly reduced. In almost a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen galloped outside the Wushan River, killing all the heroes. The speed at which the martial arts powerhouses are falling one after another makes countless old antiques gasp. The speed at which the powerhouses perished in this battle was enough to go down in history. Lin Chen is crazy. Almost no one can believe that a life and death situation can go against the sky to such an extent. Stronger than the Wuji old man, he couldn't help but lose his voice in shock, and muttered to himself, This little guy has fought a few more steps. If we follow this growth trajectory, wouldn't this child be able to compete with the Holy King when he reaches the Sacred Mind realm and Open Heaven realm? Just because of Lin Chen's condensed acupoint power, Tang and the cashiers post exploded more than 40 saints into the Wushan River and perished. For a quarter of an hour, they crushed more than 30 saints all the way, with a 5th rank cultivation base almost unable to stop Lin Chen's move, being close to him would be death. Lin Chen's total holy power, the ultimate destructive power, exceeds 290,000, which can be said to dominate the audience more than any 9-turn saint. It is rude to say that, with Lin Chen's existing talents in the major orange ranks, the strong under the half-step Holy King, against Lin Chen, he can be invincible. Even the servants on the 19th floor, except Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun and other for half-step Saint Kings, other servants may not be able to directly defeat Lin Chen in the state of God Killer. Lin Chen switched swords for spears, his spear swung swiftly, and another rank 6 saint was broken by Lin Chen, stabbed more than a dozen times in a row, and perished. It was shocking. It's now. Do him. The cold drink suddenly rose, and 10,000 holy clouds rose in all directions, turning into a huge space-time holy net. The Wu family's poised counterattack is finally here. The holy net of time and space is like the Big Dipper hanging around the sky, flashing 7 times in a row, blocking the space as much as possible, solidifying and forming, isolating the vacuum. This is the 7 absolute kings formation of the Wu family, and it even has the ability to seal the Holy King. Now it is displayed by 7 9-turn saints, which finally restrains Lin Chen's movement. Boom! Between the lights and flints, the 5 rank 9 saints of the Wu family raised their hands to the sky and slowly condensed into a giant hand like a ghost from hell. Heavenly ghosts and dragon palms. The purple-black aura of ghosts and gods exuded the aura of death and destruction, and the giant hand that covered the sky finally turned into a palm print of dozens of meters in size, crushing Lin Chen at a speed. One palm annihilated the myriad planes. This move actually made the old antiques watching the battle feel the power of a forbidden technique. It's an advanced orange-level exercise. The 5 rank 9 saints displayed at the same time, the power was almost half a step of the Holy King Supreme. Offensive. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, but he didn't plan to dodge, and took the front. Boom. Sigh. In the space of the Qijue Fengwang formation, 5 ghosts and dragon palms collided head-on, shattering the space of the formation. No, there is no real sense of hitting. Where did this kid go? All the martial arts saints were stunned. Did he escape? Impossible, I will join forces to set up the Qijue King formation, and the Holy King will not be able to break through. His breath appeared again. Be careful. 12 rank 9 saints were waiting in battle, and almost instantly, a bloody cloud like a blood-colored storm appeared behind the Wu family and others. Team. In the palm of his hand, 9 kinds of brilliant stars were swirling, and they were suddenly thrown out at the martial arts saints. With a bang, the magnificent and gorgeous 9-color starlight burst into the sky, piercing the sky, dividing into 5, and suddenly blooming from the position where the martial arts powerhouses gathered. 9 robbery stars entering the state of Godslayer. Lin Chen laughed. I'll give you a big gift, take it. The faces of the 12 9-turned saints changed in horror. The aura of destruction contained in the 9-colored starlight was enough to shock even them. However, the most important thing is that this move is not aimed at them, but at other elders of the Wu family. The 9-colored starlight came very fast, before the Wu family and the others had time to withdraw from a safe distance. 5 brilliant 9-colored beams of light bloomed between the heavens and the earth, penetrating the heavens and the earth, penetrating the heavens and the earth, straight through the galaxy. This move has amazed a lot of powerhouses. Ingchuanqiu, this kid's cultivation base in the realm of life and death, can actually break out such an attack? Zhen Chan looked sideways. With time, if this son is allowed to enter the sacred state, wouldn't he be able to have the combat power to rival this king? Shangguanju, the old lady's eyes on men are getting more and more vicious. Ha 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 ha. When the 9-color beam of light that penetrates the sky and the earth rotates, it covers the void beyond the Wushan River, with a radius of millions of miles. Time and space are distorted, and more than half of the powerhouses of the Wu family can't withdraw, and they are absorbed by the 9 tribulation stars. Even if they used a lot of life-saving cards and defense secrets, when they were involved in the 9-color beam of light, all defenses would be crushed silently. Then, when there is no means to defend against only relying on holy power, the injury will aggravate and die quickly. Even though I now have the combat power to rival most rank 9 saints, these old monsters are not that easy to kill, so kill most of the elders of the Wu family first. Lin Chen stepped on the movement method, opened the air transport capsule, and the holy cave quickly refined a large amount of gold holy yuan coins to supplement the consumption. The high-level holy pill stuffed it into his mouth as if he didn't want money to supplement the consumption. 9-turned saint is not an ordinary person. Lin Chen's combat power and means are very extreme, unlike ordinary powerhouses. Previously, the 12 rank 9 saints joined forces, and Lin Chen directly escaped into the superspace plane. Otherwise, he was teleported to a phantom clone that was laid out in advance. He didn't even plan to fight hard, just run. As long as he can injure the opponent and trigger the talents of destruction, rupture, and destruction blast, the opponent's combat power will plummet. If the rank 9 saints fight him in a group, it will not be so easy to hurt them. Lin Dashui forced his thinking to be clear, and first wiped out most of the strong warriors of the Wu family, and made sure to earn no loss. Boom. 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 12 reincarnated people charged another blow, and the stars of the 9 tribulations were shattered. However, the saints of the Wu family are dead and wounded. compared to when it first came, almost half of the people died. Only 90 people left. The ones who survived are basically martial elders with a rank 7 cultivation level or above. Lin Chen raised a middle finger of international friendship at the 12 rank 9 saints, and then spread out his movements again, swept towards the other powerhouses of the Wu family, so angry that they were so angry that they were forced to act again to stop Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, Wu Weiyang, who was in the great world of primordial soul, was completely furious. Okay, very good. Such a good Lin Chen, dare to kill so many elites in my martial arts family, this king will never die with you. Wu Weiyang smashed the sky and broke the world with one palm, and when Yun Tianguang, Situ Chongqing, and Jiang Weiner were pushed back, his eyes were red, his camples were completely split, and his expression was furious. Xiao Linger pointed at the void, the space solidified again, and when Wu Weiyang's movements were restricted, she said coldly, "You must hold him down. And you can't let him go to the Lord's side." Of course. Holy King Lao Tzu will do as well, betting on this life, Lao Tzu will definitely stop him here. Boom. With a roar, Long Jiushan held an axe in both hands and slashed the axe. Horizontally, the sky split open, and a ray of blood was cut off. Wu Weiyang flicked his sleeves, and the 100 holy acupoints burst out with holy power that pushed across the world. When breaking through the bondage, he held a holy halberd with one hand. The holy halberd is dark red, and the dragon pattern is entwined. It is like an unparalleled holy weapon. When it appears, it orders the heroes from all directions, and a single halberd can open up the world. This is actually a 9th grade holy artifact. Zhen Chan's eyes narrowed. Have you forced out all the 9th grade holy artifacts of this old martial artist? These guys, although they are still at the peak of rank 9, but they have a breakthrough in desire and really have a hand. Holding the 9th grade holy halberd, Wu Weiyang waved towards the sky and stabbed Long Jiushan awe-inspiringly, crushing his pure power offensive. Xinghui was like light, and when he pierced the blood light, it hit Long Jiushan, and he flew out backwards, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Tear. In an instant, the sickle formed by the condensed holy energy appeared on top of Wu Weiyang's head like a ghost. The invisible sharp knife seemed to jump through space and stabbed at Wu Weiyang's sacred heart. This murderous intent made Wu Weiyang feel a chill down his spine. And the chill went straight to the top of his head. Clang! Clang! Wu Weiyang mobilized the unique defense skills, and the halberd turned in a circle, repelling the two of them like lightning, and the cold sweat poured out. The hateful killer has disappeared without a trace, and even this king almost said that he is indeed the two strongest killers in the heavenly sanctuary in all dynasties. Tianjin and Dimia's sneak attack failed, and when they were repelled, they still created another fighter for Situ Chongqing and others. Long Jiushan wiped the blood and said cursingly, "Fuck, this is too foul, the 9th grade holy halberd, with the cultivation of the Holy King, isn't this pressing us to fight? Our rank 9 peak cultivation base is still empty-handed, and we can't beat it. If our holy artifact of fame was still there, we wouldn't have been injured so easily by him. The 9th grade holy artifact is one of the ultimate pursuits of saints in almost the holy world, except for the strong of the Holy King, very few people have it. Since ancient times, the 9th grade famous utensils are rarely seen in the long history. In Wu Weiyang's hands is the heavenly prison halberd made by the casting Master Xinyu's family in the antiquity period of the 47th era. The Holy King is equipped with a 9-rank halberd. In a head-to-head battle, an ordinary 9-turn saint cannot even take a single move. Jiang Wan'er turned into a fairy light and passed by, and said inspiringly, "Brother Jioshan, now is not the time to complain. The Lord has done his best to repair our injuries and repairs. Now we can't take a step back." "I know, be careful, I'll cut him back." Long Jioshan regrouped and attacked again, and the fighting trend in the space enchantment became more and more intense. Just when the outside world was slaughtering in darkness, Jiang Taishu, who was maintaining all the powerhouses, suddenly changed his face. What's going on? So fast. What kind of life form is this? Sneaking into the void and traveling, there is no track between moving the planes. Fortunately, the old man returned to the Shinji pavilion to retrieve the happy banner. "Don't come out." Jiang Taishu immediately transmitted a voice. "Gue Jianchou, Brother Azura, Haiwe Feishue. You all hurry up and support the Lord. There are mysterious creatures and powerful people in the Holy King's realm approaching the Lord's position." With an order, the 12-rank 9 saints on the 18th floor acted immediately. Without 12-rank 9 saints, the battle pressure in Xinyan Palace increased sharply. The absolute advantage occupied by Lin Chen's team was flattened back all of a sudden. The servants on the 19th floor like Zi Qianqiu had no choice but to 1-on-3 or even 1-on-4 to hold the supreme elders of Xinyan Palace and the powerhouses of the Holy Prison to share the missing top battle power. On one side, Yu Xingxing immediately formed the seal and transmitted the voice to all the servants. "Everyone, don't be at a disadvantage and be suppressed by the opponent. You can take the spare one-time medicinal pills. The temporary boost is quite impressive. The old man has improved all the sequelae to a minimum." The servants looked at each other, their eyes met, and many 7th-grade holy pills appeared in their palms, which they swallowed immediately. Boom! 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 One after another holy light rises into the sky, the clouds are steaming and the clouds are full of visions. The team of Lin Chen's servants, the holy power skyrocketed, the wind, fire, and thunder and lightning. When many holy powers appeared, it could be said that the ancient Holy Spirit descended on the heaven and the earth, and it was all-powerful, tearing the universe apart. There is a heyday of Yu Xingxing refining medicine, and the medicine pill that temporarily enhances the holy power can be easily captured as long as there are resources and time. The increased combat power of the servants brought back the disadvantage that had just occurred. They can afford it, but the Supreme Elder of Xinyan Palace can't afford it. Secondly, the holy prisoners have also been killed or seriously injured a lot before, and their combat power is lacking. When the 12 servants of the 9 turns rushed to Lin Chen's direction, Jiang Taishu's voice transmission echoed in the minds of all servants and Lin Chen. "My lord, things are not right, and the holy dynasty is coming from your direction." The expressions of many servants were tense. Now that the situation is fairly balanced, if there is another holy king, the war situation will definitely tilt. Jiang Taishu's voice transmission immediately made Lin Chen stop, his eyes changed, and he flew back. Tang Haiyue, Gue Jianchou, and others rushed to cover Lin Chen immediately. Tang Feishue said seriously, "My lord, you go first, then leave it to us." Blood Shura, who carried a blood blade on his shoulder, nodded, and said solemnly, cherishing words like gold, "Don't worry, my lord, even if we are no better than Big Brother Zi Qianqiu and Senior Long, I will try my best to stop this holy king for my lord. Lin Chen laughed and scolded, "Your uncle, what nonsense is this handsome guy? The kind of person who has to rely on you to run away in embarrassment?" There was a stern look in his eyes. "What about the holy king? Don't care who comes, I dare to hammer." Seeing that Lin Chen paused briefly, the Wu family team temporarily retreated, guarding Lin Chen and others. In this battle, the casualties are too fast. He has the movement technique of catching up with the Blood Lord Yun Tianguang, the spiritual power of the primordial spirit realm, and the combat power comparable to the peak of the 9th rank. And a terrifying method that cannot heal after a saint is wounded. A trick to avoid deadly bombardment at critical moments, such as the superspace talent. The promise old man was amazed. It's a god-defying little guy who killed 90 saints of the martial god family in such a short family. Especially the holy prison and the palace of divine flames, it can be said that they are in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they were against Lin Chen's servants or the 8th rank forces, who came to support. If they face Lin Chen, they will be disabled now if they don't die. In all fairness, changing any rank 9 saints would not be able to achieve the terrifying speed of slaughtering saints like Lin Chen, unless the Holy King does it himself. It can be said that Lin Chen's current strength is not comparable to that of the Holy King, but he has achieved a record that only the Holy King can achieve. The Holy Dragon roams the void, and incorporates all the attribute light balls dropped by the strong after the fall into the dragon body. Boom! Without waiting for Lin Chen and his group to communicate, thousands of dark curtains rolled in from the 10,000 Shanghai sky opposite the Wushan River. Darkness is like a tide, covering the stars and covering the moon. Unaffected by the pressure of Wushan River, a space channel was opened up, extending down, and a team came head-on. The powerhouses of the various forces, the nerves suddenly tense. This time, is it an enemy or a friend? Hee, it's really lively today. As you expected, with Jiang Taishu in charge, they predicted our position in advance. The human race's mathematician is really amazing. As expected of a guy who can avoid my clan's plans over and over again. Unfortunately, I can't make a sneak attack this time. This deity likes sneak attacks the most. The loss this time is at least 100 million. It doesn't matter, this time, the damn people will die. A few joking and violent sneers echoed through the audience. The expressions of Lin Chen and Shang Wanju changed at the same time. Shang Wanju exclaimed, "It's him." Lin Chen clenched the demon slayer spear, and the killing intent between his brows surged wildly, speaking coldly. "Yin Tianzi? How Dian Holy King?" Under the high sky of the Wushan River, which is surging with red clouds, the team coming head-on is the Son of Heaven, the ultimate shadow, and the Holy King of Haoyan. Even the helpers of the demons are here. Lin Chen thought about communicating with the God of War suit. If there was any accident, he would use the strongest trump card as soon as possible. The cloudy day is high above, overlooking Lin Chen, and the noble arrogance flashes between his eyebrows. That is the conceit of the king. This time, Lin Chen finally saw Yin Tianzi's cultivation, and he had 99 holy acupoints blooming all over his body. And at the center of Yin Tianzi's eyebrows, a 6-pointed star is looming. The holy light is flickering, and the 100th holy acupoint has just been opened. Halfway. Half-step Holy King. Yin Tianzi is actually the cultivation of a half-step Holy King. Although it is not as good as Shangguan Wudi, Feng Ling and others, the cultivation base has already crushed most of the powerhouses present. In addition to the ultimate shadow, 3 demon powerhouses with unknown breath, the holy King Haoyan. This lineup is enough to tilt the current situation. It's no wonder that this guy was able to stop Senior Shangguan at the beginning, and he turned out to be abnormal. The former hero, he appeared as a representative. Is he going to take my life here? And there is a holy king of Haoyan. This guy has also survived? Lin Chen thought about thousands of possibilities. Protect the Lord. They will come from Wushan River in a dozen or so breaths. Tang Feishue, Gui Jianchou, and the others stepped into the air and levitated. And when they flashed to Lin Chen's position, the Wu family and the others laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me, His Excellency Holy King Haoyan, leave these guys to us, you can concentrate on dealing with that kid. Holy King Haoyan raised his eyebrows. Oh? People of the Wu family, since you want to cooperate, then I only need the secrets of this kid and my own things. And their lives belong to you. Pleasant to work with. The voice transmission of the two parties was very fast, and they reached a union in one breath. When the holy King Haoyan looked at Lin Chen, his eyes were particularly resentful. Boy, it's all your plan to ruin this seat, and let this seat come to the world in this half-dead state. Today you will be cramped and peeled off. Sigh. The 12 nine-turned saints of the Wu family urged their movement, or like a flowing light, they turned into dragons and tigers, and their movement was shocking, and they stopped Lin Chen's 12 servants. Gui Jianchou and the others were forced to fight, gritted their teeth. I didn't expect these guys to unite so quickly. I thought they would fight dog to dog. As soon as the Wu family and others made a move, all 12 servants were intercepted, and they were all rank 9 cultivation bases. It was almost impossible to decide the outcome in a short period of time. Not good. The Lord is in danger. Damn, fight with these beasts. Zi Qianchou and Ji Wuchen's expressions suddenly became solemn, and the courage to sink the boat crossed their brows. However, a wave of unresolved waves has arisen again and again. The purple light energy storm of Zunti and Hidi, accompanied by a shocking explosion, suddenly exploded and swept beyond the Wushan River. The space barrier built by Shaolinger, which has been stable for a long time, has been broken. Wu Weiyang swung the heavenly prison halberd, killing everyone with one move. Tianjin Di Mia, Sidu Chongqing, and others all flew out backwards, being knocked down and falling. Only Long Jiushan, Yun Tianguang and Jiang Waner are fighting to block Wu Weiyang. The 7 people joined forces, but they still failed to stop Wu Weiyang. But, in a way, it's already quite a miracle. Wu Weiyang waved the holy halberd of heavenly prison wildly, and when he pushed Long Jiushan and others back step by step, his eyes showed a trace of regret. If it weren't for an opponent, I really want to recruit these people into my martial arts family. Even if they were enemies, Wu Weiyang still admired these 7 people. A saint who is at the pinnacle of rank 9 can't even beat a half-step saint king, let alone a real saint king. If they don't need to cover Lin Chen, maybe they can deal with themselves, and even if they lose, they can retreat. However, the 7 still have to cover Lin Chen and stop him, the holy king, who has become famous for hundreds of epics. It has already created an unprecedented step-by-step battle, even if defeated. Go away. Long Jiushan, if your holy body can be improved to a higher level, you may be able to compete with this old man, but right now, it's not enough. To see. Wu Weiyang slammed down with a halberd, and the rolling edge pierced the sky, falling like a sharp blade, breaking the defenses of Longjiu Mountain. The skin of the holy body of Long Jiushan burst into flesh, the holy blood surged, and with a sullen cry, it fell down. Clang! Jiang Wan'er struck with a sword, the sword rainbow like a long river. But an afterimage pierced through. Oops! Jiang Wan'er's pretty face changed dramatically, her eyes suddenly turned to the other side. Lord, be careful. Wu Weiyang stepped on the martial god step, every step of the way, moving Zhou Tian, and almost instantly came to the top of Lin Chen's head. The strength of the holy king of the martial god family is fully revealed. Almost the moment Long Jiushan was repelled, he broke through and killed Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes turned, his face was pale, and when 9 colored stars appeared in his palm, a frown flashed across his brows, and he planned to use another move. 9 tribulations of stars. 9 tribulations of stars is the only means of his current cultivation that can confront the holy king head-on. In addition, there is only the god of war set. Damn, can only use the god of war set. But this thing consumes too much, and there is no chance to replenish it after the recharge is used up. Take it out now, and you can't reverse the situation. But there is no choice. The starlight in the left hand is splendidly lingering, the golden light in the right palm is surging with divine brilliance, and the golden light of the god of war circulates around Lin Chen when he is about to sacrifice his trump card. Linger, let the space technique teleport me to the position of the Lord. A cold drink was transmitted to Xiao Linger's mind through the Zhou Tian death seal. She suffocated slightly. This voice is. Almost subconsciously, the injured Xiao Linger gritted her teeth and touched her eyebrows with her fingertips. A beam of divine radiance in the space flashes on both sides of each other, directly moving the space on both sides. In almost 100,000th of a breath, wearing a black robe, Yuan Ting Yueji's upright figure moved awe-inspiringly to the space above Lin Chen. A mere half-step holy king, dare to confront the old man alone, courting death, eh? When Wu Weiyang killed with a halberd, the old eyes and pupils trembled. The man shouted loudly, slashed with his sword, and faced Wu Weiyang. Clang! Boom! 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 The 2 shocking holy powers crushed all directions, and even Lin Chen was knocked away by the aftermath of this collision. When Lin Chen stepped back, he was full of energy, and said excitedly, This is. Sigh. Boom. At this moment, lightning flashed and thundered in the eastern part of the Holy King's domain, and the thunderclouds appeared out of nowhere, and the spiritual energy gathered like a tide. A majestic torrential rain is coming in an instant. The 2 holy powers that dominate the world radiate from 2 directions and rise into the sky. 2 tens of thousands of acres of vast holy light giant wheels were born with the vision of thunder and rain. All the powerhouses briefly stopped the battle in front of them, their expressions full of shock. Every strong person present, who was poured by this rain, miraculously recovered more than half of the injuries in the body. Countless old antiques were shocked, and when they looked up at the sky, they trembled and muttered to themselves. This is the rain that shines all over the world. The holy wheel appears, the universe changes. The rain falls, and the holy king comes out. At this moment, all the hidden world sects and the 9th rank forces in the Holy King's domain were all shocked and appalled. A holy king is born. And still, too. Holy kingdom, holy sea. The Azure Sea is raging with huge waves. This sea is an unusual sea. The sea surface is full of clouds and clouds, shining brightly, surging with the vitality of regeneration. A pair of holy pupils, carrying infinite holy power, opened from the sea, stared in a certain direction, and muttered to himself. A new king was born, or two. Are they enemies or friends? Holy King Domain, Divine Sword Gate. 3 old men with ancient swords sat cross-legged on the top of the tower. When they opened their eyes, it seemed that the heaven and the earth were tilted. The King of the Saints comes to the world, and there are 2 more new kings of the holy world, and they are now in the position of the war. This is not a person from Xinyan Palace. Although the Lord of Xinyan Palace is only half a step into the Holy King, he is still a long way from the Holy King realm. Who is that? In the current Holy King's domain, there are people who can become kings, but there are only 4 or 5 people, and the chi of those 4 or 5 people has not yet been crowned king. Huh? Sword Intent and Sword Intent. They are the 2 kings of swordsmanship and swordsmanship. The 3 old men looked at each other with a bit of shock on their faces. The way of the sword and the way of the sword are incompatible with water and fire, but the 2 kings of saints who have both the sword and the sword were born at the same time. What a pure sword intent, what a domineering sword intent. These 2 people are even closer to the level of spirituality than me. If it weren't for the shackles of heaven and earth, I'm afraid that I would have been able to reach the gods and stand alone in the realm of holy kings. At this moment, all directions are terrified, and the heroes are horrified. The twin kings are born, and a new king is about to appear in the holy world, ruling one side and commanding the heroes. The giant wheel of holy light that rotates like a roulette is suspended in the high sky in the east of the holy kingdom. Right above the holy wheel, there is a sword and a sword suspended in the sky. It symbolizes its original situation. The sword can cut the sun, moon, and stars, and the sword can open the sky and destroy the world. All the powerhouses looked up at the sky in disbelief, and even the Wuji old man felt incredible. The birth of a holy king is a rare sight in 1,000 years. Not to mention, the twin kings appear in the world at the same time. There is no precedent in the history of the holy world. Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianqiu, and others were ecstatic. Shangguan Wudi and Qi Fian smiled knowingly. Let them break through first, 2 terrible monsters. At this time, Wu Weiyang's heavenly prison halberd was blocked in the air. It was Fang Ling who stood in front of him. Dressed in a black robe, he was dashing and stern, with a shining holy glow surging all over his body, and the sword intent between his eyebrows seemed to pierce the sky. He held the sword to block Wu Weiyang's holy halberd. The giant wheel of holy light was suspended just above his head, and the 100th holy acupoint between his eyebrows was completely opened. Lan Jingyu is also facing a similar situation. At this moment, the waves are turning over the clouds, with a knife in hand. Domineering and arrogant, looking down on the world. His eyes swept away, he was extremely domineering, and he blocked the Dharma protector Venerable Lan Jingyu from high in the sky. Lang Fanyun said indifferently, the Dharma protector of Xinyan Palace, from now on, your opponent is only me. Fang Ling smiled sternly, the holy king of the Wu family, isn't it too arrogant to want to touch our master Fang Ling? The strong men from all walks of life either took a breath of air, or shouted and cheered, excited beyond measure. Even Lin Chen couldn't help shouting excitedly, I said you two are too handsome. You can break through. The faces of the powerhouses in the Xinyan Palace and the Holy Prison are particularly ugly. Even the Haotian Holy King, Yin Tianzi, and others who had just stepped into Wushan Hanoi suddenly turned gloomy when they were full of confidence before. The twin kings are born. Lin Chen's team suddenly increased the combat power of the 2 holy kings. The combat power of the Holy King realm is light. If it is a half-step king, he can only delay the Holy King at most, and can be suppressed by the number of rank 9 saints in the future. But being promoted to the Holy King realm is completely different. Especially the King Dao King and the King Dao King, if you want to win these two, you have to pay a price like blood. It is impossible to win the two of them without paying the same life of the Holy King. Delaying a Holy King and flattening a Holy King are two concepts. Shang Guanju was overjoyed. What kind of monsters did this little guy find? Break through the Holy King on the spot. The situation is completely different. Ying Chuanqiu's face was ashen, as expected of the people who are admired by the creators of the world. The potential of these two guys is really the pinnacle of the Holy Land. Zhen Chan's calm eyes showed a different kind of shock, and he muttered, "It will be difficult to end now." Suddenly, Fang Ling snorted. "Jiang Wan'er, Yun Tianguang, go and protect the Lord, leave this old thing to me." Wu Weiyang's face was ashen. "You are just a new saint, you don't even have a decent holy weapon, you dare to look down on this old man." Fang Ling laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. I have fought against Tiange with my sword. No one dares to say that I am invincible. What about the new Saint King? I am enough to deal with you." Insanity. Boom. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun suddenly burst into flames, swords, lights, swords, and shadows, and the wind was surging. Boom. 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 In the midst of the anger of the rain, the two of them freely bloomed with the brilliance of the Holy King. The 4 Holy Kings formed a brand new battle circle, and the battle was torn apart. Yu Xingxing stared at the two of them, his eyes flashing with hope, revealing the color of memories. 3 months ago, Bingxin Palace. What, the two of you are trying to take that kind of medicine? Crazy. Yu Xingxing in the secret room looked at Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun and said, in amazement. Fang Lingerong looked at each other with a solemn expression. Yes, we have prepared the materials for refining the medicine pill. Yu Xingxing refused seriously, no. I said before that the 9-year Saint King pill is a half-ninth grade, and it can stimulate the vitality of the saint into potential, but it has huge flaws, and the difficulty of refining is, for the time being, once the person who takes the medicine stimulates the power of the medicine, there will be severe pain that will pierce the bone. The vitality of the Sacred Heart and the potential of the holy acupoint will continue to flow away. All of them will be concentrated at the position of the 100th holy acupoint. Open the 100th sacred cave, and the two of you will surely die. How difficult it is to break through the Holy King in such a short period of time. You should be very clear, taking this medicine is equivalent to suicide. The old man can't let you mess around. Rebirth. Lang Fanyun shouted coldly. Yu Xingxing was stunned. Lang Fanyun's stern and resolute face, faintly revealing the determination to live towards death, said coldly, "You will live. You really think that we will not be able to retreat if we challenge Xinyan Palace? Travel to the language barrier." Lang Fanyun said solemnly, "Indeed, the Lord is very powerful. I even think he is stronger than any of us. However, challenging the Xinyan Palace of the 9th rank sect, there will be many uncertain factors." Fang Ling smiled casually. "If we didn't even have the courage to gamble our lives, we wouldn't have come to this point. Your Excellency Yu Xingxing, if anything happens at that time, we will bet on both of our lives. If we don't become holy kings, we will become corpses. Whether we win or lose, we will use our 2 lives to build a road forward or a bridge backward." For everyone, the master. Yu Xingxing looked at the calm and determined gazes of the two and sighed. He took over the air transport capsules of the two, and after a mental scan. The old man can't guarantee that these 5 medicinal materials will be successfully refined, but I will do my best. The two rarely smiled. Then please, our alchemist. When the memory of the scene comes into my mind, you look at the two of them again in your life, wanting to escape and sigh. The hearts of the two of you are really strong. You endured such great pain. When activating the medicinal power, and you can stop a holy king and successfully break through the realm of kings. Old man, I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. What a Lin Chen. 2 kings of swords and swords. If we want to move this kid, we have to weigh it. When Ying Chuanqiu fought with Shangguan Wudi and Qi Fian, his face was gloomy and murderous. 2 half-step holy kings can delay a holy king, but they can only delay the battle. Long fight will lose. If 2 half-step saint kings face 2 saint kings, they will undoubtedly lose. And even be killed on the spot. If you want to completely kill 2 half-step saint kings, you only need 2 saint kings. But if you want to completely kill the 2 holy kings, you are still infinitely close to the existence of the spiritual mood, even if there are. For holy kings, you have to pay the price of blood. The ultimate shadow of Wushan high altitude smiled and said, it seems that things have become troublesome. Yin Tianzi nodded and said, indeed, it is difficult to eat them even with the powerhouses present. Holy King Haoyan said indifferently, what we have to do remains unchanged. The Holy King, who truly exists in the same glory as the sun and the moon, is the first of its kind in the holy world, and there are only a few recorded racial wars that have precedence of the fall of the Holy King. It is too difficult to kill a holy king. Just like the Holy King Haoyan back then, there were still 2 holy kings of the human race and a group of rank 9 saints who took turns to crusade many times before they fell to the holy burial mountain range. But this is the case, the Holy King Haoyan is still alive like a 100-footed worm without being stiff until now. It can be seen how difficult it is to kill a holy king, far more difficult than killing a holy talent. Protect the Lord. These guys are about to cross the Wushan River. When Yin Tianguang drank coldly, Jiang Waner and Long Jiushan quickly stood by Lin Chen's side. Even though they were seriously injured and the strength of the 2 teams was huge, they never wavered. Seeing the servants look like they were dying, Lin Chen patted Jiang Waner's fragrant shoulder and smiled casually. Don't look like we're about to die, calm down, isn't this me? Jiang Waner stared at the handsome face of the Lord, suffocated slightly, and was puzzled. Lin Chen sighed, and his eyes flashed a stern look, although I couldn't wait for the best time to start. If Chongqing and Linger face a holy king of Haoyan, they will have to worry about their lives. Give it a go. Boom. The boundless shadow tide is like a big wave, like swallowing the sky and devouring the earth, spreading all the way from the high sky of Wushan River. Is part of the body of the ultimate shadow, they have crossed the godless river. Some of the powerhouses who were fighting hard turned their heads in horror. In that boundless wave of shadows, was there the aura of the demon race? The demons are here too? The rumors are true. Damn, this dog thief really has colluded with the demons. No wonder you can still be resurrected after dying like this. The powerhouses of Xinyan Palace, the Holy Prison, and the Wu family have long known about it, and they are indifferent. If they can interfere with the top powerhouses around Lin Chen at this time, why not even the demon race? Xiao Linger, Long Jiushan and other servants were waiting in an instant, and they protected Lin Chen in groups. And Lin Chen's holy dragon is still traveling through the battlefield too. Collect 4 kinds of crazy attribute light balls. Lin Chen's whole body has begun to circulate a faint golden divine brilliance. If there is divine might possessed, the might of the god of war, look down upon the heavens and the world. Hey, I didn't expect to be able to catch up with this feast. I like murderers the most. I'll take down this kid later, and catch a few humans to eat, fish in troubled waters, etc. The deity likes it, ha ha ha. The human race here are all first-class powerhouses. I'm afraid that if I eat it, I will wait for my cultivation to go further. It's a worthwhile trip. The 7 demon venerables turned into humanoids and laughed evilly. Their means of disguising themselves as human beings are extremely clever, and their strength is second only to that of heavenly demon venerables. They are the strongest existences of demon venerables, comparable to the pinnacle of the 9-turned saint. The shape of the ultimate shadow began to distort, and finally turned back into a pale, seemingly frail young man, grinning grinningly. Isn't that shadow coming? Then take your kid to open the knife first. Holy King Haoyan sneered, just relying on the people around you, you can't stop us. Boom. At this moment, the ultimate shadow, the Holy King Haoyan, and the 7 Xian demon venerables acted almost at the same time. The 7 people from Longjiashan suddenly erupted into the sky with holy might, standing beside Lin Chen, protecting him. And Yin Tianzi's eyes stared at Lin Chen tightly, as if observing, trying to gain insight into his backhand and ace. Having met Lin Chen several times, Yin Tianzi will no longer hold any contempt for this daring and careful young man who runs against the sky. Dare to underestimate this lunatic who broke through the holy prison, but there is a price to pay. Faced with the Holy King Haoyan and the ultimate shadow, no matter how many trump cards you have around you, you have to use them. It's really difficult to destroy your team, but if you only deal with you, it's more than enough. When Yin Tianzi was looking forward to what kind of ultimate move Lin Chen would make. Call out. Call out. Call out. Infinite shadows suddenly enveloped the Wushan River, and the 8 top powerhouses lost their way at the same time, drowning in the boundless darkness. All the powerhouses were stunned. Even Lin Chen, who was about to break out the God of War 4-piece suit, couldn't help but pause for a moment. It's strange that the dark matter is a bit similar to the body of the shadow family. It is the breath of shadows. Lin Chen was puzzled. This thing seems to have completely affected the order of the space. Damn it, is that it? The ultimate shadow scolded the darkness, pushed horizontally with big hands, and forcibly pulled the darkness away, with a gloomy expression on his face. Big brother, who dares to touch this king? How old are you? 9 elders, kill it. With a cold snort and a young and childish voice, after Lin Chen heard it, he was stunned for a moment, and then his expression burst into ecstasy. This voice, is it? Brush. A terrifying shadow shrouded the entire world, and the eastern sky of the Holy King's domain had completely fallen into boundless darkness. The darkness was like ink, shrouding the vacuum into endless darkness. The area shrouded in darkness seems to be unable to penetrate even the perception of holy power, like a quagmire. The 10 most powerful breaths suddenly descended to heaven and earth. The expressions of all Saint King stage experts in the center of the battlefield changed slightly. The arrival of this breath was not even felt by them. The old man Wuji stroked his beard with great interest. I can't think of it. Even they have left the customs. This family has stopped asking about the world after the war, and I can't imagine that so many strong people are sent here today. The old antiques who are about to retreat are even more horrified. Damn, come back. Because of one Lin Chen, how many powerhouses have come here? The spread of this battle can be described as the largest in millions of years. In the boundless darkness, 10 figures slowly walked out. When they turned into human figures, 9 only had the upper body, and the lower body was a dark smoke-like shape. The 10th person is a handsome and arrogant young boy. His appearance is 7 points similar to Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly burst into ecstasy. Little shadow? How did this little guy come? The little shadow grinned, I am connected to the spirit of the big brother. And I can naturally perceive the situation of the big brother. There is no place where our shadow family can't go in this Kamigawa galaxy. Little Shadow's smile revealed absolute confidence. That's right, the Shadow Clan at the peak of that year, the Kamigawa galaxy, did not have a space plane that their clan could not go to. The strength of the Shadow family is not their strength, but their innate talent for space, born in the void, and died in the dark. The universe can come and go freely, and the plane of fantasy that countless creatures yearn for, the blessed fate cave, they are within easy reach. This is the most powerful advantage of the Shadow Clan. Kid, what is your attitude? Do you know a little respect for our future? Shadow King. A Shadow Clan strongman stood tall, his upper body looked like a human clan, and scolded solemnly and coldly. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly, the future King of Shadows? I'm darling, what did this little guy do in the Shadow Clan all these years? Is this the future Shadow King? Lin Chen knows very well what the name of the Shadow King stands for. Order. The supreme existence of the Shadow family, there will only be one king in the Shadow family of all dynasties. Moreover, the Shadow race is the richest existence of all races in the universe. It is very simple, the secret treasure space, the magical plane, or some extremely dangerous places that all races dream of trying to enter or explore, can be easily reached by the innate shadows of the Shadow race. This is also the reason why the Shadow Clan led to the war. The abilities and talents of their clan are too threatening and attractive. Bang Wen. Lin Chen hadn't made a statement yet, but the little shadow gave the elder a punch and said with a serious face. What are you talking about? This is my big brother Lin Chen. If it weren't for him, this king would still be an asshole now. It's you who should be treated with respect. Little Shadow scolded. Head up, chest out, salute. The 9 Shadow Clan powerhouses immediately straightened their postures, actually imitating the appearance of the human clan, straightening their waists, and shouting respectfully. Hello, big brother. Brother has worked hard. Brother Lin Chen is #1 in the world. Little Shadow nodded with great satisfaction, then turned to look at Lin Chen and said with a smile, Brother, how is it? Let's pay more. Lin Chen was amazed and silently gave a thumbs up. As expected of me, I'm so wild. This scene made countless strong mouths twitch. Even the arrogant and domineering demons could not help showing deep fear. Shadow family, the future king of shadows. Damn, what the hell is this Lin Chen? Are the kings of the Shadow tribe his younger brother? Shangguan Wudi, who was fighting hard with Ying Chuanqiu, suddenly burst out laughing. Not only that, but more servants smiled knowingly. The Lord is really strong, the innate Shadow King has become a younger brother. It's too good, isn't this half of the Shadow family's country now the master? Our Lord, there is really no one in the past, no one in the future, ha ha ha. What is the vision of the servants? See the current situation at a glance. and the Xinyan Palace, the Holy Prison, and the martial arts are all strong. And their demeanor is particularly ugly. It can be said that the appearance of the shadow race will set the direction of this battle. As long as they want to take Lin Chen away, they can act at any time. The little shadow slapped his chest. Hey, big brother, I have a human name now, and it's called Lin Chen. Not only will I be the king of darkness, but also the light of recovery of the shadow family. I want to be as famous as the big brother for eternity, bright in the world. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and said with a smile, ha ha ha, you have ambition, you didn't embarrass me. One of the most senior Shadow Clan elders looked at the ultimate shadow in the void and suddenly laughed. It turned out to be you. Lin Chen looked at the elder suspiciously, and the elder continued. At that time, this guy was discovered by the will of an earlier generation of Shadow Kings. Only very few shadows in the clan knew about this matter. It failed to pass the will of the previous Shadow Kings. Afterwards, this guy didn't listen to persuasion. Instead of accepting the trial step by step, he forcibly infiltrated our clan in an attempt to steal the treasure house and inheritance of the previous generation of Shadow Kings. In the words of the human race, we can just clean up the door now. The little shadows Lin Chen and Lin Chen suddenly realized, and Lin Chen pointed at the livid-faced Haotian Holy King in the void, and sneered. In this case, elders, hammer him. The remaining shadow is handed over to this king to solve it. Take orders. Brush. When the powerhouses of the Shadow Clan acted, the final shadow's demeanor changed slightly, and they retreated through the void. A terrifying shadow covered the sky and the sun, and instantly enveloped the Holy King Haotian. The Holy King Haotian had a gloomy expression, clapping his palms several times in a row, his palms piercing the stars and breaking the moon, whistling across the universe, wanting to tear apart the boundless darkness, but after being swallowed up again and again by his power, he couldn't help cursing. Fuck, damn it, get out of this king. What this king is looking for is Lin Chen. The 7 demon venerables were encircled together in the darkness and unable to break through. They were furious. Several elders of the Shadow Clan smiled and said, our future Shadow Kings. Eldest brother is not something you can move. I haven't played against the Holy King for a long time. I don't know what the current human race Holy King has. You are such a cowardly thing with the demon venerable, presumably the human race also spurns you in every possible way, ha ha ha. The 9 powerhouses of the Shadow Clan surrounded the Holy King Haotian and the 7 great demons to fight directly. Fortunately, it is not in the Xinyan Palace area, otherwise, more saints will suffer. After Long Jiushan swallowed the 2 holy pills, he said solemnly to the servants, we are going too, we can't let those guys get close to the Lord. There are still nearly 70 saints in the Wu family, all of them are hard characters with a cultivation level of rank 7 or above. Although most of the opponents are injured, they are not much better. Basically, each of them must suppress 10 people. Outside the Wushan River, 3 big battle circles were formed and lined up in the shape of a pin. On the left and right sides are Gui Jianzhou, Long Jiushan and others, intercepting the powerhouses of the Wu family, and in front of them are the Haotian Holy King and the Demon Venerables fighting against the powerhouses of the Shadow Clan. In the void, 4 eyes suddenly looked at each other across the distant void. It was Lin Chen and Yin Tianzi's eyes. Yin Tianzi suddenly smiled and said, Lin Chen, I have to say, your luck is very good. Lin Chen shrugged, and the golden light of the god of war lingering around his body suddenly dissipated, and said with a smile, luck is also a part of strength, isn't it? Otherwise, why don't you use your luck to kill me? The cloudy day is laughing up to the sky. Very good, very good. Lin Chen, you are not the strongest enemy I have encountered, but you are the most difficult. If I can't kill you this time, I will stop myself. Boom. The dazzling and splendid brilliance of different colors rose into the sky, as if hundreds of millions of stars also descended on the Zhoutian universe. Hanging in the sky. Lin Chen's eyes instantly became serious. Yin Tianzi's holy body actually fused tens of thousands of different crystals. And each one is not lower than the middle grade. When the eyes of the ultimate shadow and the little shadow meet, it is even more intense and murderous. Lin Chen, to the cloudy heaven. The 14th ultimate shadow versus the 15th ultimate shadow, the future King of Shadows. This fateful battle has ushered in the final moment. It's a ruthless man. It seems that the way he cultivates is also related to the fusion of different crystals. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. In this way, I can't use the God of War suit. First, Yin Tianzi's strength is obviously stronger, but Lin Chen actually chose not to fight him without the God of War suit. After the heteromorphic crystal reaches the realm of the top powerhouse, it is basically not a decisive killer. Coupled with the scarcity of high-grade heteromorphic crystals, very few strong people can obtain power far beyond the same level through heteromorphic crystals in the later stages of cultivation. However, when the quantity reaches a certain level, it will cause qualitative change. Yin Tianzi is the latter. Moreover, Lin Chen still can't see through the number of high-grade heterogeneous crystals he holds. Lin Chen and Xiao Ying exchanged eyes with each other, and the little shadow immediately possessed Lin Chen's body. Boom. Behind Lin Chen, a pair of dark wings as pitch black as abyss unfolded. Not only the blood of the dragon clan, but also the coercion and suffocation of the demon clan, and the unique ability of the shadow clan to assimilate the space. Sigh. Right above the black wings, a giant dragon formed from darkness emerged, which is the body of Little Shadow. Lin Chen suddenly said, we brothers haven't fought together for a long time. Little Shadow roared and laughed, then have a good time with them this time. Sigh. Lin Chen held the gun with one hand, and the tip of the gun shone with lightning. When Lin Chen stepped out, cooperated with Little Shadow's talent, and when he activated his movement technique, he spread out like a bloody shadow, rushing through many battle circles. Want to do a sneak attack? Don't even look at who you are facing. Today, I will swallow your defective product. The young man transformed by the ultimate shadow poked out a claw in the sky and faced booming Lin Chen. The little shadow raised its claws head-on, the dragon claws tore through the layers of darkness, and collided with the ultimate shadow's occult palm. Boom. A layer of dark curtain rises into the sky, the ultimate shadow retreats 4 steps in a row, his eyes are horrified, and the two sides are even fighting each other? The ultimate shadow set off a storm in the heart, the inheritance of those old things is so strong? It was an ant in front of this seat last time, and now it has grown to this point? Impossible. This seat cannot be surpassed by this defective product. Ben, the seat, is the strongest shadow. The ultimate shadow became more and more crazy. With a wave of the palm, the shadows all over the sky poured down like sharp arrows, and the little shadow pulled horizontally with one claw, all smashed into pieces, and the two sides fought a real fire. With the cover and help of the little shadow, Lin Chen's movement can be said to have come to the Yin Tianzi in an instant. After not joining forces for many years, Lin Chen and Little Shadow still have a good heart. With this skyrocketing speed, Lin Chen didn't have any discomfort, and he was very handy, as if he had already been a part of him. Lin Chen grabbed the spear and swept across the sky, urging Dark Thunder 1. June, the world-destroying thunder light penetrated the void like a thunder dragon attacking the cloudy emperor from different directions. Bang! Yin Tianzi held Lin Chen's slaughtering spear in both hands, and sneered on the contrary, Lin Chen, although your strength has temporarily skyrocketed a lot, your ultimate move should be more than that. Boom! As soon as the sound transmission fell, Yin Tianzi punched Lin Chen angrily, breaking through the 1,000 planes. Lin Chen was crushed by a punch, and it was a bloody afterimage. Laugh. The tornadoes of inky cyan light like grinding discs ravaged the sky in an instant. Yin Tianzi stepped on the ink-colored tornado, and the holy light lingered. He instantly caught up with Lin Chen, who was retreating 80,000 miles away, and was almost locked in pursuit. Lin Chen was surprised. Although this guy's movement technique is not an advanced orange rank, he is blessed by a large number of wind-type heteromorphic crystals, and his speed is extremely fast. Even if I combine shadows and advanced orange-level movement techniques, I'm still useless. Because I'm better than you from start to finish. Yin Tianzi's hands are connected, and the aurora is shot. Every finger as small as a hair will forcibly destroy the vacuum shrouded in shadows, which is especially terrifying. This is almost the strongest series attack under the Holy King. Wan Jun destroys the world. Lin Chen swung his spear swiftly, stabbed thousands of times in a row, and the endless thunder light opened up like a peacock, advancing layer by layer to bless the instantaneous light and shadow, dividing it into 5, covering the surrounding sky, and actually smashing the cloudy emperor head-on. Boom! 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 The thunder light exploded, the electric arc swam like a dragon and snake. Lin Chen was repelled dozens of steps, and the corners of his mouth bleed. The realm of a half-step holy king, the gap is like a terrifying gap, and it can be seen at a glance. The current Lin Chen, entering the state of God Killer, is not an opponent of the half-step holy king. Suddenly, a phantom shadow of a majestic shore that covers the stars and covers the moon rises high in the sky, like a river of stars across the sky. Standing on the ground, and suddenly a hurricane-like impact of the primordial spirit bursts out, turning into 8 burning dragons dancing, crushing all the way. Yuanshan attack? Yin Tianzi was startled, and immediately sneered, "You are not the only one who has the means in the Yuanshan domain." Broken got all. The center of Yin Tianzi's brows actually flickered with Yuanshan brilliance. Swept away dozens of Yuanshan brilliance, and pierced Lin Chen's Yuanshan. Fenlong. Spiritual variation? Lin Chen's heart trembled even more. He even had a rare crystal of qi and blood, and there were a lot of them. Lin Chen's marksmanship and Yuanshan's offensive were broken, and Yin Tianzi came head-on, and was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue. The darkness above his head suddenly broke open a dragon's claws that covered the sky, and crushed it fiercely. Yin Tianzi's face changed slightly, he gave up. Lin Chen turned and slammed the sky with a palm. Boom! Boom! When the dark dragon claws and Yin Tianzi's palms were facing each other, Lin Chen waved his palm, and 3 peerless flying knives were born out of the sky, condensing his primordial spirit and cultivation realm in a single blow. Sigh. Boom! 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 Yin Tianzi was caught off guard, relying on the holy weapon to defend the Ling Tian mirror and transformed into a mirror to block Lin Chen's flying knife. In the void, the little shadow and the ultimate shadow fight hard. Yin Tianzi's demeanor is gradually dignified. The cooperation between Little Shadow and Lin Chen is perfect. Even when he was fighting with the ultimate shadow, he could separate his mind to assist Lin Chen. Although he and the ultimate shadow were united, they fought separately. Lin Chen and Xiao Ying are like one body, and they have a good understanding of each other, so they can give each other's backs to each other for protection. I don't believe it, I can't take your life or death. Yin Tianzi was provoked, and he stepped on the movement method to stimulate a large number of wind-type alien crystals. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, "Sorry, you really can't take it." The two stepped out of their movements and confronted head-to-head again. The two battle circles fought more and more fiercely, becoming the most terrifying battle circle under the Holy King realm. All the powerful Saint Kings couldn't help but look sideways. They saw an incredible scene. The battle between Lin Chen and Little Shadow is to cover each other and become one. The two sides sometimes exchange opponents, and sometimes join forces to fuse, and the combat skills and the magical powers of the shadow race are perfectly integrated. The tacit understanding of the battle makes countless strong people look up. The potential of Lin Chen and Little Shadow is unimaginable. Only the old man Wuji seems to have seen a more distant future. He seemed to see two future kings fighting hand in hand. The Son of Heaven, the disciple of the ancient gods, the most amazing and brilliant person in the history of the enchanting list, but he killed his master and walked against the sky. Lin Chen, who had a relationship with the ancient gods, was handed over to the inheritance of different crystals, and was the last hope of the ancient gods. The 14th phase of the ultimate shadow, which gathers the blood of the three clans, was created by Tuoshing, killed Tuoshing to seize the body, and exists to devour the last shadow and eliminate his own last threat. The 15th phase of the ultimate shadow is also created by Tuoshing, a super powerful creature that exists specifically to curb the 14th phase of the ultimate shadow. Both sides are about to kill each other, and both want to kill each other at this moment, and no one intends to retreat. This last battle will lead to destruction. 2 days before Yin Tianzi and Haoyan Saint King arrived in the Holy Kingdom, Qiyu, the territory of Bingxin Palace, a group of saints appeared, led by Tai Shaoxing from the Holy Prison. It was actually a group of holy prison powerhouses in the holy state of mind and the heaven-opening realm. There are also a few second-rank bigwigs. Is this where the criminals are hiding? Hee, don't act rashly, be careful of cheating. Smash this place first. Holy Prison and others found the base camp before Lin Chen and others, and shot directly. A giant palm fell from the sky, trying to destroy the entire Bingxin Palace. Boom! With a loud bang, just when all the strong men in the holy prison thought it was over, they wanted to go in and search. The wolf smoke billowed, and when it dispersed, the territory of Bingxin Palace was unscathed. All the holy prison powerhouses were stunned. Impossible, that palm just now, even if the open heaven is complete, it is difficult to take it head-on. In addition, the space barriers of this strange domain are not comparable to those of the Holy King's domain. It is more than enough to raise a radius of 100,000 miles to the ground. Will it break a palace? No, there seems to be someone. When Tai Shaoxing exclaimed, there was a petite and delicate figure directly above the palace. The cute person has a delicate complexion, her cheeks are light pear eddies, showing white tiger teeth, and she stares at the holy prison and others with the appearance of discovering a new toy. Tai Xiaoxing was instantly horrified. Not right. It seems that they have provoked the most inappropriate existence. Beyond the godless river. After a long battle, Lin Chen couldn't win, and Yin Tianzi's mood changed. Subtly. What kind of calculus are you playing, Lin Chen? You should be very clear about this seat's combat power. Just now, you can't even break my Yin Tianzi's defense. Lin Chen was pushed back with another palm, and the little shadow covered him. And Lin Chen rushed up again without stopping. Yin Tianzi looked around, and all the strong men were involved. The shadow race is still concentrating on dealing with the holy King Hao Yin, and has not taken any action. The powerhouses of Lin Chen's team were also in a situation where they couldn't be higher than they were in the battle, and they couldn't help Lin Chen at all. If that's the case, why is he still holding on? Could it be that he expects other powerhouses to rush out of the battle circle to support him? But the powerhouses who can threaten this seat are all dragged by the Holy King. What does he have, Lin Chen, to keep me deadlocked? There was doubt in the eyes of the Yin Tianzi. Especially Lin Chen's attitude of being repulsed and rising again and again. The war was fierce, the fighting spirit was high, and the suspicion in his heart was uncertain. Yin Tianzi's ambition is extremely high, and his wisdom is also extremely high. He was able to give up the opportunity to hit the list of talents at the most proud moment of his life, which is enough to see his ambition and strong tenacity state of mind. Otherwise, the ancient gods would not have taken a fancy to the son of hell and chose him as the last person to inherit the mantle. When a strong man fights, he can be disguised regardless of his momentum or tricks, but his state of mind cannot be disguised. Lin Chen's battle was not bluffing. It's just that Yin Tianzi can't understand what Lin Chen is planning. In the current situation, Lin Chen has no chance of winning against his Yin Tianzi and the ultimate shadow. His fighting spirit is getting higher and higher. Lin Chen has not been able to fight for a long time, and has always maintained the operation of Ambolite, which not only doubled the power of the exercise, but also effectively recovered from the injury, so that Lin Chen obtained a powerful recovery similar to the holy state of mind. There was a burst of blood in the palm of Yin Tianzi's palm, and it suddenly lifted into the air. When he grasped the blood column, it transformed into a long blood-colored scythe. It was actually a rank 9 holy artifact. No matter what ultimate move and backhand this kid has, kill him first, then he will change. Crush him with absolute strength. Yin Tianzi didn't underestimate Lin Chen. The blood sickle appeared, and he slashed with his blade, and he actually performed an advanced orange level exercise. The half-moon-shaped streamer and scattered blades swept away, and the little shadow wanted to support him, but the ultimate shadow stopped him in an instant, entangled in the attack of the little shadow. Boom! 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 Lin Chen swung his spear to fight, and was crushed all the way. His figure retreated sharply, and his injuries instantly increased by 30%. The strength increase brought by the 9th grade holy artifact is too strong. Lin Chen Xiao is not as good as the Son of Heaven. As soon as this holy artifact appears, the difference between the two sides will be judged. It's even harder for Lin Chen to stop him. The cloudy day is like a rainbow, and he frantically swings the blood sickle. The snow-like sharp slashes cut Lin Chen again and again. Lin Chen wielded his spear and swept away, and once again launched the Taishi Divine Light, and actually blocked the offensive of the Yin Tianzi head-on. Clang! 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 The shadows of the guns were like waves, the shadows of the sickle and the blades flashed and collided, and the two urged the movement to fight fiercely. All the way. Slow rune. Million star banners. Late June 3000 realms. Blooding Panlong. Extremely great. The two sides were shattered, and the strong men of the Wu family who fought against Lin Chen before took a cold breath. Fuck, is this Lin Chen really human? This Yin Tianzi has a strong background and a very strong cultivation base. At least he is the first powerhouse under the Holy King. If we really want to talk about it, only the 4.5-step Holy Kings in Lin Chen's team can match. This kid actually went to war with the strongest under a Holy King? How many more ultimate moves he has? After repeatedly suppressing Lin Chen, Yin Tianzi didn't have time to be happy, but found that the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. His fighting spirit was even higher. The corners of Yin Tianzi's mouth twitched wildly. Damn, after he made his ultimate move, this kid is actually even more excited? What the hell is this monster? Bang! Lin Chen's absolute defense was broken, and the star-chasing robe was full of scars and bloodstains. At this time, the system light screen pops up. The system reminds the host that all the essential attributes of the suits have been collected, and all of them are integrated into the God of War 4-piece suit. The average charge of the 4-piece suit is 58% to 60%. When Lin Chen put away the Demon Slayer spear, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled sternly. I'm just waiting for you to use your trump card, Yin Tianzi, you shouldn't be able to do that. The golden light and divine brilliance bloomed out of thin air, and a mighty God of War that blasted all the worlds and worlds was rising with Lin Chen as the center. Almost at the same time, a terrifying storm erupted in the direction of Xinyan Palace, and two figures shot out. It was Zi Qianqiu and Ji Wuchen. The elders of Xinyan Palace will be injured and fall into this chaotic situation. Forcing other Xinyan Palace elders to act, they have no time to take care of these two. Zi Qianqiu and Ji Wuchen actually seriously injured two Supreme Elders and a Supreme Elder of the Presbytery, and they broke out of the siege. It's time to save the Lord, forget about these old things of Xinyan Palace. When Zi Qianqiu gave a cold drink, the situation in the world changed. Suddenly. Boom. In the territory of Xinyan Palace, the position directly behind, suddenly burst out the glorious divine flame, like a beam of light, propping up the world. Brilliant divine flame, inherited for eternity and immortality, as tall as a million zhang, straight to the 9 heavens. When the divine flame slowly spread out, it turned into a gate to the sky. Creak. The giant door that was burning with divine flame slowly opened, and a vicissitudes of life and simple atmosphere permeated from the space inside the giant door. This scene made the expressions of the palace master Xinyan and the people in the protector hall, including Shang Guanju, change instantly. The giant gate of Xinyan rose into the sky, and the glorious divine flame burned all over the sky above the territory of Xinyan Palace. All the people in Xinyan Palace, their expressions are particularly wonderful. There are shock, ecstasy, doubt, fear, etc. Different eyes are condensed on the giant gate of Xinyan. By Ruoyan, who is very far away, just finished covering all the disciples and the true inheritance to retreat, and took back the accumulation of Xinyan Palace for many years. When she witnessed the sign of the divine flame coming to the world, her heart shook. That is, the ancestor gate of Xinyan Palace. Even the battle of the Holy King can't help but stagnate a little. Lin Chen's eyes turned, his primordial spirit sensed a terrifying aura that was about to be born. I saw that a figure slowly stepped out from inside the giant gate of Xinyan. Under the attention of all the people. The elegant girl, dressed in a blue skirt and palace dress, with moth eyebrows and thick skin, a girl of 17 or 18 years old, but there are vicissitudes and sorrows that have seen through the ages. It seems that she is an old woman who has been withered, reappearing in the world in the appearance of a young girl. She sighed softly. Why, you have to force my Xinyan palace so hard. Her eyes turned to Zi Qianzhou and Ji Wuchen, and she suddenly flicked her sleeves. The faces of the two changed suddenly, and their bodies were horrified, as if they were being stared at by ancient beasts. The sense of crisis welled up in their hearts. 12 palaces of purple star. 100 months burial. The galaxy of the 12 palaces flashed in succession, and when the 100 blood moons sank and floated in the sky, a holy force swept in like a hurricane, shattered it suddenly, and the two vomited blood and retreated. Zi Qianzhou and Ji Wuchen stood still. Holy blood was flowing, their expressions were full of anger, and their desires were violent. Hiss. Countless powerhouses are pumping in their hearts, one move. With just one move, the two Xians, who were second only to the half-step holy king, were defeated. Oh? The girl in the blue skirt was surprised. As expected of the guy who dared to come to my Xinyan palace to make trouble. After taking a trick from the old lady, you can still stand. I have to say that you are really outliers among the rank 9 saints. Elder, you are finally here. Your Majesty, they deceived people too much. It was this Lin Chen thief who destroyed my heavenly palace, killed my people from Xinyan Palace, and even killed God's son Wu Pianju. You must seek justice for Xinyan Palace. The supreme elders of the Presbyterian Church cried miserably. The girl in the green skirt said indifferently, I know, of course, no need for you to say more. After all, she turned her eyes and found Lin Chen. Facing her gaze, Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation, as if this person knew everything about Lin Chen. Well, the multiples of expanding acupoints and condensing acupoints are rare in the world, and the mood is excellent. He really is a genius. The girl in the blue skirt said indifferently, however, this is not as big as the plan of 100 saints, so stay. Shang Guanju's beautiful eyes flashed fiercely, and the killing intent was stern. Even this old guy has left the customs, and the truth is going to become troublesome. Rakshasa Saint King Zhenchan laughed and said, ha ha ha, the chief elder of Xinyan Palace, he really lives up to his reputation. He is an old monster. Why, if you Xinyan Palace don't make a statement, this will not end. The chief supreme elder of Xinyan Palace. This person is actually the supreme elder of the first seat of Xinyan Palace. Her qualifications are completely comparable to the ancestors of Xinyan Palace, and she is also the former lord of Xinyan Palace. When the Holy Realm was created, when the heroes of the human race divided the plains of the galaxy, the Xinyan Palace was created, and she was the supreme powerhouse as early as that time, and she is the elder who exists to this day. I didn't expect that such an old monster would come out. The elders of the Shadow Clan were solemn, and informed all the elders with the unique communication of the Shadow Clan. Everyone, this battle has been lost. Prepare to protect Shao Kahn and his eldest brother, and withdraw when they are rescued. Brush. At this time, the palace master Xinyan left the battle circle, stood in front of the girl in the green skirt, and said solemnly, Elder Taisheng, things have arisen because of Wu Pianju, please think twice. Wu Pianju is now dead, we are not the only choice now, we can choose him. Besides, if Ruoyan can take charge of Xinyan Palace, he will definitely can change the status quo of Xinyan Palace. The girl in the green skirt shook her head. So you want to force the old lady to cooperate with this child? Yanran, Wu Pianju is dead. Is the sage list dead? The old lady is not optimistic that the current Xinyan Palace can change the status quo. I have seen this child Ruoyan, very good, but she can't turn the tide, only the sage list. Only the grand plan of my Xinyan Palace can reproduce the splendor of my Xinyan Palace. This seat will only say it once, Yanran, step back. The girl in the blue skirt gave a cold snort, and the palace master Xinyan clenched her silver teeth, and actually urged the holy flame, spinning it into a holy flame roulette, and slapped her with an aura of destruction. The girl in the green skirt smiled suddenly. You've grown up, this is the first time you dare to disobey the old lady's order. However, according to the rules, the old lady should take you down. With a flick of the green fingertips of the chief grand elder, the soaring green flames turned into a bunch of fire dragons out of thin air, soaring into the sky, and suddenly twisted away. The space burst into black traces every inch, silently destroying all the offensive of the Xinyan Palace Master, and smashing the holy flame wheel of the Xinyan Palace Master. Pfft! The Palace Master Xinyan vomited blood and retreated, his pretty face pale. Almost at the same time as she was repelling her, the girl in the green skirt swept through the void and appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away like a ghost. Lord, be careful. Jiang Taishi made a sound transmission. He calculated for too long and consumed too much, and he was unable to infer the birth of the chief Taishang elder of Xinyan Palace. At this moment, the hearts of countless strong men are chilled. The palace master Xinyan is already at the level of a half-step holy king. In terms of cultivation, he is closer to the existence of a holy king than Yin Tianzi, and he can't even stop the chief elder. The holy king realm is too far away from the powerhouses present. Although I know that there are highs and lows in the holy kings, but the battles displayed by every holy king present are indistinguishable in a short period of time. Only the chief grand elder of the Xinyan Palace showed suffocating power. Shangguanju was about to move, and the afterimages danced wildly, and the figure of Zhenzhen blocked her. Go away. Shangguanju slapped her furiously, and Jinchan took it straight and didn't let her go. Even Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, Shangguan Wudi, and Qi Fian wanted to get out and help Lin Chen, but they were all blocked by Wu Weiyang, Ying Chuanqiu, and Lan Jingyu. Yin Tianzi was surprised, the chief elder of Xinyan Palace? Little Shadow was worried but did not dare to be distracted to give ultimate Shadow a chance, so he could only give it to Big Brother. Lin Chen exhaled, his eyes flashing with crazy fighting intent. With my current self, I am afraid that against this old guy, I can't even take her 3 moves, so I can only resort to the god of war. If you want to fuck me, Lin Chen, don't care what kind of elder you are, you have to lose your skin once. Boom. At this moment, Lin Chen stepped into the air and unfolded cloud shadow sky light, and rushed towards the chief elder of Xinyan Palace. The expressions of countless powerhouses changed. Damn, is this kid dying? Although the girl in the green skirt was a little surprised, she still raised her 5 fingers to roll at Lin Chen mercilessly. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, his strength was soaring. God of War set, open. Old witch, you are not allowed to touch him. Lin Chen is covered by me. With a coquettish shout, a beautiful figure appeared, and the small pink fist held by the green jade hand, ripped apart the void, and punched the girl in the blue skirt with a fist, and hit it from the air. Sigh. Boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly raised a cloud of mushrooms from outside the Xinyan Palace. When the petite and slender figure appeared, all the powerhouses were stunned. Where did this fairy come from? He actually took a blow from the chief elder of Xinyan Palace? Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly. This girl is here too? The little girl is delicate and beautiful, her peach clothes are crimson, and her delicate jade hands are faintly flowing with a faint purplish-black aura. Nizi folded her arms around her chest, with an old-fashioned look, stared at the girl in the green skirt in front of her, and snorted coldly. What kind of little candy man are you, the handsome guy who dares to touch my Lin Pingyan hood? Sign up. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly, and said in surprise, why are you here? Xiao Nizi smiled, Li Duo Chan, I'm out of the customs, now I have perfect control of that thing, and the agony of the previous generation has taught me a lot of things. I no longer need to rely on a lot of the Qi Luck spirit. Plant only needs a top-grade Qi Luck spirit plant to move freely. As soon as these words came out, many battles came to an abrupt end. The nine-turned saint was full of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Holy King strong, unbelievable. Especially the holy kings of the holy prison, seeing Lin Pingyan's fresh and moving appearance, the apex of his heart trembled. This look can't be wrong, it's her. The most terrifying humanoid disaster in the holy world. As strong as the chief elder of Xinyan Palace, his pupils could not help shrinking. Spirit of painful disaster? This kind of existence is extremely rare even when the human race holy world has not been created. Every calamity of suffering is a combination of endless disasters and omen. And once it erupts, even the holy king has to retreat for 3 points. Now, they actually see a spirit of suffering? Moreover, it is also a giant disaster with wisdom transformed into a spirit body, which means that her power will be self-controllable. A level that no one can stop. Shang Guanju saw that Jin Chan and Ying Chuanqiu looked like they eating shit and laughed, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to show this kind of expression, your holy prison is probably going to get out of control, my mother said it long ago. However, this kid is not at the level you can eat. Now. Ying Chuanqiu was furious, this little bastard is really a lunatic, he really released the disaster of pain. Shinchan's expression was gloomy. As of now, we can only see if that kid, Yin Tianzi, can take down Lin Chen. This boy is not an ordinary person. I know that he still has trump cards. There is still cooperation. The other side. Peace, that Xinyan Palace elder is handed over to you, is there any problem? Lin Chen couldn't care about what happened to Lin Pingyan. At the moment of the strong enemy, he could only ask this girl. As long as she's still safe and sound, that's fine. The chief elder of Xinyan Palace is enough to influence the overall situation, she must be dragged down. Lin Pingyan put his hands on his soft and boneless waist, and he imitated Lin Chen. He put on the homemade sunglasses he gave, and laughed. No problem, I let her have one hand. Chief Supreme Elder. Lin Chen smiled and said, you have become more reliable. Lin Pingyan turned around, turned his back to Lin Chen, and smiled sweetly. That's all thanks to you. The Chief Supreme Elder of Xinyan raised his hand and looked at it. The delicate palm of the palm actually left a little purple-black aura entangled in it, like maggots on the tarsus, and the holy energy that entangled her lingered. This level of aura of calamity is chasing the state of the calamity of Suffering at its peak. I must deal with it carefully. When she was confronted with Lin Pingyan before, she was infected with the aura of disaster. Lin Pingyan's current strength is already in the Yuan dynasty. The chief elder took a few steps back. Facing Lin Pingyan, Qingli Shuiyan was dignified, and she had to stand by. At this moment, the powerhouses of all parties were horrified. Damn, what the hell is this Lin Chen? First, the sons of the times in the holy prison bow their heads and serve as ministers, and then the strong men of the Shadow Clan take the risk to support them. Even the pain of the spirit form can be brought. Especially the last group of old antiques who watched the battle almost immediately retreated. Also, look at the fart. The big plan of the Saint Talent list has nothing to do with them whether it succeeds or not. The old antiques and the hidden old monsters who were sitting on the mountain to watch the tiger fight before, the calculus in their hearts is nothing more than the victory of the holy prison and the Xinyan Palace. If Xinyan Palace wins, they will still have the opportunity to join the invitation of 100 saints and become the first batch of crab eaters to create a new era. But, now it's different. Even if the grand plan of the 100 saints goes ahead as scheduled, it will be Lin Chen's team that will be faced by that time. Even if there are 2 holy kings in this team, there is also a disaster of pain. This is a terrifying existence that is enough to bring about the annihilation of the world. Don't say the first batch of crabs, the first batch of people to die is almost the same. Everyone is an old fried dough stick that can't afford to be too early. On Lin Chen's side, the 8th rank forces and the hidden old monsters who came to join Lin Chen's servants, their morale soared in an instant. The name of the disaster of pain, other Holang do not know, but they are no strangers to these old monsters. It is equivalent to Lin Chen starting with the strongest trump card. Let her leave it to me, you can do it with confidence. My body is fine, there is nothing to worry about. Knowing that Lin Chen was worried about his body, Lin Pingyan waved his hand and smiled charmingly. Lin Chen nodded, don't force yourself. The bloody clouds and shadows flickered like afterimages. When Lin Chen turned around, he faced the cloudy heaven and the ultimate shadow again. Lin Chen and Little Shadow made eye contact for a moment. He signaled to Lin Chen not to worry. Lin Chen concentrated on dealing with the cloudy emperor. Lin Pingyan didn't talk much, and his slender hands clapped together in the air. Sigh. There are waves of disasters rolling in from all directions, slapping the girl in the blue skirt head on. As soon as the chief elder of Xinyan turned around, the lotus moved vertically, burning the holy flames step by step. Burning the flames. Thousands of Ruihua rushed into the sky like fire dragons, spinning into 3 waves of calamity that slammed into the surrounding waves. The purple-black aura of calamity contained a calamity-like aura of catastrophe. This is the plague of pain. She is still restraining her strength. Once the disaster of pain breaks out, no grass will grow in a radius of thousands of miles, and life will be extinct. Now her restraint must be due to the honorable lords. If not, we old people wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The 8 rank forces who came to support them all looked at each other, as if they were in a good mood. Don't act rashly, wait and see the situation temporarily. Those guys in the holy prison are a little powerless. With the shadow race in town, the powerhouses on our side will not have too many threats. Let's take a look at the situation first. While everyone was analyzing the situation, on the other side, Cloudy and Ultimate Shadow are on the same page again. Lin Chen and Little Shadow became one body, suspending in the air. Yin Tianzi's holy body shone brightly, all the holy power and energy condensed into the palm of his hand, and an inexhaustible divine light rose up, shining like a splendor. The little shadow said solemnly, "Brother, he is." Lin Chen nodded, "You can't be wrong, there are 70,000 middle-grade variant crystals, and very few of them are high-grade variant crystals. 70,000 different crystals. A truly astronomical number. Even if they searched all over the Holy Realm, it would be difficult to gather so many Chinese grade variants in a short period of time." Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Are you going to die? It's just right." Ji Wuchen stepped in the air and suspended, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at the position of the cloudy day, and said coldly, "The 9th rank holy artifact is not enough, and we need to add 70,000 different crystals. This amount of different crystals is stronger than we can't collect in a short time. It seems that this cloudy day is eager to share life and death with the Lord. We need to, can you help?" Zi Qianqiu raised his hand to block it and shook his head. "We're in the past now, it's not very useful, trust the Lord. Give the Yin Tianzi to the Lord, let's kill those guys in Xinyan Palace, Gue. Jianqiu and others evacuation, so that the other battle circles have already begun to fall into the disadvantage. We can't let everyone have something to do. The Lord's order is to do everything. End the fight alive. OM. At this time, a spiritual voice was transmitted to all servants through the seal of life and death. It was Jiang Taishu's voice. "Everyone, please concentrate on the territory of Xinyan Palace, Wushuang. We'll give you new combat power with the last unique skills." This sound transmission made the servants' faces change slightly. "Senior Fei Wushuang, do you want to use that trick?" "No, it's too dangerous." "No, in the current situation, there is no more suitable opportunity than to use that trick." Jiang Taishu's voice transmission is not only the servants, but also the 8th rank powerhouses who came to help, and they all received the voice transmission. Almost at the same time, all the powerhouses moved closer to the direction of Xinyan Palace. When this sudden change made the powerhouses of the Holy Prison and Xinyan Palace breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt bad. No way, do they want to retreat? There is a problem, what big move they want to brew, they must be stopped. When the people of the Holy Prison and the Wu family recovered, the servants and many strong men had all gathered in the territory of the Xinyan Palace. Damn, catch up. Hundreds of thousands of meters above the sky, the delicate and beautiful red dress is like a cloud of smoke, and the slender and exquisite figure reveals a unique beauty. The beauty of the beauty is beautiful, like a mandala blooming in the desert. When the hand gently dances, and the flying flower feathers are scattered, the sky suddenly rolls up the crimson light rain. Between the heavens and the earth, I fell into the endless night, leaving only an endless rain of crimson light. The light rain and aurora in the dark night are like starlight embellishments. Beautiful and flashing in the world, Fei Wushuang is dancing like a fairy, the sleeves robe swaying, waving gently, the light and rain are endless, turning into a fairy under the night sky. Every drop of rain is like an aurora star, falling into the world, purifying all beings, and saving all beings. It's a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Everyone has experienced the world-leading beauty that only belongs to the Crimson Shuangjue. Fei Qianyu was shocked and muttered to herself, "Sister, are you going to fight so hard?" Only the Saint Nine Revolutions can feel the terrifying energy contained in the raindrops of the aurora. Hey. This can't be real. This is the legendary magic afterglow of the night that only appeared once in the ancient times. For a moment, it seemed like 10,000 years, and it seemed to be amazed at this moment. The light rain of the afterglow fell down one after another, accurately bathing every strong person in Lin Chen's team. Even Feng Ling, Lang Fanyun, and even Lin Chen of the Holy King realm are no exception. When the rain of aurora entered the body, everyone's holy body was reborn like nirvana, regaining endless vitality. Almost instantly, all the injuries were instantly recovered. At this moment, the expressions of countless powerhouses changed drastically. It was healed. All healed. All the powerhouses in Lin Chen's team, including the 8th rank sect, who came to the aid, the hermit powerhouses, all the servants, the highest holy king, down to the 2nd rank saint and Lin Chen, all of their injuries were within 1/10 of their injuries healed in breath. Ying Chuanqiu's pupils shrank. She actually understood that magic trick. The servants who were seriously injured just now have all recovered from their injuries. All the powerhouses have a deep understanding of how much resources a top powerhouse needs to consume to treat a serious injury. But now, it was reversed by Fei Wuxuang with one move, and cured by one move. This move can be described as a Jedi comeback. Super big turnaround. In the previous battle, the injuries accumulated by both sides were not small. This was not an ordinary battle. Both sides wanted to kill each other and did not keep their hands at all. The recovery of all injuries at this juncture means a change in the whole battle situation. All the powerhouses know at this moment why the Holy Prison insisted on suppressing them in an attempt to subdue the proud sons of these times. They are so outrageous. Jiang Taishu's solemn expression remained unchanged. His eyes met. Yu Xingxing immediately acted, and rushed into the sky. Yu Xingxing stretched out his hand and caught the slender body that fell into a severe coma. It was Fei Wuxuang. Her face was completely bloodless, and her mental consciousness was completely unconscious. What's even more terrifying is that her holy cave's holy power is completely consumed, and there is not even a trace left, which is the same as when she just left the holy prison. Yu Xingxing sighed in his heart. Do you all have to fight to this extent? Twilight Afterglow is a divine art against the sky controlled by Fei Wuxuang. The real power of divine art can revive holy kings and even true gods. However, paying the price is also based on life as an example, not to mention that the current Fei Wuxuang does not have this kind of cultivation, and what he uses is a broken version of Afterglow. But even so, being able to use such exercises is already a very terrifying level. Everyone, the old man is not good at fighting, so I can only help you in turn. While Yu Xingxing was protecting Fei Wuxuang, with a wave of his palm, dozens of high-level holy pills appeared, and with a flick of his finger, a holy light penetrated all the holy pills. Boom. 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 Dan Rongtian, heaven is one. Become holy, return to Yuani. When chanting the formula, the splendid Dansha shot out by the exploding holy pills melted into the bodies of the strong men in Lin Chen's team. Except for Feng Ling and Lang Fanyun, everyone's holy energy has recovered. About 20%. Although the use of holy pills in this way is detrimental to the efficacy of the medicine, it is the most efficient means of recovery. After using this move, 1/3 of Yu Xingxing's holy energy was consumed, and he retreated like lightning to protect Fei Wuxuang. Don't let them run away, you must kill this woman, she is too much a threat to the holy prison. Even if it takes my life to kill her completely, now is her weakest. Boom. A blood dragon of Kai Tian that swept across the 8 wastelands ran over, and Two rank 4 holy prison powerhouses exploded on the spot. Who do you want to kill? She's the weakest, but what about us? The two figures hovered in the air with murderous aura, directly shocking one of the holy prison powerhouses. Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianqiu. The two monsters are back. 8 rank 9 saints, or half-step saint kings, can't stop these two guys at all. It's time to fight back, everyone, kill the gang of thieves in the holy prison. People of the Wu family, don't let them run away. The multi-party melee started again, and the battle situation intensified. The other side. Wu Shuang actually wants to use this trick. It seems that the battle situation is not optimistic. Lin Chen's eyes are sharp, the introduction is almost buried, it's time to let it bloom. He has been pressing the strongest trump card, not to not use it, but to let. Yin Tianzi sneered, cruelly. I didn't expect your people to still have this trump card, but even if you return to full state, you Lin Chen still have no chance of winning in front of this seat. I was interrupted just now, this time let's continue to distinguish between high and low. As soon as the words fell, the crystal light in the palm of Yin Tianzi's palm burst into the extreme light, all blooming, and all of them exploded. Boom. 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 In the body of Yin Tianzi, there was a loud roar, like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, and the endless air waves swept in like the sky. The energy of a full 70,000 different crystals madly poured into Yin Tianzi's eyebrows, his 100th holy acupoint temporarily swelled, and endless holy power spread throughout his body. This guy can actually withstand so much different crystal energy. Ultimate Shadow is full of surprises. Ah! Yin Tianzi burst out with painful screams, and his body swelled rapidly, turning into a giant 5 feet tall. The veins that wriggled all over his body were as thick as a python, surging with different crystal energy of 9 lights and colors, which was shocking. The position of the 100th holy acupoint between the eyebrows of Yin Tianzi blooms with a 6-pointed star. But half of this holy cave is condensed from pure heterocrystalline energy. Shang Guanju, who was in the middle of the battle, changed slightly. This son of heaven is stronger than when he stopped me. This is completely comparable to the strength of the Holy King. At the beginning, Yin Tianzi used tens of thousands of low-grade variant crystals and some middle-grade variant crystals to temporarily block and fight against Shang Guanju. But now, it is a full 70,000 middle-grade variant crystals, and 1/20th is the number of high-grade variant crystals. The energy is nearly 10 times higher than before. There is no doubt that the current Son of Heaven has temporarily possessed the combat power of the Holy King. If you add a 9th grade holy weapon and join forces with the ultimate shadow, Lin Chen and the little shadow will only be crushed. Ha 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 ha. This is the power of the Holy King, how wonderful, this is by no means the limit of this seat, one day, this seat will personally step into this realm. Yin Tianzi burst out laughing loudly, and the laughter actually shattered the space crystal wall of the Holy King's domain, cracking a shocking vacuum. Crack. Don't worry, you're not the only one with the trump card. Lin Chen drank coldly. God of War is possessed. Boom. The God of War 4-piece suit is attached to Lin Chen's body. At this moment, the invincible divine power possessed by Lin Chen burst out from the God of War 4-piece suit. Boom. 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 A series of explosions in the void. Lin Chen just released a ray of momentum. This time, and the space of millions of square gardens was blown into a vacuum. God Killer talent plus God of War set. Unprecedented overlay. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's whole body is surrounded by the red glow of the Godslayer's talent. And the golden light of the God of War is blooming, which is radiant. Lin Chen's meridians, flesh, bones, transformed into the flesh of a god. Shrouded in golden light and divine brilliance, tearing the galaxy between his fingers, a drop of blood can burn the sun, moon, and stars. His eyes were dazzling with divine brilliance, and the aura of slashing and slaughtering directly shook the sky. Countless strong men saw a true god. Wearing armor, golden armor, a divine cloak on his shoulders, and golden divine light on his head. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 600,000, 800,000, 980,000, 990,000. The power is rising unstoppably. Desire to break through the boundary of the Holy King. Boom. The void under Lin Chen's feet was suddenly shattered into pieces, and his power rushed to a whole new realm. Million power. At this time, Lin Chen raised an explosion of the 10,000 planes, and the almost invincible might of the God of War came to the Holy King domain, and all the 9th grade sects, watching the battle, were shocked. Lin Chen opened his eyes, the void within his sight collapsed in an instant. The light was distorted, and the vacuum was all shattered, as if a storm of fragments swept the sky. An invincible aura soared between the heavens and the earth, and it actually rivals the Son of Heaven. This suffocating sense of oppression, all the powerhouses are unbelievable and, at the same time, have to accept the subversive fact in front of them. There is no doubt that it is the coercion of the Holy King. Long Jiushan on the side was full of madness, and shouted with excitement. Breakthrough! The Lord broke through that boundary. The pure power of the Holy King. Yin Tianzi's pupils shrank, and said incredulously, there is such a killer move. This is the 60% fully charged God of War 4-piece suit. This is the first time after obtaining the 4-piece God of War set that I feel that I might be overwhelmed by pure power. When the bracers. Lin Chen Yun lightly raised his hand and flicked his fingers, the golden glow of the fingertips surged, and a burst of golden divine light burst into the space. Shen Hui passed by in a flash, and with a puff, in the distant battle circle, a bloodline split open on the neck of a rank 7 saint of the martial family. It was almost too late for the other party to react. Separated and perished on the spot. Hiss. Everyone sucked in the cold air, and the strong person who was as strong as the Holy King realm also shrank his pupils. Killed a rank 7 saints at the click of a button. Holy King. The real Holy King level combat power. With Lin Chen now, it is true to single out any strong person on the scene. Ultimate Shadow's face was particularly ugly, and he said coldly, Tianzi, join forces, this is the only chance we can win against them. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen stepped out and moved with pure power. When working with the little shadow, he almost moved the entire void. Everything Lin Chen did, crushed by vacuum, was chaos. The fist shining with golden light smashed the dead, and beat the cloudy day in the face. This punch, like a million venerables, condensing all their strength to strike. This punch alone broke the galaxy, and sweeps the sun and the moon. The 5-foot-tall cloudy heavenly sun was ferocious and crazy, and his palm, surrounded by colorful brilliance, was pushed and crushed horizontally, and the palm of billions of different crystal energy was facing Lin Chen. Sigh. Boom. Hundreds of mushroom clouds exploded with a bang. The sky is turned upside down, and the world-destroying hurricane swept everything. Outside the Wushan River, the battles of all the powerhouses were forced to Stop and all spread out. The little shadow possessed and cooperated with Lin Chen's movement, shattering 1,000 worlds with one step, and breaking the 9 heavens with one punch. Lin Chen grasped every second. The whole person was fighting fiercely, and his eyes were like divine light. His momentum is the wind and thunder, punch after punch, punching like a raging wave, like a 10,000 June, like a rolling meteor shower, violently smashing the cloudy heaven like a violent storm. The power of this overdraft depends on how you control it. Yin Tianzi roared, mobilizing a large amount of different crystal energy, to attack in turn, facing the bang. Then let's see who the fuck is more fierce. Come on. Come on. Lin Chen smashed away violently, and every punch was a million-strong force to shake the sky. The two of them are like madmen, facing the fist fight. Lin Chen and Yin Tianzi are playing like life for life. No one takes a step back. Scared all the strong men to flee. The entire eastern part of the Holy Kingdom has completely overturned the sky.